In the land of fire, within the Konoha hospital, several young medical ninjas were wheeling medical equipment along. The corridor as they passed a critical care room. One of them suddenly halted and began to share the latest gossip. "Hey, have you heard? There's supposedly a monster in the intensive care unit." "Don't scare me like that, Shizen." "It's true, I heard. Lady Tsunade say that when that person was brought in by Kakashi, his heart had already been pierced by Raikiri and had stopped beating. And shortly thereafter, he miraculously revived in the morgue. Also, someone saw him last night, all covered in tubes, drifting outside the hospital. At that moment, a fierce wind howled outside, rattling the nearby windows." "Are you talking about me?" Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated from behind, causing the group to shiver. Remembering the bizarre rumors from the past few days, they had no time to ponder further. In the next instant, they instinctively bolted, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Help! There's a monster!" Liang, with his hand raised in a greeting, found himself frozen midair, watching as several individuals fled in terror, a look of exasperation on his face. 3 days had passed since he had traversed into the world of Naruto, and in those 3 days, such occurrences had unfolded almost daily. The root cause of all this turmoil could be traced back to the blood plate emblazoned on his chest. It was indeed quite unfortunate for him. He had once been a struggling, full-time web novelist, barely scraping by with dual accounts. After finally amassing a few 100,000 words, he abruptly met his untimely demise. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an endless expanse of primeval forest. Even more tragically, before he could even steady his legs, he was struck directly by a blinding Raikiri. The forest, the white-haired boy with the Sharingan, Raikiri, the girl adorned with purple markings. Liu Yang's first reaction was to realize he had indeed crossed over into the popular anime world of Naruto. The story was set shortly after the Battle of the Kimui Bridge, right at the moment when Rin was implanted with the three tails, which propelled her to collide with Kakashi's attack. He lowered his gaze to the gaping wound in his chest, unable to stifle a mouthful of blood. Heaven above, earth below. How could he be so unfortunate? Dying twice in a single day, being pierced by a black tiger right after his arrival was the most unfortunate protagonist in the annals of crossover tales. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt himself spinning before losing consciousness. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System activating. Detecting rapid loss of host life force. Self-healing mechanism will initiate. 3, 2, 1. Though the system arrived belatedly, it was finally here. Liang sensed something within him gradually dissolving, flowing like water through his veins, slowly replenishing his lost vitality. A smile finally graced his face. He knew he had survived. "Phew, I'm glad my life isn't over yet." Liang sighed in relief. Observing the moonlight outside, he felt the time was ripe. He removed all the tubes from his body and utilized the classic Naruto run to escape the hospital. His target was the hero's mount. The system's first task for him was to resurrect Rin. News of Liu Yang's escape swiftly reached the Hokage in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, issuing orders to a few kneeling Umbu agents before him. "We've received reports of someone sneaking into the hero's mound to dig up graves, suspected to be that kid, pierced by Kakashi. You all go capture him and interrogate him immediately." "Understood, Hokage-sama," the Umbu replied in unison, forming hand seals before vanishing. The deceased must be respected. Grave robbers, such unscrupulous individuals, must not be allowed to roam freely. The third Hokage contemplated that moment. Liang was wielding an iron shovel, illuminated by the moon's silver glow, digging at a grave in the wilderness. He hummed a little tune, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. "Rin, your death was too tragic, but fear not, brother will soon bring you back to life." As he spoke, he dug with renewed vigor. In his previous viewings of Naruto, Rin had always been a source of frustration for him. Had it not been for her being manipulated by Madara, implanted with the three tails, she would never have perished. Moreover, Obito awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan after witnessing Rin's death at Kakashi's hands, resolutely vowing to obliterate the world. Through Liu Yang's relentless efforts, he soon unearthed the coffin. He pushed open the heavy lid, revealing a stunning visage. Her face bore 2 purple markings, clad in pristine garments, with sunflowers adorning her chest. She lay there peacefully, seemingly merely asleep. Ding. Host has collected the body of Nohara Rin, successfully activating the resurrection array. Placing the task object's body on the array will initiate the resurrection ritual. Golden light erupted beneath his feet, a brilliant beam shooting skyward, nearly blinding Liang. He instinctively shielded his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself standing on a colossal array. Recalling the system's prior words, he swiftly lifted the corpse from the coffin and placed it at the center of the array. Ding! Infusing life force in a Nohara Rin. Once the life force reaches 100, she will be revived. Life force infusion commencing. 1, 2, 3. This radiant beam of light stirred the entire village. The Umbu, tasked by the third Hokage, quickly accelerated their pace upon witnessing the spectacle. This is bad. The opponent seems to be employing some kind of ninjutsu. We're running out of time. Hyuga quickly assessed the situation. One of his companions, hearing his call, pressed his hands together to form seals, exclaiming, "Byakugan!" Warning! Ninjas approaching from 2 kilometers away. Opponent's strength Jinin. Upon hearing the sudden warning, Liu Yang's hair stood on end. At this moment, the resurrection ritual had just surpassed the 50 mark. 51, 52, 53. Estimated remaining time, 10 minutes. I can't believe this. The progress bar has only just reached halfway, and now I have to contend with the Jinin? It's over. I'm doomed. He had only recently bound this wretched system, and aside from restoring his physical attributes, it had yet to provide any significant rewards. Starting off with a Jinin opponent? What the hell kind of hellish difficulty was this? System, are you trying to get me killed? This was beyond infuriating. Beep. Only 1 kilometer remains to the destination. A gentle reminder. If the resurrection ritual is interrupted, the novice task will fail. The system will deem the host a defective product and initiate self-destruction. Liu Yang widened his eyes, scratching his head in distress. If I'm a defective product, then why not just end my life directly, system? The hero's tomb here is the resting place for those who made immense contributions to Konoha. Liu Yang understood that once he stepped into this place, he could not evade the eyes of the Umbu. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that they chose to appear. And they were all damn Jonin. The Umbu, donned in animal masks, swiftly encircled Liu Yang and Rin, 5 of them in total. Good grief. Third Hokage, you truly overestimate me by sending 5 Umbu to capture me. Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The leader, wearing a fox mask, looked down coldly at the young boy still clad in hospital garb. Liu Yang, the fugitive from Konoha Hospital, you have nowhere left to run. Speak. Who sent you? What is your purpose in infiltrating here to steal corpses? What is the function of this formation? The corpses of ninjas represent a hidden treasure, brimming with vast amounts of information and energy, destined to become coveted by the 5 great nations. Clans like Uchiha and Hyuga must reclaim their kin's bodies after death to prevent their secret techniques from falling into the hands of others. The questions fired at him were piercing and relentless. With a blade pointed at him, Liu Yang could not help but swallow hard. With only 8 minutes remaining, he resolved to bend rather than break. At this juncture, Liu Yang cast aside his reservations and suddenly knelt, clasping the leg of the fox-masked leader. Dear brothers and sisters, please show mercy. I am not a spy sent by another nation. I am here to save Rin. This ninjutsu can resurrect her. I swear upon the heavens. If I utter a single lie, let thunder strike me. As he spoke, Liu Yang raised 3 fingers to the sky in an oath. Unable to fight back or flee, he decided to lay all his cards on the table. Sincerity, after all, is the most potent weapon. As expected, the fox-masked leader appeared somewhat moved, tilting his head and exchanging a glance with his companions. Observing this, they promptly used their Byakugan to inspect the formation. A golden light enveloped the central figure tightly. As the golden energy continued to flow in, blue chakra gradually emerged within the body. The chakra mass expanded, starting to circulate through the internal organs. Hinata leaned closer to the fox-masked leader's ear, recounting what he had just witnessed. Captain, it seems he speaks the truth. This technique can restore life to the corpse. Liu Yang, keenly aware of their conversation, seized the moment to further persuade them. I have told you that I am not deceiving you. I am merely a war orphan born in a destitute mountain village, weak and helpless. With so many of you present, if I dared to harbor any ill intentions, you would surely eliminate me on the spot. In the mountains, Contact the third Hokage to discuss how to proceed. The fox-masked leader turned to his companion. In the mountains, a clan adept in spiritual secret arts possesses the unique ability to convey messages among companions. Upon receiving the directive, one began to employ their secret techniques. Moments later, the man opened his eyes and spoke slowly. The third Hokage has instructed us to temporarily trust this young lad's words. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall eliminate him on the spot. The 5 individuals, all elite members of the Umbu, sensed no trace of chakra emanating from the boy, rendering him less than a ninja. Confronting him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Since the Hokage has spoken, we shall remain here and observe what tricks this young one has up his sleeve, the masked figure remarked coldly. Liu Yang, hearing the man's words, was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, a short blade was pressed against his throat. "Humph, do not rejoice too soon," the masked figure hissed. The others swiftly drew their short blades, positioning them defensively across their chests, ever ready for combat. As time ticked by, Liu Yang's eyes fixated intently on the golden formation. He watched as her pale skin began to regain a healthy hue, her chest rising and falling slightly. What felt like mere minutes seemed to stretch into an entire century. In that instant, Liu Yang's breath suspended. Ding. Life reconstruction progress has reached 100%. Ding. The resurrection ritual is complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the resurrection task of Yahara Rin. You have been awarded the SSS level reward of immortality, the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and an infinite supply of chakra. The system's cold voice echoed in Liu Yang's mind. As the system's words faded, a massive blue formation erupted beneath his feet. The masked figure reacted, albeit too late, as the powerful energy forced him to stagger back several steps. This brat is employing some unknown secret technique. We must stop him at once. The masked figure seethed through clenched teeth. His companions swiftly scattered in all directions, their hands forming seals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Secret technique, 4 purple flames formation, they shouted in unison. With that command, 4 translucent purple walls shot up, reaching towards the heavens, trapping Liu Yang and Rin within the formation. While the 4 purple flames formation restricted Liu Yang's movements, it could not impede the robust natural energy surging from all directions, flooding into his body and eliciting a muffled groan from him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for passing the trial and successfully binding the divine level Dream Master system. Chakra baptism complete. Sage mode activated. Immortality successfully bound. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan fully awakened. Ding. You have a new task. Proceed to Uchiha Madara's lair and bring Uchiha Obito back to Konohagakure, preventing him from realizing his world-destroying ambitions. Every cell within Liu Yang's body underwent the system's purifying transformation. Even the gaping wound on his chest healed entirely. He suddenly opened his blood-red Sharingan, lifted the fallen Yahara Rin, and formed seals with a single hand. Amaterasu. The black flames fell upon the purple walls, instantly reducing them to ashes. The Sharingan. What manner of being are you from the Uchiha clan? Several Umbu stood ready, their expressions grave. This was a miscalculation. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. How could this mere child wield it? Liu Yang had no intention of harming them. The black flames isolated the Umbu from his path. My dear brothers and sisters, I sincerely apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall seek out the third Hokage to explain the situation. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed into the forest behind him. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, could only be activated by a select few members, especially the exceedingly rare Mangekyō Sharingan. Liu Yang, this sudden war orphan who had emerged from nowhere, awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan at the tender age of 12. He was escaping with hostages, pursued by 5 Umbu operatives. This news would undoubtedly reverberate through the annals of the shinobi world. Fortunately, the Umbu present at the time were unaware that Amaterasu was a powerful ocular technique exclusive to the Mangekyō. They relayed their observations of the black flames to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Listening intently to the Umbu's account, Sarutobi rose abruptly and strode toward the final window, igniting the cigarette in his hand. I understand now. Everything you witnessed tonight must remain confidential. You are dismissed. I will take care of the rest. As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. The air grew dense with mystery. Understood, Hokage-sama. Without a word of hesitation, the Umbu vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure quietly slipped away from the Hokage's office. In the forest, Liu Yang, cradling the person in his arms, sped through the trees. A triumphant smile gracing his lips as he recalled the rewards he had just received. One must admit, this troublesome system is rather generous, awakening the immortal sage mode of the Mangekyō right from the start. With such combat prowess, he could easily dominate the current shinobi world. The more Liu Yang pondered, the more exhilarated he felt. At that moment, the person in his arms suddenly opened her eyes, unleashing a fierce gust of wind from her palm, startling him into retreat. Regaining his composure, he found that Nohara Rin had vanished from sight. A heavy aura of killing intent emanated from behind him. He remained still, allowing the chilling wind to rush toward him. Just as it was about to strike, he swiftly grasped the wrist of the assailant. Seeing Liu Yang effortlessly counter her attack and capture her, Nohara Rin fixed her icy gaze upon him. "Who are you?" If looks could kill, Liu Yang would have perished 1,000 times over. "I am Liu Yang, or you may call me." He tightened his grip around her slender waist, whispering softly in her ear, "You may also refer to me as Lord Deity." Liu Yang's warm breath brushed against Rin's neck, sending a delightful shiver through her. Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Lin forcefully pushed Liu Yang away, retreating a few steps. Once she confirmed a safe distance, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "Are you truly a deity?" "Indeed, as a divine being, I have resurrected you, who perished upon colliding with wreckage." Liu Yang crossed his arms, leaning casually against the tree trunk, regarding her with an air of nonchalance. "Lin, you may not yet be aware, but Uchiha Obito did not die beneath that massive boulder. Rather, he was rescued. Unfortunately, he happened to witness your demise." Liu Yang refrained from elaborating further. Upon hearing news of Uchiha Obito, Lin's eyes, which had previously resembled a stagnant pool, began to flicker with a glimmer of hope. She pondered the authenticity of his words. "Lin, I am not your adversary. My purpose in resurrecting you is to fulfill your wishes." Observing her skepticism, Liu Yang took a deep breath and explained, "Obito has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. I must accompany you to retrieve him. Otherwise, he will be exploited, leading to catastrophic consequences." As per the original narrative, after witnessing Lin's death, Obito succumbed to darkness, manipulated by Madara, and instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, resulting in countless casualties, all to ensnare everyone in a genjutsu and create a world where Lin still existed. Liu Yang contemplated that had Lin known of such an outcome, she would undoubtedly prevent Obito from undertaking such actions. "Lin, Obito is your comrade. You would not wish for him to stray from the righteous path," Liu Yang continued, gently persuading her. The system had issued a new mission, to bring Obito back. However, before that, they needed to evade the pursuit of the Umbu. If they did not act swiftly, the Umbu would catch up, leading to troubling complications. Listening to the boy's lengthy discourse, Lin felt as though her breath had stilled. Indeed, as he stated, she had perished at Kakashi's hands. The ability to resurrect a corpse was said to be the domain of only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, such an extraordinary technique had long ago been classified as forbidden and sealed away in obscurity. Lin clutched her chest, feeling her warmth and heartbeat. Rendered speechless for an extended moment, Liu Yang observed her silence, refraining from interruption, patiently awaiting her response. After a considerable pause, Lin lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute as she addressed Liu Yang. "Deity, please assist me in bringing Obito back to Konoha." She bowed deeply as she spoke. Liu Yang, arms crossed, replied haughtily, "I can bring him back, but I have a condition. I require an assistant. You shall accompany me as my aide." Lin's death had long been a source of discontent for Liu Yang. With numerous tasks ahead, having an assistant would alleviate many burdens. Lin was the optimal choice. "Very well. I accept," Lin replied without hesitation, for companionship was of utmost significance to her. Liu Yang was pleased with her response and was about to lead her to Obito's location when he suddenly sensed a menacing aura. Less than 2 kilometers away, a throng of individuals was hastily approaching their direction. Lin, an exceptional medical ninja endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities, naturally sensed the surrounding disturbance. Lord Liu Yang, Shu, remained silent. "We must commence our escape." Liu Yang gestured for silence. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly scooped her up and vanished into the dense forest. Nearby, a perceptive ninja, confronted with the sudden disappearance of the two, could not restrain himself from cursing aloud. "This is bad. The target has detected our presence and has concealed their whereabouts using some unknown ninjutsu. Implicitly, he acknowledged that they had lost track. Continued to lock onto them. His companion's face, obscured by a mask, darkened considerably. We are elite Jonin. I refuse to believe this little brat can slip away unnoticed right under our noses. With fluid movements, Liu Yang's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he had left the pursuing adversaries far behind. Lin was clad in a meticulously crafted black funeral garment prepared for her by her family, which, juxtaposed against her youthful visage, appeared oddly comical. She clung tightly to the boy's neck, and from this angle, one could observe his chiseled jawline and resolute gaze. For reasons unknown, her heart, now restored to its former vitality, beat fervently within her chest. Lin, there is a question I have long wished to ask you. Do you prefer Obito or Kakashi? Liu Yang gazed down at her cherubic face, grinning mischievously. It was no secret that the rivalries among these three had stirred the passions of Naruto fans, leading to fervent debates across various forums. Lin was momentarily taken aback by the question, but she soon regained her composure, reinforcing her belief in Liu Yang as a deity. With this thought, she gently curved her lips, revealing two adorable little fangs. Both Kakashi and Obito are my most cherished companions. Each of them holds a significance akin to that of family. What a splendid answer. It was flawless, leaving no room for critique. Liu Yang felt a twinge of frustration. He continually reminded himself to remain calm, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice penetrated Liu Yang's mind. Beep. You are about to enter the mission target location, Uchiha Madara's lair. There are numerous dangers ahead. Please exercise caution, host. Damn it, you unreliable system. Why didn't you mention the danger sooner? Liu Yang nearly exclaimed, but thankfully covered his mouth in time. He had anticipated that this mission would not be straightforward. During the novice task of resurrecting Lin, he had encountered 5 Umbu operatives of Jonin caliber, nearly losing his life in the process. This time, however, his opponent was none other than the infamous Uchiha Madara, a name that instilled fear throughout the entire ninja world. With keen observation, Lin immediately sensed something amiss with Liu Yang and cautiously inquired, Lord Liu Yang, what troubles you? Liu Yang feigned mystery, chuckling softly. Lin, we are about to face a dire battle. You must exercise caution, he replied, gently patting Lin's shoulder before divulging his comprehensive plan. As time gradually passed, they approached the Uchiha Madara's base, concealed beneath the roots of a century-old tree. The closer they drew to their objective, the denser the moisture in the air became. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have arrived above your destination. Simply move the colossal stone beneath you to unveil the entrance, the system notified. Following its directive, Liu Yang looked down at the massive stone weighing several tons, instantly petrified in place. No way, you can't be serious. This trash system might as well let me die. He lamented. The stone, with a thickness of a meter, posed an insurmountable challenge. Even if he managed to shift it, the commotion would surely attract Madara's attention. No wonder the system warned of impending danger. Entering would mean confronting Madara directly, along with an innumerable army of White Zetsu. It was nearly impossible to avoid peril. To make matters worse, a bird's droppings landed squarely on Liu Yang's forehead. He looked up, fuming at the flying culprit. Oh heavens! Madara, of all things, why must you mimic insects, hiding beneath the earth and causing me such distress? Even birds are against me. Nonetheless, Liu Yang adeptly leapt to the ground. Inhaling deeply as the natural energy within a 2-kilometer radius swiftly converged into his being, Lin wiped the grime from his forehead with her sleeve, perplexed. Lord Liu Yang, who were you referring to? Uchiha Madara. Who else could be called Madara? He replied, but he should have perished at the hands of the first Hokage during the Valley of the End. Lin exclaimed, her voice trembling as she instinctively swallowed hard. Liu Yang remained silent. At that moment, his eyelids transformed into a brilliant gold, and large dragon horns sprouted from his head. Lin, step back. I am about to perform, he declared. Sage mode. Liu Yang's transformation astonished Lin once more. She quickly nodded and retreated to a safe distance of 5 meters. Once assured of her safety, he concentrated all his chakra into his palms and struck the stone with great force. The stone was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke billowed forth. Lin barely had time to marvel before countless white figures surged from the newly opened entrance. In a flash, Liu Yang plunged into the mist to engage in battle with them. Grasping two kunai summoned from a spirit beast, Lin joined the fray, nimbly decapitating one of the foes. Gazing at the relentless tide of white figures pouring forth from the passage, she shouted anxiously, "Lord Liu Yang, what are these monstrous creatures?" "White Zetsu. They are all plant-based and cannot be eradicated," Liu Yang explained. He pondered that continuing in this manner was not a solution. Resolutely, he formed hand seals and unleashed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activating his ultimate technique, Susanoo. Liu Yang shouted, and a formidable force surged from within him, transforming into an extraordinarily tall golden giant that stomped towards the entrance before him. Countless White Zetsu, caught off guard, were crushed into dust under the weight of Susanoo's colossal foot. Naoki Rin was taken aback by the spectacle. In the next moment, a golden hand gently lifted her and placed her in a safe position. In her ear, Liu Yang's earnest admonition resonated. "Rin, you should stay put for now. Wait until I subdue Obito before you appear." Liu Yang spoke with gravity. He did not disclose to her that within Obito's heart lay a seal set by Madara, which not only prevented Obito from becoming a Jinchuriki in the future, but also manipulated him to serve Madara's resurrection scheme. Liu Yang's intention was to test Naoki Rin. He sought to ascertain whether this pawn could indeed be trusted. Naoki Rin nodded earnestly, fully convinced that this young man before her was the so-called deity. For Obito's sake, she would certainly comply. Once Liu Yang had attended to all matters, he turned his gaze towards the entrance that had been trampled. "Uchiha Madara, you cowardly turtle. What are you still hiding down there? Hurry up and show yourself." Liu Yang crossed his arms, his words dripping with mockery, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Below ground, Uchiha Madara clenched his fists involuntarily at the intruder's taunting voice. Though he was of advanced age, a long tube connected him to the Otsutsuki statue behind him. It was only through the cells of Hashirama and the Otsutsuki statue that he barely sustained his life. Faced with Liu Yang's provocation, despite his fury, he found himself powerless. "Oh dear, that little brat outside can summon Susanoo at such a young age. He truly startled me." A White Zetsu poked its head out from the roots, reporting on the situation outside to Madara. As it spoke, it couldn't resist mocking the incapacitated Obito lying nearby. "Obito, look at him. He's about your age and yet so impressive, while you, having awakened your Mangekyō Sharingan, remain here in such a state." Ever since Obito witnessed Rin's death, he had completely transformed. Although the White Zetsu was aware that all of this was part of Madara's scheme, it found Obito's prolonged silence after once being so optimistic about venturing out rather tedious. "The boy, Susanoo Mangekyō." Each of the White Zetsu's light-hearted words struck Uchiha Madara's heart like a needle. The assault from outside continued, and with another stomp from the golden Susanoo, an enormous pit was carved into the ground. Even as the construction of this base utilized an abundance of resilient rocks, it could not withstand the incessant wear. Occasionally, stones would tumble down, nearly striking Uchiha Madara's head. He, burdened by a stooped frame and leaning on a wooden cane, slowly made his way to a nearby bed. White Zetsu, concerned that Madara might succumb to the urge to confront Obito, swiftly leaped onto the bed, attempting to rouse him. "Obito, it's time to wake up. If you don't, this cave will collapse." Indeed, Black Zetsu, attached to him, chimed in. Yet, the youth on the bed showed no inclination to rise. In these dire times, Madara, disregarding all else, forcefully jabbed his cane into the boy's back, propelling him forward. Before him loomed a wall constructed of granite. Obito did not evade, colliding directly with it, startling White Zetsu, who instinctively shielded his eyes. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu clung to Obito, unwilling to endure unnecessary harm due to Obito's negligence. In the split second before impact, its tendrils enveloped Obito's face, seizing control of his body. With a swiftness that surpassed the blink of an eye, it kicked against the wall, deftly dodging to the side. It rolled several times upon the ground, stabilizing itself and rising. "That was close. You almost crashed," White Zetsu scolded. "Obito, you truly are infuriating. Even now, in such a critical moment, you choose to slack off. If Rin were to find out, how devastated would you be?" At the mere mention of Rin's name, Obito's eyes ignited with rage. He suddenly lunged, gripping White Zetsu's neck tightly. "Do not utter her name. You are unworthy. Rin, she was such a kind-hearted girl, not someone who deserved to be spoken of by this creature that thrived in the shadows." Observing Obito's extreme reaction, Madara subtly curled his lips into a smirk, his blood-red eyes glinting with calculation. He staggered closer and placed a hand upon the youth's shoulder. Obito, do not forget our plan. In due time, Rin will return to your side. But first, we must address the current dilemma. The plan he referred to was the Eye of the Moon plan, which aimed to harness the power of the 10 tails to cast an illusion upon all through the moon, making everyone believe they were ensconced in a beautiful dream. What do you want me to do? Obito raised his head, revealing half of an exceedingly grotesque visage and that blood-red eye. He was somewhat moved by Madara's words. He yearned to create a world where Rin still existed. Seizing the moment of Obito's distraction, White Zetsu swiftly escaped his grip and burrowed underground. From a safe distance, it cautiously poked its head out. Go out and deal with that reckless brat, Madara commanded, making a snapping gesture. Obito had just awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. His ocular power still unstable, and his battered body had yet to fully recover. The opponent possessed Susanoo, and thus, Madara dared not underestimate him. Before Obito could embark on his journey, he removed the external path of the Geto statue from his back and inserted it into his own body. Obito, this Geto statue will channel a portion of chakra into you, stabilizing your Kemui, he was informed. The moment the tube was inserted, an excruciating pain caused Obito to let out a cry. Following that, he felt an immense power surging into his body continuously. Madara could not remain away from the Geto statue for long. Otherwise, his body would wither and perish. In those brief seconds, he found himself gasping for breath. Only after reconnecting with the Geto statue did he manage to recover. Empowered, Uchiha Obito followed Madara's instructions and ascended to the surface. Everything that had transpired below was conveyed to Liu Yang in meticulous detail. Haha, I never expected the system to come through for me. This set of information is a tremendous help, Liu Yang chuckled with satisfaction. It seemed that old man Madara had completely lost his combat capabilities, which was splendid news for him. Concealed in the shadows, Rin gazed at Obito's battered visage, her heart aching with a dull pain. She yearned to rush forward, but recalled Liu Yang's initial warning. Just as she prepared to step out, she hesitated and withdrew. Dear Lord, you would never deceive me, would you? Please return Obito unharmed. She prayed earnestly, her hands clasped together. On another front, two spirited youths faced one another, tension thick in the air. Liu Yang, arms crossed, looked down upon the emerging Obito and burst into laughter. Well, it seems that Uchiha Madara is truly past his prime, sending out a mere child like you to fight. Unaware of Liu Yang's taunting, Obito felt anger swell within him upon being called a child by someone of similar age. With hands on his hips, he pointed defiantly at the man above him, his expression brimming with arrogance. Hey, who are you calling a kid? Soon, I'll make you kneel and call me father. Are you certain? Liu Yang scoffed, and a bow and arrow appeared in the hands of the golden giant, precisely aimed at Obito below. Having only seen descriptions of Susanoo within his clan scrolls, Obito was astonished to see such a colossal entity in reality. Realizing that its master was a youth of similar age, his mouth fell agape in surprise. He had thought he finally caught up to Kakashi, only to find that there were always greater powers beyond his reach, leaving him feeling perpetually inferior. As he narrowed his eyes and summoned all his strength, gripping his kunai tightly, he surged toward Liu Yang's position. Just as the golden arrow was about to pierce his heart, Rin instinctively hurled a kunai imbued with chakra, hoping to deflect the oncoming arrow. However, Liu Yang would not allow her to succeed. He countered with an Amaterasu, incinerating the kunai entirely. Rin felt her body grow heavy as if weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. She stood there, transfixed, her breath nearly stilled as she beheld the impending events unfold before her. A golden arrow pierced through the heart of Uchiha Obito. Yet, he remained unharmed, charging relentlessly towards his target. Fire release, great fireball technique. Empowered by the strength of the Outer Path's demonic statue, this colossal fireball blotted out the sun, hurtling towards the Susanoo before him. The scorching heat forced Liu Yang to retreat a few steps. At that moment, the armor of the golden giant began to melt, dripping down to reveal ominous white bones. Observing this, Obito unleashed a series of fire techniques. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, fire release, Phoenix flower claw, fire release, blazing wind dance. This relentless barrage indeed melted the formidable Susanoo. Without it, Liu Yang plummeted from the sky. In a flash, Obito appeared behind him, mercilessly taunting. Ha! It seems your control over your ocular power is rather lacking, kid. The Susanoo, a pinnacle technique of the Uchiha clan, requires immense ocular power to sustain. To have it so easily dissolved by fire techniques reflects the incompetence of its wielder. Humph, when heaven offers no path, you recklessly intrude upon hell. Today, you shall meet your end here. Obito's eyes glinted with malice as he brandished his kunai, aiming for the young man's neck. With a thud, the boy transformed into a withered tree. Damn, it was a substitution technique. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Obito attempted to flee, but it was too late. A golden figure materialized above him. There was no escape, Kemui. Gritting his teeth, Obito's right eye rapidly transformed into a trio of interlinked scythes. Liu Yang observed the man on the ground with leisure, raising his right foot to press him down with force. Even if you possess Kemui, what will you do against my next move? A smirk graced Liu Yang's lips. Countless black flames descended from the heavens, encircling Uchiha Obito. Should he dare to move, these unquenchable flames would reduce him to ashes. I've got you now, Obito. His laughter was wicked and unrestrained. Just as Obito barely managed to slip past Liu Yang's foot, he faced the overwhelming black flames, his complexion paling dramatically. Amaterasu, you can still use Amaterasu? Who exactly are you? Why have I never seen you in the clan? Obito raised his head, coldly interrogating. First Susanoo, now Amaterasu. This succession of formidable ocular techniques filled him with envy. He could not comprehend why, despite sharing the Uchiha bloodline. The disparity was so vast. Liu Yang waved his hand, grinning mischievously. I don't know either. I'm just a war orphan who suddenly faced misfortune when Kakashi pierced my heart, and then inexplicably awakened. Perhaps I am the illegitimate child of some great deity within the Uchiha clan. Obito's entire visage had transformed into a shade of blackened charcoal. Renowned clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, in their pursuit of preserving the purity of their bloodlines, seldom engage in external unions. Even if such unions were to occur, they would necessitate adherence to the clan's collective lifestyle. The sudden emergence of a so-called illegitimate child was a notion he could scarcely accept. Silence. Obito could no longer bear to hear his words, and instantaneously unleashed a fireball jutsu in his direction. Liu Yang chuckled softly, witnessing the fireball, which had only just been expelled from the man's mouth, consumed entirely by black flames. A crisp snap resonated through the air. The golden giant dissolved into a cascade of starlight, vanishing into the atmosphere. In that moment, the youth among them flickered and abruptly materialized before Obito. Seizing his shoulder with one hand, his eyes swirling with intensity. Tsukuyami. Obito's body went rigid as a formidable surge of mental energy infiltrated his consciousness, halting his awareness, memories, and movements in an instant. Lin, I leave Obito to you, Liu Yang remarked with a smirk, addressing the figure concealed in the shadows. As he uttered these words, his right hand ruthlessly pierced through Obito's heart, retracting it to reveal a still pulsating organ within his palm. With a splutter, the youth expelled a mouthful of blood onto Liu Yang's face. He cast his gaze downward, staring at the gaping void in his chest and the familiar figure rushing toward him, his eyes unwittingly welling with tears. It's truly wonderful that you are alive, Lin. Obito. Nohara Lin, witnessing Obito's eyes close, rushed over in sheer terror to embrace him, her hands coalescing chakra as she placed them upon his wound. Obito, please wake up. Don't frighten me. Liu Yang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retracted the surrounding black flames, crouching beside Lin to gently pat her shoulder, entrusting her with Obito's heart. Lin, there is no time for sorrow. Stop his bleeding as swiftly as possible, remove the seal from the heart, and transplant it back. Only then can he break free from control and return completely. This was the true intention behind his desire to bring Lin. Only with her presence would Obito be inclined to follow him. Most crucially, Lin was a medical ninja. At that moment, she was the sole hope for saving Obito's life. Nohara Lin was startled by the heart suddenly tossed to her by a passerby. A chakra rod was prominently embedded within it, and being as astute as she was, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. She expressed gratefully, one hand staunching his blood flow while the other trembled as she picked up the fallen heart. Liu Yang crafted a beautiful dream for Obito. Although he had succumbed to a profound coma, a trace of blissful serenity graced his features. There's no need for thanks. I promise to fulfill your wish. Liu Yang said, lightly rubbing his nose with a subtle smile. It's nothing, merely a game. Lin, an arduous battle lies ahead. I will do my utmost to buy time. Once you stabilize Obito's condition, swiftly return him to Konoha. The sooner, the better. Do not look back or linger. No matter who you encounter, do not allow them to approach. As he spoke, his body surged with an abundance of chakra, coalescing into a magnificent golden arm that delicately lifted the two individuals from the ground. All of Yawahara Rin's focus was devoted to rescuing Obito, leaving her with little time to react. In an instant, the golden arm extended infinitely, transporting them a kilometer away. Liu Yang had sensed the Umbu dispatched by Konoha in pursuit of them, now merely 5 kilometers distant, converging at an astonishing speed towards Madara's lair. With the Umbu present, he thought to himself, Rin and that boy Obito should be safe. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the floor began to tremble violently. Swiftly, Liu Yang formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Senjutsu, Golden Rain Barrier. With a resounding shout, a golden beam of light erupted from beneath his feet, reaching towards the heavens as the world around them transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning. Golden raindrops fell from the sky, coalescing into a semicircular barrier that enveloped everything within a 2-kilometer radius, centered around the beam of light. Boom! Just as the barrier was formed, a massive, deep brown creature surged forth from the ground, emitting a series of roars. This is bad. That enormous entity has emerged. Liu Yang's expression shifted drastically. He had little time to waste, quickly activating the complete form of Susanoo and retreating several steps. The ground continued to collapse beneath him, and amidst the billowing smoke, the true form of the monstrous entity was revealed. The Outer Path Golem. Upon seeing the elderly Uchiha Madara atop the creature, Liu Yang understood what had transpired. A cold smile creeping across his lips. Ah, Madara, how the tables have turned. Willing to sacrifice yourself to become nourishment for the Outer Path Golem just to thwart my efforts to rescue Obito? Let me inform you, your Moon Eye plan has failed. You, an ancient relic that should have long perished, shall find your resting place today. Liu Yang pointed at the elderly man, his grin growing increasingly maniacal. An intense battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Yawahara Rin had finally managed to extract the chakra rod from Obito's heart and swiftly reimplanted it, fleeing towards Konoha. However, after barely running 2 kilometers, they were caught by the Umbu. Countless masked figures surrounded them, each brandishing their ninja blades, encircling them completely. Fortunately, the Golden Rain Barrier contained all the chaos occurring within, shielding it from the outside world. 1, 2, 3, Yawahara Rin counted. There were precisely 12 of them. Each Umbu exuded an astonishing amount of chakra, their murderous aura emanating from within, causing her to involuntarily shudder. We are the Umbu of Konoha, dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to apprehend the Tomb Raider Liu Yang. The leader, adorned with a fox mask, perched on a branch, one hand supporting himself while the other brandished a short blade, looking down upon the resurrected Yawahara Rin. Yahira Rin, I never anticipated your return. Pray tell, where is that fellow Liu Yang? The Umbu captain spoke, his gaze descending to the face behind her. What is the situation with Uchiha Obito standing behind you? Was he not already perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge? Speak, what on earth is happening? His voice was cold and deep. The battle at the Kanabi Bridge is known by all within Konoha. Its victory laid the cornerstone for the eventual triumph in the Third Shinobi World War. Several heroes emerged from this conflict, one being Obito from the Uchiha clan. A hero, yet also a martyr. Both Obito and Rin were interred in the hero's mound of Konoha. The recent occurrences of resurrection are beyond anyone's imagination. It all began with the war orphan that Kakashi brought back. Liu Yang, how many secrets lie within this young rascal? The rapid-fire inquiries from the Umbu left Rin bewildered. She tightened her grip on the arm of the person behind her, bit her lower lip, and raised her chin defiantly. I do not know. I am unaware of whom you speak. Upon awakening, I found my comrade's heart ripped out. As a medical ninja, my first instinct upon seeing a comrade injured is to provide treatment. However, Obito's injuries were too severe to manage. I could only carry him back to the village. Then, I encountered you. Her large, round eyes were filled with determination and defiance. Her words, a blend of truth and half-truth, were imbued with conviction, making it difficult to discern their authenticity. The current Yahira Rin had completely aligned herself with Liu Yang. He had aided her in rescuing Obito. Thus, she vowed to remain by the side of Lord Tenjin forever. The Umbu were here for Liu Yang, and no matter the circumstances, she would not betray him. The masked figure leaped down from the tree, approaching Rin, a short blade pressed against her neck. Yahira Rin, I will ask you one final time. Do you know where Liu Yang is? As he spoke, his gaze fixated on her face, fearful of missing any subtle expression. A faint trace of blood appeared on Rin's neck. The metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. She understood that with a mere exertion of force, he could sever her throat. She swallowed hard, feigning calmness as she replied, "I do not know. My comrade is gravely ill and must be taken to the Konoha hospital at once. I will accompany you back to face Lord Hokage's judgment. Lord Liu Yang has instructed that no one is to approach him under any circumstances." This was all she could do. I shall tentatively trust you this once," the masked figure stated. He gestured towards several companions before him. "You four, escort these two back to the village. The rest continue with me to apprehend Liu Yang." "Yes, Captain." The selected Umbu swiftly moved to seize the two targets, racing towards Konoha. The remaining 8 split into 2 groups, continuing their search for Liu Yang's whereabouts. Inside the barrier, Liu Yang was locked in an intense battle with the outer path golem. Sensing that Rin Nohara had temporarily escaped danger, a faint smile graced his lips. "Finally gone. I shall not hold back any longer." Liu Yang stretched his stiff limbs, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp sounds. Squinting slightly, he wore a condescending grin. No sooner had he spoken than 9 identical golden giants emerged behind him. Even Uchiha Madara, witnessing this grand spectacle, exhibited a flicker of surprise. "Who is your father, boy of the Uchiha clan?" Madara, perched atop the head of the outer path golem, looked down upon the youth at the core of Susanoo. His gaze as profound as an abyss. As he posed the question, the outer path golem stomped its foot with force, launching itself toward Liu Yang. "I do not know. I am merely a child of war," Liu Yang replied with an air of indifference, shrugging his shoulders. He deftly maneuvered the golden giant to the right, narrowly evading the golem's assault. Immediately, the other 9 giants surged forward, surrounding the enemy and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Liu Yang's words bore no falsehood. In the world of Naruto, he had no family, existing as a complete non-entity, and having fallen into this conflict. It was not an exaggeration to call himself a war orphan. Most crucially, upon his arrival, his age had been halved. Indeed, regardless of your lineage, with your Sharingan and the blood coursing through your veins, you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Liu Yang's response, Madara unexpectedly doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. "To awaken the Mangekyō at such a young age, if only you could be of use to me like Obito." He expressed his lofty ambitions. Yet before he could finish his thought, Liu Yang delivered a powerful blow. "Humph, do not think that your connections will spare you. I am not as easily deceived as Obito. While others may be oblivious to your schemes, I am acutely aware." Liu Yang placed his hands on his hips and kicked again, resolute in his refusal to allow him to wreak havoc upon the innocent populace. He had not forgotten the tragic deaths of Ino and Shikamaru's father during the 4th Great Ninja War. Since he had arrived in this realm, he was determined to prevent such tragedies from reoccurring. Madara had not anticipated such audacity from the youth of the present generation. He fought back fiercely, yet the remaining outer path golem was sent flying by a single kick. In his prime, Madara was a man whose combat prowess stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, unmatched save for the first Hokage. But alas, time spares no one. Seizing the advantage, Liu Yang slowly conjured a chakra-long sword, severing the connection between Madara and the outer path golem. He reached out and seized Madara, capable of crushing this once dominant figure of the ninja world with minimal effort. Without Madara's control, the golem lost its ability to act and collapsed backward, creating a massive crater. Coughing lightly, Liu Yang disdainfully brushed away non-existent dust. With a snap of his fingers, the other 9 golden giants dissipated like grains of sand, leaving only one remaining. "Uchiha Madara, you have clung to the cells of Hashirama and the outer path's golem for long enough. This era no longer requires your existence." Liu Yang's words were cold and resolute, his eyes glinting with an icy, piercing light. As he spoke, his right hand plunged directly into the man's chest, extracting the Hashirama cells intact. The emphasis was on speed, precision, and decisiveness. Uchiha Madara suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, his gaze falling to his hollow chest, his eyes widening in shock. "Who are you, and how do you know my secret?" Liu Yang had grown weary of this question, having heard it countless times today. "My name remains unchanged. I am Liu Yang, the god you can only dream of becoming." Unfazed, he stored away the Hashirama cells, and with a sharp snap, severed Madara's neck, discarding the corpse onto the ground. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if he were merely attending to a trivial task. Madara, the legendary tyrant of the ninja world, had finally met his true end. Liu Yang sighed sincerely. With another snap of his fingers, his Susanoo dissipated in kind. He descended from the air, landing steadily on the floor. The system had yet to issue a notification of mission success, but Liu Yang remained unperturbed, gently stroking his chin as he contemplated how to tidy up the aftermath. Madara's corpse must be taken away. It would serve a significant purpose in the future. As for the Outer Path's golem, if all went as planned, the three tails would be sealed within. He needed to devise a method to extract the tailed beast. Without hesitation, Liu Yang squatted beside the head of the Outer Path's golem, rolling up his sleeves. Following the system's instructions, he formed intricate hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, placing his right hand approximately 10 centimeters from the golem's mouth, and shouted coldly, "Illusionary Dragon 9 Seals, release." A golden light surged forth, visibly racing from Liu Yang's palm into the gaping maw of the colossal figure. At that moment, a layer of ethereal blue fluorescence began to emanate from the Outer Path's golem. Guided by the golden radiance, a dense mass of blue energy began to emerge from the golem's mouth. Seeing this, Liu Yang increased the flow of chakra, gradually extracting the blue energy mass. Time ticked away. Beads of sweat, the size of peas, poured forth from his forehead, cascading down and soaking the young man's entire face. Meanwhile, under the restraint of the Umbu, Rin and Obito finally returned to Konoha after several hours. The heroes who perished in the Battle of the Divine Bridge had their hearts removed and sent to the hospital, causing an uproar throughout Konoha Hospital. Tsunade immediately recognized the severity of Obito's injuries and hurriedly followed the stretcher, urgently instructing her disciples behind her, "Shizun, we are about to perform surgery. Guard the entrance and do not allow anyone to enter." "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will fulfill my duty," Shizun replied, promptly blocking the Umbu and Rin from entering the emergency room. "I apologize, but the emergency room is a restricted area. Please refrain from entering." Rin Nohara, having fulfilled her wish, watched as her companion was taken into the emergency room of Konoha Hospital, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She willingly accompanied the Umbu to the Hokage's office for a hearing. The news of their return naturally stirred their teacher, Minato Namikaze, as well as their companion, Kakashi Hitaki. Just as Kakashi, fresh from a mission, hurried to the hospital upon receiving the news, he encountered Minato, who had also come to check on the situation. "Sensei, I heard that Obito and Lin have returned. Is it true?" Kakashi inquired cautiously. He harbored a sense of resentment towards Minato, believing that if his teacher had not returned late, Obito would not have been trapped beneath the boulder, losing his life. Moreover, Kakashi despised himself even more for failing to protect his comrades as their captain. "Yes, both Obito and Lin are back. Obito is currently being treated in the hospital. With Lady Tsunade here, there shouldn't be any issues," Minato reassured, gently patting Kakashi's shoulder. "This is all thanks to you for having brought Lady Tsunade back." After losing her beloved, Tsunade had left the village, wandering the world with her apprentice, Shizun. Unbeknownst to them, Tsunade had developed a fear of blood. They mistakenly believed that Tsunade's prowess had saved the injured Liu Yang, who had pierced Kakashi during a mishap. Little did they realize that the true credit belonged to Kato Shizun. The master and apprentice walked silently along the hospital corridor, without uttering a word. Kakashi struggled with his inner turmoil, subtly shifting to allow Minato's hand, resting on his shoulder, to fall awkwardly into the air. "Sensei, what about Lin? Where is she now?" Kakashi pressed urgently. Obito had been trapped under the boulder, leaving a glimmer of hope for survival. But Lin was different. He had personally taken her life. He had witnessed her burial, placing the sunflower upon her chest himself. What was happening? Kakashi was overwhelmed with questions. Minato understood his urgency, but could not divulge the village's secrets. Thus, he could only gently shake his head and sigh. "I do not know this. My knowledge does not exceed yours." Upon hearing this dismissive response, Kakashi stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before striding forward without looking back. He moved swiftly, leaving no opportunity for Minato to explain. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, casting its brilliant golden rays upon the earth. Warm beams of sunlight filtered through the leaves, enveloping Kakashi in a soft golden hue. After a night of hard work, Liu Yang successfully separated the three tails from the Outer Path statue, casting a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan to lull it into slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden task. Activate the Tailed Beast Encyclopedia quest. Ding. Successfully captured the 3 tails, illuminating the 3 tails Ichibi entry in the Tailed Beast Encyclopedia. And received the SSS level ninjutsu, Endless Void. Endless Void. Space ninjutsu, consuming 100 chakra points with each use. Allows the user to tear open rifts in space and store all things within the world. Additional skill, unlimited summoning and sealing of tailed beasts. As long as the host touches the tailed beast and utters the sealing incantation, the sealing process can be executed. The system's cold voice penetrated into Liu Yang's mind. At that moment, the so-called sealing incantation was deeply imprinted within him. Liu Yang looked down at the hexagram totem that had materialized in the palm of his hand, contemplating the faint glow, and he couldn't help but leap with excitement. Wow, system, I misjudged you. You are not at all a scam. In the world of Naruto, there exists a plethora of ninjutsu, including formidable bloodline limits and bloodline elimination techniques. Among them, space ninjutsu stands as the most unique. Few possess the ability to wield space ninjutsu, yet each has left an indelible mark of renown within the ninja world. The familiar mechanical voice ceased to echo in Liu Yang's ears, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling beside him. Realizing that time was of the essence, he hastily stored the body of Madara and the outer path golem, dispelled the golden rain barrier, and set off in the direction of Konoha. Once Obito awakens and sees Rin, his thoughts of world destruction will inevitably crumble, thus naturally fulfilling the task. With this in mind, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy, and he began to hum a cheerful tune. Little did he know, the storm was only just beginning. In the underground interrogation room of Konoha Ninja Village, a dark and damp chamber housed a girl clad in black, her hands bound and suspended from the beams above. The solitary candlestick on the wall held a flickering white candle, its weak flame casting a dim light that shrouded the room in obscurity. On a dilapidated wooden chair sat a middle-aged man, his face lined with deep creases, gazing coldly at the unconscious girl before him. His voice was frigid as he commanded, "Bring me another bucket of water to awaken her. Today, we must extract useful information, no matter the cost." The door creaked open as a young man entered, carrying a bucket of water. Upon seeing the barely conscious girl, he felt a surge of compassion and knelt before the middle-aged man. "Lord Danzo, if we continue this, she will die? Humph, a ninja must be willing to sacrifice themselves. She is already as good as dead. What fear is there in dying once more? I will not allow anyone to harm Konoha." Shimura Danzo remained unmoved, his hands concealed within his voluminous sleeves forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A sharp blast of chakra erupted from his mouth, instantly severing the head of the man pleading for Yahiko's life. The blackened head rolled to Danzo's feet. He abruptly rose from his seat and crushed it underfoot. Members of Root need not harbor emotions. Absolute obedience to my commands and the completion of assigned tasks is all that is required. Take this waste away and awaken this woman, then continue the unfinished interrogation," Danzo stated coldly. "Understood, Lord Danzo." 2 ninjas immediately rushed into the small room upon hearing his words, dragging their recently deceased comrade away. One on the left and one on the right. Shortly thereafter, another member seized a water bucket from the ground and doused the individual hanging from the beam above. A closer inspection would reveal that these figures exhibited an unwavering expression akin to soulless puppets. Liu Yang had just stepped into Konoha, preparing to search for the 3rd Hokage to retrieve Rin, when he unexpectedly received a system notification. "Warning, warning, warning. Important matters are reiterated thrice." Upon hearing the incessant alerts, Liu Yang halted, his heart racing tumultuously. Friendly reminder. The ongoing mission's critical lead, Nohara Rin, is currently enduring inhumane torment, with only 15% of her life remaining. Ding. Should Nohara Rin perish, it will irrevocably foster Uchiha Obito's destructive intentions, leading to mission failure. Mission failure will result in the system deeming the host a failure and initiating the self-destruct protocol. Is this a joke? She should be with the 3rd Hokage. What on earth is the Umbu doing? Liu Yang was seething with anger. Based on his understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would merely confine Rin and confront him. He would never resort to torture. A sudden realization struck him, and he clenched his fists. "I see it now. It must be that scoundrel Danzo stirring up trouble. Humph. Those who dare to harm his people will surely face dire consequences." With this thought, Liu Yang set his sights on the headquarters of Root. Inside the wooden cabin, Shimura Danzo wielded a thick vine whip, relentlessly striking the young girl before him in an attempt to coerce a confession. Tell me, who is your mastermind? Who resurrected you? And what is the purpose of your return? The whip, adorned with cruel barbs, easily tore into Nohara Rin's flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. Liquid dripped down her body. In the dim candlelight, it was impossible to discern whether it was blood or the salt water that had just been poured on her. The intense agony made her convulse involuntarily. It felt as though countless ants were voraciously gnawing at her very marrow. Every cell within her screamed to be torn apart. This sensation surpassed even the anguish of Raikage's lightning piercing her heart. I know nothing, Nohara Rin declared defiantly, biting down on her already mangled lower lip. Danzo was far from satisfied with this response. Gripping the whip tightly, he struck again with fervor. Blood splattered, staining every corner of the room. Let us see how long you can remain obstinate. I have no time to waste here. If you don't speak up, you will meet your end. The whip's cruel barbs sank deep into Rin's flesh, the excruciating pain threatening to shatter her resolve. Useless. Konoha does not need traitors like you. Waves of brutal pain surged over her, and she instinctively writhed, unable to withstand it any longer, unleashing heart-wrenching cries of despair. Faced with Lin's obstinacy, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. He raised the vine whip high, channeling all his strength to lash it towards her. Die! Danzo hissed malevolently. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. In an instant, a golden figure swept past the middle-aged man, stirring a gust of wind, and appeared before Danzo. Amaterasu. The whip never struck. Instead, it ignited with fierce flames in the air. Danzo, taken aback by the sudden black fire, hastily dropped his weapon and stumbled backwards. In the next moment, the whip was reduced to ashes before his very eyes. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. He lifted his gaze to behold the youth cradling Lin. Blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Lu Yong, I knew you were no good. Danzo regarded him without surprise, his resolve only solidifying. He had long declared that such enigmatic individuals must not be allowed to remain. It was all Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault for heeding Minato's slander and insisting on keeping him, thus laying a considerable threat for Konoha. Now that this menace had fallen into his grasp, he aimed to eliminate it. What a pity, he had just missed. But no matter, I shall take your life now. Lu Yong scoffed. He lifted his chin, brushing aside the bangs that obscured his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes brimming with fury. Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo's expression shifted to one of fervent excitement upon seeing those crimson orbs. What a fortunate find. I shall claim these eyes for myself. He closed his eyes, swiftly forming hand signs. Danzo's speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Lu Yang's sight. Amused by Danzo's antics, Lu Yong chuckled softly. He smirked, derisively mocking his opponent's arrogance. Ha ha. You think such trivial skills can affect me? How highly you regard yourself. Countless blades of wind erupted from every corner of the room, hurtling towards the two in the center. Lu Yong chuckled softly, his half-formed Susanoo shielding him from the onslaught of wind blades. Golden patterns shimmered across his eyelids, and a robust chakra surged from every pore of his body, transforming into sharp sunbon that pierced every corner of the room. Senjutsu, Glass Sunbon Massacre. No matter how swift Danzo was, he could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught of sunbon. Within mere moments, his body was riddled with dozens of punctures. Blood oozed from the wounds, dripping onto the floor. Why you? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his chest, plummeting from midair, landing squarely atop a chair he had once occupied. With a thunderous crash, the chair splintered into fragments, the jagged pieces piercing through his skull. Yet even so, his dark eyes remained fixated on the boy before him. Lu Yong gazed at the unblinking corpse of Shimura Danzo, disdainfully spitting at him. He had not anticipated that he would need to eliminate the king of pots so soon. However, fate had deemed it otherwise, leading him to touch upon Danzo's forbidden scales. Initially, Danzo intended to judge Nohara Rin himself, dismissing all his subordinates. Now, upon hearing the commotion, his underlings rushed to the scene. Lord Danzo, the members of Root, witnessing the grim scene within the room, widened their eyes in shock, instinctively drawing their weapons to block the exits. Having slain the old dog Danzo, Lu Yong knew these individuals posed no threat to him. He opened his eyes to reveal a pair of blood-red irises. Alarm bells rang out. Do not gaze into his eyes. Some had sensed something amiss, but it was too late. With a single glance, All the arriving members of the root organization succumbed to a profound slumber, collapsing in disarray upon the ground. Liu Yang understood that these were the elites forcibly gathered by Danzo from various clans. They were unfortunate souls, sent there as children to undergo inhumane training designed to extinguish their emotions. The thought of root selection process filled Liu Yang with sorrow. "I know serving the old dog Danzo was never your true intention," he remarked, as he passed by the fallen bodies with an impassive expression, leaving behind those words. "With Danzo dead, there is no longer a need for root. I grant you a sweet dream, and you may all return to your homes." Having spoken, he departed without a backward glance. Ding. Host has killed Shimura Danzo, liberated the root organization, and eliminated a significant threat to Konohagakure, aligning with the criteria of this dream realization system. Just as Liu Yang exited the headquarters of Root, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears once more. Listening to the system's announcement, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming joy, which was soon amplified by the following messages. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired all elemental chakra natures. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bloodline limit, crystal release. Congratulations, host. You have mastered medical ninjutsu. At a loss for words to describe his current emotions, Liu Yang found himself reduced to a mere exclamation. Wow. This is incredible. With medical ninjutsu maxed out, I can heal Rin. She is saved. Detection indicates host has successfully rescued Nohara Rin, preventing mission failure. Currently inputting life force into Nohara Rin. Ding. Life force is being infused. 6, 7, 8. Beneath Liu Yang's feet, a vast golden formation materialized. Observing this familiar resurrection pattern, he felt a surge of mixed emotions. The life force was alarmingly low at just 5%, had he arrived any later. The implications of what might have transpired were too daunting to contemplate. An estimated 45 minutes remain. Please ensure the host's safety during this period to successfully input life force into Nohara Rin. The heavy weight of anxiety that had long burdened Liu Yang's heart finally lifted. With the system restoring Rin's life force, the outcome could not be more favorable. Contemplating this, he formed hand seals and transported Rin into his endless void. Little did he know, not far from where he vanished, a man with long brown hair and a mask gradually emerged from the void. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to the reports from the Umbu with mounting frustration, slamming his hand on the desk and rising abruptly, his brows furrowed tightly together. "What did you say?" "That rascal Liu Yang has returned to Konoha and has been sighted near Root, alongside the ailing Nohara Rin." "Indeed, Lord Hokage. I was concealed not far from them and witnessed everything clearly," reported the kneeling Moonlight Yuzin. "It was Danzo who dispatched someone to abduct Rin, and Liu Yang stealthily infiltrated and rescued her, unharmed. The most alarming part is that no members of Root pursued them. They came and went freely. It's truly terrifying." Upon hearing these details, Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. Moonlight Yuzin was a direct subordinate of the Hokage, possessing the exceedingly rare bloodline limit of phasing, which allowed him to obtain intelligence without being detected. Hiruzen held a great deal of trust in him. The Umbu had yet to bring Rin to him, and he had suspected something was amiss. However, he never imagined that she had been captured by Danzo. What could he possibly be planning? Truly perplexing, thought the third Hokage to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the pipe from the desk and took a deep drag. "Do not make this information public just yet. Since Liu Yang has returned to Konoha, bring him to me. I wish to meet him in person." The last part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement was drawn out for emphasis. Moonlight Yuzin prepared to use body flicker technique to leave when a crisp voice interrupted his movements. "There's no need. I shall come myself." Before the person arrived, their voice had already filled the room. Both individuals within turned in unison toward the source of the sound. With a resounding crash, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The door, towering at approximately 2 meters, fell simultaneously. And thanks to Moonlight Yuzin's timely intervention, disaster was averted. With a flourish of swordplay, the door was swiftly dismantled into countless splintered pieces. Liu Yang was utterly captivated by the display of swordsmanship, suddenly clinging to the individual's leg and refusing to let go. "Impressive. That move was incredible. Please, brother, take me as your disciple and teach me your sword techniques." In the blink of an eye, the once imposing figure had transformed into an eager admirer, sparkling with admiration. This stark contrast left Moonlight Yuzin utterly bewildered. How outrageous. This is the Hokage's office. You cannot act so recklessly. Brother, I genuinely wish to learn swordsmanship. If you do not accept me as your disciple today, I will not release my grip. As Lu Yang spoke, he agilely climbed onto the man's back, resembling a piece of sticky taffy that clung to Moonlight Yuzin, who found himself unable to shake him off, no matter how hard he tried. Under the moonlight, Yucien had never endured such treatment. His gaze sharpened as he reached for the sword sheath at his waist. The cunning third Hokage sensed the subtle murderous intent emanating from his subordinate and hastily intervened. Yucien, you may leave for now. I shall manage the ensuing matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long plume of smoke. Though he addressed the members of the Yuan Xian's attention was drawn to the figure of Lu Yang behind him. Lu Yang understood that the third Hokage was issuing a warning. Feigning a shiver, he timidly leaped down from behind the man. Honorable third Hokage, I shall take my leave. Finally freed from this troublesome presence, Yucien vanished in an instant. Lu Yang turned his back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, fixating on the spot where the man had just stood. A cryptic smile gracing his lips. Teleportation, swordsmanship, the surname Yucien. What a remarkable coincidence. If I am not mistaken, that was indeed the father of Yucien. In the expansive Hokage office, only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained in his seat, accompanied by the slightly dazed youth. They exchanged silent glances, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. With his hands clasped behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window, inhaling smoke with each breath, while Lu Yang silently observed him. Hiruzen, the longest-serving Hokage in the history of Konoha, bore the marks of time upon him, despite his attempts to conceal them. Lu Yang could still perceive a heavy aura surrounding him, a manifestation of countless spilled blood accumulated over the years. After an indeterminate period, Hiruzen cleared his throat and turned to face Lu Yang. Their eyes met, intertwining in a moment of silence. A gentle smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he softly inquired, "What is your name?" "Lu Yang," Lu as in land, Yang as in sunlight, Lu Yang replied, his tone unremarkable. He understood the third Hokage would undoubtedly have further plans. As expected, soon enough, a tall, stern-looking man materialized behind him. "Let me join the upcoming meeting as well." The newcomer was clad in the traditional Konoha ninja uniform, the long sleeves adorned with a vibrant red fan pattern, and he wore a somewhat worn forehead protector. He exuded an imposing presence. Lu Yang had anticipated this moment. He simply did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, captain of the Konoha Guard, and father of Itachi and Sasuke, had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. His abilities were ominous, and Lu Yang knew without doubt that he was not to be trifled with. Standing beside Lu Yang, Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his piercing gaze scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through him. If looks could kill, Lu Yang would have perished countless times over. Without unnecessary preamble, Uchiha Fugaku cut to the chase. "Speak. What is the story behind the Sharingan you possess?" "I do not recall the Uchiha clan having such an orphan. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan can only be awakened by those who possess their lineage. The mere presence of Kakashi is already enough to cause him distress. Uchiha Fugaku absolutely will not permit any outsiders to possess the bloodline limit of their clan." Lu Yang was taken aback by this sudden interrogation, stumbling backward a few steps. "Uncle, I don't know," he stammered, blinking his innocent large eyes and speaking pitifully. "When I was very young, my father passed away, and it was just my mother and me relying on each other, growing up in the mountains. Until one day, a group of vicious ninjas burst into our home, and my mother died at the hands of their blades while trying to protect me. In my overwhelming rage, I lost control and, astonishingly, ended up killing everyone present." Lu Yang realized he was becoming increasingly skilled at fabricating lies. After all, he was a novelist in his previous life, and such fanciful tales came to him effortlessly. Oh no, perhaps he had drawn some inspiration from Nagato's tragic awakening. He spoke with a voice strained to the brink, tears streaming down his face. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku remained utterly unmoved by his performance. The man's dark eyes were filled with profound skepticism and disdain. Although he was not one to anger easily, he suddenly seized Lu Yang's arm and, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, slammed him against the nearby wall. "Humph, you may deceive others, but not me," Uchiha Fugaku asserted with certainty. Having experienced numerous battles in the ninja world, with countless clansmen losing their lives on the battlefield, there might be a few exceptional cases of survival. For some reason, They may have lost their memories and not returned to the village, continuing their lineage outside. If it were merely an ordinary Sharingan, it could be understood as a descendant of a clan member lost in such circumstances. Yet, this was a Mangekyō. Those eyes of yours must have been stolen from somewhere. Otherwise, how could a 12-year-old possess a Mangekyō? The more Uchiha Fugaku spoke, the more convinced he became, until his voice escalated into a roar. This is bad. He intends to use Jinjutsu on me, Liu Yang thought, instinctively struggling. Uchiha Fugaku restrained him, and in that moment, his black pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. Then, the two tomos shifted into a shuriken-like shape, radiating an aura of death. The boy's eyes widened in shock, as if his very soul had been drained, rendering him utterly dazed and causing his body to slump helplessly to the ground. The Sharingan possesses unparalleled insight. Let me see how you came to possess those eyes, Uchiha Fugaku coldly uttered, retracting his hand and allowing the boy to collapse limply at his feet. The man turned around, nearly colliding with the third Hokage, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. I apologize, Lord Third. I almost bumped into you, Uchiha Fugaku said respectfully. He assumed the Hokage was concerned about Liu Yang's well-being and hastened to explain, Hokage-sama, he merely fell victim to my Jinjutsu. His life is not in danger. In but a few minutes, the truth of the matter would be unveiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded faintly. His foremost concern was not Liu Yang, but rather the Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes harbored the disdain of Konoha's upper echelons, led by Danzo, who perpetually regarded the Uchiha clan as a vessel of malevolence, intent on relegating them to the fringes of the village. Whispers had long circulated regarding the Uchiha's discontent with the village, hinting at a simmering insurrection lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. This intricate web of relations and the undercurrents of tension left Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, in a state of unease, especially with the presence of two pairs of Sharingan eyes. Lord Third, Fugaku declared, as you can see, I have awakened my Mangekyō Sharingan. This pair of eyes was attained in the recent conflict. Uchiha Fugaku was an astute man. His revelation of the Mangekyō Sharingan served not only to ascertain Liu Yang's identity, but also to convey a message to the third Hokage. He was resolute in resisting the coercion of his clan, determined to avoid instigating a coup. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he felt compelled to fight for the restoration of their former glory. No one else is aware of its existence yet. I believe with these eyes, I will better safeguard the stability of the village, he remarked, laden with implication. The third Hokage, while somewhat indecisive and deeply contemplative, grasped the underlying nuances of Fugaku's words and fell into a prolonged silence. The relocation of the Uchiha clan back to the village's heart was not a decision he could unilaterally make. It required a consensus from the higher echelons. He pondered how best to respond. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to first soothe Fugaku's emotions. Fugaku, the Uchiha are a clan of Konoha's glory, bearing the responsibility of protecting the village since the days of Uchiha Madara. Thanks to the vigilance of the police force, our village has remained secure. Your efforts have been greatly appreciated. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku realized that hope was fleeting. He offered a few perfunctory responses before redirecting his gaze to Liu Yang's countenance. The youth's features contorted in anguish, as if he were suffering greatly in a slumber, a crimson droplet trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Fugaku acquired the answer he sought, though it was somewhat unsatisfactory. As the Jinjutsu dissipated, Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes and raised his right hand to wipe the blood from his lips. He had yet to speak when someone seized his hand and led him before the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, Liu Yang speaks no falsehoods. He is indeed an orphan of the Uchiha clan, cast adrift by war. Liu Yang chose not to linger on the ensuing dialogue, which was merely a discussion between the two prominent figures regarding the arrangement of his identity and residence. Uchiha Fugaku's Jinjutsu was unique, capable of revealing both past and future, as well as being rewritten through ocular power. Liu Yang had indeed fallen victim to his illusion, but it was a deliberate act on his part. He feigned being ensnared by the other's control, only to employ a superior Jinjutsu to forcibly overwrite the technique at play. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, the pair of eyes he possessed could be described as the eternal kaleidoscope. Upon realizing that the individual before him was a fellow clansman, endowed with the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was resolute in his determination to protect Liu Yang. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wary of their combined strength, had no choice but to acquiesce. Little one, since you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan, henceforth you shall reside with me for mutual support, Uchiha Fugaku stated, patting the young man's shoulder with as much friendliness as he could muster. His rugged features and robust physique rendered his attempts at a smile rather comical. The 12-year-old boy couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue of Liu Yang's identity and residence had been resolved, and now it was finally time to address Rin. Draped in a red Hokage cloak, Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing that time was of the essence, wasted no words and dove straight into the matter at hand. Liu Yang, according to intelligence relayed by the Umbu, you have employed a unique array to resurrect the deceased Yahiko Rin. Indeed, Liu Yang replied without concealment, nodding in affirmation. Given the number of Umbu who had witnessed the event, any attempt at subterfuge would be futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on, what manner of ability is this? And from whence do you derive such power? Life and death are the immutable laws of existence. Throughout history, no one has ever truly defied fate. Even the ninjutsu master Hashirama Senju, who created a technique akin to this one, merely summoned souls back to the realm of the living. It was not true resurrection. Liu Yang cast a bewildered glance at the third Hokage before shifting his gaze to the clan leader beside him. Noticing the latter's silence, he let out a resigned sigh. What else could he do at this juncture? He could only continue to weave his tale. Shrugging his shoulders, Liu Yang stated, Lord Hokage, this is one of the ocular techniques that my eyes can wield. It can be activated once every 20 years and allows for the resurrection of those who have died within the last 7 days. Indeed, this was far more outrageous than Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi, which could be activated once every 10 years. Liu Yang's technique was effectively doubled. Regardless, the ocular techniques available through the kaleidoscope varied from person to person, and no one could ascertain the veracity of his claims, thus neatly concluding the matter. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left dumbfounded by the boy's words. Caught in the quandary of disbelief, they promptly shifted to the next inquiry. What of Obito? And why were you and Rin present at the rude organization? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his skepticism, firmly believing that few of Liu Yang's words could be taken at face value. Liu Yang understood that both individuals before him were astute minds, and he was eager to rescue Obito, leaving little time to prolong the conversation. Let us strike a bargain, he suggested, stroking his chin while revealing a cryptic smile, a deal that would benefit us all. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, while Uchiha Fugaku, standing in the center of the office, unexpectedly broke into a rare smile. Ha ha ha, I am truly worthy of the Uchiha bloodline, exuding the grace of my ancestors. I find your haughty demeanor quite appealing. He placed his hand upon Liu Yang's shoulder, his face unexpectedly adorned with a look of admiration. Speak, what transaction do you wish to propose to us? Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by this sudden display of kindness. It is worth noting that in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku has always been a stern and unyielding figure. Even Sasuke, in a near-fatal struggle, failed to earn his father's praise. The only man to enjoy such a privilege was the extraordinary genius, Itachi. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato waited outside the operating room for a full 3 hours before the surgery concluded. The door to the operating room creaked open. Several solemn-faced medical ninjas emerged. Pushing the hospital bed, Kakashi, disregarding everything else, hurriedly approached one of the medical ninjas, positioning himself beside the bed. Obito lay upon the bed, his body largely swathed in thick bandages, eyes tightly shut, his breath faint as though it could cease at any moment. Above him, a blood bag hung high, crimson liquid flowing gently through a transparent tube into his shattered chest. Upon seeing this familiar face once more, Kakashi felt a pang of emotion, his breath nearly stilled. Obito, it truly is you. You have not perished and have finally returned. A tide of indescribable sorrow surged within him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Family and friends, step aside. The patient is not yet out of danger and must be transferred to the intensive care unit for observation, declared one of the medical ninjas, shoving Kakashi aside to protect the patient. Time is of the essence. The team moved swiftly, vanishing around the corner with the bed. Kakashi attempted to follow, but a previously silent man stepped forward, blocking his path. Kakashi, do not be so agitated. With Tsunade-sama overseeing, he will be fine, Minato spoke gently, seeking to soothe him. Just then, Tsunade emerged, supported by Shizune. Minato, do not look at me with such eyes, Tsunade admonished, her face set in a serious expression, gesturing towards the silver-haired youth before her. If I recall correctly, he and the lad from earlier are both your disciples, are they not? Indeed, Lady Tsunade, came the reply. Ah, you have truly raised commendable students, she remarked with a heavy emphasis on the word commendable. Leaning down, she whispered something into Shizun's ear, prompting Shizun to bow slightly and head towards the direction the medical personnel had disappeared. At the entrance of the emergency room, only the three of them remained. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, growing increasingly tense. Minato was perplexed by Tsunade's subtle hostility towards his two disciples. Kakashi, ever observant, noted the animosity directed at him. Yet in pursuit of understanding Obito's condition, he deeply bowed before Tsunade. Senpai, may I inquire about Obito's injuries? The tension in the air was palpable. In the eyes of the old and the young, sparks of conflict flickered. Had it not been for Minato's diligent attempts at diffusing the tension, the two might have erupted into a confrontation. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, I hear that the Iral Ramen shop has introduced a new dish at a 50% discount. The hour is late. Shall we not indulge in a meal while conversing? Minato, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow, felt a swell of frustration. As Jiraiya's favored disciple, he did not wish to incur Tsunade's ire unnecessarily, and thus averted his gaze with a stoic expression. Minato, do not concern yourself with that rascal Kakashi. Bring him to the training ground, and I shall personally handle him. Unbeknownst to Minato, the two harbored a private grudge. In his memories, Tsunade had long departed the village, wandering far and wide. 3 days prior, Tsunade had instructed Shizun to prepare a chest brimming with silver bills, ready to embark on a gambling spree at a nearby casino. Kakashi, in a bid to rescue the unfortunate Ryu, sought Tsunade's whereabouts, and after much effort, he unearthed a vital lead, infiltrating the casino. Rumors had swirled that a legendary high-stakes player was arriving, and the patrons were abuzz, devising schemes to extract every last coin from her. Unfortunately, their plans fell squarely into Kakashi's ears. Amidst flashing blades and the stench of blood, Kakashi dealt with the unscrupulous gamblers, binding them together and expelling them from the country, forcing them to vow never to return. While this was undoubtedly a commendable act for Tsunade, whose life revolved around gambling, it was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Teacher Tsunade, you lost to me last time. How can one renege on their debts? Kakashi, ever the provocateur, struck a nerve. Tsunade, already in a foul mood from her failure to heal Obito, bristled at her junior's taunts. Just as she raised her fist, prepared to teach the insolent youth a lesson, Ryu appeared unexpectedly. She halted her motion, and alongside the others, turned her attention to him. Ryu, under the weight of their gazes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely come to check if Obito's surgery had concluded, and upon seeing Tsunade, the answer was abundantly clear. Pardon me, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Please, continue without me. Ryu awkwardly scratched the back of his head and turned to leave. Minato, upon spotting him, felt as though he had found a beacon of hope. With lightning speed, he approached Ryu, concern etched upon his face. Ryu, you arrived just in time. How is your recovery? It must not hinder your normal activities any longer. Ryu had been injured by his own disciple, and Minato felt a profound sense of guilt. Fortunately, he had been saved. Seeing Ryu lively and well brought him some relief. Ryu paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Minato. I am feeling much better. That is a relief, Minato responded with a smile. The events surrounding Ryu's miraculous recovery from the gaping wound in his chest had drawn Tsunade's attention, especially as the third Hokage had ordered the news to be sealed. Though not for those as significant as Tsunade and Minato. Kakashi Hitaki, consider yourself fortunate. Today, I shall spare you. Tsunade released Kakashi's collar, her gaze shifting to the two individuals behind her. Minato, take this lad to my office. I have matters to discuss with both of you. The implication was unmistakable. Kakashi would not be included. Despite his reluctance, Kakashi had no choice but to comply with the command. Leon, unable to bear the sight of his friend in such a disheartened state, leaned closer and whispered into Kakashi's ear, his voice barely audible to their ears alone. Kakashi, hurry to Obito's hospital room. A delightful surprise awaits you. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in confusion. Leon merely gestured for silence, proclaiming, the secret must not be revealed. Tsunade's office is situated in the southwestern corner of the Konoha Hospital, facing north with splendid lighting. Outside the window, rows of cherry blossom trees sway gently in the breeze, their petals dancing through the air like celestial beings scattering flowers, a sight of exquisite beauty. Clad in a deep blue ninja attire, Tsunade stood by the window, her long hair fashioned into a ponytail. A solitary fallen petal drifted through the window, landing gracefully upon her golden locks, vibrant and alluring. She remained silent, her presence commanding attention. As Lu Yang grew increasingly anxious, his legs felt numb from waiting. He rubbed them and softly urged, "Tsunade, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Yet, Tsunade continued to remain silent, intensifying Lu Yang's agitation. Unable to endure any longer, he exclaimed, "Tsunade, I am quite busy and have many matters to attend to. If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave." With a hint of impatience, he waved his hand and turned to exit. At that moment, Tsunade finally reacted, pivoting to face him and smashing her fist through the desk before her. With a thunderous crash, the desk splintered into countless pieces, debris flying in every direction. Lu Yang stumbled back, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Try taking another step outside, Lu Yang." Tsunade's words dripped with challenge. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, quickly masking his fear with a jovial demeanor as he approached her with a sheepish grin. "Tsunade, it was all my fault. I was thoughtless. Please, forgive me." As he spoke, he began to massage her shoulders, his eager demeanor eliciting a hint of enjoyment from Tsunade. With no one else present, she spoke candidly, "Obito's situation is dire, and he requires your assistance in treatment." Lu Yang, nearly choking on his own surprise, replied, "You must be jesting. I have no knowledge of medical ninjutsu. You may deceive others, but not me." Tsunade grasped his wrist, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to penetrate one's soul. Lu Yang shrugged, a faint smile on his lips. "Tsunade, you overestimate me. I am merely an ordinary war orphan. How could I possibly possess medical ninjutsu?" Before he could utter the final words, the irritable Tsunade swiftly used her chakra blade to strip away his upper garments. In that instant, Lu Yang was utterly flabbergasted. "Hey, Grandma Tsunade, this is excessive. I understand my handsome appearance might make it difficult for you to maintain composure. But must you resort to such unscrupulous means as to forcibly remove my clothing? I'm still a minor." As he spoke these cheeky remarks, he instinctively covered his chest. Yet, it was too late. What on earth was happening? Minato was astounded. In a flash, he appeared before Lu Yang, disregarding the boy's protests, and yanked away the hand shielding his chest, exposing his entire upper body to the air. Lu Yang's skin was a healthy shade of wheat. The spot that should have been pierced by Raikiri was flawless, as though the wound had never existed. Minato gazed intently at Lu Yang's chest, searching for any sign of anomaly, even daring to reach out and touch. The skin was warm and elastic, the heart within beating steadily. Vital signs were normal, and the skin appeared entirely unblemished. "Lu Yang, what method did you employ to achieve such recovery?" Tsunade leaned against the chair behind her, arms crossed. Looking down at the youth before her, Lu Yang raised his gaze. From his vantage point, he could clearly see her ample bosom and those long, graceful legs. His throat went dry, and he nearly had a nosebleed. Sensing the boy's gaze, Tsunade lowered her head and delivered a sharp slap. Fortunately, Lu Yang managed to dodge just in time and avoided the brunt of her wrath. Steadying himself, he patted his chest and said, "Grandma Tsunade, would you believe me if I said I possess a modicum of medical ninjutsu? Do not feign ignorance with me. Your injury is beyond the scope of ordinary medical ninjutsu." "And what about Lin? How was she revived?" Tsunade was not swayed by Lu Yang's fanciful claims. As the founder of the village's medical system, she was second to none in her field. No one dared to claim the top spot in medical ninjutsu. Lu Yang, Lin, and Obito, these three youths all shared the same fate, their hearts pierced, injuries irreversible, a single strike proving fatal. Tsunade was genuinely curious about the method Lu Yang had employed. If she could unravel this enigma, it would undoubtedly enable her to save countless lives in the future. However, she lamented, Obito's injuries are far too severe. Even with prior treatment before his arrival, it was all in vain. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to divulge a secret she had never shared with anyone. If I were at my prime, perhaps I could have awakened him. But in my current state, afflicted with hemophobia, I am powerless. "What? Hemophobia, Lady Tsunade?" Minato stood by, unsure of how to react. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Tsunade decided to reveal the truth. In her heart, she deemed Minato a trustworthy ninja, and sharing this with him posed no risk. Thus, Tsunade continued, unveiling more details. "Indeed, After losing Shinjuro, I became severely afflicted with hemophobia. The surgical operation performed by Liu Yang was conducted under the meticulous guidance of Jingying. Wolfeng Shuimin squinted at him. Above Liu Yang's head, a crow flew past, prompting him to inwardly chastise himself for his foolishness in insisting on entering the operating room. Now, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Having reached this point, he resolved to confess. Meanwhile, Kakashi, following the instructions of a medical ninja, located Obito's hospital room. He stood outside for an extended period, adjusting his attire and hairstyle as he gazed at his own reflection in the door, striving to compose his expression. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally pushed open the white door. "Who is it?" A melodious voice pierced Kakashi's eardrums. In the next instant, a fair hand appeared before him, followed by short brown hair, exquisite brows and eyes, a delicate face, and that signature purple pattern. At that moment, Nohara Rin had donned a fresh outfit. Wearing a light purple dress, she giggled upon seeing Kakashi, who stood frozen in a daze. "Kakashi, why are you still standing at the door? Come in. You're not thinking of becoming a door god, are you?" Rin said, playfully pulling Kakashi's hand and leading him into the room. Her sweet smile radiated in the sunlight, casting a gentle halo around her fine strands of hair, resembling a deity. Kakashi found it hard to believe the scene before him. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling the sharp sting of pain. It was then that he confirmed this was no dream, but a reality. The overwhelming joy of having regained something lost rendered the young man unable to contain his emotions. He suddenly embraced Rin's waist, burying his face in her back as tears streamed down his cheeks. "Rin, I'm so sorry. I thought I would never see you again. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. I personally led to the demise of my two comrades. Everything transpired due to my inadequacies. Kakashi, it was not your fault. It was my choice," Rin replied, her body stiffening for a moment. Listening to Kakashi's confession, she gently placed her hand over his, soothing him with tenderness. "That is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Obito would be thrilled to know you came to see him." Indeed, Kakashi obediently released her, wiping away the tears from his face. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Liu Yang. "Apologies for interrupting your heartfelt reunion, but I must ask you both to step aside. I need to perform a technique for Obito," Liu Yang playfully interjected, stepping between the two and draping an arm over each of their shoulders, separating them. His words regarding the technique were articulated with such charisma that they left Kakashi momentarily bewildered. "Technique? Yes, just as I resurrected Rin. I intend to bring Obito back as well. What is happening?" Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at Liu Yang, who was of a similar stature. "Liu Yang, you're not jesting, are you? Rin was revived by you? And you just said you would revive Obito?" "Yes, indeed." Liu Yang nodded confidently. "Lin, please take Kakashi outside. It is sufficient for me to remain here with Granny Tsunade." Originally, Liu Yang intended to leave no one behind, but Tsunade, through a combination of coercion and temptation, promised to bestow upon him the necklace that the first Hokage had gifted her. Who could resist such a temptation? Worth mountains of gold. "Very well, Lord Liu Yang." Rin Nohara acquiesced without a hint of dissent. She grasped the still bewildered Kakashi and departed without a backward glance. After Minato exited, he kindly closed the door behind him. In the entire hospital room, only Liu Yang, Tsunade, and the gravely injured individual remained. Tsunade stood beside the bed, looking down upon him, anxious not to miss a single detail. "Granny Tsunade, I've asked you not to regard me with such a gaze. It's rather unsettling," Liu Yang remarked. "If you are so eager to see, then allow me to demonstrate my exquisite medical ninjutsu." As he spoke, he formed intricate hand seals, channeling chakra from his entire being into his palms, coalescing into a luminous sphere of blue chakra. "Watch closely and don't blink." Palm healing technique. This technique is a profoundly significant form of medical ninjutsu, capable of astonishingly rapid healing regardless of the extent of the injury, relying on the user's meticulous control over chakra. The efficacy of the palm healing technique is entirely contingent upon the practitioner's skill. Liu Yang placed his hands upon Uchiha Obito's chest. Obito was gravely wounded. Even through the thick bandages, Liu Yang could distinctly sense the heart within, riddled with wounds, on the verge of ceasing its rhythm. Ding. Please input life force for the task target. The current life force of the target is merely 5%. 5%. Had he arrived even a moment later, Obito might have met his demise. Liu Yang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. focusing intently as he directed the chakra from his palms into the veins and arteries of the young man, inputting life force into Obito. 6, 7, 8. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Liu Yang's body began to tremble slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Warning: the target's life signs are critically low. Conventional medical ninjutsu cannot fully heal the subject. Through the host's tireless efforts, Uchiha Obito's life force has risen to 35%. Ding, detecting the host's unwavering will, activating the self-healing mechanism, inputting life force into target Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the hospital room was illuminated by a brilliant blue light. Obito's entire body was enveloped in chakra, gradually levitating into the air. Tsunade's gaze was intense, shimmering with fragmented light. Liu Yang, I knew I would not be mistaken about you. Liu Yang, seemingly oblivious, exerted every ounce of his strength to control the overwhelming energy surging forth from the system. He felt the agony within his very core, a searing heat consuming his limbs and bones. The overwhelming surge of energy compelled both Minato and Tsunade, standing by the edge of the bed, to retreat in rapid succession. At that moment, enveloped in chakra, Obito's lips trickled with crimson blood. The striped medical attire he wore, along with the white bandages coiling around his body, shattered under the onslaught of this formidable energy. His skin, scorched by the searing chakra, was left in tatters, revealing charred flesh beneath. Liu Yang's pupils constricted sharply. System, do not betray me now. It must succeed, he silently urged himself. Yet, steeling his resolve, he intensified the input of chakra. Look, the left side of his skin, which was beyond repair, is rapidly regenerating. Tsunade instinctively tugged at the man beside her, overwhelmed with excitement. Minato stood dumbstruck, disbelief etched across his features. What? He can truly heal Obito. Surely, this azure chakra was indeed restoring Obito's shattered vessels and organs to their former state. Tsunade nodded emphatically, a glimmer of admiration growing in her gaze towards the young man. She was acutely aware of the severity of Obito's injuries. Even at her peak, she could not have fully healed him. Some impairment would have remained. Yet now, under Liu Yang's treatment, a miraculous recovery was unfolding. Such medical ninjutsu was unrivaled across the entire ninja world. Excellent. Liu Yang, I hope you can heal my disciple, Minato declared, his fists clenched tightly, filled with hope. Unbeknownst to Liu Yang, the conversation between the two was lost to him. His entire focus was devoted to Obito, leaving him no room to be distracted. The restoration of Obito sparked a flicker of hope within him. The scorching chakra seared his palm, veins bulging across his body, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he persevered. I am on the verge of success. The final 10%, let it surge forth. Liu Yang inhaled deeply, his chakra swelling even more fervently, continuously flowing into Obito's being. Health restoration 95, 96. Before his eyes, the young man's injuries healed at a visible pace. His heart, skin, and left eye. Then, the skin that had been crushed beneath the boulder shed its white remnants, replaced by pristine, flawless new skin. Suddenly, a thunderous noise pierced the air, resonating in everyone's ears. Both Minato and Tsunade looked up in unison. A dark figure erupted from Obito's body, hurtling towards the window. Sensei, Minato. Liu Yang and Tsunade exclaimed in unison, alarmed. In a flash, Minato hurled a kunai towards the window's direction, his form a blur as he pursued. Whoever you are, you shall remain here. You cannot escape. His speed was astonishing. Liu Yang merely perceived a fleeting darkness, and upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the fleeing shadow being tackled to the ground by Minato. In the next moment, a slender, graceful leg descended from the heavens, striking the man on the ground with precision and force. The floor of the ward erupted, creating a gaping hole. Everything around was utterly obliterated by this sudden assault. Liu Yang was taken aback by Tsunade's extraordinary strength. Fortunately, at the last moment, he invoked the golden rain barrier, preventing any interruption in his treatment. Ding! Life implantation has reached 100%. Mission objective, bodily reconstruction complete, successfully out of the danger zone. Please continue your mission to thwart Uchiha Obito's destructive intentions for the world. As the system's voice faded, Liu Yang felt his chakra vanish entirely. His body suspended in midair like a deflated balloon, plummeting downward. The golden rain barrier also vanished without a trace at that moment. It was over. He was done for. Liu Yang lamented that he was about to meet a disastrous fate, only to unexpectedly land in a warm embrace. Upon opening his eyes, a concerned and delicate face came into view. Liu Yang, thank you for everything you've done for me, Lin expressed gratefully, reaching out to wipe the blood from his mouth. Liu Yang awkwardly extracted himself from Lin's embrace, inadvertently catching sight of the blood on her hand, and chuckled bashfully. It's nothing, just a small effort. As long as you are happy. Lin blushed, remaining silent. At that moment, as the dust settled, the two figures previously concealed in the corner finally revealed themselves. Liu Yang turned his head to see a proud white-haired youth, weeping uncontrollably while holding the newly awakened individual close. Obito, I'm so sorry. Kakashi's first words were an apology. Beyond expressing regret, he could conjure no other words. Even though others told him that the death of his comrade was not his fault, he could never forgive himself for his own helplessness. Having just awakened, Uchiha Obito was somewhat bewildered by Kakashi's sudden display of emotion. He pondered how to respond to Kakashi's words, lifting his head slowly to catch sight of Lin standing not far away. Obito's eyes widened in astonishment, a bewildered expression crossing his face as he gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Lin stood there, clad in a purple dress, squinting and smiling gently at him, her expression soft and warm. This scene stirred an indescribable feeling in Obito's heart, a mix of yearning and a bittersweet ache. Am I dead? Lin, no matter what, it's truly wonderful to meet you here in the afterlife. He reached out, longing to grasp her, but was obstructed by Kakashi, who stood nearby. Kakashi's emotions surged and receded swiftly. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye and resumed his usual aloof demeanor, observing his dazed companion. He quipped, Obito, what are you saying? You're alive and well, nothing is wrong. Now, Obito was even more confused. He forcefully pushed Kakashi aside, stepping back several paces, and pinched his own face. It hurt, a sharp, piercing pain. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. Naren greeted with a cheerful hi as she walked over. Of course. I am alive. Look, I am standing right here, she said, grasping Obito's hand and gently caressing her face with it. The warmth and elasticity of her skin sent a wave of softness through Obito's fingertips, causing his heart to race. You are truly Rin, he exclaimed. Indeed. I am, Naren replied, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Ding. Detected Obito Uchiha's desire to annihilate the world is dissipating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission to bring Obito Uchiha back to Konoha and effectively preventing the formation of his world-destroying intentions. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 samples of Hashirama Cell, 10 fire release techniques, 10 lightning release techniques, and 1 slot for a servant of the gods. The system's notifications chimed in succession. Liu Yang gazed at the overflowing rewards within the boundless void, unable to contain his joy. He had known all along that once Obito saw Rin, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. The situation on site was complex, leaving Liu Yang no time to peruse the details of the rewards. Meanwhile, others who had heard the commotion rushed in like a swarm. Not only were there medical ninjas, but also members of the security team dedicated to maintaining village stability. Where are the criminals? Step forward and face your doom. Lady Tsunade, what just happened? Is everyone all right? A chorus of voices echoed. You all arrived rather promptly. I will certainly inform the old man to reward your security team handsomely, Tsunade said, standing up and patting the shoulder of the leading figure, tossing the unconscious Kagaya Black to him. This fellow is in your care. His chakra is peculiar, so investigate his origins thoroughly, and be sure not to let him escape, Tsunade instructed earnestly. Uchiha Yuki, the leader, understood this was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to prove themselves. Despite the clan's awkward position within the village, engaged in the honorable task of maintaining peace. Only a few understood that this was a means to keep them in check since the second Hokage's era. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The security team will fulfill the mission. Yuki expressed her genuine gratitude. She personally apprehended the unconscious Kagaya Black and addressed her companions. I will escort this criminal back for the captain to adjudicate. The rest of you will follow Lady Tsunade's orders to help restore order. After bowing to Tsunade, Yuki took Kagaya Black and exited the scene. The remaining members of the security team stood orderly on either side of the infirmary, awaiting the commands of the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade. With the security team's intervention, order was swiftly restored, and the crowd was dispersed. The damaged office was cordoned off with barriers and posted notices, prohibiting entry until repairs were completed. News of Obito Uchiha's awakening quickly spread throughout every corner of the village. To avert unnecessary troubles, under the strong insistence of Liu Yang, Obito continued to feign a state of severe injury, lying in bed as if stricken with illness. He performed his role to perfection, wrapped in bandages and attached to various tubes, residing in the secluded corner of the Konoha Hospital's intensive care unit, where medical ninjas frequently wheeled in an array of equipment. Naturally restless, Obito found the situation intolerable. Fortunately, he had his companions Rin and Kakashi, who took turns caring for him around the clock, preventing him from spiraling into madness. With a creak, the door to the hospital room swung open. Kakashi, who had just returned from a mission with their teacher Minato, had not even had the time to change his soiled clothes before bringing a packaged bowl of ramen to his comrade. Rin, you should take a break and have something to eat. I'll look after Obito from here, Kakashi stated. He set down the ramen and deftly opened it, serving a bowl to Rin while offering the other to Obito, whose mouth was nearly watering in anticipation. I'm ready to dig in, Obito exclaimed, swiftly accepting the bowl of ramen. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he clasped his hands together and began to indulge in the meal with fervor. Kakashi, where have you been? I was on the brink of starvation. In Obito's eyes, everything here was satisfactory: food, drink, and the company of a goddess. The only downside was the unbearable monotony. Lying here each day was one thing, but the occasional visits from the village's higher-ups were another. He dared not even take a deep breath for fear of revealing his ruse. Being offered food was a minor mercy. The three of them had been under constant surveillance, summoned frequently by various factions for questioning, leaving them utterly exasperated. Liu Yang, seated beside Obito's bed with a tub of instant noodles, slurped loudly. The enticing aroma compelled Obito to swallow hard, making the ramen in his own hands suddenly unappealing. Stop it. You're so impressive. Who could possibly pull you along? Obito rolled his eyes at Liu Yang, subtly leaning in to indulge his craving. However, Liu Yang unexpectedly sprang up, causing Obito to tumble from the bed in a comical display. Towering over him, Liu Yang jested, Obito, I must say, what kind of patient indulges in junk food like this? It must be acknowledged that Liu Yang had a knack for the subtleties of life. With those words, the already perplexed Uchiha Obito became even more despondent. I don't care. You guys are ganging up on me. I'm completely tired of ramen. He rose to lie back on the bed, his eyes glistening as he adopted a woeful expression, as if on the verge of collapsing in despair. I just want to eat instant noodles. Ramen is greasy but hardly unhealthy. I don't care. I want it. Kakashi facepalmed, aware of Obito's usual lack of decorum. Yet he did not anticipate such shamelessness. Liu Yang seemed unfazed by Obito's tantrum, deliberately moving closer and slurping exaggeratedly. This instant noodle is simply divine. All right, Obito. Tomorrow we want to have ramen. I'll bring you a bento. But the condition is that you eat your meal properly now, Rin interjected, hands on her hips, letting out a sigh of resignation. Obito, however, heeded no one's words but Rin's, always compliant to her wishes. Upon hearing that the other party intended to prepare a heartfelt bento for him, his eyes sparkled with excitement, obediently finishing the bowl of instant noodles on the table. Kakashi turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at the shameless youth. Outside the window, a man with golden hair stood on a high branch with arms crossed, observing everything in the hospital room, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. How wonderful it is that you all are still alive. This time, I will exert every effort to ensure that you do not suffer any harm again. After finishing his instant noodles, Liu Yang let out a contented burp. Now possessing the body of a sage, he boasted keen insight, surpassing most sensory-type ninjas. He was already aware of someone monitoring outside the window. However, upon realizing that the individual was the Golden Flash and meant no harm, he chose to disregard it. Having satisfied his hunger, Liu Yang began to unabashedly vent about the troublesome matters he encountered that day. I am truly exasperated by those high-ranking officials, incessantly seeking me out without unifying their stance and actions. Each one insists on questioning me about the matters concerning Obito and Rin. It is utterly tiresome. Especially those two old codgers, Kurama Shikamaru and Mito Gate-in, who target me daily. I have already stated that Danzo's death has nothing to do with me. Yet they persist in holding me accountable. The mere thought of those two ignites a fury within him. In his recollection, they have never accomplished a single good deed apart from their internal strife. They are claimed to be senior advisors of Konoha, direct disciples of the second Hokage. Yet during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Their actions remain a mystery. Kurama Shikamaru, despite being a medical ninja, has never been seen saving anyone. These two, however, frequently conspired with Danzo, often undermining the decisions of the Hokage and participating in the tragic Uchiha massacre. Could it be that you were genuinely that busy? At this moment, Obito finally believed it. Kakashi, who was peeling an apple nearby, could not suppress his curiosity and voiced it. Liu Yang, I am genuinely intrigued. What is your true identity? And why do Lord Hokage and the others expend such effort to protect you? Unbeknownst to the two, the truth surrounding Danzo's demise eluded them. At the time in the Hokage's office, Liu Yang and those two had each made deals, proposing conditions they could never refuse, on the premise that they would allow him to live normally in Konoha. Due to Danzo's nature, he had offended many within the village during his lifetime. However, given his status, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only turn a blind eye, and those below him dared not voice their anger. Now, with this scourge suddenly perishing within the root organization, it undoubtedly aligned with the wishes of many. The news of Shimura Danzo's excessive toil for the village leading to his unfortunate passing swiftly spread to every corner of the village. Members of the root organization, now leaderless, either fell under the Hokage's command as part of the Umbu or returned to their respective homes. When Liu Yang performed Genjutsu on them, he erased any memories of himself and Rin's presence en route. Under the joint guarantee of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, and Minato Namikaze, the entire affair was meticulously concealed. What identity can I claim but that of an ordinary war orphan? Liu Yang snatched a freshly peeled apple from Kakashi and took a generous bite. It is worth noting that the four of us are indeed akin to lost siblings, sharing the same age and the tragic fate of having lost our parents to the ravages of war. In these tumultuous times, merely surviving is a blessing. Pondering over other matters is futile. For individuals, yet we cannot muster a single pair of parents. Truly, nothing could be more tragic than this. Liu Yang gazed at them with a tinge of melancholy, his heart heavy with emotions. The other three, unsurprisingly, bowed their heads in silence. Indeed, Liu Yang's words rang true. In such chaotic times, living on is the greatest fortune. Who would dare to hope for more? Observing the three young ones wearing expressions of existential doubt, Liu Yang realized he might have overstepped. He scratched the back of his head and offered an awkward smile. Apologies for stirring up painful memories. Let us think of something cheerful instead. Today, the third Hokage mentioned that once Obito recovers and is discharged from the hospital, the four of us can commence our missions. Obito, Kakashi, Rin. The trio widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom his words. Obito, fearing he had misheard, sought confirmation. Really? The four of us? Indeed. Liu Yang affirmed with a nod. From now on, we shall form a small team, with Kakashi as our captain. Obito, Rin, and I will be the team members. As for Sensei Minato, he has more pressing duties and likely will not join us in the field. They expressed their understanding of his words. The illustrious Namikaze Minato, a formidable force within the Hidden Leaf village, had just emerged from a recent war, leaving the village weakened and vulnerable to the predatory eyes of other ninja villages, which had never abandoned their plans for the destruction of Konoha. It was precisely because Rin had been implanted with the three tails by the Mist Ninja in an attempt to annihilate Konoha that led to subsequent events, which Kakashi and Obito were reluctant to revisit. The clock on the wall indicated 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Liu Yang recalled his recent agreement with Tsunade and rose to speak. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At this moment, a thought struck him, and he turned to the youth in the hospital bed, earnestly advising him. Obito, remain here and do not wander about. The happiness of the entire village depends on you. I know, just go already, Obito replied, somewhat dejected. Having cared for Obito all morning, Rin decided to accompany Liu Yang as they departed together. Obito watched the two leave, his eyes seething with jealousy. Instead of heading directly to the rendezvous with Tsunade, Liu Yang took Rin to a secluded corner beforehand. He halted, disregarding the individual who had inadvertently bumped into him from behind. With swift hand seals, he activated the Golden Rain Barrier. Now, we shall not be disturbed, Liu Yang murmured. Rin, I have fulfilled your wish. It is now time for you to honor your promise. I understand, Rin replied, gazing at the young man before her, who stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, her tone resolute. Liu Yang was quite pleased with Lin's response. He turned to the girl clad in a black combat suit, her face adorned with purple markings, and extended his hand. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Are you willing to become my divine servant? A divine servant, as the name implies, is to be a follower of the deity, in other words, to become one who remains by Liu Yang's side throughout his life. The advantage of becoming a divine servant is the sharing of the host's life. If the host does not perish, the soul of the divine servant remains eternal. Given that Liu Yang himself possesses immortality, Lin sharing his life means they could live together for all eternity. Great God, I am willing. Yiyuan Lin grasped his hand without hesitation. I am ready to dedicate everything to you and remain by your side. Liu Yang chuckled softly. He tightened his grip on Lin's hand, channeling all his chakra, and a colossal golden sigil appeared beneath their feet. Their bodies levitated slowly, their feet gently leaving the ground. Liu Yang's chakra began to flow through the medium of his palm, gradually infusing Lin's body. Yiyuan Lin felt her being filled with boundless power. However, this sudden surge of strength rendered her exceedingly restless, causing the chakra within her to simmer. Lord Liu Yang, this is... Hush, do not speak, Liu Yang gently interrupted her. At his admonition, Yiyuan Lin fell silent. She obediently closed her eyes, clearing her mind, and surrendered to the warm, potent energy enveloping her. The sigil beneath their feet radiated brilliantly, ultimately converging into two beams of light that surged into Lin's forehead and palm. In the next moment, the sigil dissipated, while a golden totem emerged on her forehead and palm simultaneously. The phoenix takes flight. This was the mark he had inscribed upon her. The ritual concluded, their bodies descended gracefully to the ground. Liu Yang's lips curled into a smile as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Lin, the ritual is complete. From this moment forth, you are my divine servant. In all lifetimes, you shall follow me. As long as I remain unvanquished, you shall never fade. He added, moreover, do not disclose my identity or our relationship to anyone, including Kakashi and Obito. Yiyuan Lin replied, I understand. I shall not disappoint the great god. She gazed at the mark upon her palm, unable to quell her astonishment. Everything felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. The great god had resurrected her and bestowed upon her unparalleled power. Noticing her daze, Liu Yang playfully pinched her delicate nose. What are you pondering, Lin? Oh, nothing, Yiyuan Lin stammered, lowering her head in fluster. Liu Yang chuckled and shook his head. Her demeanor was simply adorable. He gently lifted her chin, suddenly recalling something, and his fingertip brushed against the mark on her forehead, revealing his crimson eyes. Lin, I shall now impart the secrets of medical ninjutsu to you through illusion. I hope you can acquire the skills to assist me in altering the destinies of many. In this moment, the soul of Nohara Rin seems to have been drained. The golden mark upon her forehead radiates a faint luminescence, while her amber-like eyes shimmer with a delicate golden hue. She nods in a manner that suggests understanding, then succumbs to a profound slumber. Liu Yang gazes at the serene visage cradled in his arms, revealing a tender smile that even he himself is unaware of. He dispels the golden rain barrier and gently places Rin on a conspicuous bench by the roadside, lifting his gaze towards the roof obscured by the leaves not far away. He knows that soon someone will come to retrieve her. With this thought, Liu Yang sets off towards his next destination, the training ground. Tsunade stands with her hands clasped behind her back, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. She is clad in a long green coat with black trimmings, a striking gambling symbol emblazoned on the back, her long golden hair cascading into twin ponytails that rest naturally behind her. Even from behind, one can sense her unparalleled grace. Grandma Tsunade, I apologize for my tardiness. Have you been waiting long? Liu Yang approaches her with a cheerful smile. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, yet reality does not align with Liu Yang's expectations. Tsunade turns, glaring coldly at him, and before he can respond, her chakra-charged fist crashes violently into his chest. Susanoo. At this critical moment, Liu Yang activates his Sharingan, summoning a portion of Susanoo to shield his chest, barely deflecting Tsunade's onslaught. Grandma Tsunade, have you consumed explosives today? Let us converse calmly, no need for such aggression. How dare you say that? Tsunade's eyes ignite with fury. Look how late you are. I've been waiting here for a whole half hour, and now I'll miss tonight's drinking party. Tsunade, who has a penchant for gambling, is equally fond of alcohol. Having returned to Konoha after a long absence, her old friends are eager to treat her to meals, drinks, and heartfelt conversations. Nothing else matters as much as the prospect of free drinks. This little rascal's tardiness has cost her a guaranteed evening of enjoyment. Grandma Tsunade, you can't blame me. An elderly lady needed help crossing the road, and I carried her over, which is why I arrived late. Lu Yong laments, his eyes brimming with tears. Tsunade, in her fury, pays no heed to his excuses. Bam! 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 Several more punches rained down upon his golden armor. Each powerful strike sends ripples of sound reverberating in the air, revealing cracks upon Susanoo. Lu Yong realizes the gravity of the situation. He retreats hastily, but it is too late. With a thunderous roar, the steel-like Susanoo shatters, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanish into the air. Lu Yong understands that Tsunade is serious this time. A glint of determination flashes in his eyes. Grandma Tsunade, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, he declares, his hands swiftly forming seals as he conjures a colossal fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball surged forward with ferocity, aimed directly at Tsunade's face. Unfazed by Lu Yang's counterattack, Tsunade let out a cold huff and nimbly rolled to the side, evading the assault with perfect precision. She crouched low, her left palm pressed against the scorched ground, her interest piqued by the charred expanse before her. Lu Yong was not about to grant her a moment of respite. He unleashed another Barank fire release in her direction. Fire release, red camellia claw. Fiery flames enveloped dozens of shurikens, swirling gracefully in the air like a cluster of stunning camellias, dazzling to behold. Grandma Tsunade, your monstrous strength has certainly taken me by surprise. However, you are ultimately a close combat ninja, and I am eager to see how you will respond to this attack. Lu Yang's gaze lingered on her, intent on capturing every nuance of her expression. Tsunade remained still, casting a bemused glance at the impudent youth who dared to provoke her. Humph, to think a mere B-rank technique could ensnare me is rather naive. In an instant, she gathered chakra beneath her feet and forcefully stomped the ground, erecting a dense barrier of rubble. The fire-encased shurikens lodged themselves into the stones. Lu Yong, of course, did not expect to restrain one of the legendary Sannin with such a maneuver. Seizing the fleeting moment of her defense, he stealthily concealed himself among the shurikens, suddenly revealing himself as he shattered the stone barrier before him. Grandma Tsunade, this time victory is mine. A sharp kunai hurtled towards her. Even with her wealth of combat experience, Tsunade found herself momentarily startled. Yet she quickly regained her composure, biting her thumb forcefully and drawing a crimson line across her hand. The urgency of the situation demanded swift action. Her hands flew into a series of seals. Lu Yong's Sharingan clearly discerned the remnants of her hand signs. Realizing she intended to summon a slug, instinctively retreating a few steps. As anticipated, Tsunade slapped her palm downward. Summoning technique. With a commanding shout, a black seal emerged from the ground, and a colossal summoning beast materialized before him. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! You have a new mission. Cure Tsunade's hemophobia, dispel the shadows in her heart, and encourage her to remain in Konoha to advance the village's medical system. Just as intended. Listening to the system's newly issued task and gazing at the overwhelming summoning beast ahead, Lu Yong bore an expression of resolute determination. He had discerned the patterns behind the tasks issued by the Divine Dream System, which were fundamentally related to his aspirations or the forthcoming main storyline. As long as he adhered to the rules of the Dream System, whether or not the task was officially assigned, he could potentially reap substantial rewards. Just as eliminating Danzo had liberated him from his burdens, so too would healing Tsunade's hemophobia. Without further ado, Lu Yong enveloped himself in golden chakra, rising as a massive golden giant. The two titanic figures exchanged gazes, the slug observing the unprecedented Susanoo before it with a hint of surprise. Lady Tsunade, who is this young man? How can someone so youthful wield such advanced ocular techniques? He has lived for many years, renowned as a prodigy within the ninja world, and I have encountered many like him. However, it is my first time witnessing someone so young capable of summoning Susanoo. In the memories of the slug, the last ninja to possess such ocular prowess was Uchiha Madara, who perished long ago in the Valley of the End. Oh, it's nothing more than a war orphan with a bit of talent, Tsunade remarked with a sense of ennui. Their conversation reached Lu Yong's ears as he stood within the diamond-shaped mark on the forehead of Susanoo, surveying them from his elevated position. Tsunade suffers from a severe hemophobia. The sight of blood, whether from others or herself, instills a primal terror within her soul. To prevent an episode, she refrained from glancing at her hand as she bit her finger. Upon the emergence of the slug, it immediately split, covering her wounds. Observing Tsunade, Arms crossed yet exuding authority, alongside the bandages wrapped around her arms, Liu Yang swiftly comprehended the situation. Grandma Tsunade, as you age, it's unwise to force yourself into battle. Losing to your junior would tarnish the reputation of the legendary Sannin. Liu Yang's words were not mere bravado. Had it been Tsunade at her prime, he might have felt some trepidation. However, the current Tsunade was far from his match. This was a form of provocation. After all, she was his elder, and given his prior tardiness, he felt it inappropriate to strike first. Yet, should she make the first move, that would change everything. Tsunade could not abide anyone mentioning her age, and Liu Yang's words immediately riled her. Slug, she commanded. The summoning beast beneath her obediently expelled a torrent of thick, yellow acidic fluid. The corrosive nature of this acid was formidable. Merely a drop would swiftly dissolve any armor it touched. Liu Yang shivered and maneuvered the golden giant to evade swiftly. The slug was not to be underestimated. The successive acid attacks pounded the ground, creating numerous shallow craters. Liu Yang, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why do you now scurry about like a turtle retreating into its shell? Tsunade stood tall atop the slug, arms crossed, mercilessly mocking him. Liu Yang remained silent, continuing to evade in his own rhythm. Suddenly, he halted, forming intricate hand seals, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lightning release, lightning pillar. The heavens darkened, a colossal vortex materializing above the arena. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning crackled fiercely. In an instant, a massive lightning pillar descended, crashing toward the slug's position. Slug, return. Tsunade's pupils widened as she hurriedly dispelled the summoning technique, sprinting with all her might in the opposite direction. The lightning pillar drew nearer, and she realized she could not escape its wrath. She clenched her teeth, her fists crashing down to sever a sturdy tree, exerting all her strength to lift it and shield herself from behind. A thunderous roar echoed, creating a colossal crater over 5 meters in diameter where Tsunade had just stood. Thick smoke billowed, and soil erupted, obscuring the reality within. It was time to ensnare her. With a swift hand gesture, Raiden, six-pointed Thunder Prison, was summoned. Liu Yang once again formed a hand seal. A sudden flash of blue light erupted from his previous position, soaring skyward. It harmonized with the rumbling lightning above, forming a hexagonal blue barrier that enveloped everything around. Collect, Liu Yang commanded, his palm clenched tightly. The blue luminescence contracted at a visible pace, becoming ever smaller as it passed through his form, adhering closely to Tsunade. Inside the barrier, Tsunade's garments were stained crimson with blood. She hunched, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with dread. At this moment, Tsunade had completely lost her combat ability. The earlier lightning strike was intended to injure her, preventing her from utilizing her regeneration abilities. Even if the barrier were to be dispelled now, escape would be impossible. Tsunade, my apologies for being a bit heavy-handed. However, without such measures, I could not cure you, Liu Yang said softly, approaching her. He extended his hand, while simultaneously, an invisible force within the barrier lifted Tsunade's chin, compelling her gaze to meet his blood-red eyes. Tsunade, please bear with me. If you endure this moment, you shall no longer fear in the future. Illusion. As Liu Yang's voice fell, a sinister expression appeared on the face of the person within the barrier. Before her eyes was an endless forest, torrential rain sweeping everything in its path. Tsunade stared blankly at her reflection in the puddle, disoriented. She transformed back into her youthful self, clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja. Not far from her lay a young man drenched in blood, and Tsunade recognized him instantly, rushing towards him. Stop! Stop the bleeding, please. At that moment, it felt as though she had returned to that fateful rainy night. Tsunade fought against her fear, attempting to control her chakra to staunch his bleeding. Yet, her trembling hands could not contain the gushing blood from the gaping wounds. Tsunade, cease your efforts. He is already gone, a deep sigh echoed in her ears. No, I can save him. Tsunade desperately covered her ears. The rain fell heavily, water streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the gradually cooling body beneath her. She collapsed over the young man, breaking down in tears, unable to discern whether the droplets were tears or rain. The scene shifted, engulfed in a fierce blaze. Amidst the flickering flames, a 12-year-old boy, swaying unsteadily, approached Tsunade. With each step he took, he could not help but cough up a copious amount of blood. He extended his hand, his eyes filled with a profound sense of despair. Sister, save me. I have yet to become Hokage, I do not wish to die." Shizun shouted fervently. She rushed over and embraced her brother tightly. However, the clammy sensation made her acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. As she lowered her gaze to scrutinize her surroundings, a wave of terror washed over her as she realized that his body had been hollowed out by an unknown assailant. "Shinju, it is all my fault. Please do not abandon me." Shizun's spirit shattered in that moment. Overcome with anguish, she collapsed to the ground, her throat seizing as a warm torrent of blood surged forth. Liu Yang observed intently as Shizun lay in a deep slumber, her face a canvas of shifting emotions, his own heart racing in response. "Grandma Tsunade, do not blame my ruthlessness. It is all for the sake of rekindling your spirit. They say that the heart's affliction must be cured by the heart itself." Liu Yang's strategy was to first dismantle her fears before rebuilding her strength. Only by conquering her nightmares and shattering her deepest fears could she truly overcome her hemophobia. The greatest torment in Tsunade's heart stemmed from the loss of her beloved, Dankado, and her brother, Shinju. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for fate and war, which had robbed her of her two most cherished ones. She also loathed herself for her inability to save them. Hemophobia became her refuge from reality. "Grandma Tsunade, I have paid a great price to help you recover." Leaning against a nearby pit, he absent-mindedly chewed on a piece of grass, reflecting on his own lost vision. Izanami is the technique that determines fate. As long as one can awaken from the cycle of reincarnation, they can dispel their hemophobia. "Grandma Tsunade, you can certainly do it," he thought to himself. Liu Yang had never doubted Tsunade's ability to emerge from this darkness. After all, in the world of Naruto, she was a legendary figure, not merely one of the legendary Sannin, but a pioneer of a systematic medical framework, ensuring that every task force included a medical ninja, significantly reducing casualties. Eventually, she became the only female Hokage in history, making crucial contributions during the battle against Pain's invasion of Konoha. She was an idol for countless kunoichi, the very person many aspired to become. Yet, emerging from one's struggles is one matter. The duration of that journey is another entirely. As the sun dipped in the west, Liu Yang, stationed nearby, felt his stomach rumble audibly. Man is iron, food is steel. Observing the individual within the barrier, he surmised that they would not awaken anytime soon. He wandered into the nearby woods, gathering materials to construct a barbecue grill. Furthermore, he retrieved several fresh fish and pre-prepared seasoning from the endless void. The space-time ninjutsu was indeed convenient, allowing for barbecuing at any time and place, and essential for home and travel. No wonder Obito used to stash everything within Kimui. It was incredibly convenient. Skillfully, he utilized a chakra scalpel to remove the fish's entrails and scrape off their countless scales. Once again, he retrieved a bucket of water from the endless void, cleansing it thoroughly. He then draped it over a branch, coated it with barbecue seasoning, and positioned it atop a pile of wood. Having completed these preparations, Liu Yang brushed off the dust from his hands and formed a series of hand seals. Fire style, fireball technique. A roaring fireball erupted from his mouth, igniting the dry kindling and crackling in the air. This sequence of impressive maneuvers left the hidden members observing him from a distance utterly astonished, prompting them to give him a thumbs up. Liu Yang, seemingly oblivious, comfortably settled cross-legged nearby, delighting in the process of grilling fish, while remaining vigilant to the movements of the person imprisoned within the Thunder Prison. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled fish, a scent that caused the hungry hidden members to unconsciously swallow. "No, I am still on a mission. I must resist," he repeatedly reminded himself. Liu Yang chuckled softly, picking up a freshly grilled fish and taking a large bite, deliberately displaying a provocative grin towards the depths of the forest. "Let us see how long you can hold out." The waiting was tedious and prolonged. Liu Yang consumed 2 fish to satiate his hunger, yet he did not cease. He continued to prepare another fish. By this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The dark night enveloped the earth, with twinkling stars unable to conceal the luminous crescent moon on the horizon. How beautiful, Liu Yang mused, reflecting on how long it had been since he had witnessed such a splendid night. The area where he resided was increasingly polluted, shrouded in smog, obscuring the true color of the sky and rendering such a magnificent night scene a distant memory. With practice comes mastery. At this point, Liu Yang's fish grilling skills had reached an exceptional level. In no time, he had prepared another fish. He removed it from the grill, inhaling deeply with satisfaction, and gave a thumbs up. Subsequently, he raised the grilled fish and shouted into the depths of the forest, "Hey, hidden brother over there. Aren't you hungry so late at night? I happened to grill an extra fish. Come out and share it with me." No response came as he had anticipated. But Liu Yang was undeterred, growing even more emboldened. He waved his hand, fanning the fragrant aroma of the grilled fish, hoping it would travel far and wide. "Wow, this grilled fish is so delectable. Too bad I can't eat anymore. If no one comes to eat it, I'll have no choice but to toss it away and let it become fertilizer beneath this training ground," he lamented, feigning regret without a second thought. The hidden member, arms crossed and sword in hand, shot the young man an exasperated glance. As a ninja, one must endure what others cannot. He was currently executing a mission assigned by the Hokage. With this thought, he retrieved 2 soldier pills from his leg pouch, expressionless as he popped them into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The objective of the task has been accomplished. Tsunade has successfully vanquished her inner demons and discovered the purpose of her life, overcoming her fear of blood and deciding to remain in Konohagakure. A notification chimes, congratulating the host for acquiring the water release technique, 10 drops of Tsunade's heart's essence, and the multiple shadow clone technique. By utilizing Tsunade's heart's essence, one can replicate her incredible strength. However, it should be noted that this power can only be harnessed for 3 minutes at a time and will only manifest at 80% of its original capacity. The rewards for this task have been distributed, with hopes for continued diligence in future endeavors. Liu Yang felt an overwhelming joy. It is well known that Tsunade possesses terrifying strength, capable of shattering Susanoo with a single punch. 80% of her strength is more than sufficient. Yet, what truly matters is that Tsunade has been fully revitalized, returning to her prime. This is wonderful news. Her willingness to stay in Konohagakure brings only benefits with no drawbacks. Liu Yang leaped in excitement, completely oblivious to the watchful eyes observing his every move. The war had only just concluded, leaving the situation still tumultuous, with the 5 great nations, each vying for their own interests, prepared to resort to any means necessary. In the Konoha hospital, many comrades lay wounded and yet to recover from the battle. Casualties still occurred due to ongoing missions, with many regrets from the Hokage stemming from the untimely deaths of iconic characters. With Tsunade present, all these issues would soon find resolution. "Hey, what mischief are you speaking of now?" A crisp female voice shattered the oppressive silence. Liu Yang turned to the source of the voice, only to find the woman, previously sealed within the 6 paths of thunder, had awakened. She raised her hand and struck the blue barrier with tremendous force. In the next moment, the barrier shattered into pieces. Sealing technique, released. Ninjutsu, creation rebirth. The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead glimmered with a faint light. As the mark vanished, several black streaks radiated outward from the point where the diamond had been, covering her entire body. Simultaneously, her wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. "The 100 healing technique," Liu Yang exclaimed. Although he understood that this was Tsunade's unique forbidden technique, witnessing her grievous wounds disappear in mere seconds left him in awe. Tsunade elegantly lifted her long, beautiful leg and leisurely approached the nearby campfire. The sound of her 10-centimeter high heels echoing against the ground resonated in the stillness of the night, becoming increasingly crisp. Upon seeing her icy visage, Liu Yang recalled the scenario he had scripted for her within the realm of Izanami and instinctively felt the urge to flee. "Liu Yang, you dare to torment me within the illusion, yet lack the courage to face the consequences?" Tsunade scoffed. "If you dare to run, I'll ensure you regret it." She cracked her stiff wrist, producing a sharp, clear sound. Liu Yang, startled by the intimidating presence, quickly abandoned the notion of fleeing. "How could you think such a thing?" "Granny Tsunade." "Oh no, beautiful sister. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare." The youth immediately donned a sycophantic smile, eagerly offering her a fragrant roasted fish. "I did this all for your sake. Look, I prepared fish for you to enjoy as soon as you woke up." A true gentleman can bend and stretch. He was not fearful of Tsunade. Rather, he was simply showing respect for his elders and compassion for the young. "You certainly have a silver tongue," Tsunade remarked, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile. She had no intention of continuing to scold Liu Yang. Although she had endured unspeakable pain in the illusion earlier, it was all for her own benefit. Now, having vanquished her inner demons and cured her hemophobia, she felt a sense of gratitude towards the boy before her. "Since you are so agreeable, I will reluctantly spare your life." However, you haven't poisoned this fish. Have you? Rest assured, it's completely natural and harmless, Lu Yang replied, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. A flock of crows flew overhead. The boy's words were quite amusing. Who in the world could poison her? She was a formidable person who had survived being cleaved in two. With Lu Yang's assurance, Tsunade felt at ease. She crossed her legs, disregarding the filthy ground, and sat down to indulge in her meal. To be honest, the roasted fish was quite delectable. Is there any more? Bring me a few more pieces, Tsunade commanded without mercy. Fortunately, the food was not without its price. She unfastened a necklace from around her neck and tossed it into the boy's hands. I am a person of my word. Since you have cured my hemophobia, this original necklace shall belong to you. One must admit, completing this task had proven to be quite arduous for Tsunade. The process dragged from noon until deep into the night, and she could have easily lost her life in the endeavor. Moreover, Lu Yang had not only fulfilled Tsunade's request by reviving the unconscious Obito, but had also resolved his hemophobia. Thus, she was finally willing to part with the necklace. Though she thought this, she still received it with utmost respect. Yes, thank you for your generous sacrifice in bestowing this necklace upon me, Lu Yang said gratefully. This legendary necklace was said to bring misfortune to anyone who wore it. Undeterred by such superstition, he was determined to take on the challenge. As he accepted the necklace, he immediately placed it around his own neck. The silver moonlight cascaded upon the jade stone, refracting an unusual glow. Tsunade had not even had the chance to eat during lunch while waiting for him, and now, after such a long time, she was famished. That small fish, barely the size of her palm, was hardly sufficient to satisfy her hunger. After a few quick bites, she impatiently urged, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get me something to eat," or else Tsunade tightened her fist, her face a mask of threat. Lu Yang, disinterested in provoking her, obediently replied, Yes. I will get it for you right away." He swiftly formed hand seals. "This morning, I emptied the entire bucket of fish I caught. Just as I had anticipated, I could consume as much as I desired, and you, Granny Tsunade, should patiently await my return, for there is an abundance of fish." Lu Yang chuckled softly. Employing the shadow clone technique to create 5 clones, each diligently engaged in their tasks. With the assistance of these clones, the progress of grilling the fish accelerated remarkably. Before long, a generous quantity was grilled to perfection. While waiting for Tsunade, Lu Yang had already indulged in a round of fish, and at present, he found himself unable to eat much more. He cast a glance at the individual beside him, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. Seizing a bamboo skewer from the ground and flicking it backward with force, a sharp whoosh cut through the air, startling the figure concealed within the woods. The skewer, infused with chakra, embedded itself firmly in a nearby branch, narrowly missing the individual's head. The sudden commotion startled the birds perched in the trees, causing them to flutter away with a cacophony of wings. Yu Guang Yuxian paused, breath caught in her throat, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld the golden-haired woman who had just been seated under the moonlight, enjoying fish, now unexpectedly standing before her. "Yu Guang Yuxian, having gazed upon us for so long, I command you to join us for a meal," she declared, her expression partially obscured by the unique mask of the Umbu. Recognized instantly by the legendary Sannin, Yuxian felt a wave of discomfort and constraint wash over him. He considered drawing his blade, but found himself unable to do so under the weight of her icy gaze. The pressure on his shoulder, held firmly by Tsunade, felt unbearably heavy, instilling within him a foreboding sense that any movement on his part would result in her shattering his bones. Tsunade was acutely aware of his thoughts. With a disinterested bite of fish, she spoke the most menacing words in the calmest tone. "Do not even think of resisting, for I cannot guarantee that every bone in your body will remain intact. Rest assured, even if you perish, I can bring you back." A shiver coursed through Yuxian's body. His spine chilled, as though he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. Noticing his hesitation, Tsunade added, "If that old man seeks you out for retribution, simply inform him that I compelled you." Tsunade felt exasperated. These Umbu were commendable in many respects, yet their inability to think independently was a significant flaw. They were solely devoted to absolute obedience, as per the third Hokage's instructions. "Lady Tsunade," Yuxian managed to utter, struggling to form the words. He wished to refuse, but she offered him no opportunity, dragging him away instead. "Your incessant chatter will only delay my meal. This is settled. You will accompany us for dinner." Reluctantly, Yuxian surrendered to the circumstances. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin had not seen Lu Yong return since their separation at noon, and her worry grew unbearable. Lord Lu Yong, where are you? Have you eaten? Lin gazed up at the moon in the sky, silently praying. Perhaps a telepathic connection was at play. As the phoenix totem in her hand began to respond, a faint glimmer, visible only to her, illuminated the path ahead, guiding her toward the training ground. Unbeknownst to her, a shadowy figure in the water also emerged and followed in her wake. At the training ground, Tsunade, who had just escaped the insatiable hunger of Izanami, and the ravenous Umbu, Yukikes, sat beside a large pit, indulging in their feast. They devoured skewers of food as if they were starved wretches, consuming one after another. Even with 5 clones of Lu Yong joining the fray, they could not withstand the relentless appetite of these 2 gluttons. Are you 2 being overly dramatic? Do you act like you've never tasted fish in your lives? One of the clones gasped, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Exhausted, he barely managed to utter these words before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Had it not been for the main body catching the ungrilled skewers in time, an entire fish would have plummeted to the ground. The principle of the multi-shadow clone technique involves evenly distributing one's chakra, with all sensations experienced by the clones returning to the original body upon dispelling, including fatigue. Hey, you 2 powerhouses. Could you take a break from eating and lend a hand? Lu Yong, nearly collapsing onto the ground, exclaimed, having neglected the cooking time. A burnt odor suddenly wafted from the large fish he was grilling. Tsunade initially hesitated to assist him, believing that it was natural for juniors to care for their seniors in such moments. However, fearing that the largest fish in the area might be ruined under Lu Yang's care, she quickly wiped her mouth and took the skewer from his hands. All right, don't say I'm being unfair to you. Once this skewer is done, you can eat first, Tsunade declared with bravado. Lu Yong shot her an incredulous glance, realizing she had just revealed her kindness, as if concerned others might not recognize it. In the midst of their silent standoff, a clone assigned to fetch wine for Tsunade bounded back, accompanied by a girl with short, purple-striped hair. Lu Yong, there you are? I've been searching for you. Lin called out, spotting him amidst the crowd and hurriedly making her way over. Lu Yang's face lit up with surprise upon seeing her, but his expression soured as he noticed the ominous shadows that accompanied her. Lin, be careful, he warned. Humph, even if we've been discovered, it's too late now, sneered one of the incoming ninjas, revealing their shuriken with a sinister tone. Fury surged within Lu Yong as he clenched his fists. To make matters worse, the clone returning with the wine was struck by a shuriken from behind, vanishing into thin air. The main body and the 2 powerful figures were too far from Lin to intervene effectively. As the shuriken drew closer, poised to strike the girl's delicate neck, the foreign ninjas wore triumphant smiles. Lin, quickly, get out of the way. The 3 by the bonfire held their breath, their hearts racing in trepidation. Little did they know the young girl before me suddenly turned around, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. If she wished to take my life, it would not be so easy. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Lin wielded a chakra scalpel, effortlessly severing the cold weapon that approached her. She had long been aware of the presence following her. She had deliberately lured them here, knowing she lacked the strength to eliminate them all. However, Lord Lu Yong was different. He was a being of supreme divinity. Moreover, Lady Tsunade and the Umbu of Konoha were also present. The faces of several ninjas paled in realization, yet despite the peril, they charged forward resolutely. Water release, water dragon bullet. One ninja formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water, conjuring a massive water dragon that lunged at the girl before him. With a resounding crash, the mist dissipated, revealing only a stout piece of wood, consumed entirely by the water dragon. This is bad. It's a substitution technique. Where's her true body? The intruders quickly realized they had been outsmarted and hastily formed a defensive formation, back-to-back, capable of both offense and defense. That forehead protector, it's from the mist. Observing from a distance, Lu Yong clenched his fists upon confirming Rin was unharmed and decided to join the fray. How fortuitous this is, that I should find you here. Mist ninjas. Today, I shall repay the pain you inflicted upon Rin tenfold. Lu Yong spoke fiercely, though he had lost one eye and could not employ Susanoo. It mattered not. He possessed myriad ways to torment them. Fire release, great fire destruction. Fire release, fireball technique. Fire release, storm dance. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Lu Yong unleashed a barrage of 10 different fire techniques. Even Tsunade, renowned for her extensive experience, could not help but be astonished by the sheer magnitude of his ninjutsu repertoire. Good heavens, this boy's power is utterly terrifying. How many more trump cards does he possess? Lady Tsunade, do you require my assistance? Asked Moonlight Yuin, having finished the last skewer of grilled fish, tentatively inquiring. As a member of the direct Umbu under the Hokage, he deemed it prudent to seek Tsunade's counsel, for she was one of the legendary Sannin, highly esteemed within the village and the beloved disciple of the Hokage. Tsunade, meanwhile, had just picked up a large bag of sake bottles that had fallen nearby, uncorking one and gulping it down. No need. Their grievances with the mist should be resolved by the youth themselves. Moonlight Yuin was aware of the animosity between the mist and Yuyuin Rin. It was said that during a mission, Kakashi's team had inadvertently fallen into a trap set by the mist, resulting in Rin's abduction. By the time they rescued her, she had already been implanted with a tailed beast. The 12-year-old girl, a blooming flower, chose to sacrifice herself for the village. Rin was a hero of the village, and it was time for her enemies to face justice. With this thought, Moonlight Yuin nodded gently. The battle had only just begun. A group of mist ninjas found themselves relentlessly forced back by a series of fire-style jutsu, their chakra nearly depleted, yielding little respite. The oppressive aura enveloping them instilled a palpable sense of dread upon their faces. Yet, Liu Yang had no intention of letting them off so easily. As the patterns in his eyes shifted, a drop of crimson blood trickled from the corner. Amaterasu. Black flames instantaneously engulfed them, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Relish the terror that precedes your demise. Blame your companion on the road to the underworld for provoking my ire. Fire-style, fireball descent. Liu Yang hovered in the air, gazing down upon everything beneath him with an air of superiority. Beside him, a series of fireballs of varying sizes manifested, cascading downwards at his command, striking the ground with devastating force, leaving it pockmarked and shrouded in dust. Suspended midair, Liu Yang surveyed the frantically fleeing adversaries below. The mist ninjas had long since exhausted their chakra, rendered as helpless as fish upon a chopping board, at the mercy of his onslaught. The fireballs struck their bodies, igniting their garments and unleashing a ferocious blaze. Piercing screams shattered the heavens. As time slipped away, moments morphed into minutes. Eventually, the black flames dissipated, leaving behind a scattered array of charred remains. Liu Yang descended slowly, finding his footing with grace. Crystal release, crystal pentagonal prison. Surrounding the charred corpses, pink crystals emerged, enveloping them in layers. With a snap of his fingers, the entire crystalline structure shattered, reducing the remains within to mere dust. A gentle breeze swept through, erasing all traces of the confrontation, as if it had never occurred. Only the blackened flora and small puddles of water served as a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Behind the wooden stumps of the training ground, two slender figures emerged. At that very moment, all of Liu Yang's shadow clones dispelled their jutsu, including the one that had just decimated the mist ninjas. Only the figure embracing Lin from behind remained. With Sharingan activated, Tsunade pondered as she cupped her chin, increasingly intrigued by him. Indeed, such a prodigious talent was fortunate to be aligned with Konoha. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. This last thought was left unspoken by Tsukuyami. Astute as she was, Tsunade grasped his intent with precision. Liu Yang, uninterested in the two who merely observed, gently moved his hand from Lin's eyes, leaning in to whisper tenderly in her ear. Lin, I have avenged you. If you desire, I would reshape the entire village of the Bloody Mist for you. His promise was resolute and powerful. Nohara Lin understood that should she nod in agreement, he would undoubtedly fulfill his vow. Yet, she was reluctant to allow him to do so. Lord Liu Yang, there's no need. Yahira Rin turned away, grasping Liu Yang's hand, gently shaking her head. I understand your intentions are for my sake, but there are so many innocent souls in the hidden mist village. They should not bear the sins committed by their comrades. We are amidst chaotic times. All ninjas fight relentlessly for the interests of their villages, often resorting to any means necessary, risking their lives in battle. For me, I am already a dead person. Having regained life is a fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Those who persecuted me are gone. I do not wish for past grievances to cast a shadow over the beautiful life that lies ahead. Very well, if this is truly how you feel, I shall respect your opinion, Liu Yang replied with a smile, his fingertips brushing against the golden mark adorning her forehead. Rin, from now on, We are companions. And I will protect you. In such close proximity, Yahira Rin could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Overwhelmed, she lowered her head and softly replied, All right, have you two had enough of your intimacy? Suddenly, a woman with golden twin tails interrupted, stepping between them and placing her hands on their shoulders, separating them to either side. Now that we've finished our meal and drink, we must carefully consider how to report everything that just transpired. The invasion of the Hidden Mist village was thwarted by the combined efforts of Liu Yang and Yahira Rin. That part is clear. However, we must elucidate the details of how it unfolded and what ninjutsu the two of you employed. How should we present this to Granny Tsunade? Liu Yang inquired, looking at the woman beside him with a hint of flattery. There are 4 eyewitnesses present. Rin is on my side, so I need not worry. Tsunade has provisionally deemed her neutral. Yet her words indicated that there was room for negotiation. The only remaining witness was the Umbu member, Suki Keichen. The Umbu are solely loyal to the Hokage, which complicates matters slightly. Honestly, how many secrets do you have, kid? Tsunade's tone was stern, her demeanor suggesting that failure to be forthright would lead to dire consequences. Liu Yang pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain successfully coaxing a few glistening tears from his eyes. He gazed at the stunning Tsunade, his eyes brimming with tears. Ahem, Sister Tsunade, I have no secrets. Everything you see is all there is. As he spoke, he cleverly blinked his blind right eye, attempting to evoke her sympathy. It must be said this tactic, though somewhat shameless, proved effective. The moment Tsunade recalled that Liu Yang lost the light of his right eye because of her, she let out a resigned sigh. All right, for the sake of that eye, I will help you cover for this with the 3rd Hokage. However, but what? Both Liu Yang and Yahira Rin asked in unison. Tsunade did not continue her thought. Beside them, Moonlight Yuxian, with a long sword cradled in both hands, donned his animal mask once more, his tone exceptionally grave. However, you both must swear never to betray Konoha. This was the consensus he and Tsunade had reached. Upon hearing this demand, Nohara Rin was momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at Liu Yang, attempting to ascertain whether she had misheard. Liu Yang, stroking his chin, contemplated seriously for several minutes before taking a few steps forward to grasp Rin's hand. Very well, I shall comply with your request. As he spoke, he raised Rin's hand, offering reassurance. Rin, do not be afraid. Simply follow my lead and do not think of anything else. Rin remained in a state of bewilderment. Yet she trusted Liu Yang and nodded obediently. Liu Yang brought his 3 fingers together, raising them slightly above his head, and Rin mirrored his actions. I, Uchiha Liu Yang, vow never to betray Konoha. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down. I, Nohara Rin, vow never to betray Konoha. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down. Tsunade and Moonlight Yuxian exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in satisfaction. Tsunade then placed her hand on the shoulders of the 2 younger ninjas. Speaking earnestly, do not resent me for compelling you to swear. The other hidden villages are ever watchful of Konoha, ready to pounce at the slightest opportunity. Liu Yang, your power is formidable, and as a scion of the Uchiha clan, Konoha requires your strength. She emphasized the words Uchiha clan with conviction. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang found himself stifling a laugh. It seemed Tsunade was oblivious to the deep-seated tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. The fewer who bore witness to certain secrets, the happier they would be. The group then verified a few details amongst themselves before vanishing around the corner under the moonlight. On their way back, Rin pressed her lips together, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Lord Liu Yang, I do not understand why Lady Tsunade and the others insist on this. Both she and you are from Konoha, and it is impossible for you to betray the village. Why, then, must our elders compel us to swear an oath? What has instilled such distrust in them? Rin, listen closely. Liu Yang halted, taking her small hand and guiding her to a nearby bench. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting the strands of their hair. The world of adults is intricate. They have many considerations. You only need to know that it is all for the benefit of the village. Moreover, my identity must remain concealed, by whatever means necessary. I wish to preserve this tranquil and simple existence. Earlier, Liu Yang had acted impulsively, forgetting that 2 observers were present. Upon seeing a mist ninja poised to strike Rin from behind, his composure shattered. In that moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fury and inadvertently revealed yet another bloodline limit, crystal release. In the realm of Hokage, Individuals possessing a bloodline limit are exceedingly rare, let alone those who possess two or more. Such a phenomenon is indeed a staggering improbability. Yahara Rin realized that she had posed an inappropriate question. The two sat in silence for a while. Rin took a deep breath and reached out to gently touch his gray-white right eye, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lord Liu Yang, allow me to be your eyes from now on. It's nothing. This I will recover after a few days of rest, Liu Yang replied. However, the young girl before him became momentarily petrified. It's merely a temporary blindness due to the overuse of ocular techniques, Liu Yang reassured her. Fearing that Rin might doubt his words, he patted his chest and promised, truly, I will be fine after a few days of recuperation. If it were an ordinary Sharingan, the use of forbidden techniques, such as Izanagi or Izanami, would result in permanent blindness. But alas, he was no ordinary individual. He was exceptional. Liu Yang chuckled softly. When he had agreed to assist Tsunade in curing her hematophobia, he had discreetly inquired with the system about the potential consequences of employing such forbidden techniques. The answer was reassuring. There would be no severe repercussions. Listening to Liu Yang's explanation, Rin remained skeptical. Lord Liu Yang, are you absolutely certain that you are all right? Do you need me to bandage it for you? No need. It's quite fine as it is, Liu Yang said, ruffling her hair. He swiftly changed the subject. It's getting late. Let me escort you home to rest. If all goes well, we shall visit the third Hokage tomorrow to receive our mission. Currently, he was residing at the Uchiha Fugaku's household, without any source of income. Over time, this situation had become rather embarrassing. A few days prior, he had made a deal with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had promised to arrange a series of identity documents for him, allowing him to become a ninja. Once he obtained his forehead protector, he could undertake missions and earn a living. Sigh, it's all due to this unreliable system. If only it had rewarded me with a mountain of gold and silver, I wouldn't need to take on missions at all, Liu Yang grumbled inwardly. What use was supreme combat power if he was still impoverished? Rin pondered for a moment, finding some truth in his words. All right, but Lord Liu Yang, if you feel unwell, you must tell me. I am a medical ninja, she asserted, raising her chin with a hint of pride. Liu Yang gazed at her, momentarily entranced. In that instant, everything around them seemed to fade away. In the vast expanse of the world, there remained only the softly smiling girl, resembling a sunflower, and her enchanting crescent moon-like eyes. The world felt desolate and empty, yet her every expression was vividly clear. Let us go, he said, rising to take her hand. And together they walked toward her home. Their close figures, illuminated by the moonlight, cast long shadows. After escorting Rin home, Liu Yang returned to his own residence. And it was already past 1 in the morning. Due to various circumstances, he would need to stay temporarily at the home of the Uchiha clan leader. The hour was late, and concerned about disturbing the others in the house, Liu Yang deliberately removed his shoes, intending to quietly slip into his room. The Uchiha clan stands as the foremost family within Konoha, and thus the scale of the clan leader's residence is nothing to be underestimated. Liu Yang's room is situated in the innermost corner, requiring him to traverse the expansive courtyard before passing through the master bedroom. Despite his utmost caution, he inadvertently startled Mei Qin, who had risen in the middle of the night for a glass of water. Noticing his weary countenance, she expressed her concern. Liu Yang, why have you returned so late? Are you hungry? I could prepare a bowl of ramen for you. No, thank you, Liu Yang replied, shaking his head in refusal. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Mei Qin assumed his reluctance stemmed from shyness, and she chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Oh, you dear child, why be so polite with me? With that, she turned on the light, donned the apron hanging on the wall, and made her way to the kitchen. In Mei Qin's eyes, Liu Yang was no different from her own son. Caring for another was akin to caring for her own, whether it be one more or one less. Seeing her determination, Liu Yang hurriedly intervened. No, please don't. I have already dined with Lady Tsunade. He gestured anxiously with his hands. While Uchiha Mei Qin was endearing in many respects, her maternal instincts often overflowed. Upon learning that he was a war orphan, having lost both parents to tragic circumstances, she wept profusely, vowing to treat him as her own flesh and blood. Her sons, after all, were Itachi and Sasuke, though at this moment, Sasuke had yet to be born. Liu Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to this woman that her 2 sons would, in the future, unleash chaos upon the entire shinobi world. A look of disappointment crossed her features, yet in an effort to uplift her spirits, she nodded understandingly. Since you've already eaten, do rest up. Liang replied softly. As he watched Uchiha Meichin turn to leave, he exhaled a long-held breath of relief. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally returned to his room. Just as he was about to collapse onto the tatami mat in a starfish position, preparing to rendezvous with Niwa, he discovered a soft little bundle nestled in his bed. A flock of crows soared overhead as he deftly reached into the covers and pulled out the small figure. I told you not to climb into my bed. Go back to your parents, he admonished with exasperation. To his surprise, Uchiha Itachi burst into tears. Woo Liang brother, please don't send me away. I want to see you perform magic. Liang felt an overwhelming urge to toss the little one out. Who could have imagined that this clingy child would grow to become the unparalleled genius responsible for the Uchiha massacre many years hence? Could my intervention be altering the course of this world? Liang pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Seeing that he was being ignored, Uchiha Itachi clung to Liang's leg, whining. Woo Liang brother, I want you to hold me. Who could possibly refuse the innocent pleas of young Itachi? The softness in his gaze and the stark contrast of his demeanor made it difficult for Liang to remain unmoved. Ultimately, Liang chose to acquiesce. He lifted Uchiha Itachi and placed him on his knee, forming a single-handed seal, conjuring from the endless void a bag of tricolored dumplings. Today, dear brother, you seem a bit weary, so I shan't perform any magic for you. Please enjoy these dumplings instead. I will leave you to rest after you finish. Do remember to return to your parents' room for sleep, Liang gently advised, while summoning a flicker of flame with his fire release technique to warm the dumplings that had long cooled in his hand. He then handed the entire bag to Itachi before the young boy, delighted by his favorite treat, sweetly expressed his gratitude. In the next moment, he scampered away, leaving Liang seated on the bed, gazing at the innocent child with a heavy heart. He recalled how Itachi adored sweets. Yet the boy who cherished them endured a lifetime of hardship. Itachi, this time, I shall surely defy fate and alter your destiny, Liang murmured to himself. The following morning, as anticipated, someone arrived at the house with news. The third Hokage wished to see Liang. Upon hearing this, Liang hurriedly prepared himself, skipping breakfast in his eagerness to depart. Liang, wait a moment. Take your bento with you, Uchiha Makoto called out, but soon realized the boy had already vanished without a trace. In the Hokage's office, as Liang had predicted, the third Hokage summoned him to handle his ninja registration. For ordinary individuals aspiring to become ninjas, enrollment in the village's ninja academy and passing the graduation examination were prerequisites. However, Liang was different. Having already surpassed the age of enrollment and awakened his formidable Mangekyō Sharingan, he could bypass this step entirely. Liang, I want to elaborate on the other details. Just step aside for a photograph, and then come to me to register your information, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Beside him lay a document that unmistakably was a ninja registration form, along with a brand new Konoha forehead protector. Upon seeing these items, Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I'll take care of it right away. To expedite the process, Sarutobi instructed the photographer to wait with their equipment in the office. Liang wasted no time, approaching the photographer and sitting on a nearby stool as directed. All right, smile and say cheese, the photographer prompted. The entire photography process went smoothly, although the photo would take some time to develop. Yet, these delays were inconsequential. What mattered was submitting the information promptly. Name, Liang. Age, 12 years. Birthday, March 18th. Rank, Genin. Favorite food, instant noodles. Dislike food, none. Dream, to ensure that every person in this world can live a life free of regrets, filled with happiness and joy. Liang cheerfully introduced himself as Sarutobi diligently recorded his details in the file. Then in the sections regarding his parents, teachers, and place of origin, all entries are marked as unknown. The information has been duly registered, and from now on, you will be joining Kakashi's class alongside Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, please verify that there are no errors. If all is in order, kindly provide your signature. Sarutobi Hiruzen organized the documents and presented them for the boy's perusal. Liang had no objections to this arrangement. However, he feigned a cursory glance before returning the documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen procured a pristine folder and carefully placed Liang's materials within. Notably, he did not immediately seal it, as Liang surmised that they were likely awaiting his photograph. Once all was completed, the third Hokage, adorned in his Hokage uniform, solemnly lifted the forehead protector from the table and personally placed it upon the young boy's brow. Liu Yang, from this moment forth, you are a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. You must strive diligently and not disappoint my expectations. The third Hokage gently patted the boy's shoulder, his tone imbued with encouragement and hope, akin to the affection of a guardian towards their charge. Liu Yang nodded in response. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I shall give my utmost effort. Such formal declarations were his forte. After expressing his determination, Liu Yang turned and exited the Hokage's office without looking back. Elated to finally fulfill his dream of becoming a ninja, he could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed towards the hospital to share this joyous news with his 3 companions. However, before that, he needed to procure some gifts. Hello, ma'am. I would like 2 boxes of dango to go, please. Thank you. Liu Yang approached the counter, but lacking money. He resorted to the customary practice of retrieving a pearl from the endless void to settle the bill. These pearls were treasures he had collected while fishing in the river, each one perfectly round and exquisitely beautiful. Under normal circumstances, the shopkeeper would have eagerly accepted such a flawless pearl. Yet today, upon noticing the forehead protector on Liu Yang's brow, she felt a genuine happiness for him. Oh, so you've become a ninja. Consider these 2 boxes of dango a celebratory gift from me. Keep up the good work. As she spoke, the shopkeeper handed him the freshly packaged dango. Liu Yang graciously accepted the sweets and the pearl, bowing deeply. Thank you, ma'am. I won't be rude then. I'll come by to help with the dishes when I have the time. Goodbye. The shopkeeper waved kindly as he departed. She found herself increasingly fond of this child, appreciating his integrity, kindness, and diligence, qualities reminiscent of her own child who had passed. With this thought, her eyes grew misty. When Liu Yang arrived at Obito's hospital room, he found Kakashi and Rin there as well. Seizing the opportunity, he announced his good news to them all at once. He anticipated their joyous reactions, but to his surprise, Uchiha Obito sprang from his bed in anger. What is the meaning of this? He coldly questioned, pointing at the 3 of them. Aren't we supposed to be comrades? Why is it that the 3 of you embark on missions together while I am left to languish here alone? Indeed, Liu Yang, Kakashi, and Lin had informed Obito of their preparations to undertake a task. Liu Yang, arms crossed, remained silent. It was Kakashi, usually expressionless, who unexpectedly spoke up to explain to Obito. Obito, your foremost concern now is to remain in the hospital and wait for this period to pass. Unfortunately, these words struck Obito as nothing more than blatant rationalization. He forcefully shoved Kakashi aside, his voice filled with exasperation. Spare me. Other than this, what else do you have to offer? Each day here consists of nothing but eating and sleeping. If I continue lying here, I will become utterly useless. Can you even comprehend my feelings? No, you cannot possibly understand. Obito's breakdown starkly contrasted with Liu Yang's silence. For reasons unknown, Liu Yang suddenly felt an urge to laugh. What would Obito think if he were aware that his current state of existence, a life of leisure sought after by countless individuals on Blue Star, was enviable? As the saying goes, one who lives in bliss remains unaware of their fortune. This aptly describes Uchiha Obito. Enough, Obito. Kakashi is looking out for your best interests. We are all under the unyielding surveillance of the Umbu. Your presence here grants you a measure of freedom. At a critical moment, Naira Rin stepped forward. Liu Yang deliberately placed his hand on her shoulder. Indeed, if we do not undertake missions, we will struggle to cover your hospital expenses. This provoked Obito to erupt completely. He leaped from the bed, hair standing on end, and hurled a punch in Liu Yang's direction. Are you jesting? Where in this world are there so many resurrection techniques? Obito had not yet fully recovered. If you doubt this, know that the upper echelons of Konoha, led by Tsunade and Mito Gate, have been keeping a watchful eye on him. Today, Tsunade could not be deterred, and in exasperation, had to bring him along. As the door swung open, Tsunade was greeted by the sight of the youth, who should have been gravely injured and unable to move, engaged in a struggle with Liu Yang, his face flushed. She widened her eyes, dashed into the room, and swiftly subdued Obito, pinning him back onto the bed. She called out to her subordinates outside the door, Shizen. Obito is having another episode. Hurry and bring me a sedative. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Shizen responded, hurrying off. The remarkable synergy between the two prompted Liu Yang to give them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, several high-ranking officials from Konoha entered the room. Tsunade, a woman accustomed to high-stakes situations, maintained her composure amidst the tension. In a tone barely audible to Obito, she instructed, "Obito, cooperate." Even pinned down, Obito, though slow to comprehend, realized the gravity of his predicament. At this juncture, he could only comply, adopting an exaggeratedly frantic demeanor. "Release me, you bunch of scoundrels. I will avenge my comrades Lin and Kakashi." Obito, remain calm. Lin approached with a palpable tension, grasping Obito's arm. Clever as he was, Liu Yang immediately understood the situation and exchanged a glance with Kakashi, who promptly joined him to restrain Obito from either side. The exceptional Kakashi unleashed a performance of remarkable intensity. "Obito, take a good look at us. Who exactly are we?" he declared. "Bah, you misty ninjas shall not tempt me. Even if it costs me my life, I will not fall into your trap." Obito had long harbored a grudge against Kakashi, and seizing this opportunity, he spat back defiantly. Kakashi felt a surge of resentment, but recognized that this was not the moment for grievances. Obito's strength was formidable, veins bulging on his forehead. Liu Yang and the others, wary of causing him harm, were hesitant to exert too much force, nearly allowing him to break free. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a bone fracturing. In his violent struggle, Obito's shoulder dislocated, and the excruciating pain contorted his features, driving him into a frenzy as he bit down on Liu Yang's arm. "Get off! What a vengeful person you are!" Liu Yang cursed inwardly, regretting his earlier teasing. "Obito, calm down. We are your comrades." Lin's performance reached a pinnacle as she positioned herself between them, attempting to separate the two, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls spilled from a broken necklace. Obito's movements faltered momentarily, and seizing this chance, Liu Yang and Kakashi hastily subdued him. Just then, Shizune entered the room, having finally acquired the sedative. "Hurry, hand me the sedative," Tsunade exclaimed upon seeing her, as if she had found a lifeline. Without waiting for Shizune to approach, she rushed over and seized the sedative. "Hold him steady. Do not let him move, lest we miss the acupuncture point." "Understood," Liu Yang and Kakashi replied, straining their grip even tighter. Tsunade swiftly administered the injection, quick, decisive, and accurate. The sedative took effect rapidly, and Obito's agitation gradually subsided, leading him into a profound slumber. The group slumped at the bedside, gasping for breath. Still shaken by the recent events. Channeling his inner thespian, Liu Yang remarked, "Lady Tsunade, Obito's condition seems increasingly critical. Will he truly recover?" Obito's earlier ferocity had left a deep bite mark on Liu Yang's arm. Seeing the gruesome wound, Lin gasped, kneeling half-heartedly as she employed her healing techniques. Tsunade pursed her lips, preparing to respond to Liu Yang's inquiry when they were interrupted by a few high-ranking officials who had entered the ward. "Tsunade, what exactly is going on?" inquired Hirazina, flanked by other seasoned members of Konoha's leadership, who seldom made appearances unless a significant matter arose that required their deliberation and decision-making. Upon entering the village, an array of peculiar incidents compelled them to take notice. Tsunade's eyes flickered with intensity as her mind raced. Engaging with these individuals required utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated her thoughts. This individual had been returned with his heart excised by the enemy. Thankfully, Rin had performed preliminary treatment, granting him a glimmer of hope. During the surgical procedure, an unforeseen complication arose, inadvertently disturbing some of his delicate nerves. Moreover, it appeared that during his disappearance, he had endured extraordinary torment, resulting in a slight mental disturbance. As you can observe, this child occasionally descends into madness, failing to recognize his companions, driven solely by a desire for vengeance. At this juncture, Tsunade paused, casting a glance at the slumbering youth on the bed, inhaling deeply, her eyes brimming with compassion. The scars of war were profound. Currently, we have yet to discover a method to aid Obito in his recovery. Tsunade, her demeanor unflinching, fabricated a lie. To safeguard these young ones, she was resolutely committed to taking risks. These old-timers were no mere trifles. Liu Yang, acutely aware that it was inappropriate for them, the insignificant juniors, to remain here, exchanged knowing glances with Kakashi, Rin, and Shizune, signaling them to discreetly withdraw. He even kindly closed the door behind him. In the ward, only Tsunade, several high-ranking officials from Konoha, and the individual on the bed remained. The once crowded space felt considerably more spacious following the departure of the younger generation. The boy on the bed, however, was not ensconced in slumber. With his eyes tightly shut, he listened intently to the adult's conversation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the corridors of Konoha Hospital, Rin's mind was preoccupied with the image of that large needle piercing Obito's flesh, her brows furrowing with concern. Shizune, will administering a tranquilizer under healthy conditions pose any issues? Ha ha ha, that was hardly a tranquilizer, Shizune replied, cradling Don Don and smiling with her eyes narrowed. That was merely a standard nutritional supplement, beneficial without any adverse effects. Reassured by her words, Rin felt a sense of relief. She was about to speak further when she noticed a youth clad in a tight green suit approaching rapidly. Kakashi, so this is where you are. Come, let us engage in a contest befitting men. His voice preceded his arrival. As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated, lunging towards the white-haired boy beside Liu Yang. Kakashi, accustomed to such antics, effortlessly sidestepped, leaving the assailant empty-handed. Undeterred, the newcomer halted abruptly, confidently brushing his fingertips against his nose before scrutinizing Liu Yang from every angle. A minute later, the boy in the green suit confirmed Liu Yang's identity and extended his hand. Hello, you must be Liu Yang. At this moment, Kakashi sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he boldly declared his self-introduction, believing it to be impressive. I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, Kakashi's eternal rival, destined to become a man stronger than anyone else. Remember my name, Guy exclaimed, his signature smile illuminating his face. His perfectly aligned white teeth and this exceedingly dramatic line. Yes, this is precisely the essence of it. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and extended his hand in greeting. Then, under the gaze of Kakashi and Rin, he uttered a line even more embarrassing. Oh, my dear Prince Guy, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard that your taijutsu is the strongest among your peers. Moreover, I have heard that your father, Might Due, single-handedly defeated 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. How remarkable! Do you know what kind of taijutsu that is? Would you be willing to teach me? Liu Yang grasped Guy's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. If one cannot defeat, one must join. Sincerity is the key. Kakashi, Rin, and Shizune had initially intended to rescue Liu Yang from this predicament. However, upon witnessing the scene, they were left in shock, instinctively covering their eyes and turning away, hoping to be oblivious to the situation. I do not know them. I do not know them. I do not know them. They repeated this mantra thrice, emphasizing its importance. Liu Yang shot a disapproving glance at the 3, scornful of their inability to handle even this minor embarrassment. Really? Ha ha, my father is the mightiest man in the world, one of the greatest ninjas. Guy beamed with pride upon hearing compliments about his father. Let us engage in a youthful contest. If you can defeat me, I might consider teaching you this taijutsu, the 8 gates. This technique is renowned as the pinnacle of taijutsu in the world of ninjas. In his later years, Guy unlocked all 8 gates and nearly ended Uchiha Obito with a powerful kick, almost concluding the saga. In the past, his father, Might Due, left a lasting impression of fear on the escaping Pakin. Liu Yang harbored a strong desire to learn the 8 gates, but given the current circumstances, he could only defer. Let us agree on this. Next time, I will challenge you to see who is stronger. For today, however, we 3 must seek out Lord Hokage for task assignments. Liu Yang stated. He was in desperate need of money, and nothing was more important than earning it through missions. At that moment, Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Indeed, Obito's injuries are severe. We do not know how long he will remain in the hospital. We need to earn his medical expenses. Kakashi's words left Guy with no room for rebuttal. They had all lost their families in the war, left with only their solitude. It was common knowledge that the Uchiha clan valued strength above all else. Individuals like Obito, who were not particularly distinguished, received little regard within the clan. The so-called support was likely minimal. Now he is gravely ill, and it seems he is in dire straits. Very well, but do take me along, after all. I currently have no tasks at hand, Kai cheerfully remarked. Concerned that others might not want him, he quickly added, I shall not take any commission. All rewards upon the completion of the mission should go to Obito. We are comrades, and he is facing difficulties. I should lend a hand. Having played the role, Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. How could he possibly convey to this fellow that Obito was, in fact, perfectly fine? Meanwhile, the socially adept Liu Yang grasped Kai's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, All right, then I shall thank you on behalf of Obito. A radiant smile adorned Liu Yang's face. While Lin looked on, perplexed. She was curious about the ulterior motives behind his intentions, and thus, the matter was settled. Lu Yong, Lin, Kai, and their captain Kakashi, a quartet, briskly made their way towards the Hokage's office building. In contrast, Shizen turned and returned to the hospital to continue her work. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, surveyed the group of young ninjas before him, weighing his options before assigning them a newly received mission. The task involved the safe escort of a pair of merchants and their corresponding goods from the land of iron to the land of water. Upon noticing that the mission's rank was classified as C, Liu Yang's expression soured. Third Hokage, could you possibly assign us a more advanced task? An A or S rank would suffice. C rank is far too simplistic. Moreover, the commission is rather meager. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "This mission is quite urgent. The client is currently waiting just outside. At this moment, you are the only available ninjas." The implication was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Given the circumstances, Liu Yang ceased his protests and ultimately chose to accept the assignment. "Very well, but next time, you must ensure we receive a higher-ranked mission. I promise you that," Sarutobi Hiruzen assured him. After making this statement, he called out towards the door. A middle-aged man, slender in stature, wearing a straw hat and chewing on a blade of grass, stepped forward. "Liu Yang, this is Banzusuk, the client for the mission. Mr. Banzusuk, your request will be fulfilled by these individuals." Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced both parties. Banzusuk scrutinized them with a flicker of doubt in his gaze. "Are these mere children capable of handling this? Hey, we are legitimate ninjas, not just children. Our captain Kakashi is a jonin," Kai retorted indignantly, straightening his posture with pride when mentioning Kakashi. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Liu Yang's ear. "Ding, you have a new mission. Please uncover the secrets of the Land of Iron and fulfill Banzusuk's wish." "I say, system, are you mistaken? This fellow seems rather suspicious. His wish is likely to replace us." The system offered no response. Liu Yang found himself at a loss for words, exasperated by the system's incessant trickery. "No, that won't do. I am the master of dreams." Liu Yang unceremoniously slapped himself, a gesture meant to awaken his awareness. Dreams are dreams, even those of ordinary individuals. The regrets of the common folk are indeed regrets. It was a narrow escape. He nearly transformed into the very person he despised the most. At that moment, Lan Zizhu and Kai were embroiled in a relentless quarrel. Liu Yang's sudden self-inflicted slap successfully halted their bickering, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yet, the situation was about to worsen as the oblivious Might Guy approached, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Liu Yang, why would you hit yourself?" Not only did he speak, but he also reached out to touch the forehead protector on Liu Yang's face. "By the way, why do you cover your eyes like Kakashi? Does that make you look more handsome?" Liu Yang nearly burst into laughter. Such social embarrassment was nothing compared to this. However, he maintained an air of calmness, stating, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just bitten by a mosquito and didn't quite control my strength. Right? Don't you think you look even more handsome?" Liu Yang generously leaned in closer, allowing the other to scrutinize the details of his face. Simultaneously, he reached to tug at Kai's waist protector. The news of Liu Yang's temporary blindness in his right eye was known only to Kakashi and Rin, both of whom understood Liu Yang's intent and wisely remained silent. When two social butterflies unite, they either sweep the world together or one inevitably succumbs to social anxiety. It was evident that Might Guy had fallen into the latter category. "Hey, don't hide. We are all brothers here. Wouldn't it be wonderful to become handsome together?" "No, I'm fine as I am." Kai inexplicably found himself hiding behind Kakashi. Liu Yang clicked his tongue, pulling down his eyelid with his index finger and making a silly face. "How boring. You've just missed an opportunity to become a handsome guy." After resolving this farce, Liu Yang strode confidently toward Lan Zizhu, proclaiming, "Let us set off now. Everyone's time is precious." Lan Zizhu, already skeptical of these youngsters, grew even more irate at Liu Yang's words. However, Liu Yang did not grant him the opportunity to refuse, discreetly leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Humph, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. The Iron Country is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface." His tone was not one of inquiry, but rather of certainty. Lan Zizhu's expression hardened. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. With urgency in the air, the group bid farewell to the third Hokage and embarked on their journey to the Iron Country. Along the way, Kai curiously leaned into Liu Yang's ear. inquiring about what he had said to Lan Zizhu that prompted such a sudden change of heart. Oh, it was nothing. I merely offered him a choice, to endure a beating or to set off. Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. Kai, bewildered, turned to the protagonist Lan Zizhu, who merely snorted and turned away. Lu Yang, it seems you're the one after all, Kai said, patting the young man's shoulder with admiration. The Iron Country is a nation of modest size. It borders the land of fire, the land of waterfalls, and the land of rice, while being in close proximity to the land of earth and the land of lightning. The land of iron is devoid of ninjas. Its martial forces consist entirely of warriors who engage in combat by channeling chakra into their weapons. This absence of ninjas has spared it from the turmoil of the 3 great ninja wars, allowing it to maintain its status as a neutral nation. After 3 arduous days, Lu Yang and his companions finally arrived at the juncture between the land of fire and the land of iron. Beyond this hillside lies the land of iron. Lu Yang, hands on his hips, stood atop a towering boulder, gazing down at the desolate and uninhabited expanse below. Crossing this threshold would signify their complete departure from the land of fire and the commencement of their mission. He turned and, in an instant, materialized before Lan Ji, a chakra scalpel poised against his neck. Having reached this point, it was time to unveil your true intentions. If initially, Lu Yang had been merely intimidating Lan Ji, now was the moment for serious discourse, for he bore not only the weight of his mission but also the lives of several comrades. Lu Yang, what are you doing? He is our employer. Silence. Lu Yang snapped coldly. Might Guy was taken aback, his desire to intervene thwarted by Kakashi's firm grip on his arm. We are now encircled by enemies, Kakashi stated indifferently. Hearing this, Guy's expression shifted, his rational mind urging him to trust his comrades and refrain from rash actions. Lan Ji swallowed hard, remaining silent. Lu Yang applied slight pressure, the chakra scalpel effortlessly slicing through skin. Just a fraction more, and he could sever his throat entirely. Being obstinate will yield you no advantages. The ninjas that have appeared are far from mere C rank. Within a kilometer of us, there are at least 6 or more ninjas. The mission's classification must be elevated to A rank or higher. If you persist in your silence, we will have no choice but to abort the mission and withdraw. Though they were ninjas, fighting for coin, villages, and nations, they too had the right to safeguard their own lives. 6. When did they lay in ambush? Guy was astounded by this number, racking his brain to recall if he had overlooked any details along the way. Why had his comrades sensed the impending danger, while he remained oblivious to any signs? The overwhelming aura radiating from the youth caused Lan Ji's heart to constrict, unable to maintain his composure. After a prolonged silence, he finally confessed, unlike the land of fire, the land of iron is a neutral nation. Our livelihood depends on producing cold weapons for various countries, thereby generating income. Within the land of iron, there are countless skilled blacksmiths, and the village where I hail from is no exception. We typically sustain ourselves through minor trades with neighboring nations. However, the blacksmiths in my village have divided into 2 factions, the conservatives and the innovators. The conservatives, driven by the desire to inherit and elevate the exquisite craftsmanship of their forebears, have upheld this tradition for centuries. In contrast, the innovators espouse a philosophy centered on forging the most formidable weapons, seeking unparalleled power at any cost. At that moment, however, a sharp shuriken hurtled from the forest, aimed directly at his head. Ah, please spare me, cried Banji, terrified as he shielded his head, prostrating on the ground. With a swift and precise kick, Lu Yang sent the gleaming shuriken crashing into the tree trunk. A coward like you is hardly worth lamenting. I shall kindly escort you to the realm of your ancestors, mocked the concealed mist ninja from the shadows. It was then that the explosive tag tied above caught the attention of several onlookers. Kakashi, quick on his feet, interposed himself before them, swiftly forming hand seals before crouching low, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A solid earthen barrier emerged before them, just in time to block the explosive tag's attack. With a rumble, the danger was narrowly averted. Lu Yang, glancing at the dog-head symbols above, gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Bravo, Kakashi. When it comes to artistry, I hold you in the highest regard. True art is embodied in dog heads. Kakashi, disinterested in further banter, retrieved his short blade, positioning it across his chest, ever ready for combat. That was merely an appetizer, Banji. Even if you were to summon reinforcements from Konoha, what good would it do? They are merely children, incapable of making a difference. The enemy's taunts persisted. Liu Yang struggled to pinpoint the enemy's exact location when a dense white mist began to envelop them, obscuring everyone's vision. This is bad. It's the mist concealment technique. It appears we are indeed facing mist ninjas. How unfortunate. It seems I cannot escape this fate, Liu Yang remarked, unable to suppress his frustration. During his time in this world, he had already encountered 3 waves of mist ninjas. Despite his complaints, to shield Banji from harm, Liu Yang swiftly cast a sealing technique. Crystal release, fruit of the crimson, he declared, conjuring an endless void. Banji, please endure within for a while. Once these nuisances are dealt with, I shall release you post-haste. Liu Yang proceeded, loosening his muscles, fully anticipating the lack of response from Banji. Meanwhile, on the other side, unwilling to remain trapped, Guy initiated his offensive. Konoha Hurricane. With his hands positioned behind him, his legs spun like a top, generating a powerful gust that effectively dispersed a portion of the mist. The hidden figures within the fog were revealed at that moment. With a confident smile, Guy summoned all his strength and charged, circling around the enemy with blinding speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next instant, before the bewildered foes could comprehend the situation, he unleashed a kick to their chin, sending one of them soaring into the air. Humph, allow me to unveil my latest technique. Consider it your honor, Kai scoffed. Like a vengeful specter, he swiftly advanced and struck the man in the abdomen with a powerful kick. One blow followed another, a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes. What the man gasped, unable to mount any resistance before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Kai darted behind the man, clasping his chest tightly, binding their forms together as he spun them around like a top at dizzying speed. A resounding crash echoed, penetrating the eardrums of all present. Lotus Bloom. A dense fog enveloped the area once again, shrouding the ground that Kai had previously cleared. What the hell is this endless nonsense? Everyone, be cautious, Kai exclaimed in frustration. No sooner had he spoken than several shurikens shot from the shadows, piercing his back with precision. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. The wisdom of combat dictates that one must first eliminate the medical ninja. Meanwhile, the situation was dire for Yawahara Rin. The thick mist obscured the figures of her companions, rendering everything a blurry haze. All that remained before her was a dense white fog. Enemies occasionally emerged from the mist, striking at her with brutal precision. By the time she processed the attacks, they had vanished back into the obscurity. Soon, several gashes appeared across her body. Damn it. With this fog, I can't see a thing. No, I refuse to concede. I am a medical ninja. I must survive until the end. Rin gritted her teeth. In an unprecedented move, she closed her eyes, relying on her acute senses to perceive the faint traces of murderous intent. Behind her, Rin jolted, her right hand conjuring a sharp chakra scalpel, which she swiftly plunged into the body of her assailant. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air. The man stared in disbelief at the wound in his chest, staggering backward before disappearing once more into the fog. With her initial success fueling her courage, Rin grew bolder. Kakashi, on the other hand, exhibited a different demeanor. As the captain, he rose to the occasion, effortlessly dispatching 2 foes amidst the turmoil. Liu Yang activated Sage Mode, and the entire battlefield fell under his command. Observing his comrades' valiant efforts, he noted their unwavering spirit. If you all wish to play the role of timid tortoises, then I shall oblige, Liu Yang smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Harnessing the formidable sensory abilities granted by sage techniques, he swiftly pinpointed the positions of all enemies. Forming a hand seal with one hand, a bolt of blue lightning materialized in his palm. Almost instantaneously, this bolt of blue lightning split into 3 beams, piercing through all adversaries with remarkable speed. Lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. As the mist in the forest began to dissipate with the demise of its conjurer, the battlefield transformed. Before that, Liu Yang quietly concealed his celestial form and released Lan Ji from the boundless void. He snapped his fingers, and the crimson fruit enveloping Lan Ji disintegrated into powder, nourishing the plants beneath. All is well. The danger has passed, Liu Yang remarked calmly. Suddenly, he noticed Lin's wounds and rushed over with a worried expression. Lin, how did you get hurt? I will treat you immediately. As he spoke, he swiftly performed a healing technique on her injuries. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuyuan Lin initially intended to refuse, but the powerful and warm chakra flowing into her body unexpectedly filled her heart with warmth. under Liu Yang's treatment. Lin's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Having resolved this minor incident, Liu Yang and the others redirected their attention back to Lan Ji, who fell to his knees with a thud. "Please, save me," he pleaded, his eyes brimming with desperation. "Lan Ji, please get up." Yu and Lin stepped forward, attempting to help him rise. However, the man was resolute, unwilling to stand. The others instinctively glanced at Kakashi, who, as the team leader, bore the responsibility for the safety of all his comrades. He had failed to protect them in the past, but that would not happen again. This mission had encountered numerous hostile ninjas. Indeed, as Liu Yang had initially stated, it had to be rated at least an A level based on the task's severity. Those who had just appeared were mist ninjas, with strength at least at the Chunin level. Kakashi approached, looking down at the pitiful man before him with a cold gaze. "Now you may articulate everything you left unsaid earlier. However, whether to terminate the mission will depend on the specific circumstances. This is the greatest concession I can offer." Lan Ji was already at the end of his rope. Moreover, the words spoken by the mist ninjas earlier hinted that his father might have perished. He had no choice but to lay everything bare. Those were ninjas invited by Inukai Keiichiro from the Land of Water, aiming to thwart our mission of delivering weapons to the Land of Water's daimyo. My father, Yamashita Dakiai, is the leader of the conservatives. While the reformists are obsessively pursuing the power of ninja tools by any means necessary, they would not hesitate to kill formidable ninjas and imprison the souls of the deceased within the tools through secret techniques. Consequently, these tools can wield the jutsu of the deceased while they were alive. My goodness, how ruthless. The group gasped in horror at the thought of such methods, transforming lifeless weaponry into vessels that imprison life. Meanwhile, under Lin's care, Kai's wounds healed completely, and he clenched his fists, seething with anger. Liu Yang remained silent, discreetly following Kakashi with his chin resting on his hand, keenly observing the white-haired youth before him, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Pointing at Yamashita Banzo below the mountain, he continued to speak. Originally, the innovative faction existed solely within our village, despised by the world due to the harshness of their methods. However, as Yamashita Banzo spoke, his gaze grew increasingly sorrowful. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War allowed the innovative faction to seize the opportunity, rapidly expanding and gaining notoriety. In a remarkably short span, their influence spread throughout the Land of Iron. The conservative and innovative factions have now reached an irreconcilable state. The diligent conservatives, under pressure from the innovative faction led by Inanaki Kichiro, find themselves on the brink of being ousted from the annals of history. At this critical juncture, the daimyo of the Land of Water extended a helping hand to them. We sought to rely on this substantial order to restore the prestige of our conservative faction and regain a semblance of our former glory. Yet, unbeknownst to us, someone leaked our plans to Inanaki Keiichiro. Faced with the disparity in strength between the two factions and the intermittent harassment from the enemy, we opted to turn a blind eye, all for the purpose of fulfilling the order and ensuring the safe delivery of the ninja tools to the hands of the Land of Water's daimyo within the stipulated time. Until, suddenly, the most skilled blacksmith of the conservatives, Yamashita Daiki, Banzo's father, fell ill from poisoning. At this point, Banzo's eyes brimmed with tears. It was evident to all that this was Inanaki Keiichiro's treachery, yet we were left utterly powerless. My father, burdened by the poison coursing through his veins, struggled to complete this batch of ninja tools, yet now it has seeped into his very marrow. The village doctor has declared him beyond saving. I am sorry. I deceived you all. The amount we pooled together could only afford a C-rank mission. Once we deliver this batch of ninja tools to the Land of Water and receive the subsequent payment, I solemnly vow to allocate the remaining mission funds to you. I implore you, please save us. We are truly at our wits' end. Banzo's voice was filled with anguish, choked with tears. The battle just fought had confirmed the true capabilities of these youths. If they were willing to lend their assistance, this crisis could certainly be averted. Banzo bit his lip firmly, seemingly resolved, and bent down. Ding. Task Objective 3, Yamashita Banzo's words, have been validated. Congratulations to the host for successfully uncovering the secrets of the Land of Iron. Current task completion stands at 50%. Fulfilling Banzo's wish and reversing the crisis of the conservatives will complete the task. The cold voice of the system echoed in Liu Yang's mind. In an instant, he appeared before Banzo, catching him as he was about to collapse. Banzo, you are the client for our mission in Konoha. We cannot accept such a grand gesture from you, Liu Yang stated, placing particular emphasis on the latter words. The customer is king, regardless of the task's future developments. There was no justification for accepting such lavish offerings from the client. Liu Yang fully supported Banzo, turning his gaze towards Kakashi before him. Kakashi, what is your perspective on this? This matter is of great importance. I shall compose a letter and return to Konoha for the esteemed Hokage's decision, Kakashi stated. Despair filled the depths of Ryuzu's eyes. Kai, unable to bear such a sight, implored on his behalf. Kakashi, they are too pitiful. Let us extend our assistance to them. Indeed, if the faction of innovation continues its brazen conduct, it will only bring further suffering to the innocent. Rin joined the discourse. However, she was considerably more astute, directly analyzing the pros and cons behind the situation. After this battle, Konoha has suffered significant losses, and other nations are eyeing us warily, particularly the Mist Ninjas. If we can aid Ryuzu in fulfilling this commission, we might quell the enemy's arrogance and ideally eliminate those heartless scoundrels. Would this not serve to eradicate a considerable threat? The tools capable of sealing the souls of the deceased, allowing the use of their jutsu, are extraordinarily perilous. If such a force continues to develop, it may one day be wielded against our own comrades in Konoha. The mere thought sent a shiver down Kai's spine. Kakashi found Rin's reasoning quite compelling. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the nearby Rikyo. Confirming there were no objections, he made his decision. Very well, in that case, we shall accept this task. However, the increased commission fee must be delivered in full to Konoha afterward. Kakashi's expression was exceptionally grave. Furthermore, should we encounter an adversary beyond our capabilities, we shall withdraw unconditionally and cease this mission, he declared. This was the utmost concession he could offer. He understood Rikyo's desire for a higher-level mission and was aware of the intricate relationships entangled with the secrets of the Land of Iron. Yet, it all stemmed from Ryuzu's failure to follow the proper procedures for the commission. Within their team, apart from himself, who was a Jounin, Rin and Kai were both Chunin, and Rikyo was not even a Chunin. Their abilities were limited. If the enemy proved too formidable, they would have no choice but to retreat and, upon returning to Konoha, request a more capable team from the third Hokage. No problem, Captain Kakashi. We shall proceed as you suggest, Ryuzu exclaimed with exuberance. With the agreement established, Kakashi's team continued their journey toward the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the innovation faction, Kaikeru Inunaji, upon learning of the complete annihilation of the ambushers sent to intercept Ryuzu, furiously smashed his fist against the table before him. Useless. All of them are utterly worthless, unable to handle a few mere children. They were all Chunin, yet we have no idea how those kids became so formidable. One of his subordinates trembled on the ground. Inunaji rose from his seat and, with 2 strides down the stairs, kicked him away. Excuses. A bunch of inept fools. Why be so enraged over a mere group of children? In the darkness, a tall figure emerged. Upon seeing him, Inunaji's expression darkened even further. To ensure absolute certainty, he expended a considerable sum to commission a group of ninjas from the mist-hidden village. At the outset, 6 had already perished, a fact he found utterly unacceptable. Keiichiro Inanaki, never engage in ventures that yield losses. Should you prove incapable of addressing this situation, then I demand the return of double the commission fee. Rest assured, I shall ensure they are all laid to rest. The man licked his weapon with a sanguine smile. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi remained oblivious to the impending danger that was stealthily approaching. Within the village, the conservatives had long awaited this moment in the shadows. A man stationed about a kilometer from the village entrance spotted Blazuki returning with reinforcements from Kanehagakure, striding purposefully toward the village. Report. Blazuki has returned with the Leaf Ninjas. We are saved. The man dared not breathe too heavily, and having steadied himself, he relayed his observations in haste. The conservatives, upon hearing this, hurried to the village entrance to welcome him. However, as they reached the entrance, they were obstructed by the reformists. Good dogs do not block the way. Humph, who are you calling a dog? The reformists retorted. Do not think that just because you brought back help from Konoha, you can rest easy. Mind your own business. Our scouts have discovered that all the assassins you dispatched have perished. The messenger, having returned with the news, delivered his biting remarks without mercy. The conservatives were keenly aware of the significance of this operation and had dispatched personnel to await developments near the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire. By a twist of fate, they stumbled upon the corpses of 6 mist ninjas. Good news seldom travels far, Yet misfortune spreads like wildfire. The reformists were incensed, their faces flushed with anger. What do you mean by that? If you have the ability, come and bite me. The taunts continued. And thus the two factions stood at the village entrance, tension palpable. Soon, Blazuki returned with Team Kakashi. The conservatives, upon sighting them, rushed forward eagerly. Blazuki, you have finally returned. These individuals beside you are the ninjas summoned from Konoha, I presume? An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the crowd. Indeed, Grandpa, we are saved. Blazuki's gaze softened upon seeing the elder. The old man, his grandson's own grandfather and the previous leader of the conservatives, nodded in approval. That is splendid. Leaning on his cane, he glanced at the youths beside Blazuki. I appreciate your assistance. No need for thanks, Kakashi replied leisurely. Lu Yong stood quietly behind him, surveying the fierce crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To the reformists, this expression appeared as a blatant provocation. Hey, one-eyed freak, what are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me? I'll have your remaining eye as well. With these words, Blazuki lost his composure. His father had fallen into a coma due to poison from these very rogues, and now they sought to humiliate their reinforcements. Who can endure, and who cannot? Clenching his fist, he struck the man squarely in the face. The man, caught off guard, was hit squarely, causing blood to gush from his nose. You seek death. The innovators seized their weapons, poised to deliver a thorough lesson to this group of oblivious fools. The conservatives, having endured enough bullying, were unwilling to remain passive any longer and charged forward. Do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe you innovators can act with impunity? Shanxiayuanya, leaning on his cane, was anxiously hopping behind. Lu Yong sighed softly, unable to bear the thought of the ensuing chaos harming the elderly gentleman. He formed a hand seal, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving the two factions apart. If this continues, we shall see if my lightning consents, Lu Yong threatened coldly. A sphere of blue electricity crackling in his palm, emitting a piercing bird-like cry, suggesting that any reckless actions would lead to their demise. The innovators exchanged glances, and in the face of overwhelming power, they ultimately chose to submit. Before departing, they did not forget to leave behind a menacing remark. Humph, Lanji, this time we shall spare you. Do not be too pleased with yourselves. Soon you shall meet the same fate as your wretched father. This line made Lanji's heart race with fear for his father's safety, prompting him to rush home in haste. Lu Yong and his companions attempted to pursue, but were halted by Shanxiayuanya. Let him go. His father is nearing the end. Let him have one last look. Shanxiayuanya took a deep breath. Lu Yong, however, promptly grasped the significance of the situation. So he has not truly passed away? Indeed, having received this confirmation, Lu Yong cast a glance at Lin, who immediately understood and followed Lanji's retreating figure. Then, Lu Yong crossed his arms and called out coldly. May I have a word? We have matters to discuss. Lu Yong, Kakashi, and Shanxiayuanya entered an empty house to talk. Lin was wholly dedicated to tending to Shanxiaduhui's injuries and administering an antidote, leaving Kai alone at the entrance, bored to tears. Everyone's acting all secretive, and they won't share anything with me. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted, Kai groused as he performed push-ups. He could not comprehend what Kakashi and Lu Yong were plotting. Despite not missing a single detail of the mission, he felt utterly out of sync with the trio. This is too much. If I finish these 1,000 push-ups and they still haven't emerged, I'll run 5 laps around the village. If they're not out after that, I'll beat them senseless. Such were his bravado-laden thoughts. After completing his push-ups, running 5 laps around the village, and doing 500 squats, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. When Lu Yong and the others finally emerged, they found the lad sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, wearing a puzzled expression. Kai, what are you doing lying here? You reek of sweat. Lu Yong crouched beside Kai, recoiling from the pungent odor of his sweat, yet begrudgingly employed his palm healing technique to mend the muscles that had suffered from intense exertion. Alas, had I possessed ice ninjutsu, I would have confined you within a block of ice for an even more invigorating experience, Lu Yong chuckled. However, this mirth, when perceived by Kai, morphed into a sense of schadenfreude. Annoyed, Kai pouted, Lu Yong, you scoundrel, how dare you mock me in my plight? I am innocent. I merely wish for your swift recovery. Even at this moment, you continue to practice frivolously. The ache in the youth's legs gradually subsided. Given that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, he felt reluctant to harbor resentment any longer. Turning his gaze away, he huffed. I no longer wish to converse with you. Someone, come swiftly and assist this young hero to rest, and ensure he is hydrated. Yes. At the command of Yamashita Haruya, a few minions hastened to lift the weary young man, directing him toward a nearby spot. Who is Kai, after all? He is the indomitable blue beast of Konoha. He shook off their grasp and limped ahead, his cheeks flushed. I can walk on my own. I do not require your assistance. Lu Yong observed him, exasperated, and remarked. So stubborn, yet so tormented. Such is he. This was his singular evaluation of Might Guy. Having resolved matters here, Lu Yong pondered it was time to check on Rin. A small attendant, under Yamashita Haruya's subtle indication, hurried ahead to lead Lu Yong and Kakashi. Since emerging from the small dark room, a smile had not left Yamashita Haruya's face. His clansmen, bewildered, voiced their confusion. In response, Yamashita Haruya stroked his beard and laughed heartily. We have truly encountered a savior this time. We shall undoubtedly overcome this challenge and restore our former glory. However, I promised them one condition. Yamashita-ue's recovery abode lay at the innermost corner of the village, tended by specialists, a considerable distance from the village entrance. The two followed the attendant at a leisurely pace. Kakashi placed a hand on Lu Yang's shoulder, speaking in a low tone. Lu Yang, is this truly wise? I do not know, Lu Yang replied. But we have no alternative. We must take a gamble. After a moment of silence, Kakashi shifted the topic. You know, I am not referring to this. Can we truly trust the agreement with Yamashita Haruya? Of course, Lu Yang retorted nonchalantly. Everything is orchestrated for the sake of Konoha. Rest assured, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and the old man would not act irrationally. Moreover, I have secured his blood pledge. He would not dare to renege on his promise. Behind us lies the entirety of Konoha. His expression remained calm and unyielding. It was with such a placid tone that he uttered these fierce words. Within the confines of that small dark room, they had forged an agreement with Yamashita Haruya. The reason for seeking Yamashita Jinya lies in the fact that Yamashita Dahue is currently afflicted with a lethal poison. As Jinya's father, Yamashita Jinya possesses a certain influence among the conservatives. Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, they are supported by Konoha, an entity that cannot be trifled with. Meanwhile, Rin had already discerned that the poison affecting Yamashita Dahue was derived from a jellyfish. However, she could not yet identify the specific species. Time was of the essence. The poison had already permeated his marrow, and she could only provide him with urgent first aid as best as she could. Come here, Rin called to Kazuna, beckoning him to her side. Kazuna, your father is deeply poisoned. I must perform a blood transfusion immediately to delay the onset of the toxin. As his biological son, would you be willing to lend your blood? Of course, I would do anything to save my father, the emaciated middle-aged man replied without hesitation. His father was the most formidable blacksmith in the village. As long as he was alive, the conservatives could surely thrive. Those mist ninjas were not wrong. He was indeed a coward and a failure, having never mastered his father's exquisite skills even in middle age. Very well, I shall take your blood. Forgive me for the intrusion. Rin extended a finger, pricking the man's arm. Kazuna instantly felt a tingling sensation in his arm, which swiftly spread throughout his body. Within mere seconds, he found himself unable to move. Rin expertly wielded the scalpel, unceremoniously slicing open the wrist of both Kazuna and the man on the bed. Vivid red blood flowed freely from their wrists. Guided by chakra, Kazuna's blood traversed the void, slowly entering Yamashita Dahue's left wrist, while another stream flowed out from Dahue's right hand into a prepared vessel. The loss of blood rendered Kazuna's complexion pale. With their imminent departure to the land of water, Rin could not afford to draw too much blood from him. However, she ceased the transfusion in an instant, healing the wound on Kazuna's wrist. On the other hand, after the transfusion, the dark hue on Yamashita Dahue's lips had considerably lightened, and a hint of color returned to his pallor. Rin stumbled back a few steps, exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Lu Yang arrived just in time to catch her waist. Rin, are you all right? What is the situation here? After the transfusion, given Mr. Yamashita Dahue's condition, he should be able to hold on for about 7 more days, Rin succinctly informed Lu Yang. Before that, we must concoct an antidote, or else we will need to perform a comprehensive procedure to replace all of his blood. 7 days should be sufficient, Lu Yang nodded in delight. He had initially believed that to maximize benefits, Rin would need to remain alone to treat Yamashita Dahue. The current situation was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Though Kazuna was in the prime of his life, he had lost a portion of blood and appeared somewhat gaunt. However, There was a moment when his steps felt somewhat unsteady, but it was of no consequence. Upon hearing that his father had a glimmer of hope, a faint smile finally graced his face. The key figures had essentially gathered. Liu Yang and Kakashi exchanged glances and articulated their plan. To ensure absolute certainty, they resolved to split into two groups. I shall take the genuine ninja tools and proceed along the main road, while the rest of you carry the fakes and quietly make your way out through the back mountains of the village after my departure, taking the shortcuts all along the way. The true purpose of this strategy is to confound the enemy. Typically, when one witnesses such actions, they instinctively assume that the heavily guarded shortcuts are the true target. If the mist ninja pursues the second team, Liu Yang can effortlessly deliver the ninja tools to the designated drop-off location. Conversely, if the adversary does not fall for the ruse and chases Liu Yang instead, that would suit him just fine, as he would simply dispose of them into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. Yet, such a solitary endeavor poses considerable danger, does it not? Nohara Rin furrowed her brow. She understood Liu Yang's prowess, but she could not suppress her concern for him. Liu Yang reached out and gently ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Rin, I will be just fine. I have yet to grow up and date a girlfriend, so I won't easily meet my end here. Nohara Rin's ears turned slightly red, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi, sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, cleared his throat. Then it settled. After nightfall, we shall each set off and gather at the drop-off point. The remaining tasks will be entrusted to you, Banzan. After uttering these words, he shifted his gaze to Banzan, who felt rather uncomfortable under Kakashi's scrutiny and offered a few awkward chuckles. I understand. I will not go back on my word. That is good to hear. Kakashi nodded gently. The tardy might guy had just entered the dimly lit room when he observed the group poised to depart, leaving him feeling increasingly frustrated. Could someone please inform me if I have missed something again? In response, he was met only with the ambiguous gazes of those present. The elder, Yamashita Nohara, was personally overseeing matters at the foot of the mountain, and there was no room for negligence. In a matter of moments, everything was arranged meticulously. Before departing, the core members of the conservative faction had all arrived. Yamashita Nohara grasped the young man's hand, speaking earnestly. Liang-kun, I entrust everything to you. Indeed, I shall not disappoint. He affirmed. There is no need for further words. I shall take my leave now. Liu Yang rose, his toes barely touching the ground as he gracefully vaulted into the saddle. Grasping the reins, he exerted all his strength to give them a vigorous shake. The steed let out a fierce neigh, pulling the carriage behind as they galloped toward the vast expanse of the continent ahead. Unbeknownst to them, and I, concealed within a puddle, observed the entire scene. Half an hour later, another group silently departed from the back mountains of the village, leisurely making their way toward their destination. On the spacious roadway, the speed of the carriage gradually diminished. The young man, with a blade of foxtail grass between his lips, hummed a cheerful tune. Yearning to soar alongside the sun, the world awaited his transformative touch. On a nearby slope, a cadre of ninjas cloaked in dark fabric gazed down upon him, their eyes brimming with mockery. Humph! A solitary figure dares to brandish a genuine weapon. Brothers, heed my command. Crush this audacious wretch who knows not the height of heaven or the depth of the earth. With a single utterance, the leader summoned his comrades, who raised their weapons and leaped into action. The path ahead was obstructed. Without a moment's hesitation, the ninjas unleashed their ferocity upon him. Liu Yang leaped from the cart, deftly evading the oncoming shurikens. However, the sheer number of adversaries quickly encircled him. Unlike the previous wave of ambushers, this time, the foes exhibited remarkable coordination, launching a relentless barrage that left Liu Yang overwhelmed. Meanwhile, their accomplices stealthily approached the cart's cargo. Once we obliterate this cart of ninja tools, the obstinate conservatives will be utterly defeated. The man who had successfully infiltrated the cart chuckled madly. From his pouch of ninja tools, he extracted a dozen pre-prepared explosive tags, envisioning the grand explosion that was to follow. As he contemplated, he unfurled the canvas covering the cargo, preparing to insert the explosive tags within. At that moment, a handful of dried grass caught his eye. Impossible. The man could scarcely believe what he saw. He continued to dig, but found no sign of weaponry. This is bad. We've been deceived. The genuine goods are not here. It's all worthless straw. The mist ninjas, upon discovering the cart filled with straw, nearly ground their teeth in fury. Initially, they had scorned Konoha for concocting such a flawed plan, only to realize that the fools were themselves. This was not at all what they sought. In light of this revelation, there was no time to waste. They needed to eliminate this nuisance swiftly and pursue the true goods. Without delay, all the mist ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullets. Enormous water dragons surged skyward, unerringly targeting the boy in their midst. Lu Yang stood there, exuding calmness without a hint of panic. He exhaled a series of fire techniques to counter the onslaught of water dragons. Yet, no matter how fierce the flames, they could not evaporate all the water dragons in one breath. The thick mist obscured his vision, and in an instant, a massive dragon lunged forth, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. Another water dragon's tail struck from behind, sending him hurtling through the air. With a splatter, Lu Yang could not suppress a mouthful of blood, falling into silence. They had anticipated him to be formidable, yet he proved to be merely ordinary. Let us depart. We must pursue the other team. The mist ninjas sheathed their weapons, preparing to retreat. At that moment, a chilling voice penetrated their ears. Planning to leave? It is already too late. The group turned in terror towards the source of the voice, only to find that the boy they had just slain had vanished without a trace. The intuition of the ninjas allowed them to instantly realize that this young leaf ninja was far from ordinary. They exchanged glances, and without a word, raised their weapons, preparing for battle. In the next moment, a cart filled with straw erupted in a violent explosion. The tremendous force shattered the cart into countless pieces, and the ground beneath it was transformed into a massive crater. As the thick smoke dissipated, several water prisons emerged where the mist ninjas had been positioned. Oh, it seems the explosive tags were insufficiently placed. In the void, a slender youth emerged from a rift in space. His garments, stained crimson with blood, were a testament to his recent battles, and blood flowed steadily from a wound on his shoulder inflicted by a water dragon. The spectacle was both gruesome and bizarre. Space-time ninjutsu. This young boy could actually wield such a technique. In that case, the batch of ninja tools crafted by De Hui at the base would. Before they could finish their thoughts, Lu Yang interrupted them, saying, "Indeed, that batch of ninja tools is right here with me. However, you shall never have the chance to see them. The most perilous places are often the safest." The village was small, and transporting such a large quantity of ninja tools without being noticed was nearly impossible. Thus, he chose to play into their hands. Lu Yang intended to showcase this for their benefit, ensuring the safety of Lin and the others while he dealt with all the chaos himself. "Well, I am weary of this charade and shall no longer indulge you," Lu Yang said, nonchalantly reaching for his shoulder. The blood that flowed from his wound transformed into a shard of red crystal. With a slight exertion, he crushed the crystal in his hand. The mist ninjas, uninterested in his theatrics, launched into another fierce assault. Lu Yang smiled faintly. Crystal release, crystal wall formation. Countless sharp crystals erupted from the ground, intertwining at a speed that left the mist blades scrambling for escape. "Flee, run as you wish, you can only dance here." Lu Yang formed seals with his hands and gradually levitated into the air, enveloped in a transparent, diamond-shaped aura. Each point of the crystal shimmered with a soft white light. Then, concentrating the energy into a singular point, he unleashed a dazzling beam of light. Crystal release, ray of radiance. The beam, akin to a laser, struck a mist ninja, who trembled violently before being obliterated. The remaining ninjas, witnessing the spectacle, wore expressions of terror and attempted to flee. But it was too late. "You shall all perish," Lu Yang said, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile. He manipulated the beam, sweeping it downward relentlessly, leaving a trail of explosions in its wake. The crystals that continued to rise were also shattered in the chaos. 1, 2, 3. In merely a few seconds, the enemies lay utterly vanquished, their remains erased from existence. Anyone who had witnessed the preceding scene would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine. It was a massacre. This is a blatant massacre. In the face of absolute power, there is scarcely any capacity for resistance. Alas, they are merely a bunch of insignificant pawns, utterly lacking in interest, lamented Lu Yang. He set his feet upon the ground, gazing mournfully at the devastation before him. The wounds upon his body had vanished without a trace, and even his torn garments had restored to their former state. "Hey, I say, my esteemed companion beneath the earth, have you hidden yourself long enough?" Lu Yang expressed his disbelief. Why is it that each of these individuals seems to revel in their cowardice? Once their scheme was unveiled, the man ceased his concealment, emerging from the earth while clutching his weapons. Lu Yang, with a hint of disdain, took a couple of steps back, shielding himself from the splattering mud with a crystal mirror. In the next moment, several emerald avatars emerged from the mirror. Such prowess at such a young age, impressive indeed. That grand funeral earlier truly opened my eyes, the man remarked. Liu Yang crossed his arms, gazing intently at the man before him. He possessed long green hair, with 2 tufts of hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the emblem of the hidden mist village above his forehead protector. Liu Yang could hardly contain himself. Huh, I never imagined my opponent would be you, Black Holeya. Oh, so this little brat knows my esteemed name, Black Holeya replied, somewhat taken aback. He raised his weapon towards the youth, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty smile. Then allow me to present you with a splendid funeral. Liu Yang was no pushover. In response to Black Holeya's provocation, he retorted without hesitation, I'm afraid that remark bounces back to you. You were fortunate to escape at the hands of my friend's father back in the day, but today, you shall not have such fortune. Liu Yang was indeed familiar with him. He was a survivor among the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the Thunderblade. Discontent with the village's brutal regime, he chose defection, along the way rescuing the bloodline limit user, Lan Wan, and the two redeemed each other. Ultimately, he perished under his own lightning release. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Black Holeya's face turned a shade of green. The battle against Might Guy from years past haunted him still, even now. The memories stirred unease within him. Humph, the youth truly knows no bounds. I concede you possess a modicum of strength, but it ends there. Watch closely, as I shall soon host a funeral grander than the last. Enraged, Black Holeya formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning gate. Meanwhile, a team led by Kakashi had traversed the forest path for over half an hour. The woods were enveloped in a thick mist, an eerie silence pervading the surroundings, where even the sound of leaves falling could be distinctly heard. Wait, there's movement. Nohara Rin suddenly halted. The others looked around warily, yet saw nothing. The mist around them grew denser. It seems our gamble paid off. They've found us, Kakashi remarked with a smile playing on his lips. Nohara Rin, jolted with a start, looked up and shouted, they're coming, from above. Just as her words fell, Kakashi and Rin simultaneously drew several shurikens and hurled them into the air. The technique of shuriken shadow clone. Konoha whirlwind. A resounding boom echoed. A diminutive figure plummeted from the sky, landing precisely at Kakashi's feet. The individual stood around 5 feet tall, clad in armor and wielding a long blade enveloped in chakra. Die. Rin's expression turned icy as she stepped forward, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Kakashi caught a glimpse of a cold smirk curling at the corner of the figure's mouth, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Be careful. Water release, water gun technique. Rin instinctively lowered her gaze. As the enemy's chilling command rang out, a small water droplet, no larger than a cover, shot forth from their weapon, piercing through her form. Cough, cough, cough. She stared in disbelief at her chest, where the impact transformed into a piece of wood. Indeed, in that critical moment, Rin had employed the substitution technique, narrowly escaping disaster. Damn it, it's a ninja technique. How can a samurai wield such powers? Rin gritted her teeth, her beautiful brown eyes fixed intently on the samurai who had now risen and vanished into the mist, confusion swirling within her gaze. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air, unmistakably indicating they were surrounded. The trio stood back to back, forming a protective barrier around Blue Zuko and the cart. Everyone, be cautious. These individuals are peculiar, Kakashi instructed. Rin, safeguard Blue Zuko. The rest is up to me and Guy. As ninjas, their mission took precedence. Blue Zuko was their client, and ensuring his safety was paramount. With the enemy concealed and themselves exposed, the battle swiftly commenced. The three dispersed, engaging in fierce combat. During the brief skirmish, Kakashi utilized his Sharingan's insight to sever the enemy's right arm with a lightning blade. Simultaneously, the force unleashed by the opponent's weapon sent him staggering backward, colliding with Rin behind him. Kakashi, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that their weapons are strange and seem capable of unleashing various ninja techniques, Kakashi replied. Upon hearing this, Blue Zuko, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. I understand now. They wield innovative ninja tools produced by the new faction. Do you recall what I told you? They seal the souls of the deceased within these tools, allowing them to harness the powers the dead possessed in life. Therefore, even samurai or ordinary individuals can wield supreme power with such weapons. At this realization, Rin shuddered. Initially, When Blue Zuko had mentioned it, she had thought the concept was utterly depraved, failing to react appropriately. In retrospect, she recognized her naivety. Their current adversaries were evidently more formidable than the mist ninjas who had previously ambushed them. With no intention of becoming adversaries to the Hidden Leaf. We seek only the genuine ninja tools. Comply, and I shall ensure your safe departure. The resonant voice of a man pierced through the dense fog, reaching the ears of everyone present. Blue Zuko clenched his fists tightly. Inogai Keiichiro, as the leader of the reformists, what heroism is there in hiding? If you possess the courage, step forth, he demanded furiously. Yet, his words met with utter indifference. Instead, a blade of energy was unleashed in his direction, attempting to cast him away. Nohara Rin, swift and astute, pulled Blue Zuko from the brink of danger just as the energy strike was about to connect. Do not lay a finger on Blue Zuko. Your opponent is me. With those words, Rin darted forward like a bolt of lightning. She formed hand seals, channeling blue chakra into her palms, and struck fiercely against the incoming energy. A thunderous explosion erupted. The energy shattered, instantly dispersing the thick white smoke surrounding Zhou. Seizing the moment, Rin spotted the edge of her opponent's garment peeking through, and with a light tap of her toes, she declared, "Pardon my intrusion." Before he could react, she leaped onto Blue Zuko's shoulder, using it as a springboard to propel herself forward. Her speed was remarkable, and in an instant, she stood before the man, raising her right hand to strike at his chest. A flicker of panic crossed Inogai Keiichiro's face as he swiftly extended his sword to defend. Lightning release, lightning sphere. He unleashed a jutsu from the ninja realm once more. The clash of their forces resonated with a deafening roar, enduring the piercing pain of electricity coursing through her body. Rin pushed forward, her palm crashing into Keiichiro's chest. Puffed, blood spewed from him, and he was sent tumbling backward. The muscles and arteries of your chest have been severed. If you do not cease this foolishness, you shall bleed to death. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Rin proclaimed haughtily. Her chakra surgical knife was exceedingly sharp. Even the slightest contact could sever an opponent's muscles instantly. Kakashi, witnessing her injury, hastily utilized a shadow clone to shield her, granting her the necessary time and space to mend her wounds. Inogai Keiichiro could hardly fathom that he was being threatened by a mere girl with blonde hair. Ignoring Rin's words, he faded back into the mist. Humph, you think you can defeat me? It won't be that simple. Blue Zuko, the antidote for your father is in my possession. Come and take it if you dare. He laughed maniacally. Indeed, upon hearing Keiichiro's taunt, Blue Zuko's composure shattered. He shook off Rin's grip, swiftly mounted his steed, and raced toward the enemy's hiding place. Inogai Keiichiro, I'll trade you this cart of ninja tools for my father's antidote. Do not go. Blue Zuko, he is deceiving you, come back. Rin and Kakashi shouted in unison. Yet they could not halt Blue Zuko's advance. In that critical moment, silently, Maikai emerged from an unknown direction, landing gracefully upon the steed's back, and delivered a powerful blow to the man's nape. Lanzasuk was forced to halt, succumbing to unconsciousness, though he had saved the individual. Both he and his companion were flung to the ground by the frenzied stallion. The onlookers could only watch in disbelief as the carriage vanished into the dense mist. Soon, the carriage came to a stop. Ha ha ha. It would have been better had this been done sooner, declared Inogai Keiichiro, leading the carriage with an air of arrogance. However, now that we have what we sought, your continued existence is unnecessary. As he spoke, the long blade in his hand radiated a brilliant blue light, and the weapons of the other samurai similarly glowed in response, each plunging their weapons into the earth in unison. A multitude of blue lights erupted skyward, summoning ominous thunder. Since you are all destined to die, allow me to showcase my greatest masterpiece. Inogai Keiichiro roared towards the heavens. A cacophony of thunder reverberated through the air, while lightning cascaded down, leaving the onlookers' ears ringing, nearly deafening them. Ha ha ha, it is a privilege for you to perish beneath my new shinobi tools. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the forest. Impossible. Black Ho Thunderfang could scarcely believe the events that had just transpired. As one of the renowned 7 ninja blades, he could not withstand even 3 of the boy's techniques. Indeed, there are always greater forces at play, rendering the impossible merely a matter of perspective. Liang retracted his Susanoo, approaching the barely conscious figure before him with a calm demeanor, kneeling expressionlessly. The man's body had been mercilessly cleaved in two by the chakra-infused blade of Susanoo, blood spilling profusely. His fate was sealed. Who are you? Black Ho Thunder Fang asked in terror. eyes wide as he gazed upon the raven-haired youth. "Since you are to meet your demise, I shall reluctantly divulge my identity," Liu Yang replied with a light chuckle, whispering, "I am the god of your world, though you may refer to me as the sage of the six paths. After all, one bears no legal consequences for deceit. Were the sage to learn of this, he might simply retort, 'My apologies, please refrain from Q.'" Black Ho Thunderfang's pupils constricted sharply, realization dawning upon him. He understood that he had been utterly defeated. Their strengths resided on entirely different planes. A knowing smile crept upon his lips. Despite the blood that flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth and the weight of his body feeling like lead, with all his might, he sought to grasp the twin blades that lay just out of reach. Almost there. He was close. The man's smile grew ever brighter. Observing the desperate attempt of the man before him, Liu Yang shook his head in regret, rising to press his foot firmly upon the back of his hand. "I apologize, but I shall be taking these twin blades." With a decisive force, he crushed the bones beneath his foot, then proceeded to collect the two fallen ninja swords. The excruciating pain contorted the visage of Black Ho Thundertooth into a grotesque mask. The faint flicker of pride within him was mercilessly trampled by the youth before him. Despair engulfed him, yet the discomfort of his adversary only fueled Liu Yang's exhilaration. Brandishing his longsword, he prepared to deliver a swift end, when suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears from the system. Ding! Detecting the strong conviction of Black Ho Thundertooth to hold a grand funeral for himself. Please return Thundertooth to the task's objective, allowing him to complete his final rite. Impressive, my friend. He had managed to trigger a system task through his own belief. In light of this, Liu Yang contemplated granting his wish. "I have changed my mind. You adore holding funerals, do you not? Here is your chance to host one for yourself." He returned the spoils he had just acquired into Black Ho Thundertooth's hands, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "No need for courtesy. You may call me Lei Feng." A crow flew overhead, casting a shadow of confusion upon Black Ho Thundertooth. He did not comprehend the sudden shift in his opponent's demeanor. Yet, feeling the familiar sensation in his hands brought him a measure of tranquility. He gazed one last time at the azure sky and white clouds, raising his twin blades. "Thunder and lightning, grant me a funeral." The booming thunder descended, enveloping him in a sphere of blue lightning. In mere seconds, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. At the scene, only the two blades remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Black Ho Thundertooth's wish and completing the task. Reward obtained, Thunderblade Tooth. Unlocked all ninjutsu mastered by Black Ho Thundertooth during his lifetime. Liu Yang discreetly collected the two blades, stowing them into the endless void. He then opened the system panel to review the extensive array of skills that had just illuminated. This task was surprisingly straightforward, and the rewards were quite gratifying. He felt a surge of joy within. Not only had he encountered such formidable equipment, but he had inadvertently learned a plethora of lightning-release ninjutsu. One cannot deny that Black Ho Thundertooth possessed a commendable reservoir of techniques, and Liu Yang had indeed struck gold. Activating Sage Mode, he reconfirmed the vicinity for enemies. Once he had eliminated them all, he felt reassured enough to proceed. However, the direction he chose was not toward the land of water. In stark contrast to Liu Yang's effortless dispatching of foes, the battle on the other side continued to unfold with great difficulty. The power of the new ninja tools exceeded the imagination of all present. Had it not been for Kakashi's timely use of earth release to erect a formidable barrier, they would have been obliterated by the overwhelming lightning release of their adversaries. The strikes of thunder persisted outside. Kakashi pressed his hands against the wall, continuously channeling chakra to repair the ever-widening breaches. Despite his utmost efforts, the rate of repair lagged far behind the rate of destruction. Chunks of earth rained down, threatening to crush everyone beneath them. At that moment, a falling rock was perilously close to striking Kakashi. At this critical moment, Mike soared into the air, unleashing a powerful punch that sent the swiftly descending boulder flying. "Thank you, Kai." Kakashi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "We are comrades. There is no need for thanks. Focus on yourself first, and then devise a way to escape. I will handle the rest," Kai replied, brimming with vitality, delivering another punch at the shattered stones around them. It is well known that Kakashi is notoriously low on chakra, and if this continued, he would not endure for long. Without a means to dismantle the thunder formation, they would all meet their demise here. The potency of this formation was overwhelming. One could hardly fathom that such power could be wielded by ninja tools without witnessing it firsthand. Rin furrowed her brow, standing behind Kakashi, gradually channeling her chakra into him. Outside, Inuyama Kiichiro and his subordinates watched the nearby mound of earth with fluctuating expressions. Bluji, I wonder how much longer you can hide in there. As long as we have chakra, this ninjutsu will persist. Everyone, increase your power and crush them into a pulp. Inuyama Kiichiro declared fiercely. Each of them wielded a scientific ninja tool. Under Inuyama's command, they forcefully plunged their weapons into the ground, generating a thunderous resonance. A blue aura enveloped them, and the chakra covering their bodies seemed to resonate with the ninja tools before them. The more chakra the tools absorbed, the more formidable the thunder formation became. And the sky rumbled ominously, causing the very ground to tremble. This time, the thunder struck with an even louder roar, as if it aimed to deafen all who heard it. The lightning accurately targeted the mound of earth below. Boom! The top was shattered. The ferocious lightning came crashing down upon them, seemingly intent on devouring them whole. One after another, the fierce bolts of lightning descended. The ground beneath them, already precarious, could not withstand the intensified thunder formation. A tremendous force caused the entire section of ground to collapse, sending countless stones and dirt flying, burying everyone within. Rin felt weightless as she fell backward. Behind her lay an endless abyss, and before her loomed the raging lightning along with the impending barrage of debris. Am I to die again? Such a thought suddenly crossed Lin's mind. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, she never truly belonged in this world. Having enjoyed another fleeting moment of happiness, she considered it a gain. Yet, she had lingering regrets. She had not yet had the chance to properly repay the divine beings. In that very instant, a shadow darted towards her from afar. Its speed was astonishing, reaching her side in an instant, arms outstretched to shield her. Kakashi! Rin exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi turned his head, squinting as he offered her a reassuring smile. Rin, this time, let me protect you. His words hung in the air, uncompleted. Countless fragments of stone rained down upon the silver-haired youth. With a splatter, a mouthful of blood erupted from Kakashi, staining Rin's face and blossoming like a vivid red plum blossom. No, Kakashi, please. Rin frantically shook her head. She yearned to push him away, yet could not budge him even a fraction. Then, another bolt of thunder struck, landing squarely upon the youth's chest. The thunder pierced his heart, and blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Kakashi could no longer endure. His weary eyes closed in exhaustion. Kakashi! Kakashi! Kai, witnessing the scene beside them, echoed Rin's anguished cries. However, the perilous situation demanded their undivided attention. Rin cradled the plummeting Kakashi, exerting every ounce of strength to staunch the relentless flow of blood. Lord Luyong, save me. In her sorrow, Rin instinctively called out the name. The golden totem upon her forehead flickered softly in response to her plea. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. In her haze, she vaguely perceived a familiar figure before her, and then she was engulfed in oblivion. Rin, rest now. I shall take care of everything from here. Luyong gazed tenderly at the girl in his arms. With a single hand forming seals, he employed the red fruit to encapsulate her, Kakashi, Kai, and the already unconscious Ao no Su. Simultaneously, a colossal crystal lotus blossomed beneath Liu Yang's feet, ascending gently and safely transporting them to the ground. The victorious joy radiating from Inukai Kichiro was shattered by Liu Yang's appearance. He stared at the man before him in disbelief, demanding, How did you come to be here? Were you not blocked by the Black Reaper Thunder Fong on another route? The man suddenly recalled something. His face a mask of terror. Liu Yang retracted the crystal lotus and placed the red fruit steadily on the ground. Having completed his actions, he crossed his arms, gazing haughtily at the elderly man whose expression changed more swiftly than the turning of a page, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You are correct. The Black Reaper Thunder Fong and his entire entourage have been eradicated by me. As for why I am here, he paused, a transparent crystal mirror appearing beside him. Before my departure, I concealed my clone within the mark on Rin's forehead. Clones are as plentiful as one desires. Liu Yang spoke nonchalantly. From the mirror, a figure identical to him emerged. 1, 2, 7 in total, matching the number of their adversaries. What is happening? I have never heard of any ninjutsu capable of manifesting within the patterns on another's face. Inukai Kichiro stammered. Liu Yang's 7 clones stood side by side, emanating an overwhelming aura that suffocated the opponent. The body of the samurai trembled incessantly, though the reason remained elusive. They were seized by an inexplicable chill, a shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. In this vast world, there lies an abundance of knowledge yet to be uncovered. I had no intention of taking your life. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon your unfortunate encounter with the wrong individual. The members of Liu Yang spoke in unison. From their arms manifested two gleaming jade blades. Kenichi Inunaga was dead. His lifeless body hung at the village gate. A grim spectacle orchestrated by unknown hands. All core members of the Innovators were eradicated overnight, their forbidden ninja tools, crafted in violation of the celestial mandate, consumed entirely by a raging inferno. Ding! Congratulations, host, on uncovering the secret of the Iron Nation, fulfilling Lan Ji's wish, and successfully completing your mission. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000 gold coins. Successfully unlocked the basic Flying Thunder God technique. Received 10 time stop cards, 1 Demon Blade Murakumo, and 1 Ninja Tool White Fang. Far away, Liu Yang listened to the system's rewards, his heart brimming with joy. The mission's completion signified the total annihilation of the Innovators, occurring even more swiftly than he had anticipated. He halted, gazing at a quaint wooden cabin in the distance. A cryptic smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, this place proved worthwhile. I have finally discovered it. Kakashi awoke 7 days later. The mission had concluded. At that time, he had sustained grave injuries while shielding Rin from a fatal blow, rendering him unconscious. After dispatching the rabble, Liu Yang utilized his exceptional medical ninjutsu to heal his comrades' wounds and escorted them back to the village, taking only Lan Ji with him. Thus, Liu Yang, along with his shadow clone and Lan Ji, convened at the predetermined location in the Land of Water, delivering the batch of ninja tools intact to the daimyo. Lan Ji received the final payment he yearned for and, in turn, presented the remaining commission fees post-upgrade to Liu Yang. He also sent a carrier pigeon to Konohagakure, elucidating the details of the amended commission. Upon hearing his comrades' accounts, Kakashi's mind remained muddled, struggling to grasp the entirety of the events. So, in the end, all the credit for this mission rests solely on Liu Yang's shoulders? Kakashi's expression reflected his frustration. Not only he, but also Guy found the situation even more unbearable. Indeed, he accomplished everything alone, leaving us devoid of any sense of involvement. Guy felt a pang of distress. It was already a challenge to keep pace with Kakashi's brilliance, and now a more formidable figure had emerged, leaving them feeling hopeless. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively, attributing his success to mere luck, crediting the explosive tags packed in their cart. After all, did they not possess similar ones? The others fell silent. His words, rather than providing solace, deepened their discomfort. The cargo on both carts was a ruse, layered with dried grass, concealing an array of explosive tags beneath. The ninjas summoned by Kenichi and Inunaga from the Land of Water had all pursued Liu Yang, while Kakashi and his companions faced only ordinary warriors. Logically, these unremarkable foes, devoid of any extraordinary prowess, should have been obliterated by the simultaneous detonation of so many explosive tags. Yet, as fate would have it, an unforeseen twist had unfolded. Before he could activate the explosive talisman, he was drenched by the opponent's water release technique from the ninja's blade. Might Guy rubbed the back of his head, his expression somewhat awkward. He couldn't possibly voice that their benefactor had made a rash decision, disrupting all their carefully laid plans by sending out the carriage. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yang had witnessed the entire ordeal of his comrades being ambushed by the enemy. However, Liu Yang chose not to expose the truth. He extended his hand, tapping Kakashi's shoulder, and earnestly advised, "Kakashi, how is your health? If you're feeling better, we shall depart for Konoha tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he deliberately applied a bit of pressure with his palm. Kakashi had sustained severe injuries. Although his external wounds had healed, his inner energy was not fully restored. Liu Yang's exertion triggered discomfort in Kakashi's damaged heart. The young man coughed a few times, his brows knitting together. Observing this, Liu Yang swiftly withdrew his hand, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, Kakashi. I didn't mean to hurt you." "It's nothing," Kakashi replied softly. Nevertheless, Liu Yang felt a lingering sense of guilt and vowed, patting his chest, "I promise that I will be there for you whenever you need my assistance." Kakashi merely smiled and shook his head, clearly not taking Liu Yang's words to heart. "Kakashi, do not blame me for my harshness. You must endure the pain you once inflicted upon Rin." Only then can my heart's resentment be alleviated, Liu Yang thought to himself, as a sudden inspiration sparked within him, giving birth to an unknown plan in his mind. In the Land of Fire, at the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, the third Hokage gazed down at the group of young ninjas who had just returned from their mission, exhaling a puff of white smoke. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a neutral expression, "I am aware of the events that transpired. You performed admirably on this mission in the Land of Iron, and the client has expressed high praise." Upon receiving the acknowledgement from the Hokage, both Guy and Rin displayed expressions of delight. Of course, not only did we complete the client's task, but we also thwarted the unexpected demise of the innovation faction, exclaimed Guy, his enthusiasm nearly causing his smile to reach the heavens. This is all thanks to the blue beasts of Konoha and my comrades, whose collaborative effort made it possible, he continued, completely absorbed in the Hokage's commendation. Beside him, Kakashi sighed, unable to contain himself as he covered Guy's mouth, confronted by his overly exuberant companion. "What are you doing, Kakashi?" Guy glared defiantly, attempting to break free from the restraint. Just then, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen standing before him, his face devoid of color, causing him to swallow hard. "Go on, why don't you continue?" Sarutobi's tone remained flat. Accustomed to his carefree demeanor, Guy was taken aback by the atmosphere surrounding them. He glanced around and saw his comrades frantically signaling him. And even his dull mind grasped that he had made a blunder. Instantly, he lowered his head and sincerely apologized. "Lord Hokage, I was in the wrong," Kai said, gesturing to his mouth as if zipping it shut. This playful motion elicited a chuckle from Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose weathered face broke into a warm smile. The perilous nature of their recent mission had escalated to an S-rank level. Logically, it was beyond the capabilities of their team to undertake. The adversary was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding a formidable new type of ninja tool, compounded by the intricate political implications involving the Land of Iron. Moreover, Kakashi, a jonin, had sustained grave injuries, nearly losing his life. As they listened to Hiruzen's astute analysis, the group recognized its validity, silently enduring the elder's admonitions without daring to interject. Observing the young ones, Hiruzen reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further this time. However, you must remember, such reckless behavior must never happen again. The fire of Konoha endures eternally. These youths before me are the village's future hope, and no misfortune must befall them before they reach full maturity." Liu Yang awaited this concession, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Third, for your magnanimity. We shall remember your words." But Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly turned to focus on the youth, his intuition warning him that what Liu Yang was about to say would not be so straightforward. Liu Yang, amused by Hiruzen's serious demeanor, placed a hand on his shoulder and cheerfully produced a document from his pocket, presenting it to the elder. "Our mission has also secured a tremendous benefit for Konoha, a special arrangement with the village of Aoi no Suk for custom ninja tools at a 50 discount. A 50 discount. This was monumental. It meant that for the same price, Konoha could acquire double the ninja tools. Initially thinking he had misheard, Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the agreement in his hands, noting the series of signatures and fingerprints. Even his composed nature could not suppress the joy that spread across his face. Liu Yang recognized that he had successfully captured Hiruzen's interest. With arms crossed, he continued. "They possess the capability to produce ninja tools for the daimyo of the Land of Water, and their quality is reliable. Collaborating with them promises mutual benefit." The signatures on the document were all witnessed by Liu Yang and Kakashi, confirmed by the conservative faction's high-ranking officials. Even Yamashita Dahi had added his signature once he regained consciousness. Konoha's resurgence required a substantial supply of ninja tools, and the conservatives needed Konoha's orders to restore their former glory. A partnership between the two parties promised a resounding win-win situation. "Excellent. I am pleasantly surprised that you, though still young, possess such resolve to contribute significantly to the village. Speak your desires for rewards. You may request anything." Hiruzen beamed with delight, nearly eager to convene a high-level meeting to discuss the initial orders. Lin and Kai exchanged glances, while Kakashi's expression shifted as he clenched his fists, grappling with whether to voice his innermost wishes. Liu Yang was acutely aware of his desires and spoke forth without hesitation. "My wish is to relocate the grave of Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hatake, to the hero's tomb, and to have his deeds inscribed in the textbooks of the Ninja Academy." He stood tall, his voice resonating like thunder, his gaze piercing. Beep. Detecting the host's fervent will to vindicate the White Fang, in accordance with the Dream Master System's regulations. Congratulations, host. You have activated the task, vindicating the White Fang and alleviating Kakashi's inner turmoil. As anticipated, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, to fulfill the dreams of the masses, he had to rely on himself. Relying solely on the system to assign tasks would leave him waiting until the flowers wilted. He mused internally. Upon uttering these words, astonishment enveloped everyone in the Hokage's office. Liang, you did this for me? Kakashi's voice trembled, his typically stoic demeanor softening in that moment. He recalled when they were in the Land of Iron. Liang had leaned close to him, insisting that they must sign that agreement no matter what. It was all for his sake. Yes, for it is only in this manner that I can provide you with leverage, Liang admitted openly. Needing to find a suitable justification to facilitate this matter, one that no one could refuse. The White Fang was an exceptional ninja. His illustrious reputation reached my ears when I was but a child. Such a hero should not remain shrouded in obscurity within the annals of history. Nor should he be denied the understanding of the village even in death. In the world of ninjas, those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless. Yet, a ninja whose comrades do not care for him is even less than scum. Liang paused, turning slowly to embrace the silver-haired youth. Kakashi had spent his life in loss, his father, companions, teacher, and mentor. Kakashi was a version of Sasuke who had not succumbed to darkness. While some heal their entire lives with their childhood, Kakashi used his lifetime to mend his past. Liang resolved to be Kakashi's redemption, to extricate him from that endless quagmire. We are comrades. I cannot bear to see you lingering in the sorrow of the past. Comrades, Kakashi murmured, grappling for words to articulate the tumultuous emotions swelling within him. Beside them, Guy and Rin were moved to tears by Liang's heartfelt declaration, approaching to join the two in an embrace. This profound bond of camaraderie was indeed a rarity. In an instant, it stirred Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts of his three disciples. Ahem, Liang, I understand your wish, Sarutobi said, stroking his graying beard. This matter is of great significance. It is not a decision I can make alone. I will confer with the other senior leaders, and the outcome will be communicated to you. Very well. Let it be as you say. Liang released Kakashi, lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. With Danzo deceased, only the stubborn Mito Gate and the obstinate Tsunade remained. With the leverage of the Ninja Tool Agreement and the support of Tsunade and Minato, the matter concerning Kakashi Hitaki was effectively secured. And what about you? What do you all desire? Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze towards the other three individuals. Without hesitation, Kakashi opted for his father. Rin and Guy exchanged glances and aligned themselves with Kakashi's choice. So it is decided. I shall endeavor to advocate for you, Hiruzen pledged. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Guy strode briskly, eager to share their joy with the world. Meanwhile, Liang maintained a more subdued demeanor, humming a cheerful tune. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. As the pair trailed behind, a man and woman observed their two seemingly oblivious companions with perplexed expressions. Rin, are they both all right? Asked the man. They should be, perhaps, Rin replied with a strained smile. Regrettably, the light-hearted banter of the two did not escape Liu Yang's keen ears. In a flash, he appeared behind them, playfully draping an arm over each of their shoulders. A mischievous grin adorning his face. What amusing conversation are you two having? Don't forget to include me. Kakashi finally grasped the situation. Liu Yang was intentionally stirring the pot, his intentions decidedly mischievous. Rin cleared her throat and, with a beaming smile, crafted an escape for herself and Kakashi. Liu Yang, you arrived just in time. Please help us think of some delicious places to eat. Kakashi wants to treat us to dinner. Her words were skillfully articulated, not only extricating the two from an awkward moment, but also securing a free meal. Kakashi nodded in agreement, maintaining his composure. Upon hearing of the dinner invitation, Guy immediately perked up. Before Liu Yang could utter a word, he enthusiastically proposed, coconut shavings. Kakashi is treating us to dinner. How rare. Shall we go for barbecue? I just heard from the gatekeeper that a new barbecue restaurant has opened next to Ichiraku Ramen, and it's supposed to be quite good. Sounds great. I'm utterly exhausted after our mission, Liu Yang chimed in. After all, he had assisted Kakashi with a significant favor. It was only fitting to indulge in a hearty meal. Kakashi's lips twitched at this. These companions certainly did not hold back. and he quickly calculated how much of his budget remained for the month. Once assured that he could afford the treat, he waved his hand decisively. "Let us go. We're off to the barbecue." The four of them marched towards the barbecue stall with great enthusiasm. During the Iron Country mission, they had almost faced a fallout without Obito. Half a month had passed. Upon their return from the mission, and with Obito's injuries nearly healed, they invited him to join them for barbecue. As it turned out, the gatekeeper's recommendation proved to be a culinary delight. The barbecue was exquisite. After being confined to bland broth in the hospital for so long, Obito relished the opportunity to indulge, devouring his meal with gusto. Liu Yang, Rin, and Guy watched him with smiles of satisfaction. "Obito, slow down. No one is competing with you," Rin advised. Despite her words, she smiled as she placed the freshly roasted beef ribs into a bowl filled with soil, her eyes brimming with affection. Only Kakashi, gazing at the disarray before him, felt his heart bleed profusely. The silver-haired youth hesitated for a moment before abruptly rising. "Kakashi, where are you going?" Liu Yang inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor with concern. Kakashi collected himself and replied, "I'm heading to the restroom, and I'll ask the owner for more grilled pork belly." He felt a surge of anxiety within him, fearing that his companions might discern something awry, and hastily made his escape. Liu Yang, pondering thoughtfully as he observed Kakashi's retreating figure, discreetly communicated with his companions and silently followed in pursuit. "What is Kakashi up to?" Liu Yang trailed behind at a distance, watching as Kakashi turned a couple of corners and approached the entrance. At one point, the young man glanced back to ensure no one was following him before cautiously slipping to the front desk, hiding behind a column. Liu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Kakashi's peculiar behavior only deepened Liu Yang's curiosity. The distance was too great. He could not discern the conversation between Kakashi and the front desk staff, but he did observe him extracting his wallet and handing over all the money it contained. The receptionist nodded and, with a smile, accepted the money, scribbling something on a piece of paper before passing it to a passing waiter. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, bowed deeply. He soon departed, and Liu Yang watched as he entered a nearby restroom. He then hurried to the front desk to inquire about the earlier happenings. The receptionist, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, smiled and informed him that boy didn't have enough money, so he offered to help clean up the dishes and wash pots in the kitchen after his meal. This was indeed in keeping with Kakashi's character, quietly bearing burdens behind the scenes. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, reaching into the depths of his pocket to produce a handful of gold coins, placing them grandly on the counter. "Madam, please see how much more is needed, and I'll cover it. Also, add a few orders of the finest wagyu and a dozen drinks. Do not mention that I purchased them. Just say it's a promotional giveaway from the restaurant. As for him staying to serve, let that go." The middle-aged woman, who was both the receptionist and the owner of the barbecue establishment, beamed at the sight of the shimmering gold coins. She immediately assured him, "Rest assured, our establishment will handle everything efficiently. Don't think me intrusive, but that boy is truly fortunate to have a companion like you." Suddenly intrigued by the woman's words, Liu Yang listened intently as she continued. The owner leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper only they could hear. "You may not know since you are new to the village, but that boy lost his father at a young age, leaving him as the sole heir. He tends to be quite reclusive, always alone, which is rather pitiable." With a sigh, she lamented, "In such a small village, news travels swiftly, and any occurrence is known to every corner." Konoha's White Fang was once a hero of the village, yet he lost his life for failing to adhere to the rules, leaving behind his young son to face the harsh realities of life. At such a tender age, the child was thrust into the horrors of war. It is the fault of this world that a youth must bear such burdens. Liu Yang fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Kakashi's team could not muster a single set of parents among them. Each individual bore a tragic past, but that was inconsequential. He would rescue them one by one from the mire and guide them towards a path of recovery. With this thought, Liu Yang raised his gaze and nodded slightly towards the woman. "Auntie, thank you. From now on, Kakashi will no longer be alone, for we shall all be by his side." "Very well," the woman replied with a smile, watching as he returned to his seat. Kakashi had already returned ahead of Liu Yang, occupying his place at the table. He glanced at the empty corner across from him, feeling inexplicably uneasy. "Where's Liu Yang?" "Oh, he went to the restroom. Didn't you see him?" Obito mumbled, his mouth full of grilled meat, cheeks puffed out. "No, I didn't see him." Kakashi shook his head, his heart racing with anxiety. fearing that the earlier incident might have been witnessed. Before long, Liang returned. Guy poked his shoulder, inquiring about the restroom encounter. Perhaps he came out just as I went in, and we missed each other, Liang replied, feigning confusion with remarkable skill. Kakashi scrutinized him for a few moments, ultimately convinced by his words. New dishes soon arrived at their table. The sight of the lavish spread of Wagyu beef, pork belly, and beverages caused everyone to swallow hard. Wow, Kakashi, did you strike gold? There is so much food, and those platters of Wagyu look expensive, right? It can't be a mistake, can it? Guy and Obito chimed in unison. Kakashi was equally baffled. He had only ordered 3 servings of pork belly, and now found himself staring at an unexpectedly abundant spread. This must be a mistake. I didn't order this much, just the pork belly. No mistake, the waiter replied calmly. Today, we are running a special promotion. The 58th customer receives 5 portions of premium Wagyu and our specially crafted drinks. The waiter had long since grown accustomed to such tricks, simply fulfilling his duties as instructed. I shall not disturb you further. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter smiled and retreated, leaving space for Liang and the others. Guy picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of Wagyu on the grill, watching the meat sizzle enticingly. In my entire life, I have never tasted such exquisite beef. Thanks to your generosity today, I shall indulge without reservation. Guy grinned foolishly at Kakashi as he spoke. Kakashi remained in a daze, unable to grasp the surreal nature of it all. Liang, seeing the Wagyu nearing perfection, swiftly snatched it and placed it in Kakashi's bowl. Kai, feeling displeased, cast a resentful glance at Liang. Liang, this is rather unfair. Not only do you claim all the credit, but you also wish to seize my share of roasted meat. Today, Kakashi is treating us. It is only fitting that he takes the first bite. If he becomes upset and decides not to pay, what then? Liang shot Kai an exasperated look, his argument sound and reasonable. Indeed, among all present, his eloquence was unmatched. Upon hearing this, Kai immediately fell silent. Yahiko, who had remained quiet until now, found an inexplicable joy in watching his companions bicker. Sipping from her drink, she diligently turned the meat on the grill. In this manner, she quietly grilled plate after plate, distributing the cooked meat evenly into everyone's bowls. Lin, you are truly kind to me. You must be an angel, Kai lamented, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the meat in his bowl. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, intending to embrace her. Seeing this, Obito, unable to swallow the morsel in his mouth, hastily threw a punch at Kai's face. Mind yourself. Retract your clammy hands, he scolded. Kai, feeling dejected, realized he had acted rashly. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful, and Liang watched the scene with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Task objective Kakashi detected. The ice within his heart is beginning to thaw. Current task progress, 10. Please continue your efforts to help Kakashi mend his emotional wounds. Goodness, Liang thought, exasperated. After all I have done, I have only made 1/10 of the progress. This is exceedingly difficult. Yet, it was understandable. Ice does not freeze in a day. And Kakashi's emotional scars were profound. Years of unresolved pain weighed heavily on him. He could not rush the process. He needed to gradually dismantle the ice encasing his heart. Lost in thought, another fragrant piece of grilled meat appeared in his bowl. Liang looked up to meet Lin's charming face. Liang, you have contributed the most to this task, helping Kakashi confront his long-standing issues. Treat yourself to a bit more as a reward, she said with a gentle smile. Her every word imbued with sincerity, though she alone knew there was a hint of personal sentiment behind them. The beauty's concern was hard to resist. Liang silently picked up the grilled meat and savored it. Though it was the same piece of meat, its taste had transformed entirely. Throughout the meal, Kakashi wore a brooding expression, yet the alternating acts of feeding from his companions ensured he consumed his fair share. Once they were satiated, everyone returned to their respective homes. As they parted ways, Lin cast a lingering gaze at Liang. Upon receiving his response that he still had matters to attend to, she obediently headed home. Obito, noticing this, gallantly offered to escort her. However, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Obito, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first, came the biting voice, echoing before he even arrived. Startled, Obito turned his body away, dread washing over him. Moments later, a woman clad in green, with stunning twin ponytails, stormed towards them, accompanied by a disciple. It was Tsunade. Upon catching a glimpse of her face, Obito instinctively turned to flee. Humph, Dare you run away? Just wait until I catch you. I shall break your legs, and then heal them back. She was swift, and so was Tsunade. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind the boy and delivered a kick. Bang! A piercing scream echoed throughout the street. Lady Tsunade. Oh no, Sister Tsunade, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The boy pleaded with a sorrowful expression, but alas, it was too late. Tsunade paid no heed to his desperate pleas, hoisting him up like a sack of potatoes and delivering a chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Without delay, she slung him over her shoulder and exited the tumultuous scene. As Obito was dragged away, Kakashi and Ryong had their own matters to attend to. Alone, Guy approached Lin, extending his hand. Let me take you home, Lin. No thanks, I can make my own way back, Lin replied decisively. She was no frail flower. She was determined to grow stronger to keep pace with Lord Ryong. With that thought, she swiftly vanished around the corner. Slightly disheartened by Lin's rejection, Guy said nothing and waved goodbye to Ryong and Kakashi before departing. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, only Ryong and Kakashi remained. According to their agreement, Kakashi was to stay behind and wash the dishes, unwilling to let his companions see him in such a disheveled state. However, Ryong was resolute in his refusal to leave. This left Kakashi in a quandary. His mind raced as he contemplated how to discreetly send Ryong away. He parted his lips to speak, only to be interrupted by Ryong. Kakashi, I am grateful for your timely rescue and for bringing me back to Konoha. I have a gift for you as a token of my appreciation. Ryong's smile was faint. Kakashi recalled the opportunity Ryong had secured for him earlier that day in the Hokage's office, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Hearing that Ryong intended to present him with a gift, he repeatedly declined. No, that is not necessary. It was my fault for accidentally injuring you. Bringing Ryong back to Konoha and asking Tsunade for treatment was merely an attempt to atone for his earlier mistake. Unperturbed, Ryong reached behind him and, like a magician, produced a short blade, presenting it before Kakashi. The boy, who had just been adamantly refusing, found himself frozen in place at the sight of the gift. His breath caught in his throat, and he unconsciously uttered two familiar, yet foreign words. White Fang. Indeed, it was White Fang. I have retrieved it for you, and asked Yamashita to restore it. Ding. The icy barrier in Kakashi's heart continues to thaw. Current task progress, 11, 12, 13. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Ryong's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, I anticipated the effectiveness of this strategy. Who could possibly resist such a relentless onslaught? Kakashi, though regaining his composure, remained unwilling to accept the short dagger. I cannot take this weapon, he stated, as he returned the dagger to Liu Yang's embrace. Liu Yang had aided him tremendously. Not only had he resurrected his two most vital companions, but he had also vindicated his father and restored the legendary White Fang. Kakashi was at a loss as to how he might repay such profound kindness. Beep. Task objective. Kakashi's resolve is firm. Current task progress, 17. Please continue the pursuit, host. Liu Yang understood the turmoil within Kakashi's heart. In a swift motion, he appeared behind the youth, disregarding any objections, and affixed the dagger, along with its sheath, to his back. This was the rightful place for the dagger, which had been lost in the chaos of the battle at the Bridge of the Gods, leaving that spot empty of White Fang's presence. Kakashi, inadvertently ensnared by Liu Yang's immobilization technique, stood frozen, struggling to force a smile. Liu Yang, you? Indeed. Liu Yang replied, stroking his chin, admiring the masterpiece before him. This was the essence of returning an object to its rightful owner. Beep. Current task progress, 18. The system resumed its count. Liu Yang chuckled softly, forming hand seals to dispel the immobilization spell on the youth. Kakashi, I used the task reward to cover the remaining expenses. You need not wash the dishes anymore. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his emotions a tumultuous blend, all encapsulated in a single phrase. Liu Yang, you need not say a word, for we are comrades, Liu Yang assured him, patting his shoulder. Comrades, Kakashi murmured, unaware that tears were streaming down his face. Beep. Current task progress, 25. Upon noticing the system's pause and counting, the weight Liu Yang had been prepared to release began to rise once more within him. Indeed, the core of Kakashi's sorrow stemmed primarily from his father. It seemed they would have to await news from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, it is getting late. We should return to our respective homes. My younger brother awaits me. Thank you for your hospitality today. Liu Yang waved goodbye to Kakashi, referring to his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi. He pondered whether that little one had missed him during his absence. Liu Yang departed swiftly, while Kakashi gazed at the retreating figure, unable to find tranquility. Uchiha clan. Residence of the clan leader. When Liu Yang returned, it was already quite late. He stood outside the grand entrance, gazing up at the imposing mansion, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Once my wings are fully spread, I shall inevitably leave this place, Liu Yang silently vowed. As was his custom, the youth removed his shoes and stealthily attempted to slip into his room. However, he was met by Uchiha Makoto, who had been waiting in the long corridor for quite some time. Liu Yang, you little rascal. After journeying so far for a mission, you couldn't even inform me of your return? I've been waiting for you until the flowers have withered. Uchiha Makoto rose with a fierce demeanor, vehemently chastising him with pointed words, a reflection of her deep affection intertwined with disappointment. Earlier that day, while sauntering through the marketplace, she fortuitously encountered Kushina, who delivered the exhilarating news of Ryang's return. Elated, she promptly procured an array of delectable ingredients, dedicating several hours that afternoon to prepare a sumptuous feast, all in anticipation of welcoming Ryang home after his inaugural mission. Yet, as time passed, the three of them waited in vain, the dishes growing cold while he remained absent. Never mind. It's not as if you did it intentionally. I shall let it slide, Uchiha Makoto murmured to herself, her tone softening after venting her frustrations. You must be hungry. Come in and dine with us. The rapidity of her mood shift was astonishing, almost swifter than the turning of a page. Ryang couldn't help but think how elusive a woman's heart could be. He absent-mindedly rubbed his slightly protruding belly, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, wishing to convey that he had already dined. However, under her frosty gaze, the words caught in his throat. Learning from past experiences, Uchiha Makoto wasted no time. She boldly grasped the young man's arm and guided him to sit at the dining table. Then, out of nowhere, a small bundle of joy emerged, snuggling into his embrace. Brother Ryang, you're back. Itachi chimed sweetly, his voice soft and innocent. Ryang reached out to tousle the tousled black hair of the child, who appeared adorably drowsy, as if just roused from slumber. With a warmth surging within him, the weariness from his journey dissipated. Ryang, spend a little time with your brother. Dinner will be ready shortly, Uchiha Makoto said gently. The harmonious rapport between the two young ones delighted her immensely. At that moment, she hurriedly heated the meal she had prepared specifically for him and presented it before the young man. Thank you, sister, Ryang replied, offering her a sweet smile. The array of dishes was bountiful, with 3 out of 5 featuring mackerel, a choice made because he had once expressed his fondness for it, leading Uchiha Makoto to believe it was his favorite. Thus she often prepared it in various styles for him. Please eat quickly, or it will get cold, she urged, lifting Itachi into her arms and affectionately ruffling Ryang's hair. With genuine sincerity, she regarded this young man as family. Ryang nodded, picking up his chopsticks to savor a piece of meat. The flavor was exquisite, tantalizing his taste buds. This is delicious, he declared, although hunger was not his true companion. He made a concerted effort to eat heartily so as not to disappoint Uchiha Makoto. His enjoyment brought her joy, and she encouraged him, if it's good, have some more. I'll go prepare hot water for your bath. Make sure to wash up and rest early. With that, Makoto rose to head toward the bathroom. Once she had moved away, Ryang quickly set down his chopsticks and formed a few hand signs. From the boundless void, he retrieved a bag, neatly packing away the leftover food. When Uchiha Makoto returned, having prepared the bathwater, she paused, surprised to find the table cleared of its dishes. She hadn't anticipated that he would be so considerate. Is the hot water ready? Then I shall bathe first. Ryang coughed lightly to announce his presence. Fearing the exposure of his true self, he hastily dashed towards the bathroom. Inside, a veil of steam enveloped him. Liu Yang, bare-chested, luxuriated in the expansive bathtub, relishing the warm water that embraced his entire body. A sense of inexplicable bliss surged from deep within him. In that moment, every limb and sinew relaxed completely. The young man closed his eyes and let out a muffled groan. Ah, this sensation is simply divine. The only imperfection lay in his belly, which felt as though it might burst. Contemplating this, Liu Yang settled cross-legged. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned from the boundless void the fishing tool he had previously used, deftly applying it to several acupoints on his body. He expelled the excess food from his stomach. Alas, the risk of acid reflux lingered. He resolved not to repeat this act. He reminded himself that if he were on Blue Star, This would be a clear case of inducing vomiting. The thought of the consequences of frequent purging made his scalp prickle. Such unhealthy remedies should indeed be avoided. After indulging in a soothing bath, Lu Yang returned to his room. In his bed, the presence of the small figure had finally vanished. He sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving the demon blade, Muramasa, awarded by the system, and examined it with care. Demon blade Muramasa, a single strike is fatal. Any wound inflicted, no matter how minute, will be tainted with cursed poison, leading to death. Caution, even the wielder will be afflicted if they cut themselves. There was no doubt, this was a genuine demon blade. The system was truly impressive, even rewarding items from neighboring realms. When would it bestow upon him the essence of a demon as well? A delightful wish unfurled in his mind. Yet, despite his yearning, Lu Yang was acutely aware that this troublesome system was unlikely to fulfill his desires. He gingerly traced the blade's icy surface with his fingertip, causing a pang in his heart. Images of Lin wielding it flashed through his mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. This demon blade truly was remarkable. He planned to present it to Lin the following day, if his doppelganger had delayed even a moment longer during the mission in the Iron Country. Kakashi and the others would have faced dire consequences. Lin, being a medical ninja, was particularly vulnerable to enemy targeting. With this demon blade in her possession, she would no longer fear for her safety. Savoring the thought, Lu Yang was suddenly interrupted. Two masked figures burst in, striking directly at Lu Yang's vital points. Was there no consideration for his rest at this late hour? A flock of crows flew overhead. Good heavens, was this what one referred to as a midnight ambush? Not long ago, he had been assaulted by a group of mist ninjas, and now two unknown ninjas appeared once more. Lu Yang genuinely wondered if the defense system of Konoha was merely for show. He hurled a dagger and deftly evaded the attacks of the two assailants. Realizing their initial strike had failed, the two ninjas quickly adjusted their tactics, brandishing kunai as they charged towards Lu Yang. Hey, can we not resort to violence immediately? How uncouth. Lu Yang loathed such unrefined assassins. Though he uttered these words, however, Lu Yang had no intention of disturbing the sanctity of his room. Channeling chakra beneath his feet, he soared over the wall and burst forth from the dilapidated rooftop. The two assassins exchanged a glance, their resolve unwavering as they pursued him without hesitation. Uchiha Itachi, we have taken your eyes, echoed a menacing voice from behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang could not help but exclaim profanely, what utter fools you are. Did you not conduct any background checks prior to this mission? Uchiha Itachi, how could such a diminutive being appear formidable? He hardly resembles a child of 3. Yet the adversaries paid no heed to his words, unleashing a bolt of lightning ninjutsu aimed directly at him, demanding his life. Lu Yang effortlessly evaded with the flying thunder god technique, though his frustration only deepened. Nevertheless, he had largely discerned the identity of his opponents. Such rogues, who brazenly plunder others with their bloodline limits and rare ninjutsu, could only be those shameless scoundrels from the Cloud Village. You have brought this upon yourselves. Today I shall enact justice and deal with you thieves accordingly. Lu Yang halted, tightening his grip on the demon blade, and activated his Sharingan with a bloodthirsty grin. It seems I shall test this blade on you. Let us see if it proves effective. The commotion soon attracted Uchiha Fugaku. Lu Yang, observing the man's sudden appearance from a distance, felt his heart race. Fearing that his strength might be discerned, he decisively sheathed the demon blade, Murakumo. As another lightning ninjutsu struck perilously close, Lu Yang spun to evade, but lost his footing, causing him to tumble backward. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a robust arm reached out and pulled him into an embrace. The two rolled to the side. Lu Yang, are you all right? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. This young lad before him might very well be the hope of the Uchiha clan. He must not suffer any misfortune. I am fine. Quickly apprehend them. These two are from the Cloud Village. The Third Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and both sides harbored a myriad of seeds of hatred, which were incessantly sprouting and growing wildly. Upon hearing that the assassins hailed from the Cloud Village, Uchiha Fugaku immediately grasped their intent, a fierce aura emanating from him. Experience speaks volumes. With swift and decisive action, Uchiha Fugaku subdued the two assassins in mere moments. Now, allow me to unveil your true identities. With one foot on each enemy, he bent down to remove their masks. However, unexpectedly, the adversary's muscle tissue began to disintegrate. Sensing a trap, Fugaku hastily withdrew, stepping back a few paces. In the next moment, What had once been living individuals transformed into puddles of green, lifeless sludge. The guards, arriving belatedly with weapons in hand, were met with this bizarre scene, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Is this some kind of ghost? How could two living beings suddenly become mere puddles of death? Calm yourselves. There is no need for such panic, you worthless fools. Uchiha Fugaku stood with his arms crossed, his crimson eyes coldly glaring at the group of inept individuals before him. These two had intruded under the cover of night, and after their failure, resorted to such measures, destroying evidence to leave no trace behind. Reflecting on Liu Yang's earlier words, he shifted his gaze toward him and inquired, Liu Yang, how did you ascertain they were from the hidden cloud village? The two figures were clad in dark garments that concealed their identities, revealing only their eyes, deliberately obscuring their true selves. Yet, Liu Yang boldly asserted they were indeed from the hidden cloud village, a claim that raised Fugaku's suspicions. Liu Yang, having anticipated the question, calmly explained, while we were in the room, they fell victim to my genjutsu and inadvertently revealed their origins. Moreover, they came here with the intent to seize the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Liu Yang, wary of missing any subtle shifts in his demeanor. Before him stood a formidable opponent who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength unfathomable. Under Fugaku's intense gaze, Liu Yang felt a tinge of unease and hastily continued. They mistook me for Itachi. Given the nature of the hidden cloud, they are likely to return after this failed attempt to acquire the Sharingan. In his previous experiences, Liu Yang had always harbored disdain for the hidden cloud, viewing them as thieves marauding to plunder forbidden techniques, their hands stained with countless lives. It was their actions that led to the demise of Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi. Should the opportunity arise, Liu Yang vowed to find a way to thwart such transgressions. Despite the daunting challenge it posed, upon hearing that their target was Itachi, Fugaku's fists clenched tightly. His countenance remained calm. Yet Liu Yang sensed the undercurrents of lethal intent simmering beneath that facade. Let them come and go without return, Fugaku stated, his voice steady yet laced with menace. Inwardly, Liu Yang felt compelled to commend him, wishing to express his admiration. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the village, a group of ninjas adorned with the insignia of the hidden cloud village anxiously awaited. One sensor ninja, clutching a communication device, suddenly changed expression, exclaiming, "This is bad. The two have lost contact. It seems their mission has failed. After all, they are Uchiha. We should withdraw. There will be other opportunities," another ninja replied indifferently, his tone devoid of concern. Lord Raikage mentioned this was merely a test of Konoha's defenses. Although we failed to retrieve the Sharingan, we have successfully infiltrated their ranks. The defenses of the Leaf Village are nothing to write home about, several of them scoffed, as they began to stow their equipment and prepare to depart. A sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods. One of the hidden cloud ninjas, observing the birds taking flight, raised his sword warily. The noise grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air as 7 members of the Umbu, donned in animal masks, emerged behind them, encircling the group. "Where do you think you are going?" the leader inquired with a calm demeanor, yet the hidden cloud ninjas trembled in fear at the sight of him. A golden flash illuminated the scene. Lord Raikage once proclaimed that if one were to encounter a golden flash during a mission, they should immediately abandon the task and flee without fear of retribution. As the cloud shinobi uttered these words, their voices trembled with trepidation. They exchanged glances, and with an unspoken agreement, produced a smoke bomb. "I appreciate your lofty commendations, but you cannot escape now," remained the unflinching expression of Minato Namikaze. In an instant, he appeared behind them, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Before the smoke bombs could even descend, he had pierced the throats of each adversary. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they met their untimely demise. Minato gripped the last individual by the neck, while his other hand firmly held the jaw, preventing any attempt to bite down on the poison concealed within. A figure clad in a dog-headed mask approached, offering a benevolent explanation. "Long before your infiltration into Konoha, our reconnaissance teams had detected your presence. Employing the mind transfer technique to infiltrate your consciousness and discreetly inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique is no trivial matter for the Mountain Clan." As he spoke, he extracted the poison from the enemy's mouth and cast it to the ground. Curiously, the small glass vial shattered upon contact, releasing a liquid that swiftly corroded the patch of grass beneath it. Recently, a peculiar rumor had circulated within the ninja world. A group of masked marauders was looting other secret techniques and bloodline limits. To their astonishment, their sights had turned towards Konoha. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu, the third Hokage, in an effort to avoid alarming the enemy, refrained from immediate action, particularly as the target was the Uchiha clan. Little did they expect such a gamble would yield a significant catch. Minato and his team escorted the Cloud Shinobi to the interrogation room. In the Hokage's office, illuminated brightly, a grave meeting convened. Nearly all the high-ranking officials of Konoha were present, and upon learning the details of the incident, they erupted in fury. Slamming their hands on the table, the audacious Cloud Shinobi dare commit such heinous acts. They clearly hold us in contempt. Had we not discovered this today, and they succeeded in seizing the Sharingan, the consequences would have been dire. Their rampant theft of others' techniques cannot be aimed at anything less than aspiring to dominate the ninja world, potentially reigniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, listened to the conjectures, his countenance darkening ominously. The Third Great Ninja War had only just concluded, and Konoha, a nation of great strength, had suffered considerable losses. To be embroiled in war once more would be a grave misstep. He turned his gaze to Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku, what is your perspective on this matter? The Cloud's target this time is the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, Fugaku held considerable influence regarding this issue. The assembly, noticing the third Hokage directing the conversation towards Fugaku, turned their attention to him in unison. Fugaku Uchiha crossed his arms, his expression unwavering. He was acutely aware that this assembly of elders would relish the total eradication of the Uchiha clan, especially in the absence of Shimura Danzo. Yet there exist countless individuals, such as Uchiha Danzo, who bear no guilt yet are burdened by the weight of their own treasures. Lord Hokage, the actions of the Cloud Village are erratic. Their brazen infiltration of Konoha in an attempt to seize our bloodline limits is troubling. It is difficult to ascertain whether their ambition is to unify the ninja world. Currently, it is prudent for us to recuperate rather than engage in warfare. Given that we hold hostages from the Cloud, why not initiate negotiations? If they covet the Sharingan, let them offer their lightning-release ninjas or the Two-Tails Jinchuriki in exchange for the hostages. As soon as Fugaku's words fell, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, furrowed his brow. Not only Hiruzen, but also Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado rose abruptly, questioning him with stern voices. Uchiha Fugaku, you claim that war is inadvisable. Yet every condition you propose for negotiations with the Cloud is nothing but provocation. The Cloud is warlike and formidable. The recent Third Great Ninja War showcased the Third Reikage solitary triumph against thousands of IWA ninja, a feat that continues to intimidate the entire ninja world. Furthermore, the Cloud possesses the Eight Tails and Two Tails, with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, being the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki. In this regard, Konoha is reluctant to provoke the Cloud. What do those two elders imply? Fugaku remained expressionless, retorting with the question. Koharu and Hamura were momentarily silenced, unable to conceive a better resolution. The atmosphere became stagnant. Fugaku was accustomed to being targeted by the village. He closed his eyes, lightly tapping his arm with his index finger. A sleepless night ensued. The warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the roof, casting a gentle glow upon Ruyang, gracing his face with a soft radiance. Ruyang's mind lingered on the events of the previous night, unable to find tranquility. Creaking, the door swung open. The young Uchiha entered stealthily, climbing onto the bed and suddenly leaping onto Ruyang's abdomen. Brother, wake up. In his moment of negligence, Ruyang thought to himself that this little one possessed a lethality akin to the infamous 1,000 years of pain. The sharp pain in his abdomen elicited an involuntary groan. Brother, it's time for breakfast. Noticing Ruyang's lack of response, Itachi descended from him, and those mischievous hands stretched towards Ruyang's ears. Fearing another assault, Ruyang instinctively leaped up. All right, my little ancestor. I shall get up to brush my teeth and wash my face, and accompany you for breakfast. He realized Uchiha Mikoto had discerned his weakness, directly summoning this little ancestor, leaving him no chance to refuse. At the dining table, as Ruyang took his seat, he encountered Fugaku, who had just returned from a night of meetings. The man's expression was dark, clearly indicating his displeasure. Ruyang wished to refrain from involvement, focusing instead on his seaweed soup. Upon the return of her husband, Mikoto served the portion she had reserved in the pot, placing it before him. Today we have Odin. Ryong picked up a large piece of white radish and placed it into his mouth. Uchiha Fugaku did not touch his chopsticks, casting a cold glance at him as he inquired, Ryong, what are your thoughts regarding the matter of the hidden cloud? The youth nearly choked, but fortunately, he managed to drink the water handed to him by Mikoto just in time to stave off suffocation. Once he regained his composure, he shook his head. Uncle, you truly overestimate me. How could I possibly know what to do? Fugaku, a seasoned veteran, was far from convinced by the boy's words, his mind racing with a multitude of thoughts. Ryong, if the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village proves irreconcilable, which side would you choose? The atmosphere instantly plummeted to a chilling silence. Uchiha Mikoto, sensing the tension, discreetly took Itachi and left, leaving the space for her husband and Ryong. Ryong awkwardly swallowed. Caught in a dilemma, neither continuing the meal nor abandoning it seemed tenable. If you had to choose a faction, which would it be? Fugaku reiterated, his tone sharper than before, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. I would choose neither, Ryong stated firmly, setting down his chopsticks and meeting Fugaku's shadowed gaze. Because the village and the Uchiha clan will not descend into the conflict you describe. He had initially believed that without Danzo's meddling, the discord between the Uchiha and the village would not easily escalate. Apparently, he had been naive. Something must have transpired during last night's meeting, prompting this man before him to harbor such thoughts. Ryong was certain that Fugaku did not wish for civil strife. The next individual most likely to ascend to the position of Hokage would be the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Sensei Minato's gentle disposition and love for peace would ensure that he would never stand idly by while the Uchiha descended into ruin, Ryong asserted with conviction. The tragedy of the Uchiha's extermination stemmed from years of animosity between the clan and the village, ultimately exacerbated by the machinations of people like Danzo. Most importantly, Minato had perished amidst the chaos of the Nine Tails. Now that history had been rewritten, with Danzo slain and Madara's plans thwarted, the threat of the Nine Tails was eliminated. Naturally, the fate of the Uchiha would continue to unfold. Ryong, how am I to trust you? Fugaku scoffed, the sound tinged with either sorrow or self-mockery. Everyone feared the power of their clan, utilizing them in war only to cast them aside mercilessly. He did not wish to betray the village, yet as the clan leader, he often found himself ensnared. Uncle, your eyes possess the ability to foresee the future. Dare you to wager on it? Ryong remarked with a subtle smile, a mere hint of amusement gracing his lips. Fugaku paused, taken aback, and instinctively asked, what do you mean? What would you have me wager? Within a month, Minato Namikaze will ascend as the fourth Hokage, ushering the Leaf Village into a new era. The stakes? The future of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Ryong's words, Fugaku fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating the young man before him. Despite his youth, he had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, his power immeasurable, shrouded in enigma. He hesitated, contemplating whether to trust the man's words. With a gentle sigh, Ryong weighed the pros and cons, producing a pair of Sharingan from the depths of the void and placing them before the man. Freshly unearthed, they had just been extracted from a corpse. This is the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, Ryong proclaimed. As he spoke, he walked disdainfully to the sink, washing away the stench of blood from his hands. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Fugaku's composure shattered. He slammed his fist down onto the table with great force. Ryong, who are you really? His strength was immense, and in an instant, the table splintered into a heap of fragments. The clattering of utensils echoed as they fell, liquids spilling across the floor, creating a scene of chaos. Uchiha Mikoto, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon witnessing the disarray in the dining hall, her fists clenched involuntarily. You two, get out of here before I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Ryong was momentarily dazed, yet reality left no room for hesitation. Before Uchiha Mikoto could charge down with a broom in hand, he fled the scene. He paused only once he reached the courtyard, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Goodness, I've never seen her like that before. The fierceness she displayed was reminiscent of the fiery red pepper, Jiuxingnai. Ryong sensed that had he been a moment slower, he would have faced her wrath. Fugaku was not so fortunate. In his attempt to retrieve the Sharingan from the floor, he endured a thorough beating from Mikoto. Watching Fugaku emerge, bruised and battered, Ryong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, uncle, you've become a pig's head. How amusing. Thankfully, I ran fast. Fugaku glared at Liu Yang. Embarrassment etched across his face. If looks could kill, Liu Yang would have perished 1,000 times over. Where did you find those eyes? Who are you? Fugaku inquired coldly, sheathing the bloodied eyes and pressing a sharp kunai against the youth's neck. I unearthed them while rescuing Obito in the mass grave, Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. The body of a ninja is a treasure, especially one of such caliber, though the corpse was in a state of decay. Only these eyes remained intact. I thought to bring them back as a contribution to the Uchiha. Liu Yang's heart remained steady as he deceived. He took a step forward, seeking to deepen the chilling sensation against his neck. However, he was met with disappointment. With each step he took, Fugaku retreated. After a tense standoff, Fugaku grit his teeth and withdrew the kunai. Liu Yang, you are the second person to earn my respect, he stated. Thank you for the compliment. Liu Yang replied with a smile. It was evident who the first was. As expected, a rare smile of relief graced Fugaku's typically stoic face. Very well. I shall gamble on this occasion, believing that this person can rewrite the future of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, they will. Liu Yang assured with a firm pat on his chest. While he might hesitate to speak of other matters, one cannot question the political acumen and character of Watergate. They remain commendable. By the way, Uncle, weren't you inquiring about how to resolve the situation concerning Yanin? The youth leaned close to the man's ear, whispering softly. In the Hokage's office, Liu Yang, with his arms crossed behind his back, forcefully kicked open the firmly shut door. At that very moment, someone inside was reaching out to open it, only to be unexpectedly propelled into the wall by this sudden intrusion. A loud crash echoed through the room. Oh no, I've caused trouble again, was Liu Yang's immediate reaction. To make matters worse, the imposing Tsunade stood right before him, gleefully declaring, You're finished. You've provoked the one person you shouldn't have. Good luck with that. Upon her words, Liu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Curiously, he peeled open the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the unfortunate victim. What met his eyes was a pale, ghostly face hanging before him. Good heavens, a ghost! Liu Yang exclaimed, startled, instinctively stepping aside. In his misstep, his cheek collided with something soft. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of several sharp slaps echoed as Liu Yang, unable to dodge, was sent flying backward. Why am I so unlucky? He lamented, having just been startled by Orochimaru and now receiving a blow from Tsunade. Covering his swollen face with his hand, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Truly, his fate was harsh. Liu Yang, how dare you speak? Tsunade shouted in anger. Hands on her hips, glaring down at the youth. At such a young age, why must you choose to imitate such lewd behavior? Just like that pervert Jiraiya? Meanwhile, far away in a remote town, Jiraiya, who had been peeping at a beautiful figure in the bath, suddenly sneezed, as if sensing a disturbance. Honestly, who is calling my name in broad daylight? In a moment of distraction, a melodious voice reached his ears. Are you enjoying the view? Of course, it's simply divine. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, lifting his head mechanically to behold several fierce faces glaring back at him. In that case, let us deal with him, exclaimed the leading beautiful woman, clutching her towel and wielding a broom to strike at the man. Without hesitation, the others joined in, surrounding him for a brutal assault. After a chaotic scuffle, Jiraiya lay on the ground, bruised and battered, moaning in pain, only to be unceremoniously thrown out the door by the women. As they closed the door behind him, they left him with a furious warning. You perverted scoundrel, if we catch you peeping again, you'll regret it. The door of the hot spring resort slammed shut. How petty. Was it so wrong to take a glance? I do it all for the sake of art, Jiraiya muttered as he slowly picked himself up, retrieving paper and pen from his pocket to document the scene he had just witnessed. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense, charged with palpable energy. On one side stood the formidable Tsunade, who had just delivered a harsh beating, while on the other loomed Orochimaru, whom he had inadvertently offended, alongside the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This triumvirate formed a precarious balance, all directed against him. Liu Yang instinctively swallowed hard. Well, third Hokage, how goes the matter we discussed last time? Liu Yang cleared his throat, feigning composure. He was referring to the situation concerning Kakashi's mentor, Tsukumo Hatake. The mission was on the verge of completion, and he lacked the patience to wait much longer. The three present, recognizing his deliberate change of subject, turned their gazes towards Sarutobi, anticipating his response. Tsunade and Orochimaru were equally curious about what promise the third Hokage had made to this young boy. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. As for White Fang, no conclusion has yet been reached. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances, instantly understanding the implications. Orochimaru, who had remained silent until now, circled around Liu Yang, scrutinizing him intently. His eyes were sharp and cold, akin to a serpent. Under his gaze, Liu Yang could not help but shiver. The sound of footsteps halted before him. Orochimaru reached out, lifting Liu Yang's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Orochimaru. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, instinctively channeling his chakra. At that moment, the man retracted his intimidating presence, chuckling softly. "Those eyes of yours are quite remarkable," he remarked, elongating the final words. Liu Yang understood. It seemed Orochimaru had taken a liking to his eyes. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Swiftly, he brushed off the man's hand and executed a graceful backflip, establishing a safe distance between them. "What is it, Orochimaru-sensei? Do you desire them?" "Alas, they are a treasure only the Uchiha bloodline can unlock," he provocatively stated, his eyes brimming with defiance. He recalled how Orochimaru's fascination with Itachi's Sharingan had ignited a deep yearning within him, ultimately leading to the choice of a vessel in Sasuke, solely to obtain those eyes. Only the Uchiha lineage could fully harness the power of the Sharingan. Poking at Orochimaru's hidden desires, Liu Yang elicited no ire from the latter, who waved his hand. Shifting the topic, "You have arrived at an opportune moment, my young friend. There remains much mystery surrounding the Black Zetsu extracted from Obito. Many enigmas remain unsolved. This research necessitates your cooperation." The Black Zetsu had emerged from Obito, yet Obito himself bore no recollection of it. Following the commencement of Orochimaru's experiments, the Black Zetsu had fallen into slumber. Aside from its possession of rapidly dividing plant cells, nothing else was known. Currently, the research had hit a bottleneck. After deliberation with Sarutobi, Orochimaru resolved to enlist Liu Yang's assistance in the investigation, for after all, it was Liu Yang who had brought Obito back from an unknown origin. "If you require my assistance, I am willing to oblige, but it comes at a cost." Liu Yang crossed his arms, his gaze imbued with arrogance. Orochimaru, being an astute man, was well aware of the intentions of the young boy and nodded in agreement. A wicked smile danced upon Liu Yang's lips as he cheerfully proclaimed, "The first step is to promptly resolve the matter concerning Kakashi's father. Once this task is completed, we can discuss the other matters in detail. Rest assured, my credibility is impeccable. I shall not renege on my word." "Liu Yang, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Do you truly possess knowledge?" Tsunade's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Although they had contemplated seeking Liu Yang's fortune, their hopes were not high. She had ample reason to suspect that Liu Yang was merely using them to settle the issue regarding Tsukumo Hitaki. They had all heard of that incident. The third Hokage had summoned Tsunade and Orochimaru not only to report on the intelligence concerning Kurizetsu, but also regarding the relocation of White Fang's grave, a matter of great significance. To accomplish this task, it necessitated the approval of all senior members. "Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you, Granny Tsunade?" Liu Yang blinked his innocent eyes, trying to appear endearing. "Being endearing is futile unless you swear an oath." "Fine. I swear that if the information I provide you regarding Kurizetsu is false, I shall suffer a fate worse than death." After making this declaration, Liu Yang shot Tsunade a disdainful glance. He had already gone to such lengths for Kakashi. Failure in this mission would surely lead him to despair. The three exchanged glances. Sarutobi Hisashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust his words. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you heard what was just said. During tomorrow's meeting, cast your votes in favor. It must be done today." Liu Yang's tone was resolute. In the training ground, Kakashi gripped the short blade in his hand, closing his eyes as memories of the techniques his father had imparted flooded his mind. Tsukumo Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha, wielded a chakra-infused short blade that radiated a soft white light. His formidable strength and masterful swordsmanship earned him a reputation that even the legendary Sannin respected. After Tsukumo's passing, the White Fang's weapon was passed down to Kakashi. Unfortunately, it was not long before it was interrupted during the battle at the Kaminobi Bridge. In his mind, memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, his father's figure becoming increasingly vivid before the 12-year-old's eyes. Kakashi channeled chakra into the short blade, which began to emit a gentle white glow. He maneuvered the blade with fluidity, following the silhouette etched in his memory. In that moment, Kakashi felt ripples of determination swell within his heart. "Father, I shall inherit your legacy and elevate the Hatake swordsmanship to new heights," he resolved silently. His gaze sharpened. Facing a distant tree, he unleashed a series of strikes. Thud, thud, thud. With a resounding crash, the tree fell in response. With a swift sound, the short blade returned steadily to its sheath behind him. Kakashi gazed at the shattered tree before him, wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had immersed himself so deeply in practice that he lost track of time. The sun dipped low in the west, casting a crimson hue across the sky. The evening glow igniting the horizon like flames, a breathtaking spectacle. He stood there, backlit, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, harmonizing with nature, resembling a beautiful painting. Kakashi inhaled deeply, then turned around, only to discover the graceful figure of a young girl who had appeared unbeknownst to him. "Lin, what brings you here?" Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Yahiko Lin, snapping back to reality, revealed her signature sweet smile. "Luyang sent me to find you. We have a surprise prepared for you." At such a close distance, Kakashi could clearly see her long, curled eyelashes, her crescent-shaped eyes, and the rosy blush on her cheeks. Everything before him was simply enchanting. Kakashi stared at her, captivated to the point of breathlessness. "Hey, Kakashi!" A sudden shout echoed from afar. The voice was all too familiar, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict sharply. Turning his head, he indeed saw Obito's figure approaching. "Kakashi, your movements are far too slow. Luyang and I have been waiting for you until the flowers wilted," Uchiha Obito grumbled in annoyance. A flock of crows flew overhead. Kakashi was still unaware of what was happening, yet the sight of his companion's smiling faces illuminated his world. "They're here." He released Lin's hand and strode confidently towards the young boy. Just as Kakashi was about to reach Obito, a vibrant bouquet suddenly appeared before him, halting his steps. Thud, 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 thud. Behind the flowers was Luyang's mischievous face. Kakashi was momentarily dazed as the enormous bouquet was thrust into his arms. "Kakashi, this is our gift to you. Are you not moved?" Luyang said with a grin. Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, but the boy would not grant him that opportunity. Grabbing another hand, he dashed away. "Luyang, where are you taking me?" "You'll find out soon enough." Luyang signaled for silence, quickening his pace. Behind them, Yahiko Lin and Obito hurriedly followed. The silent training ground echoed only with the crisp footsteps of the youths. The hero's tomb. The once vacant space now bore a brand new gravestone. This. Kakashi stared at the gravestone in the distance, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Luyang unobtrusively released his hand. Then, with a forceful push, he propelled Kakashi closer to the gravestone for a clearer view. The gravestone was inscribed with bold, golden characters, Kikuki Sakumo. The inscription detailed the life achievements of that individual, the remarkable contributions he made to the village, as well as the fateful incident that had led him to his tragic end, which had been completely rewritten. In front of the tombstone, countless fresh flowers were arranged, alongside several newly pinned notes. Kakashi trembled as he picked up the papers, his gaze drawn to a prominent line, a new chapter in the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy. In the realm of ninjas, those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless. Yet, a ninja who is disregarded by their comrades is even less than scum, Kakashi whispered softly. This serves as the introduction to the aforementioned new chapter in the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Following this introduction, it extols the choices made by Sakumo Hatake in his time. Obito observed Kakashi, engrossed in reading, and stepped closer, wrapping an arm around his neck. "So, Kakashi, this note was specially written for you by the three of us, and it has received affirmation from the higher-ups in Konoha. By the next academic year, it will officially be taught to the juniors. Your father's glorious deeds will resonate throughout the village, and those decayed rules will crumble and be rewritten. The power of education is eternally the mightiest. As long as this idea subtly permeates the textbooks, such tragedies as the past will never occur again. Rules are cold, yet humanity is imbued with emotion." Kakashi struggled to find an expression that could adequately convey the tumult of emotions he felt at that moment. Luyang, noticing the redness in his eyes, pushed aside Obito and stepped forward, gently lifting the corners of Kakashi's mouth with his fingers to create a comical smile. "This is how you should smile." They stood at the hero's mound, honoring the fallen heroes of Konoha who were watching over them. "We must smile, letting them know that the descendants they bled to protect are living happily." His gaze was sincere. Unfortunately, This solemn expression did not endure for long, as Liu Yang's antics soon broke the seriousness of the moment. Kakashi, burdened with sorrow, found himself amused by Liu Yang's gesture, squinting his eyes in genuine laughter. The three present understood that it had been a long time since Kakashi had laughed so heartily. They fell silent, allowing him to revel in his uninhibited joy. Time slipped away, and eventually, Kakashi, exhausted from laughter, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his stomach. Liu Yang, Rin, Obito, he softly called their names. Liu Yang took Rin's hand and laid down beside Kakashi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the heart transfer technique and the body transfer technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 gold coins. Obtained bloodline limit, corpse bone veins. Chakra realignment completed, body buff removed. Liu Yang tore off the forehead protector, revealing his fully restored eye. 666. He would never again complain about the system's unfairness. The audacity of it was unparalleled. The corpse bone veins and heart transfer, each was akin to wielding a cheat. However, the immediate priority was to seize the chance while Kakashi was still moved, to indulge in food and drink. With this thought, Liu Yang let out a mischievous laugh. There is no need for gratitude. Let us get straight to the point. How about another barbecue? This suggestion is splendid. A fitting reward for the arduous day we spent preparing such a grand surprise for Kakashi. Indeed, today is a day of joy. Let us seize the moment and indulge this very evening. Both Obito and Rin echoed in agreement. Kakashi's expression broke into a smile. The last barbecue had exhausted all his savings, leaving his pockets utterly devoid of funds. While others may be oblivious to Kakashi's plight, Liu Yang was acutely aware. He clasped Kakashi's shoulder with a reassuring grin. According to the village's policy regarding the families of fallen heroes, a monthly pension would be allocated to you. The debts owed to you should be settled shortly as well. Liu Yang quickly recounted his fervent discourse with the third Hokage in the office today, advocating for Kakashi's rightful benefits. Families of heroes ought to be well cared for. We must not let the spirits of the martyrs suffer. Kakashi, you are now the wealthiest among us. Remember, in times of prosperity, do not forget your friends. Liu Yang squinted playfully, adding this remark. Kakashi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lifted his gaze, striving to retain his composure. What are you crying for, you big man? If you're feeling sentimental, treat us to barbecue. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. The importance of this matter warranted repetition. Kakashi was amused by Liu Yang's comical expression. He truly wished to treat them to a feast, but alas, his intentions were thwarted by his financial limitations. Kakashi parted his lips to decline when, suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention from nearby. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi pushed Liu Yang aside and barked, "Who goes there? Step forward." The two individuals concealed in the woods realized their cover had been blown and attempted to flee. A sharp kunai whistled through the air, grazing one man's cheek before embedding itself in a tree trunk with great force. The man yanked the kunai from the bark, his heart racing. In an instant, several youths, no older than 12 or 13, appeared before him. "It's you two?" Kakashi crossed his arms, his gaze filled with derision. He recognized these men as companions of his father from days gone by. It was their treachery that had cast his father into the abyss of death. "I am astounded that you still have the audacity to show your faces here." Kakashi's eyes were cold. Rationality urged him to let the past lie. Yet his heart ached with pain. The mere sight of these two men shattered his composure. The men, facing Kakashi's scornful words, were not surprised in the slightest. Countless nights had been spent in solitude and guilt. They raised the bouquet they had prepared long ago and bowed deeply, speaking with utmost care. "We are sorry, Kakashi. It was our fault all those years ago. We were blinded by greed, leading to your father's demise, leaving you an orphan at the tender age of 6. They came here today seeking atonement. Whether Kakashi scolded or struck them, they accepted it with grace, for they believed it was their due." "Humph. You may leave the flowers behind. You are free to go," Kakashi remarked disdainfully. Only he was aware that his heart was already in disarray. The man knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with profound supplication. "Kakashi, we wish to see him and apologize in person. Please allow us this one chance. We promise it will not happen again." The silver-haired youth, astutely predicting their intentions, swiftly interrupted them with a slight tightening of his lips. "Do you wish for another opportunity?" "We are truly sorry, Kakashi. It was our fault." The two lowered their heads, attentively absorbing the youth's admonishment. Fortunately, There were few witnesses to this awkward scene. Kakashi, in a fit of anger, ultimately denied them a second chance and issued an eviction order. "You may leave. I do not wish to see you." "But Scram." The silver-haired youth spoke tersely, filled with regret. Defeated, the two relinquished the flowers in their hands and departed, tails between their legs. Liu Yang observed this scene with a soft sigh, reaching out to gently pat the cute little head of the girl beside him. This story serves as a reminder that one cannot simply slap another and then offer them a sweet. "Liu Yang, it appears you have accomplished your tasks." Just as one wave settled, another arose. The group turned their gazes southwest, where they beheld a slender, middle-aged man hanging from a tree branch, the legendary Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas. At the moment Liu Yang laid eyes on him, his heart raced uncontrollably. With a sudden movement, the figure in the tree vanished, only to reappear before them in an instant. The perpetually lagging Obito, witnessing Orochimaru's body flicker technique, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. "Wow, Orochimaru-sensei. When did you learn the body flicker technique? That's so cool. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Orochimaru replied, licking his lips, generously offering his knowledge to the younger generation. Instinct warned Liu Yang that every word uttered by Orochimaru was untrustworthy. Moreover, according to the timeline in the original narrative, Orochimaru had already made significant progress in his research on cursed seals. If he were to implant one on them, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Liu Yang decisively positioned himself between the two, creating a considerable distance. Without further ado, "Orochimaru-sensei, what do you want from me?" he inquired warily. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, it concerns Kurizetsu. Your matter is urgent, and we have swiftly arranged it for you. Now, it is time for you to repay us." "Kurizetsu?" The 3 young ones were perplexed. Liu Yang cleared his throat and explained that it referred to the dark entity that had emerged from Obito. "Oh," they nodded, somewhat understanding. This confusion was not unwarranted. While treating Obito, Liu Yang had manipulated a certain nerve to make him forget some events that transpired in Madara's lair. "All right, I agree to your request. However, a man is iron and food is steel. Before commencing their tasks, Lord Orochimaru, it is not unreasonable for you to treat us, your juniors, to a sumptuous barbecue meal," Liu Yang remarked with a cheerful smile. Unable to partake in Kakashi's barbecue, indulging in Orochimaru's feast would suffice splendidly. Orochimaru squinted, rotating his serpent-like eyes, attempting to glean some detail from Liu Yang's visage. Alas, he discerned nothing. He chuckled softly and readily acquiesced, stating, "No problem, there will be plenty of barbecue." At that moment, he remained oblivious to the impending depletion of his wallet. Breaking news: the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, will host a banquet at the newly opened barbecue restaurant tonight at 7 o'clock. All are welcome, and those who attend shall be rewarded. The more attendees, the greater Orochimaru's delight. Hence, he kindly requests everyone to come and partake in hearty drinking and feasting. It was unclear where this information originated, but once word spread of such a generous invitation, the villagers' spirits soared, and the news rapidly circulated to every corner of the village, including the unsuspecting main character, Orochimaru himself. To make matters worse, it was Tsunade who informed him. "Orochimaru, I never imagined you would be so extravagant," she quipped, her gaze filled with teasing amusement as she sat in her laboratory chair. Orochimaru remained silent, unable to fathom that those seemingly innocuous little ones had ensnared him in such a predicament. Treating the entire village to a meal was a considerable expense. Even if it did not deplete his fortune entirely, it would leave him with little to spare. After all, they had been comrades for many years. Despite Orochimaru's myriad attempts to conceal his discomfort, Tsunade effortlessly perceived the unease lurking in his eyes. "Orochimaru, you seem to be engrossed in your research. I imagine your mission earnings have been entirely consumed, haven't they? If you find yourself lacking, I can assist you," Tsunade offered with a flourish. Having conquered her fear of blood, she had wholeheartedly dedicated herself to the medical profession, renowned for her prowess. Tsunade not only treated the wounded within the village but occasionally accepted lucrative commissions from neighboring villages, resulting in a handsome income. "No, I am not destitute to that extent," Orochimaru replied with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The wall clock had just struck 5, leaving a full 2 hours until the appointed time with the youngsters. Observing that time was still ample, Orochimaru sifted through a multitude of jars containing various cadaverous specimens before selecting one. He then extracted a green liquid with a syringe and injected it into Black Zetsu's bloodstream. Orochimaru, what is this concoction you are preparing? Tsunade inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. Orochimaru curled his lips into a faint smile, replying, a cursed seal. By 7 o'clock, the barbecue restaurant was overflowing with patrons, a testament to Orochimaru's generous invitation. The queue extended from the entrance of the establishment all the way to the village's outskirts. Fortunately, Liu Yang had planned ahead and dispatched a crystal release clone to stand in line, successfully securing a spot in the first wave of diners. Liu Yang unapologetically ordered a lavish spread, showing no inclination to spare any expense for Orochimaru. Do you think Teacher Orochimaru would leave us in the lurch? Obito fidgeted with anxiety, finding even the freshly grilled meat tasteless. The table was laden with costly dishes. What if Orochimaru failed to show? Would they all be forced to stay back and wash dishes for the owner? Obito's apprehensions were not without merit. If it had been just a few of them, the esteemed Sannin would surely feel too embarrassed to abandon them. However, the reality was that nearly half the village had gathered, including Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the couple Minato and Kushina. Oh heavens, I certainly do not wish to be left washing dishes. The mere thought sent shivers down Obito's spine. Liu Yang, emulating Itachi, gently poked Obito's forehead with his fingertip. To his surprise, the increasingly agitated Obito suddenly found an unusual calmness wash over him. Quite effective, indeed, Liu Yang mused inwardly. He dismissed Obito's complaints, seizing a sizable piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Eating heartily was simply delightful. Obito, why overthink it? Grilled meat should be savored while hot. Otherwise, it loses its appeal when it cools. As he spoke, the youth lifted another piece of grilled pork belly and placed it into Obito's bowl. You've just recovered from illness. You must replenish your strength. Teacher Orochimaru will certainly take care of the bill. If he doesn't, I shall pay for it myself. Where would you procure such funds? The trio looked on in astonishment. Even Rin regarded him with skepticism. In their eyes, Liu Yang was a war orphan, newly minted as a ninja and having completed only a single mission. How could he possibly possess any money? Liu Yang gestured for silence and beckoned them to lean closer. Rin was the first to comply, while Obito cast a wary glance at Kakashi beside him, and upon seeing him move, he too leaned in. I want to know, but I shan't tell you. Liu Yang chuckled mischievously, making a face at the three of them. TCH. They collectively glared at him in exasperation. The feast of grilled meat lasted a full 3 hours. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Orochimaru finally made his appearance, exchanging pleasantries before impassively striding toward the front desk. Indeed, it was painful for anyone to spend so much in one go. Liu Yang was not merely feasting at Orochimaru's expense. After Orochimaru settled the bill, Liu Yang patted his chest and began to discuss serious matters. Thank you, Teacher Orochimaru, for your generous hospitality. I shall accompany you back to the laboratory shortly, ensuring I leave no detail unspoken. One can only hope, Orochimaru mused, reluctantly tucking away his pouch of money. Liu Yang kept his word. After bidding farewell to his companions, he followed Orochimaru to his laboratory. Inside, an array of bottles of varying sizes housed unknown concoctions, each containing live specimens. As Liu Yang walked through the eerie space, a chilling and malevolent aura enveloped him. He could not help but shudder slightly. How could this audacious little rascal, who feared neither heaven nor earth, actually be frightened by such things? Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. He had thought that Liu Yang was infallible. Liu Yang rolled his eyes and approached Black Zetsu's bed, astonished. Its limbs were firmly restrained to the bed, and its body was covered in black, cursed seals. The intense agony caused it to writhe uncontrollably. Orochimaru-sensei, did I not ask you to abandon your research on cursed seals? You deceived me. Liu Yang shouted in anger. What you said was that experiments could not be conducted on living beings. Not that other objects could not be used as substitutes, Orochimaru replied expressionlessly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observed the agonized struggle of Black Zetsu. His gaze penetrating. Everything he saw transformed into a series of experimental data, etched into his mind. You dare to play word games with me? Liu Yang fumed. He had long been aware that dealing with Orochimaru required utmost vigilance. Yet, he had underestimated an aspect of their transaction. One must prioritize one's own interests, otherwise, one faces dire consequences. Life is exceedingly fragile. Only immortality is eternal, and the research on cursed seals cannot cease, Orochimaru remarked. Turning to look at the nearly lifeless Black Zetsu, he slowly raised his right arm, beckoning Liu Yang over. Come here, "Young man," Orochimaru said with a chilling smile, his voice icy and spine-tingling. Liu Yang glared at Orochimaru, teeth clenched in resentment. Nevertheless, he collected his thoughts and approached Orochimaru's side. At that moment, the cursed seals on Black Zetsu began to gradually recede. Its convulsions ceased, and its entire body became motionless. Strangely, not a trace of cursed seal remained on it. Liu Yang was taken aback. He quickly reached out to check for Black Zetsu's breath. Everything appeared normal. It was not as feeble as he had imagined. "Now you may explain what exactly this creature is," Orochimaru coldly inquired. This entity had silently attached itself to Obito, and even Tsunade had not detected its presence at first. Its cellular composition was plant-like, yet not entirely so. Regardless of how many experiments were conducted, its cellular functions could recover rapidly. Liu Yang listened intently to the man's words. Lost in thought, this information was unprecedented for him. He understood Black Zetsu's origin, but was unaware of its ability to continuously regenerate. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang deconstructed and reassembled what he knew, informing Orochimaru. Black Zetsu is likely the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, even the well-informed Orochimaru faltered. This name represented power to all. Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru pressed his lips together, repeating the name. Liu Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed. While I was rescuing Obito beneath the colossal stone, I inadvertently stumbled upon the grave of Uchiha Madara. His corpse had nearly decayed entirely, leaving only his pair of Sharingan and a white visage upon his chest. The youth spoke leisurely. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru expressed his skepticism. Given that the body has long since rotted, how could you possibly identify him? Merely a pair of Sharingan is far from sufficient. Liu Yang gestured for him to remain calm, inhaling deeply before continuing. Of course, a pair of Sharingan alone would not suffice. However, the visage on his chest is that of Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of the Leaf Village. It is said that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama became adversaries due to political discord, ultimately agreeing to a fatal confrontation at the Valley of the End. Everyone knows that only Senju Tobarama returned alive from that decisive battle, while the vanquished were eternally interred beneath the valley. Now, someone emerges to assert that Uchiha Madara did not perish at all. How could Orochimaru possibly accept this? Orochimaru-sensei, I understand that this revelation may be difficult for you to digest at first. However, you may wish to examine this, Liu Yang said, inserting his leg into his ninja tool pouch. Silently and stealthily, he opened the infinite void and retrieved a sample of Hashirama's cells. What is this? These are Hashirama's cells, extracted from that decaying corpse. Liu Yang placed the item into Orochimaru's hands and took a seat on the bed. The youth's skill in deception had reached an extraordinary level. Orochimaru could find no flaw in his eyes. He scrutinized the vial of cells for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to trust Liu Yang's words for the moment. Now that the sample is in my possession, I shall ascertain its authenticity. What connection does this have with Kaguya? The connection is profound, Liu Yang chuckled, stroking his chin and feigning profundity. This Kaguya was created by Madara using the Hashirama cells on his chest, infused with his own will. All to have Kaguya assist him in his endeavors. By the way, the reason Obito, despite his body being utterly crushed, could survive is due to the Hashirama cells. Truth is often intertwined with falsehood. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. When one tells a lie too many times, they may begin to believe it themselves. Liu Yang mused, a wry smile gracing his lips. This intricate web of deception had successfully ensnared Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised the syringe in his hand, formulating a plan in his mind. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Seizing the moment, Liu Yang pressed on, inquiring, Orochimaru, is Akatsuki unharmed? This was indeed his ultimate objective. Orochimaru, shrouded in depth and cunning, was adept at scheming. Without hearing him explicitly state that Akatsuki was unharmed, Liu Yang felt a twinge of unease. That child is quite astute. She is my favorite student. Get to the point, Liu Yang interjected impatiently, interrupting the man's words. Throughout his life, Orochimaru had taken only 2 disciples, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, and the talented Mitarashi Anko. Hondo possesses a myriad of ninjutsu imparted by Orochimaru, bearing the same celestial curse mark as Sasuke. Following Orochimaru's defection, she yearned for mutual destruction with him. Subsequently, due to the celestial curse mark, she was captured by Kabuto, who sought to enhance the Edo Tensei technique. As per your instructions, I refrained from taking action against her. Even in the future, I shall not, Orochimaru vowed. Upon hearing his words, a heavy stone that had weighed upon Liu Yang's heart at last fell away. Ding! Detection of Orochimaru relinquishing the intention to implant the curse mark on Mitashi Hondo. In accordance with the Dream System's rules. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one of Mitashi Hondo's mirrored ninjutsu, the Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. Not bad. Although I did not receive any extraordinary rewards, the thought of Hondo's future, free from the torment of the curse mark, filled Liu Yang with genuine joy. How wonderful it is to have saved another soul. Perhaps this is the reason the system chose me. In this world, I shall gradually mend all discontent and regret. Their happiness shall be my own, Liu Yang mused. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Where am I? The girl drowsily opened her eyes. Above her loomed a dark ceiling. She trembled as she rose, surveying the confined space. The solitary pair of doors and windows were nailed shut. Only a faint beam of moonlight seeped through a crack in the window. The silence around was terrifying. With red-rimmed eyes, the girl curled up against the wall, softly sobbing. Who am I? Where's this place? Is there anyone who can come to my rescue? Creak. The door swung open. A cold bento was pushed through the gap. Meanwhile, Liu Yang recalled the new mission just issued by the system, a wry smile crossing his lips. Time rewound to a minute earlier. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Detection of the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy, currently dreaming and praying to the heavens, hoping for a brave soul to accompany him on a trek across the 5 great nations. Ding! Host, please fulfill Might Guy's wish within 3 months. I say, system, have you lost your mind? Fixing system bugs is one thing, but why must I tend to the wishes of a mere paper figure in his dreams? Liu Yang expressed his dissatisfaction through his thoughts. Trekking across the 5 great nations. Can this be accomplished by an ordinary person? No. He forgot that the Konoha Emperor was anything but ordinary. In an unprecedented moment, the typically aloof system responded to his inquiry. Guidelines of the Divine Dream System. 1. Repair the narrative bugs of the original world. 2. Rectify all regrets within the original world. If an NPC in the original world initiates a prayer, there exists a 50% chance of being selected by this system. Upon fulfilling an NPC's wish, the host will have the opportunity to acquire a wishing artifact. The more splendidly the mission is completed, the higher the probability of successful wish fulfillment. Very well, Liu Yang acquiesced. Who would dare to oppose the allure of rewards? If wishes are to be granted, then let me acquire the imperial artifact, essence of the demon. Liu Yang concentrated his thoughts and expressed his fervent wish. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Liu Yang was engaged in a negotiation with the system. To Orochimaru's perception, Liu Yang appeared to be conversing with him, only to suddenly drift into a trance, unresponsive to his calls. Liu Yang momentarily forgot that he was still in Orochimaru's laboratory. When he regained his senses, he was startled by the proximity of Orochimaru's face, retreating several steps in alarm. Orochimaru-sensei, why are you suddenly so close? He stammered. I wish to inquire if you would be interested in becoming my disciple, Orochimaru replied, lifting Liu Yang's chin, compelling him to meet his shadowy gaze. No, Liu Yang decisively refused, his resolve unwavering. He began to form hand seals with his hands. Orochimaru's expression shifted, and he released the young man. But the moment his palm withdrew, Liu Yang vanished without a trace, leaving behind a round piece of severed wood that thudded to the ground. Substitution technique, quite intriguing, Orochimaru smirked. Without moving from his spot, countless serpents erupted from his left sleeve, launching themselves with lightning speed towards a corner behind him. Liu Yang, knowing his position was exposed, remained unfazed. He gazed at the multitude of serpents and calmly unleashed a colossal fireball, incinerating them entirely. Fire release, great fireball technique. The inferno surged forth, consuming the serpents, and barreled towards Orochimaru with the force of a tempest. Initially, Orochimaru sought merely to test the boy's strength. But upon witnessing Liu Yang effortlessly counter his assault, his interest piqued. He drew a long sword from his throat and swiftly engaged Liu Yang in combat. The laboratory was confined, cluttered with unknown vials and jars. To prevent damaging Orochimaru's possessions and incurring his ire, Liu Yang tactfully retreated outdoors to an open space. He sprinted ahead, with Orochimaru closely in pursuit, leaving no room for escape. The man's strikes were ruthless, each blow lethal. An inexplicable premonition seized Liu Yang. He sensed that a single misstep could lead to his demise at Orochimaru's hands, to be used as a vessel. Orochimaru-sensei, you are one of the legendary Sannin. Why resort to such unscrupulous tactics? Liu Yang critiqued. To start with, the Kusanagi sword is a bit presumptuous. Orochimaru, adept in physical combat and armed, pressed Liu Yang into retreat. How else can I gauge your true strength? If you do not reveal your genuine abilities, you might very well perish, he remarked coldly. As he spoke, an intangible pressure enveloped Liu Yang, inducing a sense of suffocation. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru executed a flawless spinning kick, sending the young man hurtling through the air. Bang! Yet another substitution technique. Realizing he had fallen for a ruse, Orochimaru found himself amused rather than enraged. In that case, Orochimaru-sensei, I shall indulge you in this game. Even before his presence was fully revealed, his voice resonated. But it was too late for Orochimaru to react. The ground beneath his feet was rent asunder. Liu Yang sprang forth from the earth. His fist aimed squarely at Orochimaru's chin. The blow landed heavily upon the man. However, in the very next moment, Orochimaru's form disintegrated into a cloud of dust, vanishing instantaneously from Liu Yang's sight. Boom. Shadow clone technique. Liu Yang, is that all you can muster? The man's deep voice echoed from all directions, accompanied by an overwhelming multitude of enormous venomous serpents. Yet, Liu Yang faced this legion without a hint of trepidation. Channeling chakra beneath his feet, he swiftly ascended into the trees, fingers forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, phoenix fire claw. A succession of fire ninjutsu was unleashed, incinerating the serpents that flooded the ground and releasing a rich, meaty aroma. The air surrounding him turned searingly hot under the relentless flames. Liu Yang gasped for breath. The continuous release of such techniques had drained a significant portion of his chakra. He steadied himself against a branch behind him, striving to maintain his balance. Orochimaru observed the towering inferno and the writhing figures within the sea of flames, a smile gradually deepening at the corners of his lips. He formed hand seals to cancel the summoning technique, then unleashed a water release that extinguished the surrounding blaze. Liu Yang, your chakra must be running low, Orochimaru said as he stepped out from the branch where Liu Yang perched. He placed a hand firmly on the boy's shoulder, his head resting against the nape of Liu Yang's neck. What do you suppose would happen if I were to place a cursed seal upon you? A clammy sensation radiated from his neck, sending shivers down Liu Yang's spine, eliciting a visceral reaction to the man's repugnant demeanor. Humph. Just a moment ago in the house, you claimed you would no longer conduct cursed seal experiments on living beings. It seems, Orochimaru-sensei, your memory is rather poor. Perhaps you should consider taking some medicine to improve it, the youth retorted. No sooner had he spoken than he executed a swift maneuver, breaking free from Orochimaru's grasp and appearing behind him, swapping positions. Now it was Liu Yang who stood behind the man, a kunai poised against the back of Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly as he turned, and in doing so, the kunai pierced his flesh. A faint metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Is this the flying thunder god technique? Orochimaru questioned, his voice laced with suspicion, his sharp gaze scanning every corner, seemingly attempting to discern the intricacies of the technique. When did this happen? How did I not notice at all? Orochimaru-sensei, you overestimate me. Only the second Hokage and Minato-sensei possess mastery over this ninjutsu, Liu Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. As he spoke, he seized the long sword from Orochimaru's grasp. Examining it closely, the Kusanagi sword, a legendary blade said to possess spiritual power, capable of cutting through iron like mud, rivaling even Itachi's Totsuka sword. Liu Yang had always harbored a question. Within the confines of the television, this sword has never revealed its extraordinary qualities. To the observer, it appears no different from an ordinary blade. When deprived of his weapon, Orochimaru remained unfazed, instead questioning, Liu Yang, are you not nearly out of chakra? How could you manage to escape my grasp when my attention wavered? The excessive use of chakra was merely a ruse on my part. Liu Yang casually wielded the grass-cutting sword, his body infused with boundless chakra, having activated Sage Mode. As long as he desired, the natural energies surrounding him would flow unceasingly into his being. If I had not acted thus, how could I have lulled you into complacency and acquired this divine artifact so effortlessly. The sword felt pleasing to the touch. Subsequently, Liu Yang stored it within the infinite void. He had no intention of revealing that beneath his feet lay the drawn seals for his impending fall. Ah, I see. No wonder. Orochimaru remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. However, I have always adhered to the principle of reciprocity. Since you have taken my sword, you must provide something of equal value in return. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. His body rapidly shriveled, soon passing through the tree trunk beneath him and descending toward the earth. At the moment his feet touched the ground, he regained the form of a normal man. This exchange only solidified Liu Yang's belief that the sword was nothing but a piece of worthless scrap. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily relinquished. Nevertheless, Liu Yang, possessing an inherent rebellious spirit, yearned to reclaim it and ascertain whether it truly deserved to be deemed divine. Contemplating this, he inquired with a facade of calmness. What do you desire? I seek the Sharingan. Orochimaru stated without hesitation. No, I want the eyes of Uchiha Madara. Apologies, but I have already bestowed those eyes upon the clan leader, Liu Yang replied, feigning tears. As you know, I am a scion of the Uchiha clan, exiled due to war. The clan leader graciously took me in. When I encountered such a valuable item, it was only right that I entrusted it to him for proper handling. Of course I, Uchiha Liu Yang, will not take your possessions without offering something in return. Here are 2 vials of Hashirama's cells as my token of gratitude. As he spoke, he produced 2 vials from the infinite void. Moreover, Liu Yang presented Orochimaru with a clear path forward. Firstly, to cultivate White Zetsu using Hashirama's cells for all his experiments. Secondly, to one day revive the formidable wood release. And thirdly, to utilize the cells to heal the wounded and develop even more powerful ninjutsu. The possibilities of Hashirama's cells were vast, and Liu Yang was confident that Orochimaru would find the proposition enticing. Orochimaru crossed his arms, gazing down at the youth before him. Liu Yang, let us not debate the authenticity of these Hashirama cells. I already possess 1 vial. What good would 2 more do? Liu Yang anticipated that this shrewd individual would engage in haggling. If it is merely an ordinary object, then a slight increase or decrease makes little difference. However, this is the interstitial cell. Liu Yang squinted, mocking the arrogance of his opponent. Orochimaru, if I were to reveal to others the experiments you conduct in secrecy, what do you think would be the consequences? I am unaware of what you speak, Orochimaru replied, licking the corner of his mouth, dismissing the matter. He was known for his discretion and did not believe that this audacious young boy could know anything of significance. Liu Yang extended his hand, tossing the 2 vials of interstitial cells into the air, tracing a perfect arc as they ascended. He regarded Orochimaru, hesitating for a moment before finally springing into action. The interstitial cells were secured. Yet, Orochimaru, misstepping, landed unceremoniously on the ground below. The mention of the land of the sea, Ghost World Island, caused Orochimaru's expression to stiffen. He had never anticipated that this young lad would be privy to such a secret. Very well, if you wish to keep the interstitial cells, I shall relinquish the Kusanagi sword to you. Orochimaru was a clever man. His eyes darted briefly before the shadows within them dissipated, replaced by a faint smile. As one's appearance reflects the heart, the smile on Orochimaru's face, in Liu Yang's eyes, was imbued with an eerie quality. The day was waning, and Liu Yang had no intention of lingering any longer. He retrieved his prize, leaping down from the branch to land gracefully on the ground. He casually stretched his limbs, waved farewell to Orochimaru, and departed. In the distance, Liu Yang faintly heard the man sigh behind him. Liu Yang, my interest in you grows ever deeper. It is a pity you refuse to become my disciple. The youth had already ventured far away, leaving the man standing in place. Watching as his silhouette faded into the thicket, he clenched the 2 vials of interstitial cells tightly. Liu Yang, one day you shall regret your refusal of me. The moon hung high, stars scattered across the sky. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Liu Yang did not return directly to the Uchiha clan, but discreetly exited the village. Under the cover of darkness, a night of murder loomed. Have you heard? Last night, a homicide occurred 2 kilometers from the village. It is said that a merchant convoy from the land of Earth, en route to the land of Wind, was ambushed while passing through Konoha. But wait, why would a merchant convoy from the land of Earth enter the territory of the land of Fire on their way to the land of Wind? Someone questioned. The individual who had just drained his cup of fragrant tea continued, this is where the issue lies. Many believe that it was a deliberate act by the Iwagakure to gather intelligence. The world has just settled, yet the situation is tumultuous and treacherous. Alas, when will these upheavals finally come to a complete end? The gossip on the streets was incessant, no matter where one turned. Discussions about the grave incident that transpired last night in the outskirts could be overheard. Yahagi Rin grew weary from walking. Spotting a nearby dango shop, she excitedly dashed inside. "Liang, let us first indulge in some food. It has been quite a while since we savored any desserts. Afterwards, we shall pack some to bring to Dato at the hospital." Liang gazed at the beaming, enthusiastic figure of Nohara Rin, shaking his head in mild resignation as he followed her. He retrieved 2 gold coins from his pocket and placed them before the proprietress. "Auntie, I would like to purchase all of those tricolor dumplings in the cabinet. Please serve a portion here for us to enjoy and pack the remainder for me. Additionally, could I trouble you for 2 cups of water?" "Thank you." Liang spoke politely. The proprietress at the front desk, observing the spirited youth before her, picked up the 2 gold coins and smiled broadly. "All right, I will prepare your order immediately. Liang, ever since you became a ninja, you truly have transformed." "Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie," Liang replied, scratching his head with a bashful smile. After settling the bill, Liang turned to scan the bustling establishment. Finally, in the far corner, he spotted Rin's figure. As he took his seat, a commotion erupted from the front desk. "What? Those have all been reserved? What are we supposed to eat then?" "Boss, this is unacceptable. I apologize, dear customer. If you could wait a few minutes, the next batch will be ready shortly." The weather was sweltering. After a day of wandering, Nohara Rin had perspired significantly. She drank 3 cups of tea in quick succession to quench her thirst. The food arrived promptly. She seized one of the dumplings and relished its taste, feeling a wave of delight wash over her. Reflecting on the gossip she had overheard earlier, she blinked and curiously inquired, "Lord Liang, what is your opinion on the matter everyone has been discussing?" "Such affairs are best left to those above us," Liang replied, his expression unchanged. He picked up a tricolor dumpling and tasted it, noting that this was his first experience with such a delicacy in Konoha. Previously, he had only bought them to amuse Itachi. Sweet. Overwhelmingly sweet. This was Liang's sole assessment. Not receiving the response she desired, Nohara Rin felt a twinge of disappointment. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Setting down her skewer, she leaned close to Liang's ear and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Last night, I saw." She did not continue. Liang raised his gaze and removed her forehead protector, revealing the golden mark beneath. His voice was eerily calm as he asked, "Rin, are you planning to betray me?" As he spoke, the surrounding atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Nohara Rin watched in astonishment as everyone else in the shop froze, their breathing becoming distinctly audible. She understood that Liang was indeed angry. Yet, she asked, "Lord Tenkai, what have you done? As you can see, time has merely halted. Aside from us, everyone else's time is suspended. A time stop card, as the name suggests, can halt time for 1 minute. I have expended 5 cards in one breath." He lowered his head, calmly consuming the excessively sweet dumpling before him. He awaited the subsequent words from the other party. Nohara Rin bit her lip, summoning the courage to voice her inner doubts. "My lord, I have never contemplated betraying you. I merely seek to understand why you chose to eliminate them. Were they truly spies sent to gather intelligence?" From the moment she resolved to follow her lord, thoughts of treachery had never crossed her mind. She only yearned for an answer capable of assuaging her concerns. Liang did not raise his gaze, his expression impassive as he replied, "Those individuals were indeed slain by my hand, yet they were not from the land of earth, but from the land of lightning. The cloud shinobi infiltrated Konoha, attempting to seize information regarding the Sharingan, but their plans were thwarted by higher-ups." Nohara Rin remained oblivious to this revelation. The previous night, Liang had unexpectedly received a mission from the system, learning that the Cloud Shinobi intended to infiltrate Konoha once more to claim Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. To protect the young Itachi, he stealthily departed the village and eliminated them all, spared no effort to safeguard Itachi by vanquishing all who coveted the Sharingan. This was the promise he made to Uchiha Fugaku that fateful evening. Of course, Liang harbored his own ulterior motives. He wished to ascertain the true efficacy of the cursed blade, Muramasa. Upon hearing the boy's words, Nohara Rin lost her composure. Grasping Liang's arm, she inquired anxiously, "My lord, what is the meaning of this? How could they be from the land of lightning?" The previous night, unable to sleep after an indulgent meal, Rin had ventured out for a stroll. It was then that she spotted Lu Yang stealthily leaving. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she followed him and witnessed a scene of unimaginable horror. I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge the details. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge is not a blessing. Lu Yang shook his head, unwilling to reveal the truth to the girl before him. He produced the cursed blade, which he had not yet gifted, and placed it before Rin, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rin, since you witnessed what transpired yesterday, you should understand the powers this blade possesses. Originally, Lu Yang intended to bestow the sword upon her, but his mind had since changed. Let us see if you are worthy of being my divine servant. The atmosphere froze at that moment. Nohara Rin stared blankly at the blade on the table, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. She was not afraid. Rather, she loathed herself for harboring doubts about the very Lord who had aided her in countless ways. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, it was time for her suspicions to bear their due consequences. My lord, I shall prove myself to you. Rin's eyes gleamed with determination. With her left hand resting on the hilt, she drew the cursed blade and pressed it forcefully against her palm. Rin, enough. At the critical moment, the boy intervened. He had merely wished to test Rin's loyalty and had never intended for her to be harmed. Lu Yang took the blade from her hands, sheathing it once more before placing it back in front of him to continue his explanation. This blade inherently possesses a cursed poison. Any injury, no matter how slight, inflicted by it will swiftly lead to a fatal accumulation of the curse. A single strike to kill, the demon blade Muramasa. Such is the formidable essence of this weapon. Nohara Rin raised her gaze, bewildered by Lord Lu Yang's intentions behind his words. Lord Lu Yang, you do not intend to kill me? Why would I? You are my invaluable aid, he replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Having painstakingly resurrected her, nearly falling victim to the dark forces in the process. It was inconceivable for him to harm her. Unless, upon this thought, Lu Yang hastily shook his head, dismissing the possibility. With a chuckle, he resumed the serious matter at hand. As my divine servant, I have yet to bestow upon you an initiation gift. This blade shall be your weapon. Nohara Rin accepted it, her surprise palpable. Her throat quivered as she attempted to speak, but he interrupted her. In half a month, I will embark on a significant mission alongside Kai and Kakashi. You shall remain in Konoha to diligently train. Lu Yang gently patted her shoulder, imparting a crucial reminder. Be cautious with this blade. Take care not to injure yourself. For even a self-inflicted wound could lead to being consumed by the curse. Lu Yang had meticulously arranged everything for her. During his absence, she would train under Tsunade, striving to master ninjutsu. It would be wholly beneficial. This world is teeming with powerful beings. And Lu Yang hoped that Rin would possess the ability to protect herself at all times. After all, mere survival does not equate to freedom from pain. In the future, he would take her on countless missions, as he required a formidable assistant. I understand, Lord Lu Yang. I will strive diligently, Rin affirmed, her grip tightening around the hilt of the blade, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She did not question why he chose not to take her along. Her sole thought was to unconditionally heed the will of the divine master henceforth. 5 minutes had elapsed. Time resumed its course in the dessert shop. For Lu Yang and Nohara Rin, the fleeting moments had served as a trial. Yet for those who were bound by the constraints of time, nothing amiss had transpired. Business thrived, the crowd bustling. After finally calming the other patrons, the shopkeeper, her face etched with apologies, addressed them. I sincerely apologize for the wait. Everything is packed and ready for you. She gestured, and here is a pot of fine tea. Do visit us often. With a wave of her hand, a young attendant promptly brought forth the packages along with freshly prepared matcha. Thank you, Auntie, Lu Yang expressed cheerfully, his eyes twinkling. However, other customers observed this scene with discontent, questioning the shopkeeper on the preferential treatment. The shopkeeper calmly explained, Lord Lu Yang ordered in abundance, so offering tea is only fitting. Our establishment treats all patrons equally. If you purchase as much, we shall extend the same courtesy. The crowd fell silent. The weather was sweltering, and confections like the tricolored dumplings were unsuitable for prolonged storage. Only a fool like Lu Yang, as if he had never indulged in such treats, would purchase such a great quantity. Faced with the disdain of others, Lu Yang remained unperturbed. He leisurely savored his tea and indulged in sweet delicacies, finding immense pleasure in the moment. It became apparent that enjoying sweets alongside tea mitigated their cloying sweetness, a revelation he quietly acknowledged. Simultaneously, he found himself admiring the little one at home. Feeling satiated and content, he suddenly grasped the delight that culinary pleasures could bring. Liu Yang gently patted his slightly protruding belly and picked up the overflowing bag of desserts from the table, releasing a satisfied burp. The two strolled down the bustling street towards the Konoha hospital, their strides brisk and lively. Once Obito was discharged, they would surely demand a proper recompense for the labor of bringing him meals during this time. Haha, surely not all of it was for him. Nohara Rin, wielding her weapon, couldn't help but envision the image of that person indulging in sweets to the point of nausea, and she giggled, her laughter ringing like delicate silver bells. Of course not. I still need to leave some for Itachi, she added. You seem to have a close relationship with him? Naturally, he is my brother. And he clings to me dearly, Liu Yang replied, his eyes filled with affection. Uchiha Itachi had endured great suffering in his past life. He had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, even in death, he remained burdened by the village's fate. With him around, Liu Yang vowed to ensure that Itachi would lead a life filled with happiness and joy. Suddenly, Nohara Rin halted, gently calling out his name. Liu Yang turned back, puzzled. It's nothing. Can I visit your house tonight to see your brother? Of course, that would be wonderful, Liu Yang replied with a bright smile. At Konoha Hospital, a ravenous Obito gazed at the wall clock, its hands pointing directly at 2 o'clock, feeling as though he would wither away. Gurgle, gurgle. Obito lay despondently on the bed, listening to the sounds emanating from his stomach, reaching down to pat it, unable to suppress a groan. I'm so hungry. When will there be food? Stop your lamenting. It has just arrived, came a voice. As the fragrant aroma wafted into his senses, Obito's appetite surged. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the bed, rushing to the door in eager anticipation. The door swung open to reveal Liu Yang, who entered bearing 2 hefty bags of food. Noticing the boy's hand frozen in midair, he disdainfully thrust one of the bags into Obito's embrace. Look at you, so lively. It seems you aren't starving after all. Just look at the time. Is there anyone who delivers meals to a patient like this? If it were any later, the patient might be gone. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Obito opened the bag, revealing its contents, and placed everything on the nearby table. Goodness, a whole bag filled with dango. Despite the grievance in his heart, filling his stomach took precedence, and he eagerly grabbed a handful to savor. Liu Yang, unbothered by his discontent, sat on the bed and curiously inquired, Did Tsunade mention when you might be discharged? That's a good question. I, too, wonder why that old woman refuses to let me go, Obito replied, shaking his head, his tone laced with disappointment. Coincidentally, these words reached Tsunade's ears as she entered the room to check on him. Tsunade detests being referred to as old. With a swift kick, she thrust open the door, her anger palpable as she seized Obito by the collar. If you wish to leave the hospital, you must defeat me. What? The 3 young ones exclaimed in unison. Obito was taken aback, as were both Ryu and Rin. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Ryu, then turned her gaze back to Obito, reiterating her earlier declaration. I said, if you win, I will let you go. Why this sudden change? Isn't the higher-ups keeping a close watch on Obito? Ryu crossed his arms, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend Tsunade's intentions. That is not your concern. I will handle the higher-ups, Tsunade retorted, casting Ryu a disdainful look. She then released Obito's collar, glaring down at the boy clad in a striped hospital gown, her beauty and pride reminiscent of a majestic crane. Obito, you need only answer with a yes or no. Tsunade, adept in both gambling and drinking, often appeared rather unreliable in her casual demeanor. However, when she grew serious, the intense aura she exuded was enough to make Obito gasp in trepidation. I. Obito stammered, wanting to voice something but swallowing his words instead. He had long desired to leave the hospital, and now that the opportunity presented itself, he found himself inexplicably hesitating. Ding. Detecting Uchiha Obito's strong desire to be discharged, please assist him to complete the discharge task. Completing this discharge task will activate the SSS level dojutsu, Kamui. Hesitation leads to defeat. Ryu stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, turning his back to Tsunade. Obito, don't be timid, he urged, placing a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder, turning to face the formidable Tsunade. The legendary Sannin is indeed powerful, but you are not lacking. Your Sharingan is enough for Tsunade to drink a pot full. Ryu understood that Obito's hesitation stemmed from a lack of self-confidence in his abilities. Can I really do this? Obito murmured, swallowing hard. Seeing him on the verge of action, Tsunade added a tempting condition. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I grant you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If you can successfully snatch the bell from my hand, you will have one. As her words fell, she produced a bell adorned with a red string seemingly from thin air. This bell was deeply etched in Obito's memory during his graduation from the Ninja Academy. His first task from teacher Minato was to compete with Kakashi and Rin to seize the very bell. Regrettably, he had been tied to a stump, deprived of his lunch. Fortunately, kind-hearted Rin had shared her meal with him. Obito's gaze flickered to the silent Rin beside him. Rin, do you think I should accept? Obito, you can do it. I believe in you. Rin's encouragement ignited a spark within the previously indecisive Obito, and he suddenly felt invigorated. All right, I will give it a shot, Tsunade-sensei. Clenching his fists, his eyes glimmered with determination. Very well, if you have the courage, then follow me. Tsunade nodded and took the lead, hoisting Obito onto her shoulder as they made their way to the rooftop of the hospital. Liu Yang and Lin promptly followed suit, with Liu Yang pausing at the stairway. Arms outstretched, a gust of wind swept through, tousling her delicate hair, and her spirits soared. The azure sky, the vast rooftop, and the towering water tank loomed above. Here, Naruto and Sasuke had once engaged in a fierce duel. Now, the focus shifted to Obito and Lady Tsunade. In the center of the rooftop, the two protagonists were loosening their muscles, poised for action, tension palpable. On the count of 3, you may begin, Liu Yang declared, igniting a stick of incense and casually placing it in a crack in the floor. Upon completing this task, a thought struck him, and his gaze fell upon Tsunade's face. Lady Tsunade, you possess the legendary strength of the Sannin. I hope you won't mind if I lend Obito a blade. Tsunade crossed her arms, remaining silent. Interpreting her silence as consent, Liu Yang seized the long sword from the girl's hands and tossed it to his companion nearby. Obito, this blade is yours. However, you may only use the back of it. Do not harm Lady Tsunade, nor yourself. Why? Obito questioned, perplexed as he gripped the hefty weapon. Leaning against the wall, Liu Yang wore a mischievous grin. Because, if you get cut, you might just die? Obito's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. Not wishing to waste any more time, Liu Yang raised 3 fingers and began to count. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. With a sly smile, he playfully declared, 3. Liu Yang, are you out of your mind? You can't just shout 3 like that. Before Obito could finish his protest, he saw Tsunade toss the bell into the air. The clear, ringing sound of the bell echoed. With a powerful push from his feet, Obito lunged toward the bell, suspended in midair. He was quick, but Tsunade was quicker. The striking woman with golden twin tails coiled her fist, enveloping it in a visible layer of chakra, and leaped toward Obito. A fierce gust of wind followed her punch. Obito's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to grasp the bell, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, using the sword sheath to block her assault. Humph. Don't think that will stop me. Tsunade scoffed, increasing the force of her strike. Clang. The long sword nearly flew from Obito's grip. Gritting his teeth, his eyes shifted patterns, activating the ocular technique of his right eye. He slowly faded into nothingness. Tsunade's fist, unexpectedly, began to phase through his form. As the first wave of her assault missed its mark, Tsunade remained unfazed, catching the falling bell and landing gracefully on the ground. She watched in awe as the boy before her transformed into nothingness, genuinely marveling. Impressive, the Sharingan's ocular techniques never ceased to astonish me. Suddenly, a subtle, swirling spatial rift appeared beside Tsunade's leg. 2 spectators observed as a slender hand emerged from a rift in space, stealthily reaching towards Tsunade's hand. Tsunade's gaze was sharp, scanning her surroundings incessantly, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarities nearby. Closer, ever closer. Hidden within the Kamui space, Obito's heart raced. No one had noticed. A strange smile curled at the corners of the intruder's mouth. Excellent, I've got him. Obito's fingertips latched onto the red string of the bell, delight swelling within him. However, that large hand suddenly grasped his wrist with a forceful intent to pull him from the rift. Obito tightened his grip on the string, chuckling lightly. It's futile, Tsunade-sensei. Oh, is that so? Tsunade responded with a smile. The boy sensed something amiss and looked up, locking eyes with the fearsome figure. Boom. The instant Tsunade's foot struck the ground, the roof caved in, dust swirling around them. Obito had no time to evade. enduring the full force of Tsunade's strike, his chest severely injured, letting out pained gasps. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently several times, his complexion paling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Huh, Obito, your ocular technique is quite impressive. You will surely achieve greatness in the future. It's just a pity that you are still a bit too inexperienced, Tsunade remarked, her onslaught unrelenting. She continued to throw punches, showing no mercy simply because her opponent was her junior. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Space-time ninjutsu is inherently a rare and powerful category of techniques. Obito's Kimui allowed him to phase his body. A combat-savvy Tsunade quickly realized that during his attempted theft, he would inevitably solidify his form. However, she remained unaware of the precise timing. Yet, dealing with this brat was more than sufficient. Every technique has its weakness, and Obito. You are still too young, Tsunade said with a tinge of boredom. The bell at her waist jingled with her movements, ringing softly. Time passed, second by second. Despite the blow he had just received, Obito was undeterred. Instead, he grew increasingly resolute, retaliating fiercely. Tsunade-sensei, don't speak too confidently. Your weaknesses are not insignificant. Obito chuckled softly, blood that had dripped from the corner of his mouth staining his striped medical attire, blooming like vibrant red plums. Indeed, every technique has its vulnerabilities. Tsunade's flaw lay in her lack of speed, relying solely on brute strength. Utilizing the insight granted by his Sharingan, Obito seized upon his opponent's openings, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a massive fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. This fire technique successfully widened the distance between them. Interesting, you know to create space. But you still cannot seize the bell from me, Tsunade scoffed, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. As she spoke, without a moment's hesitation, she bit her finger, using her blood as a contract, and slammed her hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. A colossal slug, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the young warrior who was brandishing his sword with unerring precision. The thunderous impact reverberated throughout the rooftop, causing it to tremble slightly. Lu Yong, who had been meditating with closed eyes nearby, nearly lost his balance, but was fortunately caught by the quick-thinking Rin Nohara. Goodness! Lady Tsunade has summoned her summoning beast so swiftly. Obito, you must not falter. Rin, supporting the seemingly slumbering Lu Yong, gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene. A third of the time had elapsed. Obito, pinned beneath the slug, drew his cursed blade and erupted from beneath the beast, soaring into the sky. Tsunade-sensei, there's still plenty of time. Obito gritted his teeth and unleashed a series of fire jutsu. The massive slug, affected by the boy's earlier assault, disintegrated into countless smaller slugs that scattered in all directions. Tsunade was not to be underestimated. She nimbly evaded the chaos and, within moments, positioned herself behind a water tank. Her fist charged with immense power, delivering a forceful blow. With a resounding boom, the water tank burst open and a torrent of water gushed forth, extinguishing the flames before them. A thick fog enveloped the area. It was at this moment that the reconstituted slug unleashed a torrent of potent acid towards Obito. The acidic spray had devastating potential, capable of dissolving anything in its path. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. The boy thought to himself, Earth-style, Earth Dragon hidden technique. Instantly, he enacted the technique, submerging his entire body underground to evade the acidic onslaught. The mist had yet to fully dissipate. Rin Nohara kept her eyes glued to the fierce battle, her heart racing in her throat. It was only when she sensed Obito breaking through the earth once more that she finally exhaled in relief. The clear sound of bells rang out, sharp and distinct. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the young warrior gripped the scabbard in one hand and the shimmering blade in the other, striking forward with a powerful slash. Obito, you should concede. With your current strength, you stand no chance against me, Tsunade declared, shaking her head. Time and again, she effortlessly countered the boy's onslaught. One by one, Obito's shadow clones vanished with a series of explosive sounds. What does it matter if you can discern my movements? Surprise attacks hold no ground here, she taunted, her smile widening as she executed a graceful spinning kick that sent one of the attacking clones flying. Another clone fell, but it was inconsequential. What mattered was that her opponent was utterly immobilized. As the thick mist cleared, Rin Nohara could see distinctly that the fragmented slugs had claimed every corner of the rooftop. The two combatants were encircled, with a relentless stream of acidic mist pouring from the side closest to Obito. On Tsunade's shoulders clung two diminutive slugs, one advancing and the other retreating, maintaining a firm grip over the battlefield's visibility. What shall we do now, with our sight shared? Rin thought, frantically like an ant on a hot skillet, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Obito was now a mere shadow of his former self, his body marred and battered. Yet he remained undeterred, persistently seeking various angles to launch his assault on the woman. The incense stick was nearing its end. The outcome of this battle was, without a doubt, already determined. Obito, please do not give up. Rin shouted fervently at the battered youth before her, offering her encouragement. Obito flashed a grim smile, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, Rin, I will not lose, not ever. Such commendable courage, then I shall not hold back. In any case, even if you are left incapacitated, I can heal you, Tsunade declared. She lifted her leg and struck the boy's abdomen with her knee. A spurt of blood erupted from Obito's mouth as he discarded the long blade in his hand, wrapping his arms tightly around the woman before him. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. Tsunade inwardly cursed the situation and looked up, only to see two clones descending from above, brandishing a demonic blade aimed directly at her crown. Damn it! Tsunade's expression darkened. She attempted to break free from the boy's grasp, but he held on with an iron grip, rendering her immobile. Finally, this is the end, Obito exclaimed with exhilaration. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You must be dreaming." Suddenly, one of the slugs on her shoulder transformed into her own likeness, colliding with the two descending Obito clones in a mutual demise. The battlefield morphed into a struggle between two original entities. In an instant, a forceful gravity surged from her waist. Tsunade, incredulous, glanced down to find her bell had vanished without a trace. The slug on her shoulder was gone, replaced by a youthful visage. When did this happen? She uttered in disbelief. Having just seized the bell, Obito exploited the flaw in his opponent's clone, his blood-red eyes swirling. Sharingan. He released Tsunade from his grasp. The woman appeared dazed, as if transformed into a mere puppet, standing vacantly in place. He nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, retrieved the bell thrown by his clone, and deactivated the clone technique, wearing a sinister grin. Tsunade-sensei, you were careless. In battle, one must not gaze into my eyes. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, allows the wielder to cast illusions upon those who meet their gaze. Although Obito's Jinjutsu prowess did not rival that of Itachi, it sufficed for dealing with an ordinary opponent. Tsunade's precise control over chakra made it challenging to subdue her, which is why he deliberately orchestrated numerous decoy moments to lower her guard, ultimately seizing the opportunity to successfully execute his illusion. Having successfully controlled Tsunade and obtained the bell, Liu Yang, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them and approached, offering his congratulations. Obito, congratulations on your release. What just happened to me? Obito mused, picking up the fallen demonic blade and gazing at the bell in his hand, bewilderment etched across his face. His mind lingered on the moment when Tsunade had yanked him out and pummeled him. How could it be that upon opening his eyes again, the battle had already concluded? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Why overthink? Victory is what truly matters. Focus on the joyous aspects. You are on the verge of being discharged. And is that not a cause for celebration? As Liu Yang spoke, he employed his healing technique to tend to the wounds of Obito. With his other hand, he retrieved the demon blade from the boy and returned it to Rin. Upon hearing his words, Rin immediately grasped that Liu Yang had orchestrated the previous events. However, she chose not to expose him, instead gently taking a handkerchief from her bag to wipe the dirt from his face. Indeed, Obito, as long as we emerge victorious, that is what counts. Congratulations on your discharge. Daring to use illusionary techniques against me. Tsunade broke free from the Jinjutsu and opened her eyes. Coincidentally, at that moment, the incense stick had burned down completely, extinguishing into nothingness. Liu Yang observed the furious woman with twin ponytails before him, fearing she might strike unexpectedly. He swiftly handed the still unhealed Obito over to Rin. Rin immediately understood, placing her palm over Obito's wounds. A blue light flickered as the injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Tsunade, my dear, one must honor the wager. You, the renowned legendary Sannin, wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics, would you? Liu Yang remarked. He took 2 steps forward, extending his hand to shield the two behind him. Tsunade clenched her fists, astonished that she had truly been outwitted by a mere boy. Grabbing the young man's collar, she leaned closer to his ear and spoke in a low voice. Lu Yang, do not pretend. It was you who was meddling just now. Her tone was not a question, but a certainty. Grandma Tsunade, I was merely standing with Rin this whole time, as you observed. Losing does not justify making excuses. Lu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Tsunade, looking down at him, felt her expression darken. Her gaze shot a piercing glance at Obito, whose wounds and pained expression were undeniably real. She was certain Lu Yang had done something, yet lacked definitive proof. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade finally released her grip, allowing Lu Yang to step back. Taking a deep breath, she crossed her arms and declared, I concede and accept the terms of our wager. Since you have triumphed over me, you may proceed to the front desk to finalize the discharge procedures. Although her words were directed at Obito, her eyes remained fixated on the boy standing protectively in front of her. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade turned to leave. At that moment, Obito's injuries had nearly healed. The afflictions he bore were merely superficial, and with a few days of rest, he would regain his vitality. Yet, as he gazed down at the bell in his hand, he still felt a sense of unreality. Lu Yang, did I truly defeat Teacher Tsunade? Why does this not feel authentic? Moreover, my strength seemed to surge extraordinarily at that moment. So many shadow clones require a vast amount of chakra to sustain. The battle just fought unleashed all the ninjutsu I have ever learned. Everything feels distinctly abnormal. Lu Yang turned around, playfully flicking the boy's forehead, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Why dwell on trivial matters? You are inherently remarkable. In the beginning, you awakened the Sharingan with but a single tomo, and now you possess the Mangekyō. He yearned to convey that even the prodigious Sasuke, often hailed as a genius, initially started with merely one tomo. Your prowess stands as unparalleled among our contemporaries, perhaps even surpassing Kakashi. Lu Yang stated candidly. Currently, for Obito to vanquish Kakashi is hardly a formidable challenge. Regarding Obito's characterization, Lu Yang had long pondered this while watching the series. Despite his formidable abilities, he was often labeled as a mere underachiever. In the world of Naruto, every underperformer who perseveres until the end possesses extraordinary powers capable of reshaping reality. Is this truly the case? Obito remained skeptical. He sensed something amiss. Lu Yang, seizing the young man's shoulder, dragged him downstairs while continuing his persuasive rhetoric. Not to mention your godlike Kamui, we are atop the building. Tsunade would never unleash her full potential here. Otherwise, the entire structure would be obliterated. Tsunade's strength has been personally acknowledged by the Reikage. In terms of power, she surpasses him. During the confrontation between the 5 Kage and Uchiha Madara, she shattered Madara's Susanoo with a single punch. Sakura, inheriting her immense strength, inadvertently demolished her own home out of sheer excitement. As Lu Yang recalled these instances, he couldn't help but shiver. Well, Obito finally succumbed to his elaborate tales. His victory in the upcoming battle would be attributed to Tsunade holding back. The three of them hastily made their way to the front desk. Obito inscribed his name on the discharge papers. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Lu Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of assisting Uchiha Obito with his discharge. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the SSS grade ocular technique Kamui. Kamui is now activating. Kamui has been successfully bound. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. In a surge of exhilaration, he lifted the young man beside him. Today, I am in high spirits. Let us call Kakashi to celebrate together, and I shall treat you lavishly. The group waited quite some time at the sushi restaurant until Kakashi, fresh from a mission, finally arrived. Among the four of them, Kakashi was the only Jonin, while Rin and Obito were Chunin, and Lu Yang, the lowest ranked, merely a Genin. The situation was tumultuous. Currently, Konoha had numerous significant missions requiring high-ranking ninjas for execution. Kakashi had naturally become quite the busy individual. They had already ordered their food. By the time Kakashi took his seat, they could begin their meal. Lu Yang recalled that Kakashi's favorite was mackerel, so he had ordered it specifically for him and pushed it in front of him. Kakashi, you are quite the busy man. It is no small feat to catch a glimpse of you. Our captain, Lu Yang teased. After the three left the hospital, they searched Kakashi's home for a while, but found no trace of him. Ultimately, they learned from Asuma Sarutobi that Kakashi had been urgently dispatched on a mission. The trio, left with no alternative, rushed to the gate of Konoha, imploring the guards to summon Kakashi upon sighting him. Upon returning from his mission, Kakashi's stomach rumbled audibly. Faced with an array of delectable dishes, he felt no hesitation and indulged heartily. Alas, Konoha was indeed experiencing a shortage of personnel. Kakashi lamented his circumstances. Having departed at dawn to escort a confidential missive to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. However, these matters were classified, and he could not disclose them. Beyond that, Kakashi was more concerned about the individual before him, the recently discharged Obito. Obito, I must admit. It's quite impressive that you managed to escape from Lady Tsunade, he remarked with a smirk. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Obito chuckled awkwardly. Yet, the details were inconsequential. What mattered was that he was free at last. With that thought, Obito slammed his hands on the table, rising in excitement. Haha, I am finally free and can continue embarking on missions with you all, he mused, feeling as if he were in a dream. During the fateful battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Obito had gone in with a resolve to perish while rescuing Rin. Later, trapped beneath a massive rock, he had entrusted his left eye to Kakashi, hoping he could witness the world's future. Fortunately, he had survived and returned to his comrades. All of this was thanks to Ryong. Raising his teacup, Obito sincerely expressed his gratitude to the raven-haired youth engrossed in his meal across the table. Ryong, it is because of you that I stand here today. Thank you for saving my life and healing my wounds. I offer this tea in place of wine, as a toast to you. Should you ever find yourself in need of Uchiha Obito, do not hesitate to ask. I vow to repay this life-saving grace. Ryong had intended to enjoy his meal in peace, but was taken aback by the unexpected toast. Nevertheless, he quickly rose to clink his cup against Obito's. Really? Why such sentimental words? I didn't tea save you for any form of repayment. He downed his tea in one swift motion before Obito could respond. Obito, momentarily dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, stood there, finishing his cup in a daze. He was then gently pulled back to his seat by Rin. All right, let us not dwell on such matters. This meal is on me. Indulge to your heart's content, Ryong chuckled, raising his hand to summon the waiter for additional dishes. Before long, Ryong had his fill. Seizing a moment while the others continued to feast, he discreetly accessed the system panel with his mind. Name, Ryong. Age, 12 Taijutsu, 6 Ninjutsu, 10 Genjutsu, 10 Strength, 8 Speed, 10 Chakra, 10 Chakra Nature, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, Lightning, Yin, Yang, all attributes, Constitution, Sage Body. Immortal Bloodline Limit, Sharingan Tailed Beast Catalog, 3 tails. All other statistics were relatively balanced, with Taijutsu being his sole weakness. The numerical value is merely 6, an abysmally low figure. It appears that the expedition with Guy to traverse the 5 great nations must be swiftly undertaken. Without hesitation, Liu Yang immediately shared his plans with his companions. In the next moment, Obito voiced his skepticism regarding Liu Yang's proposal. Liu Yang, do you believe the third Hokage would approve of this? The village is in dire need of manpower, to the extent that one individual could effectively be divided into 2. In such a critical time, Liu Yang suggested that he wished to train alongside Might Guy and Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi interjected, how can we leave the village at such a time? Especially with Rin needing to stay? Shaking his head, Kakashi deemed the plan impractical. Understanding their concerns, Liu Yang analyzed the pros and cons. It is precisely due to our current circumstances that we must venture forth to train. Of course, we cannot abandon our duties. We must also locate Lord Jiraiya. At the mention of this name, Kakashi and Obito's composure faltered. Liu Yang, surely you do not mean the legendary Sannin, alongside Lady Tsunade and Orochimaru? Indeed, that is him, Liu Yang affirmed, continuing to persuade them. With the third Hokage overseeing the village and the presence of Minato, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, our absence would not be detrimental. If we can bring Jiraiya back, it would be a significant achievement. As for Rin, she must learn medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade to heal the injured and protect Konoha. She cannot be spared. According to the system's hints, Minato would soon succeed as Hokage. Kakashi's urgent mission to escort a secret document was likely tied to this. With Minato and the Sannin gathering, along with Uchiha Fugaku, Obito, and his Mangekyō Sharingan, Konoha should stabilize swiftly. After some contemplation, Kakashi and Obito found Liu Yang's reasoning compelling. Yet they still harbored reservations. In unison, their gazes shifted to the side, where Nohara Rin stood. Rin, if we all leave, will you truly be all right on your own? As comrades, it seemed inconceivable to overlook Rin. With a sweet smile and narrowed eyes, Rin replied, you all go ahead. Do not worry about me. Lady Tsunade has promised to take me as her disciple, and I do not wish to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gaining the favor of the Sannin is indeed a tremendous fortune, albeit largely due to Lord Liu Yang's efforts. The first to speak was Obito. He patted his chest, revealing a bright smile. Very well, Liu Yang. I am willing to try my luck with the third Hokage. Kakashi remained silent, yet his calm demeanor suggested he did not object. Liu Yang, filled with joy at this development, was poised to rise and settle the bill when he caught sight of a familiar green figure passing by outside. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Obito chuckled, crossing his arms. No sooner had he finished his sentence than the raven-haired youth at the same table sprang up, supporting himself with one hand before vanishing from sight in an instant. In a blink, Liu Yang had dashed outside, seizing the opportunity to catch Might Guy as he passed. Humph, that fellow Liu Yang only knows how to show off, much like Kakashi. Obito silently scoffed. Suddenly, a piece of eel sushi was plopped into his bowl. Turning his head, he beheld Kakashi, who appeared quite uncomfortable beside him. Rarely did Kakashi remove his mask. He gracefully picked up another piece of eel sushi and leisurely placed it in his mouth. Obito stood frozen, utterly mesmerized. Obito, is there rice on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Kakashi turned to him, visibly annoyed. Their eyes met, deepening Obito's embarrassment. He hurriedly swallowed and cleared his throat to change the subject. No, I was just taken aback. It was no wonder Obito was astonished. Having been companions with Kakashi for so long, it was his first time seeing his face. During their meals, he had no idea how Kakashi managed to eat each bite in the blink of an eye. The speed at which he consumed his food left him and Rin utterly bewildered. What is so surprising? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? A mocking voice echoed in Obito's ear. In the next moment, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders. Without a second thought, Obito knew it was that scoundrel Liu Yang. He raised his hand and brushed away the arm resting on him. Meanwhile, the suddenly summoned Might Guy sat beside Rin. Despite their small frames, all five of them were exceptionally gifted and capable of causing quite a stir. When it came time to settle the bill, the front desk cashier was left astounded. After satisfying their hunger, they briskly headed to the Hokage's office as planned. Rin climbed up a towering tree not far away. Rin, have you made your decision? Being my disciple is no easy task, Tsunade inquired unexpectedly. Rin nodded, her expression resolute. I have decided, Tsunade-sensei. I want to be your disciple. In that case, follow me, Tsunade replied with an impassive demeanor. Then, she leaped to the ground and walked towards the Konoha hospital. Tsunade knew that Liu Yang held this young girl in high regard. He had waited at her doorstep for 3 days, just to persuade her to become Tsunade's personal disciple, to pass on all his knowledge to her. Of course, in exchange, Liu Yang would provide her with one beautiful dream after another whenever she needed it. Tsunade longed to meet those two, even if it were merely an illusion. Rin clutched the demon blade in her hand and hastened to catch up. In the Hokage's office, Liu Yang kicked open the door, coincidentally interrupting a conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze. As luck would have it, he overheard news of a high-level meeting set to take place in half a month, during which the Hokage position would be passed to Minato. This matter was still a closely guarded secret within Konoha. Thus, when it was inadvertently revealed by a few kids, Sarutobi's expression turned quite grim. The atmosphere froze at that moment. Kakashi, Obito, Guy? The three young ones were utterly petrified upon uncovering such a monumental secret. Only Liu Yang, with a casual air, cleared his throat twice and swaggered into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Ahem, my apologies for intruding upon your conversation, he said with a disarming smile. Rest assured, I have not overheard a thing. He believed that as long as he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would be borne by others. After all, Liu Yang had often perceived the murderous intent in the eyes of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he took a deep drag from his pipe, attempting to alleviate his rising ire. Liu Yang, what brings you here again? Must you be so impudent? Could you at least knock before barging in? My door is nearly on the verge of breaking. It seemed that the smoke had a calming effect, for as he spoke, his tone softened considerably. Liu Yang chuckled and shrugged, choosing to overlook the latter part of Hiruzen's statement. Third Hokage, I have indeed come with an important matter to discuss. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he said, glancing at Minato Namikaze, who wisely seized the opportunity to exit. Hiruzen made no effort to detain him. Nodding in tacit approval of Minato's departure, the three young ones silently applauded Liu Yang. for it was likely that he alone dared to speak so freely to the third Hokage in all of Konoha. With Minato gone, he kindly closed the door behind him, creating a space thick with unspoken tension. Hiruzen returned to his seat, adjusting his Hokage hat, and spoke in a low tone. Now then, what mischief do you intend to pursue? Must you speak so harshly? Liu Yang countered, appearing behind him in an instant, gently massaging his back. You mentioned assigning me an S-rank mission, yet I have heard nothing. Hence, I have come to solicit your command directly. Get to the point, Hiruzen replied, raising an eyebrow. Liu Yang, abandoning pretense, pointed decisively to the center of the office and declared, I wish to venture out with those three to seek the whereabouts of Jiraiya. This endeavor serves dual purposes, for my own training and for the village. He emphasized the last two words with conviction. In his lifetime, Hiruzen had taken on only 3 disciples, each a legendary figure in the ninja world. Regrettably, none had proven to be a source of ease. For instance, Jiraiya had left to wander and train, spurred by a prophecy from the great sage of the Toads, and had not returned even during the Third Great Ninja War. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Liu Yang, where do you intend to search for Jiraiya? Fear not, Third Hokage, I have my own methods. I shall return with him in no more than 6 months, Liu Yang assured him, thumping his chest confidently. Hiruzen stroked his beard, lowering his gaze so that the red Hokage had obscured his expression, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke in a somber tone. Liu Yang, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, before you embark on this journey, you must take this with you and agree to one condition. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he retrieved a kunai inscribed with runes from his pocket and placed it in the palm of Liu Yang's hand. Lowering his gaze, Liu Yang immediately recognized the technique engraved upon it, the Flying Thunder God technique. This kunai was given to you by Sensei Minato, wasn't it? It would be inappropriate for me to carry it, Liu Yang demurred, perplexed by the third Hokage's intentions. With a hand resting on Liu Yang's shoulder, Sarutobi exhaled a delicate swirl of smoke, speaking earnestly. Liu Yang, should the village ever require your assistance, Minato will appear by your side without hesitation, bringing you back home. The meaning was abundantly clear. This kunai served as a locator. Liu Yang comprehended the implication. In the eyes of the third Hokage, he was merely a pawn to be moved as needed. Nevertheless, he tucked the kunai into his ninja tool pouch and jested, very well. I shall keep it on my person. After all, once I leave the village, I can dispose of it anywhere without anyone knowing. Seeing Liu Yang accept the item, the third Hokage dismissed Kakashi, Obito, and Guy with a wave of his hand, finally shifting to the matter at hand. In the interrogation room, Liu Yang swaggered in. Hands behind his back, Sarutobi had already informed the head of the interrogation room, who promptly escorted him to one of the cells. There, they held the Cloud Ninja responsible for the recent attack on the Uchiha clan. In the narrow, dimly lit cell, the man was shackled with iron chains, bound to a wooden cross, unconscious and battered. He had endured relentless torture, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. Disgusted, Liu Yang avoided the bloodied floor as he approached the man. You have a mere 15 minutes to deal with him and take him away. I have no desire to see him again. It brings me bad luck, his companion, clad in Konoha's uniform, impatiently remarked. The war had just concluded, and the animosities between the various ninja villages had yet to show any signs of abating. Internally, there was fear of the Uchiha clan's might, yet externally, they were all comrades. The Uchiha had been targeted by malevolent forces seeking to seize their Sharingan, inciting public outrage. Were it not for the third Hokage's orders, this scoundrel would have long met his demise under interrogation. All right, it will be done shortly, Liu Yang replied with a smile. The companion, harboring a deep disdain for cloud ninjas, left without a backward glance. Liu Yang sighed softly. One day, he would put an end to the war entirely. His eyes darting around, he materialized a chakra scalpel in his palm, and with a decisive motion, severed the iron chains binding the man. With a thud, the man fell from the cross, now free from his restraints. Stop feigning death and get up, Liu Yang said bluntly. He dismissed the chakra and crossed his arms, delivering an unceremonious kick to the man. Yet, the man remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Liu Yang crouched down to discern the man's intentions, only to be taken aback as the man suddenly lunged at him. Liu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly appeared behind the man, one hand gripping his neck while the other covered his face. I apologize, but I have little tolerance for disobedience, he chuckled, his demeanor unsettling. The man, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was forcefully propelled away. A sharp snap echoed through the air, and one side of the Yunin ninja's face grotesquely crystallized into a pink shard, shattering into a fine powder. Ah, 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 my face. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the cell. Struggling to rise, the man revealed a half-destroyed visage, revealing deep white bone and bloodied flesh. Clutching his injured face, he glared with venomous hatred at the dark-haired youth before him. Liu Yang shrugged, feigning innocence. Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault. If you had listened and not attacked me, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Killing in both body and spirit is rather straightforward. The man, unable to swallow the humiliation, dragged his battered body forward with blinding speed for another assault. Enveloped in crackling lightning, he appeared formidable, an indomitable force. I say, my friend, can we not discuss matters civilly? Must we resort to violence? It ruins the mood, Liu Yang lamented with a hint of melancholy. Yet, despite his words, his hands remained unceasing in their actions. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon surged forth, sending the man crashing into the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation and causing blood to spill from his lips. Liu Yang formed hand seals, his right hand encased in crystalline armor, and struck fiercely at the man's chest. A spurt of blood erupted from the man's mouth, splattering onto the transparent crystal beneath the youth's feet. Another snap of his fingers caused all crystalline forms within the cell to vanish in an instant. From the depths of an abyss, Liu Yang retrieved a handkerchief, grasping it tightly before seizing the man's collar and prying him free from the wall. How dare you plot against Itachi? I could easily end your life right here. But you still hold some utility. His gaze was icy as he regarded the disfigured man before him. The recent onslaught had severed the man's meridians, rendering him entirely immobile. He remained silent, motionless. Liu Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, admonishing, "Hey, I told you not to play dead in my presence." The impact startled him. The man's teeth had been knocked loose. Liu Yang's heart sank as he pried open the man's mouth, confirming his fears upon seeing the mangled tongue. What era are we in? Still resorting to self-inflicted demise through tongue biting? Very well, I shall grant your wish. True to his word, he wielded a scalpel with precision and severed the unnecessary tongue, crushing it beneath his foot. Palm technique. Simultaneously, he staunched the man's bleeding. The Yunin ninja lay there, akin to a fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of another. A stray tear unconsciously trailed down the corner of his eye. The young medical ninja's skills were at their peak, rendering even the tiniest of wounds insignificant. With just a few swift movements, he staunched the flow of blood from the man's mouth. Observing the despair etched on his opponent's face brought him immense satisfaction. He was fiercely protective of his own. Unfortunately, the man had unwittingly stepped into his sensitive territory. With thoughts racing, Liu Yang concluded that no further questions would yield answers. He exerted force, dragging the man out of the interrogation room. Before departing, he graciously waved goodbye to his companions within the room. I'm taking him with me. See you next time. The others in the interrogation room shuddered at the sight of the barely conscious hostage. Goodness, this guy is ruthless. In just 10 short minutes, he has reduced a person to this state, more brutal than the boss. Indeed, it's best to keep our distance from him in the future. The murmurs behind him reached Liu Yang's ears. He turned abruptly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips to avert any unnecessary conflict. Finding a secluded corner, he healed the external injuries of the man, save for the disfigured half of his face. Not stopping there, he utilized water release to wash away the bloodstains, followed by fire release to evaporate any remaining moisture. Next, he procured a thick hemp rope, securely binding the man. With his captive in tow, he returned to the Uchiha compound. There, Uchiha Meichin, who was tending to the garden, spotted the pallid figure behind Liu Yang and rushed over, scissors in hand. Liu Yang, step aside. I'm going to kill this fiend who dared to harm your brother. She had heard of the events from that fateful night. These audacious ninjas from the land of lightning, with their reckless plundering of various clan secret techniques, had even set their sights on Itachi. As a mother, how could she possibly endure such a transgression? Before becoming a mother, Meichin was a formidable ninja, having undertaken numerous missions. When she was driven by anger, she showed no mercy. Liu Yang, concerned about inadvertently harming her, dodged her attacks, desperately attempting to evade. Sister Meichin, please listen. This man cannot die yet. I need him for an exchange with the village of Kumogakure. Don't question why he doesn't call me Annie. Sweet-talking children get treats. Mei-chin was not swayed by this reasoning, a fierce fire igniting in her eyes. Step aside. Today, I will surely kill him. She brandished her scissors, advancing relentlessly. Liu Yang evaded her strikes, gripping her arms firmly in an effort to calm her down. On the other hand, he loosened the ropes, allowing the already incapacitated man to plummet to the ground. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized in the courtyard. The Kumo ninja, who was meant to crash to the ground, was deftly caught by the newcomer. With a graceful descent, they landed on the ground, firmly grasping Mei-chin's shoulder. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mei-chin instinctively attempted to struggle. However, under their soothing presence, she gradually settled. Mei-chin, your anger is futile. This is all part of Hokage-sama's plan. As Uchiha Fugaku uttered these words, he seized the large scissors from Mikoto's grasp and cast them to the ground, the metallic clang resonating through the air. At this moment, the battle finally drew to a close. Liu Yang stood on the ground, patting his chest, still haunted by the earlier scene. Mikoto, typically gentle in demeanor, rarely displayed anger. Her expression during the previous incident, when she shattered the dishes, had seemed fierce. However, compared to this moment, it appeared trivial. Yet, I cannot swallow this indignation. Mikoto's voice carried a hint of resentment. Liu Yang wished to console her, but found himself at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku understood his thoughts and shook his head in response. Once Mikoto had calmed completely, he released his wife's hand and approached the young man, earnestly advising him. I have heard about your mission. It is time to gather your belongings, is it not? Remember our plan, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Indeed. Liu Yang replied with composure. Fugaku nodded and turned to his wife. Mikoto, Liu Yang is set to depart the village today for a special mission. If all goes as planned, he will not return for quite some time. Please prepare some bento for him to take on his journey. A rare softness graced Fugaku's typically stoic visage. Mikoto, incredulous, raised her gaze and exclaimed, Liu Yang, you have only just returned from your mission in the Land of Iron. Must you leave again so soon? Yes. I will be gone for approximately 6 months. Accompanying me are Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, Liu Yang replied candidly. Mikoto had come to regard Liu Yang as family. The thought of his prolonged absence, coupled with the fact that his companions were of similar age, only deepened her concern, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Liu Yang. She softly called his name. She yearned to express her feelings but found herself rendered speechless, ultimately turning away and striding toward the kitchen. Liu Yang watched her retreating figure, filled with confusion. Let her be. She likely wishes to avoid a farewell, Fugaku remarked, arms crossed, continuing his counsel. The situation is turbulent. You must exercise caution while outside. If you cannot prevail, retreat. At this juncture, he suddenly recalled something and burst into laughter. I almost forgot. Both you and Obito have awakened the clan's most advanced ocular techniques. Those petty thugs stand no chance against you. The new generation will surpass the old. In the past, he had refrained from exposing his eyes to the sunlight, fearing it might plunge the Uchiha clan into an abyss of turmoil. Now, everything had transformed. The future would be entrusted to these youth. Liu Yang, I have learned that the third Hokage has instructed Kakashi to deliver a confidential letter to the daimyo. A new round of Hokage elections will soon be convened. Just as you previously stated, the most promising candidate for the fourth Hokage is the illustrious Minato Namikaze, Fugaku reflected. The third Hokage had summoned Minato to the Hokage office prior to their meeting. He conveyed the arrangements for the upcoming village to him. If it truly is a golden glimmer, then perhaps the fate of the Uchiha clan could indeed be altered. Uncle, isn't that wonderful? The words of teacher Minato can be trusted without reservation. Liu Yang squinted and smiled. Everything was progressing along the path he envisioned, which put his mind at ease. Uchiha Fugaku pursed his lips, still wishing to say something. The young man looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, realizing that time was slipping away. And there were still some belongings to pack, so he decided to take his leave. Before departing, he did not forget to ask Uchiha Fugaku to keep an eye on the unconscious hostage. At 7 in the evening, after enjoying the sumptuous meal specially prepared for him by Mikoto, Liu Yang arrived at the designated spot at the village entrance as agreed. Upon arrival, he discovered that the remaining 3 individuals had been waiting there for quite some time. Liu Yang, we are going on a mission, not moving houses. Why are you bringing so much luggage? Obito scrutinized the delayed young man, his eyes filled with confusion. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. He promptly tossed the 2 large bags of provisions to the smirking fellow before him. These are the heartfelt bento prepared by the clan leader's wife. Fearing that we might go hungry on our journey, we cannot let her kindness go to waste. Isn't that a bit excessive? Obito remarked. So what if it is? The four of us can surely finish it. Eating bento is far better than those horrid soldier pills. Luoyang confidently thumped Obito's head. Stop with the chatter and hurry up and store it in Kamui for convenience. Obito complied and simultaneously stored the hidden cloud ninja in the Kamui space. Before leaving the village, Uchiha Obito stood at the village entrance, eagerly waiting. He waited and waited, but nowhere Rin never appeared. Luoyang saw through his thoughts with a knowing smile. You needn't wait. She won't be coming to see us off today. Why not? Obito questioned. Rin should be training rigorously under Granny Tsunade right now. She can't spare the time. We need to work harder too, or else when we return, Rin will have left us far behind. Luoyang spoke with conviction, inspiring those around him. Obito was somewhat moved by his words. He glanced back at the village, suppressing his inner disappointment, and nodded. However, the next moment, he realized a flaw in his reasoning. Luoyang, how do you know all this? Luoyang's mouth twitched at the question. He couldn't very well tell Obito that he shared a mental connection with Rin, and everything was under his control. Could he? Ahem. I heard it from Sister Mikoto. She happened to run into Rin and Granny Tsunade while shopping for groceries. Luoyang fibbed, his heart racing yet maintaining a calm facade. Meanwhile, he gestured wildly to Kakashi. Kakashi understood and adeptly shifted the topic. It's getting late. We must hurry to the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage has set the time for the exchange of hostages with the Hidden Cloud Village for 3 days from now. We cannot afford to miss it. Upon hearing the captain's words, Obito indeed calmed down. This outing also carried 2 missions for Kakashi's team. Firstly, it is imperative to leverage the nearby hostages to retrieve the companions of Konoha who were abducted by the Land of Lightning during the Third Great Ninja War. Should the opportunity arise, we shall eliminate their bloodline limit. Secondly, we must locate one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and escort him back to Konoha, prioritizing the greater good above all else. Despite Obito's profound sense of loss, he remains powerless. At this moment, Ryu Yang and Might Guy have established the rules for their contest, agreeing that the first to complete a 20-kilometer run shall be deemed the victor. The loser must walk 5 kilometers in a handstand. No problem. I admire your spirit, Guy replied without hesitation. Reluctant to be left behind, Kakashi swiftly joined the fray. With a sharp sound, the 3 charged forward like wild stallions, while Obito, left behind, took a deep breath, centering his emotions before pursuing the trio. Unbeknownst to them, a gaunt man stood nonchalantly atop a nearby rooftop, observing the spirited youths with a sinister grin, licking his lips. These children are truly vibrant. I wonder how many will return alive. 2 days later, at the border of the Land of Lightning, darkness enveloped the earth. Just a bit further lay the Hidden Cloud Village, yet for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in Obito's heart. Sitting by the campfire, the flickering flames illuminated his face, revealing a troubled expression. At his side, Guy was fervently performing one-handed push-ups. Meanwhile, Ryu Yang and Kakashi collaborated to set numerous traps. Upon hearing Obito's sigh, they exchanged knowing chuckles. Your concerns are not unfounded. According to the plundering logic of the Cloud Ninja, it is quite plausible they may target us, Ryu Yang remarked seriously. Having placed the final explosive tag, he leapt down from a branch, landing deftly behind the youth, gently resting his hand on his shoulder. He signaled for him not to worry. However, they shouldn't resort to lethal force, for we represent Konoha. To kill us would be tantamount to declaring war on the Land of Fire. Yet, deep down, Ryu Yang understood that once they stepped into the territory of the Hidden Cloud Village tomorrow, their situation would inevitably shift to one of passivity. The third Hokage had deliberately assigned him this mission, merely to gauge his capabilities. The higher-ups in Konoha remained unable to place their trust in the Uchiha clan, particularly in Ryu Yang, who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Obito remained silent. On the other side, Kakashi, having meticulously checked the traps for any oversights, joined them by the fire. After 2 days and nights of consuming bento, he had finally disposed of the 2 bags of nearly spoiled food from Kimui's dimension. The aroma of fish grilling over the flames tantalized everyone's senses. Exhausted from completing 1,000 one-handed push-ups, Guy collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position. Ryu Yang marveled at his extraordinary perseverance, offering him the first skewer of perfectly grilled fish. Guy, throughout this journey, your training in physical techniques has never faltered. Your strength and dedication are truly admirable. Lu Yang gave a thumbs up to Kai. Throughout their journey, he genuinely felt the fervent determination Kai exhibited. Upon introspection, he realized he could never match the level of effort his companion displayed. When Mike Guy saw that Lu Yang had reserved the first grilled fish for him, he rose from the ground, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Sweat never lies. One day, I, the azure beast of Konoha, shall become a genius through hard work, Kai declared resolutely. For this was his lifelong ambition. Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotions within him. Long ago, his father had told him that Kai would eventually surpass him. He had never taken it seriously, but now it seemed entirely plausible. At that moment, Kakashi was engulfed by a subtle sense of crisis. Liu Yang's grilling skills were impeccable. Amidst their laughter, he prepared 2 more skewers, offering them to Obito and Kakashi. Stop daydreaming, savor my culinary skills. Let us fill our bellies and prepare for the significant event tomorrow. Yes, we must survive our departure from the hidden cloud village. Kakashi nodded, accepting the grilled fish. Once everyone was sufficiently nourished, Liu Yang instructed Obito to open the Kimui space, allowing the man to be released. He brought the charred fish to the man's lips. Hey, don't say we from Konoha mistreated you. Hurry and eat this fish so we can set off tomorrow. The phrase set off struck the cloud ninja harshly. The man assumed Liu Yang intended to kill him, turning his head away arrogantly and rejecting Liu Yang's offering. Consequently, the grilled fish fell to the ground due to his actions. Liu Yang chuckled lightly. Unhurriedly, he crouched down to retrieve the fallen fish. He grasped the man's chin firmly, forcing his mouth open against his will. The grotesque man had long since lost his tongue, and now, a significant portion of his teeth lay shattered due to Liu Yang's grip. He glared at Liu Yang in fury, but words eluded him. If I tell you to eat, you shall eat. There is no room for refusal here. Liu Yang's gaze was frigid as he forcefully shoved the fish into the man's mouth. The rigid fish bones tore through the man's oral cavity, crimson blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet, the cloud ninja displayed no sign of pain. He pressed his thin lips tightly, coldly regarding the youth. Liu Yang understood that the man had become numb to the suffering. Obito, witnessing the gruesome scene before him, murmured involuntarily, Liu Yang, will we not face repercussions from the land of lightning for treating a hostage this way? No, Liu Yang replied calmly, his grip tightening further until the entire fish was consumed by the man. He discarded the stick he held and brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, smiling. As long as he is not dead, I am confident I can rescue him. Moreover, he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, knowing full well that they would not live to see the next day's negotiations. Obito wished to speak further, but was interrupted by a faint rustling sound nearby. Not good. We are under attack. Moreover, listening to the sound, it was evident that the enemy was numerous. Kakashi reacted swiftly, drawing the short blade from his back and positioning it across his chest, ready for battle at any moment. Might Guy and Obito synchronously prepared their initial stances. However, Liu Yang remained still, quietly seated as he toyed with several blood-stained teeth in his hands, his expression as indifferent as water. At that moment, numerous figures clad in the uniforms of the Cloud Village burst forth from the woods, swiftly seizing control of the narrow space. 1, 2, 15 ninjas surrounded Kakashi's team entirely. Liu Yang paid them no mind, his gaze fixated on a beautiful woman perched on a nearby tree branch. Ah, they have sent the Two-Tails Jinchuriki right away. What a surprising greeting from the hidden Cloud Village, Liu Yang remarked with a smile. As he stood, he did not forget to deliver a swift blow to the agitated man beside him, rendering him unconscious. What? The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the two tails of the wooden man, exclaimed the trio in unison, particularly Obito, who could not help but swallow hard. It was well known that the land of lightning possessed two-tailed beasts. Notably, aside from the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, who was regarded as the perfect host, the two tails of the wooden man could fully transform into a tailed beast using their own consciousness, showcasing formidable strength. It was unclear what methods the hidden cloud had employed to tame the tailed beast so flawlessly. The woman atop the tree had chestnut-colored hair cascading down her back in a long braid, looking down upon Kakashi and the others with palpable disdain. Indeed, she recognized my identity, but regrettably, you shall soon meet your demise. She cast a scornful glance at Liu Yang. Surrounded by a blue flame-like chakra, two long tails sprouted from behind her. Was she intending to conclude this swiftly by utilizing tailed beast chakra? The enemy was approaching. Obito, Lu Yang urgently called out to him. The two tails of the wooden man sneered at Lu Yang. At her signal, the entire group charged towards Kakashi's team, attempting to reclaim their comrade. The traps set by Lu Yang and Kakashi were instantaneously triggered. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated through the forest. Ultimately, the Cloud Ninjas were a moment too late. The bound hostage had been reduced to nothing but a puddle of mud amidst the chaos of explosions. Humph. With such trivial techniques, do you think you can defeat us? Naive, the wooden man remarked coldly. The loss of her comrade pained her deeply. With swift movements, she formed hand seals and brought her hands down. Earth style, earth flow wall. Tall walls of earth erupted from the ground, shielding against the explosive onslaught. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. A relentless barrage of ninjutsu descended from above. The Cloud Ninja team barely had time to react before being entirely enveloped. Before the three pairs of Sharingan, the enemy's techniques found nowhere to hide. As Lu Yang gazed at the handprint of his opponent, he discerned the impending use of the earth-release ninjutsu to create a defensive barrier against the assault. Observing his comrades lying in ambush below, he shouted, "Kai, it's up to you now. No problem. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind." Kai, a veritable master of taijutsu, despite his tender years, displayed an astonishing prowess in martial arts. These two techniques could rival those of many seasoned jonin. With a powerful kick, Kai toppled the defenses of the Cloud-hidden village, allowing the blazing inferno above to descend with pinpoint accuracy. Unbeknownst to the wooden figure, he was taken aback by the remarkable strength of these youngsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to concentrate red and blue chakra in his mouth. "Tailed Beast Bomb, everyone. Get back." Lu Yang shouted anxiously. The Tailed Beast Bomb was a name that Kakashi and his team had heard of, even if they had never encountered it before. This colossal explosive was something anyone would flee from. To avoid complicating matters, Lu Yang unleashed a large-scale genjutsu, rendering Kakashi's entire team unconscious. Then, without a trace of awareness, he ensnared them within a boundless void. "Since the Tailed Beast Bomb has emerged, do not blame me for being impolite," Lu Yang remarked with an impassive expression. "Do not think that only you possess a Tailed Beast Bomb." As soon as his words fell, chakra surged around him, and a pair of enormous dragon horns sprouted from his head, his aura fully unleashed. His eyes turned blood red, adorned with a complex totem. Next, he bit his fingertip, drawing a line of blood on his palm. The speed of his hand seals a mere blur of afterimages. Summoning Jutsu. Three Tails, it is your time to make an entrance. The moment Lu Yang's hands struck the ground, a massive magical array emerged beneath, and the colossal form of Three Tails began to materialize. The Tailed Beast Bomb, unlike the two-tailed beasts enveloped in the attire of the wooden figures, was a complete manifestation controlled by Lu Yang's Mangekyō Sharingan. While both were tailed beast bombs, the disparity in their power was staggering. Initially, the Cloud-hidden ninjas felt assured, but upon witnessing the sudden appearance of another tailed beast, terror washed over their faces. Three Tails. Three Tails has been reclaimed by Konoha. Run. As the other Cloud-hidden ninjas beheld this horrifying spectacle, they scattered at the utmost speed. Thinking of fleeing? It is already too late. Perish. Lu Yang had no intention of letting them escape. With a single command, the tailed beast bomb from Three Tails erupted forth. The two colossal energy bodies collided, instantly devouring the entire forest. Those attempting to flee were torn apart by the overwhelming energy wave. Reduced to mere sustenance scattered across the ground. The anguished cries echoed through the air, reverberating with heart-wrenching sorrow. In a moment of dire urgency, the two wooden figures successfully completed their transformation into tailed beasts, blocking the residual wave of the attack. However, they were forced to stagger back several steps from the ensuing shockwave. Standing atop the back of Three Tails, Lu Yang continued to weave intricate hand signs. Senjutsu, Golden Rain Barrier. A golden barrier enveloped the entire forest, even drawing the attention of other ninjas attracted by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. In that very moment, droplets propelled by the golden rain barrier struck with lethal precision. The two tailed beasts, under their respective dominions, engaged in a fierce tussle. Lu Yang, with a layer of chakra adhering to his feet, firmly anchored himself upon the back of the Three Tails. Amidst the clash of the beasts, Lu Yang was not idle. He unleashed a dazzling array of ninjutsu. The enhancement from Sage Mode elevated his control over these techniques to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, 9 identical figures manifested beside him. Sage Art. Wind and Thunder Techniques. The wind howled, and thunder rumbled. 10 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Two Tails and sending it crashing to the ground. The Three Tails, following suit, stomped down with a thunderous impact right upon the Two Tails' head. The Two Tails emitted a pained howl. In its agony, it forcefully spat out, "You bastard, Isawa. How dare you strike me?" Lu Yang was taken aback. Remarkably, amidst the battle, the tailed beast was compelled to speak, impressive indeed. While the Two Tails hurled insults, it managed to rise and mount a desperate counterattack, surprisingly pushing away the Three Tails that was tormenting it. The Three Tails remained silent, continuing its assault, controlled by Liu Yang's Sharingan. Unable to liberate its consciousness or heed its opponent's curses. The more vigorously the Three Tails fought, the harsher the Two Tails' insults became. With arms crossed, Liu Yang observed the fraternal strife with indifference. "You refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you unwittingly enter hell. I have all the time in the world. Since you of the Cloud Village have cast aside your dignity, I shall play with you until you beg for mercy," Liu Yang remarked nonchalantly. He lowered his gaze to the hexagram pattern shimmering in his palm, his expression cold and resolute. The sealing technique accompanying the endless void could directly confine tailed beasts. A mere touch, followed by the incantation, would suffice to seal them. Extracting the tailed beast would result in the immediate demise of the Jinchuriki. Liu Yang had no intention of granting his opponents any respite. Ascending into the air alongside his 9 clones, they simultaneously began weaving hand signs. Crystal release. A ray of brilliance. Behind the youth, polygonal mirrors materialized, concentrating light into a singular point, transforming it into a laser that swept downward. Liu Yang deliberately aimed for the eyes of the tailed beast, and 2 beams of light struck with unerring accuracy upon the Two Tails' eyeballs. The Two Tails let out a heart-wrenching scream. Just then, 8 other beams of light descended, cleaving into its blue-black form. It raised its hands to shield its blinded eyes. Collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Seizing the opportunity, the massive form of the Three Tails pressed down upon it, pinning it firmly beneath its weight, rendering it utterly immobile. The Two Tails had completely lost its ability to act. Moreover, due to the Jinchuriki's insufficient chakra, the tailed transformation was forcibly reverting it to its original state. Compounding its plight, the chakra flowing from the Jinchuriki was chaotic and disordered. It lacked even the strength to stand. Powerless against the unfolding events, blood trickled from the corner of the Jinchuriki's mouth, only to be instantly evaporated by the searing chakra. Oh no! In a moment of overexertion, I must conclude my work prematurely. Liu Yang gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, the several clones vanished without a trace. He crouched down and placed his palm upon the body of the three-tailed beast. Swiftly, Liu Yang recited the sealing incantation, one he had long since mastered. A golden light flickered from his palm, and his eyes transformed into a dazzling golden hue, illuminating the creature's form. The silhouette of the three-tailed beast gradually became transparent, ultimately dissipating into the air. At last, I have dealt with the Three Tails. Now, it is your turn. Liu Yang pointed at the nearly lifeless wooden figure on the ground. As he spoke, the golden light beneath his feet gradually faded until it vanished completely. The young man felt an inner thrill, as he was on the verge of activating the Two Tails profile. Having activated the Three Tails profile for the first time, he had obtained the SSS-grade Space-Time Ninjutsu, Endless Void. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding what he might acquire this time. His heart raced with excitement. The wooden figure lay on the ground, its bones shattered in multiple places, veins severed, utterly incapable of movement, in a state of restoration. She stared wide-eyed at the young man before her. Whether to kill or to maim, do as you please. You will face retribution, Konoha. The wooden figure spoke. Her injuries so severe that each word caused her to draw forth blood. She coughed, staining her body with the thick, foul scent of blood. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang could not help but find them amusing. He crouched before her, a mocking expression upon his face. Retribution? How can you from the Cloud Village dare to utter such a term? You have traversed countless nations, secretly seizing the secret techniques of many. I am merely reclaiming a natural energy entity. What retribution could I possibly face? To take a step back, nearly all the tailed beasts were distributed by our first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, except for Shikaku, the one tail. Now, These tailed beasts are merely returning to their rightful owner. Liu Yang articulated his reasoning with clarity. The wooden figure interrupted him, filled with rage. No, you speak nonsense. Huh? What benefit would lying to you bring me? Liu Yang clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. At that moment, everything was prepared. Indifferent to the stubborn woman, he pressed his palm against her lower abdomen. Sealing technique, endless void. As his words fell, a brilliant golden light emanated from his palm. And at that very moment, a series of black patterns emerged on her abdomen. The point of contact surged with power and inexhaustible force. His body seemed to be drawn back, as if by some unseen force. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Two Tails profile. Beep. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5,000 gold coins. Beep. 5,000 gold coins have been successfully credited. Please check and receive them. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS grade ninjutsu. Dance of the Dead Souls. The secret technique, Dance of the Dead Souls, once unleashed, enables the practitioner to exert boundless control over corpses, compelling them to fight on their behalf. It is noteworthy that in areas abundant with cadavers, a 25% power enhancement is conferred, benefiting the host. This technique also embodies a group attack skill. In the throes of battle, such debuffs could indeed accumulate exponentially. As Liu Yang examined the details of the rewards he had obtained, he was filled with profound reflections. At first glance, Dance of the Dead Souls seemed unremarkable. Yet the passive skill enhancements rendered it extraordinarily formidable. This implies that by wielding this ninjutsu, one could command legions, single-handedly rivaling vast armies. The scope of its group attack is utterly outrageous. After much toil, he had effortlessly acquired this technique, thanks to the impulsiveness of Yunin, which led to the sacrifice of a host. Liu Yang scoffed. The Tailed Beast Compendium comprises 9 entries, of which 2 have been activated thus far, each yielding an SSS-grade ninjutsu. He was intrigued to discover whether, upon collecting all 9, he could synthesize the 10 tails on the spot, transforming himself into a sage of 6 paths. The prospect grew increasingly captivating, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. The Jinchuriki, from whom the tailed beasts are extracted, is doomed to perish. Even Kushina, hailing from the Uzumaki clan, could merely endure a tad longer than an ordinary Jinchuriki. The wooden clone had already met its demise. Once rosy cheeks turned pallid, its form emaciated and drenched in blood. Liu Yang formed seals with his hands, sealing the wooden clone's remains within the infinite void, entombed alongside Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, he activated Sage Mode, channeling chakra throughout his body to ensure no signs of life lingered nearby. Only then did he retract the golden rain barrier, summoning his companions, while he himself lay on the ground, eyes closed. After an indeterminate time, Liu Yang was roused from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was Uchiha Obito looming over him, hand outstretched, poised to pinch his nose. Upon noticing Liu Yang's awakening, Obito's mischievous hand froze midair. "What are you doing, Obito? Are you attempting to murder me?" Liu Yang retorted, swatting his hand away as he sat up. Obito straightened his posture, undeterred, and declared, "Nothing much. I merely wanted to check if you were still breathing." After all, no crime had yet been committed, and there was no evidence against him. With this thought, he grew even bolder. A flock of crows flew overhead. Who was he? Surely, he could discern the petty malice in Obito's intentions. It was nothing more than a petty vendetta while he lay unconscious. Kakashi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and exchanged a glance with Might Guy, who swiftly separated the two immature individuals. The scene was chaotic. At last, all companions had regained consciousness, prompting Kakashi to decisively issue orders. "This location is not conducive for prolonged stay. We must make our exit." As soon as he spoke, he began to sprint southwest. Might Guy and Obito followed closely behind. Liu Yang, bewildered, nevertheless gathered chakra in his feet and leaped forward. "Captain Kakashi, what on earth is happening? What just transpired there? And how has the entire forest been reduced to rubble?" Liu Yang inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The illusion he had cast upon these individuals was meant to ensnare them in a state of unconsciousness following the onslaught of a tailed beast bomb. Beyond that point, he was left in ignorance. Liu Yang wished to ascertain whether his illusion had indeed succeeded. It was worth noting that, aside from Guy, the other two possessed the Sharingan. Both Obito and Liu Yang shared the unique Mangekyō variant. At the forefront of the group, Kakashi quickened his pace, maintaining a calm demeanor. The tailed beast bomb wielded by the Two Tails Jinchuriki was overwhelmingly powerful. We were all buried beneath the earth, and upon regaining consciousness, the battle had long since concluded. The forest now stands in the state you observe. Liu Yang listened intently to Kakashi's words, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. It seemed they had not detected any anomalies. As Liu Yang pondered, Might Guy approached him, a look of lamentation etched across his face. Liu Yang, you have no idea how long I called out for you. Kakashi remarked that a more formidable opponent had undoubtedly emerged on the scene, warning that if they did not make haste, their lives could be forfeit. Had you not awakened, I would have had no choice but to carry you away myself. The strength required to confront a Jinchuriki is, at the very least, on par with that of a Kaguya. It is beyond what we can manage. Might Guy concurred, stating, in the grand scheme of strategy, retreat is the wisest course of action. Regardless of the circumstances, we have salvaged our lives and cannot afford to make another sacrifice. It is regrettable that the mission has failed. I never anticipated that the Cloud Village would exhibit such audacity, even resorting to murder against our envoy. Kakashi's expression darkened in response. While Might Guy called out to Liu Yang, he was already drafting a letter to be dispatched by a summoning beast back to Konoha. Everything awaited the judgment of the third Hokage. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden cacophony of footsteps pierced the air. This is bad. The pursuers from the Cloud Village have arrived. Everyone, do not falter and prepare for battle. Kakashi, ever the vigilant leader, was the first to detect the enemy's presence and issued directives without hesitation. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages possesses its own specialties in ninjutsu. The ninjas from the Lightning Country's Cloud Village excel in utilizing lightning release techniques, which significantly enhance their speed due to the unique properties of electricity. It was not long before Kakashi's team found themselves pursued. Kakashi, you take them and go ahead. I will hold them off, Liu Yang suddenly proposed, determined to protect his comrades. You cannot. Behind us is the wreckage. Stopping now would only lead to our demise. Kakashi reprimanded sharply. Upon hearing that it was the wreckage, Might Guy attempted to grasp Liu Yang's arm, but he was a moment too late. Liu Yang halted, turning to engage with the burly ninjas from the Cloud Village. Seeing this, Kakashi had no choice but to recalibrate their strategy, commanding everyone to join the fray. The newly inaugurated fourth wreckage glared fiercely at the 4 young men before him, a hint of admiration glimmering between his brows. Humph. Having audaciously seized the tailed beast from our village, they dare to return and challenge me. I commend your bravery. However, to provoke a tiger is to invite your own demise. The wreckage's voice resonated deeply, like thunder echoing throughout the forest. In a flash, Liu Yang brandished 2 lightning-imbued kunai, appearing instantaneously before the wreckage. He crossed his blades, murmuring softly, lightning release, lightning strike. As the words left his lips, a fierce bolt of lightning erupted from the intersection of his weapons, hurtling towards the imposing figure of the wreckage. Wreckage! A thunderous shout erupted from AI, as blue lightning armor enveloped his form. In the blink of an eye, he evaded Liu Yang's attack, materializing behind the youth. Lightning release, lightning plow hot blade. Can't you be a bit reasonable, wreckage? Liu Yang retorted, rolling his eyes in irritation. AI's speed was remarkable. Even before Liu Yang had finished speaking, he could already sense the overwhelming aura of death approaching from behind. Truly, the blue lightning could rival the speed of the legendary Minato Namikaze. Such velocity was indeed extraordinary. He mused. Unperturbed, the young man remained still, while the wreckage believed he was on the verge of reducing this audacious child to mere pulp. A subtle smile graced Liu Yang's lips. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. AI widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the empty air before him. It couldn't be mistaken. This speed was reminiscent of his previous encounters. Long before Kakashi's team departed the village, Liu Yang had discreetly implanted the Flying Thunder God technique into their skin during their camaraderie. The Flying Thunder God technique, once embedded, remained unremovable unless the user themselves chose to erase it. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yang had teleported to the back of Might Guy, deftly dodging the wreckage's lightning plow hot blade, and then, seizing the opportunity, propelled himself back with Guy's strength. Where do you think you're looking? Your opponent is me, came the youthful voice, brimming with arrogance, near AI's ear. The wreckage turned to face the source of the challenge, ready to confront the attack. Liu Yang regarded him with a disdainful expression, his smile widening. Golden chakra enveloped him at that moment. Huh. Don't assume you're the only one who can wield the lightning plow hot blade. Witness my move. He quickly formed hand seals, his speed elevating to an entirely new level. With an elbow raised, he lunged towards the Raikage's neck like a bolt of lightning. Humph, merely a copy. Destined to forever fall short of the original, AI scoffed, observing the youth's technique with a cold smirk. He twisted his body, evading Liu Yang's lightning plow-hot blade, and countered with a swift right hook aimed at the young man's arm. Lightning release, lightning fong. Liu Yang, unfazed, crossed his blades, and as they parted, he unleashed a formidable surge of lightning energy, radiating outward from his very being. I, relying on his indomitable armor of lightning, did not choose to evade, but instead charged forth with unparalleled valor. Thunder plow against thunder fong. Both were jolted back several paces. The Raikage, I, was taken aback by the weapon in Liu Yang's possession and the power he exhibited. The thought in his mind grew ever stronger. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Thunderblade. It seems that you have slain its wielder, Heichi Raiga. The Raikage asserted. In his eyes, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest, and the taking of lives for gain was nothing abnormal. The 3 of you possess the Sharingan. Having seized our tailed beast, let your eyes serve as recompense. The Raikage's expression was exceedingly fierce. He had already drawn his conclusion. These 4 youngsters had decimated the Mugen team. In his heart, he believed that by eliminating them, not only could he reclaim the 2 tails, but he could also seize the Sharingan, 2 pairs in total. Liu Yang harbored a deep disdain for the bandit ideology of the Cloud Village. It was evident that Cloud Village instigated this turmoil, yet they had the audacity to turn the blame upon them. Raikage, are you out of your mind? Liu Yang's anger boiled over, and he spoke out vehemently. Which of your eyes witnessed us taking the tailed beast? It is you from the cloud who lack martial virtue, pursuing us with a multitude. The war has barely ended, and your actions are undoubtedly a declaration of war against us. Konoha. The Raikage would not heed the admonitions of such a juvenile. His countenance darkened, his aura radiating menace. Each strike lethal. With a silver tongue, then you shall perish. I am eager to see if your village dares to instigate war for the sake of such inconsequential underlings. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy found themselves embroiled in a grueling battle. Their strength was formidable. However, they could not withstand the onslaught of countless foes. The enemy's relentless tactics ensnared them, preventing any reprieve. Liu Yang glanced at the predicament of his companions and decisively employed the mist technique. Such is the advantage of the Sharingan. Beyond its unique bloodline limits and secret arts, it allows one to effortlessly appropriate the enemy's ninjutsu. The second Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha clan may stem from the fact that the techniques he toiled to develop could be effortlessly learned with but a glance. The pent-up fury within found no outlet. A thick veil of mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility within 100 meters at a visible pace. The mist technique diminished the enemy's sight, granting Liu Yang a fleeting moment to breathe. Upon opening his eyes once more, dragon horns emerged atop his head, with golden patterns adorning his eyelids. Crystal release, emerald crystal mirror. Crystal release, emerald crystal clone. A figure identical to him emerged from the mirror. Observing this, Liu Yang addressed the clone. The safety of our comrades rests in your hands. I must confront that Raikage. No problem, leave it to me, the emerald clone assured, thumping its chest. In the next moment, it utilized the powerful sensory abilities of Sage Mode to pinpoint the locations of the 3 companions. Body flicker technique. Just then, the Raikage discerned the location of Liu Yang's true form and instantly appeared before him. Do not think such trivial tricks can obscure my vision. You little brat. I have caught you. The voice of that person thundered in his ears, shattering the silence. Liu Yang flexed the bones in his hands, producing a series of cracking sounds. Gently, he caressed the dragon horn atop his head, and a serious expression finally emerged in his eyes regarding the unfolding battle. Lord Raikage, it is my turn to perform now. Celestial technique, glass thousand blades. The dense layers of fog obscured AI's view, yet the sudden surge of overwhelming natural energy sent a jolt of fear through him. The sky was filled with golden blades, piercing through the thick white mist like a torrential downpour, rushing towards him. AI's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in disbelief. You have actually learned Sage Mode. He could hardly comprehend it. This boy before him was barely 12 or 13 years old, yet he had mastered a technique that even he could not grasp. There are always those stronger than you, Lord Raikage. There is much in this world that you do not know. Liu Yang, wielding 2 thunderblades, smirked condescendingly at the man below, his tone dripping with mockery. Just like now, you are about to perish at the hands of your junior. As the boy's words faded, the multitude of golden blades struck the formidable figure beneath him. The sheer area of the attack left the Reikage with no means of evasion. Gritting his teeth, AI surged his chakra, unleashing an onslaught of punches that shattered most of the blades. However, the remaining shards embedded themselves into his flesh. With a pained grunt, the Reikage winced. The fourth Reikage was the biological son of the previous Reikage, inheriting his father's formidable physique. His physical prowess was unmatched. Liu Yang did not expect this move to inflict significant damage. His aim was simply to delay him momentarily. Regaining his composure, AI reached to extract the series of blades embedded in his chest, only to be struck and sent flying by a pink crystal dragon. Liu Yang, riding atop the crystalline dragon, released his grip on its horn and continued forming seals. Crystal release, six-pointed shuriken dance. The air was filled with a multitude of white shurikens, swirling under Liu Yang's command, relentlessly pursuing the direction of the fleeing Reikage. Lord Reikage, are you not always boasting of your strength, acting so arrogantly? Why do you now resemble a turtle retreating into its shell? As AI fled, Liu Yang laughed, his venomous tone igniting a deep-seated rage in his opponent. Never before had the Reikage encountered such an exceptional junior. Anger surged within him, turning his face a shade of purple. Yet Liu Yang, still unsatisfied, formed another intricate seal. In the next moment, a series of sharp red crystals suddenly appeared where the Reikage had fled. Crystal release, six-pointed shuriken dance, crystal pentagonal path. 3 strikes at once. Despite AI's formidable strength, he finds himself unable to take flight. Why run? If you have the capability, do not flee. Liu Yang, perched atop the crystalline dragon's head, wore an increasingly arrogant grin. Alas, his taunts bore no fruit with the fourth Reikage. The Reikage, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, remained vigorous even after exchanging blows with Liu Yang for over 100 rounds, absorbing numerous attacks. The thick blue chakra armor enveloped him tightly, mitigating most of the damage he sustained. Liu Yang, exasperated by the sight of his opponent's chakra, inquired loudly toward the sensed direction, "Kakashi, how fares your side?" Kakashi remained silent. At this moment, the battle of the white-haired youth was nearing its conclusion. Gripping a sharp short blade in his left hand while channeling chakra with his right, he unleashed his most adept lightning release ninjutsu. A piercing bird call shattered the air, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being torn. Kakashi retracted his bloodied hand, his lips pressed thin as he responded to the question he had yet to answer. Not more, not less, a total of 5. Liu Yang, I shall assist you momentarily. Hold on a little longer. I shall finish matters here with Obito shortly. As Kakashi's words fell, the remaining 2 could no longer restrain themselves from chipping in. They had assumed they were doomed, yet were unaware of the precision of their attacks. Swiftly eliminating the enemies from the hidden cloud, Liu Yang nodded decisively, dispelling the crystalline clone. The Reikage, unable to withstand the obstructive mist, unleashed a flurry of punches at light speed, dispersing the hidden mist technique. Before him lay an endless expanse, littered with the cold corpses of his subordinates who had accompanied him. The Reikage seethed at the sight of the fallen, his fury ignited. Pointing menacingly at the several young brats before him, he clenched his fist involuntarily. Damn it, you bastards, I will make you pay for their lives today. Without hesitation, the Reikage unleashed all his chakra, striking forward with the force of a tempest, his fists raining down upon the youth ahead. He moved like lightning, leaving behind mere afterimages. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi and Obito found it impossible to track his movements at such speed. Kakashi held his breath, channeling his chakra to gain finer control. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him, and he turned in fear toward his companion nearby. Look out, Guy, duck! Mike Guy, upon hearing his companion's warning, instinctively raised his head, only to be caught off guard. A figure materialized before him, delivering a ferocious punch. Kid, I'll send you on your way first, and soon they shall join you. The Reikage ominously declared. Kakashi and Obito, hearing the words, felt their breaths stilled. Liu Yang bit his lip in response. At the critical moment, he raised the card in his hand. Time stop card, Liu Yang fervently intoned. In an instant, the card radiated a brilliant golden light, and everything around him, save for himself, was frozen in that fleeting moment. Thankfully, he made it in time. Liu Yang exhaled deeply, the heavy stone that had lodged in his heart finally releasing its grip. The effect of the time stop card lasted but a minute. Liu Yang strode forward, delivering a swift chop to the nape of the youth's neck. Having accomplished this, he hoisted the boy into his arms, moving him away from the perilous position. Simultaneously, two ordinary shadow clones burst forth from Liu Yang's body, skillfully incapacitating the other two individuals and carrying them away. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the depths of the forest. As the minute concluded, Raikage AI's fist struck through a void before him. Bewildered, he scanned the surroundings, only to find no trace of the others, and in his fury, he slammed his fist into the ground. The earth trembled, sending shards of stone flying. Konoha, I will not rest until I see you destroyed. Time slipped away, and the sun gradually ascended the horizon, casting warm rays of light. Liu Yang pondered that they had evaded danger, gently placing his companions on solid ground. He then, with the tip of his left foot, leapt gracefully onto a branch. Leaning against the trunk, fatigue washed over him as he recalled the recent battle, igniting a surge of indignation within him. The Cloud Village was even more despicable than he had imagined. Next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to end you. Liu Yang clenched his fist tightly, lamenting that his earlier indulgence had led to this precarious situation. Had he eliminated the Raikage before dispelling the hidden mist technique, the near catastrophe with Guy could have been avoided. The boy cast his gaze downward at the unconscious green figure beneath the tree, sincerely reflecting, Guy, my success in this mission hinges entirely upon you. You must not falter before I can ensure our safety, otherwise, I shall be at a great loss. Liu Yang closed his eyes, feeling the newfound chakra energy in the boundless void, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Two Tails, how fortunate I am to have you. At Konoha Hospital, in Tsunade's office, a scroll intricately inscribed with summoning runes lay upon the desk. On it, a fish, teetering on the brink of death, gasped weakly. Ino Yamanaka placed her chakra-infused hands upon the fish's body. Shortly thereafter, the near-death creature revived with vigor. Following this, she summoned an octopus onto the scroll. In truth, with Ino's foundational medical ninjutsu skills, she had already mastered the treatment of such small creatures' injuries. Yet Tsunade believed there remained much for her to learn. Precise control over chakra was fundamental to all medical ninjutsu. One must not underestimate its significance due to its apparent simplicity. These skills form the bedrock of a medical ninja's training. Even your senior, Kato Shizun, continues to practice these rudimentary techniques. Once you can accurately master the flow of chakra, you may begin your studies in Yin Sealing. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression grave. Despite her usual unreliability, she was utterly devoted to instructing her disciples. Her meticulous guidance of Lin stemmed not only from her sense of responsibility, but also from her personal motives. As time passed, under Tsunade's relentless encouragement, Lin's healing abilities accelerated significantly. Creak. The door swung open. A tall man with long black hair appeared before them. Tsunade raised her head to gaze at the all-too-familiar figure, her face devoid of emotion. Orochimaru, what brings you here? She inquired. Nothing much, just wanted to discuss that child, Orochimaru replied, gesturing towards the diligently training Lin with an inscrutable smile. Sensing his ill intentions, Tsunade instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of her disciple, preventing Orochimaru from approaching even a step closer. You cannot harm this child, Orochimaru, Tsunade admonished sternly. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team awoke in the forest 2 kilometers away. Their immediate reaction was to inquire about the events that had transpired. They exchanged puzzled glances before collectively turning their attention to Liu Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed on a branch. Liu Yang, do you know what happened? How did we lose consciousness and manage to escape? Obito pondered aloud, increasingly perplexed. Liu Yang lazily rubbed his eyes, stretched, and then leapt gracefully from the tree, landing firmly on the ground. The other 2 members followed suit, their gazes fixed on him. Here's the deal. At a critical moment, Sensei Minato appeared and helped us escape, Liu Yang explained with effortless poise. He retrieved the special kunai given to him by the 3rd Hokage, the unique black iron kunai gleaming with a chilling glimmer. Obito fell silent. The moment the 3rd Hokage had entrusted him with that weapon was witnessed by all, and the successful evasion of the 4th Raikage pursuit made Minato's intervention all the more believable. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Obito. Might Guy, straightforward as ever, noticed Obito's silence and shot him an irritated glare. Then, pushing past Obito, he pressed on with his doubts. Liu Yang, Sensei Minato should be preoccupied with election matters. How could he have time to come here so fortuitously? By the way, where is Sensei Minato now? Liu Yang was taken aback. unable to believe that Guy's sixth sense had become so astute. As he pondered how to divert the conversation, their captain Kakashi interjected, providing him with a timely reprieve. Our team is tasked with negotiations with the Cloud Village. It's only natural for the village to keep a watchful eye on us. There's no need for excessive speculation, Kakashi stated, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice. Guy was startled by Kakashi's icy demeanor, but upon reflection, he realized that Liu Yang was their ally and likely wouldn't deceive them. All right then, perhaps I was overthinking it, Guy conceded, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. His eyes cast downward. After resolving the pressing queries at hand, Liu Yang could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Even the astute Kakashi, having undergone a series of coincidences, began to harbor profound doubts about Liu Yang's true capabilities. He led Liu Yang to a secluded corner, speaking in a tone meant solely for their ears. Liu Yang, be honest with me, was there really no intervention from Teacher Minato? Did you not showcase your true strength? Liu Yang lifted his gaze, deeply contemplating the precocious youth before him. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head, with a dismissive shrug and a quiet chuckle. He replied, Kakashi, you overestimate me. That was the rakage. I am merely an ordinary genin. As he uttered these words, he gestured toward the forehead protector emblazoned with the leaf symbol. Kakashi stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Recognizing his reluctance to divulge more, he refrained from pressing further. In his heart, he regarded Liu Yang as the one who had rescued him from despair. Liu Yang had resurrected Rin, returned the long-lost Obito, and fulfilled his long-held wishes. Kakashi believed that no matter what feats Liu Yang accomplished or how much strength he revealed, it was merely to be expected. Their conversation concluded amid Liu Yang's adamant denial. In the end, Kakashi leaned close to the young man's ear and, filled with hope, posed one final question. Liu Yang, you won't harm us, will you? Liu Yang appeared oblivious, striding away at a leisurely pace. Kakashi raised his head to gaze at the retreating figure, a smile of relief spreading across his face. He knew that Liu Yang had heard him. Silence in response was a form of affirmation, he thought. Lost in thought, the figure who had distanced himself suddenly turned back, waved his hand, and called out loudly, Hey, Captain, we should leave here quickly. Otherwise, we might encounter the pursuing forces from the Cloud Village. His voice echoed throughout the forest. Kakashi was momentarily speechless, internally grumbling. Knowing there might be pursuers, why shout so loudly? Despite his complaints, out of concern for his comrade's safety, he promptly commanded everyone to depart swiftly, urging them to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the threat. The pursuit from the Cloud Village was relentless. Liu Yang quietly lagged behind his companions, forming hand seals with his hands, utilizing the Golden Rain barrier to obscure their presence and tracks. After 3 days and nights of continuous flight, they finally exited the land of lightning and entered an unfamiliar small nation. Ding! Congratulations, you have a new mission. In the direction of 14 o'clock, someone has fallen into the water at the lake. Please proceed promptly to rescue the mission target, Hualing. Upon hearing the name Hualing, Liu Yang glanced at the white-haired youth beside him and smiled softly. This mission was finally about to unfold. Hualing, a ninja from the village of Ding in the Land of Keys, was the woman who had stolen Kakashi's first kiss. She had lived her life outside the village, never having seen her homeland. With the ability to form seals with her eyes, she could invade the consciousness of her enemies to glean information from their minds. During the Wind Era, she had masqueraded as a street performer to infiltrate the Leaf Village. In the final negotiations between the two nations, they were driven to the precipice by Kakashi, who compelled them to erase all intelligence gathered from Konoha, leading them to leap to their demise. This segment is an original plot from the television series. Although Hualing appeared for but a fleeting episode, Liu Yang retained a profound impression of the woman with a tear mole at the corner of her eye. The master of dream fulfillment once proclaimed that everyone should live without regrets. Liu Yang pondered silently, vowing to fulfill Hualing's wish. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Kakashi and the others, noticing his pause, also came to a standstill, gazing at him in confusion. Is something amiss? Not at all. I merely observed that this area is lush and verdant. There should be a water source nearby. After our long journey, we find ourselves quite parched, Liu Yang said, resting his hand on Obito's shoulder as he proposed. How about we split into 4 groups and see who can locate the water source? Shall we reconvene here in half an hour? Sounds good. Both Might Guy and Obito replied in unison. Only Captain Kakashi was scanning the surroundings, remaining silent. Without a directive from their captain, they naturally hesitated to move. Liu Yang's mind raced, momentarily stalling as he remembered how he had deliberately led them this way while evading the pursuit of the Cloud Village. During the mission concerning the Land of Iron, Liu Yang suggested dividing into 2 teams to allow him time to scout this area for Hualing's dwelling. Indeed, upon arriving here, Kakashi had instinctively activated this task. Having come this far, he could not afford to falter now. Liu Yang felt his palms grow clammy with anxiety. He released Obito and approached Kakashi's side, preparing to persuade him. In the next moment, Kakashi turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise. "What are you doing, Kakashi? You startled me." "And you, Liu Yang? You startled me," they exclaimed in unison. Realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Liu Yang quickly corrected himself. "Captain, did you catch my earlier suggestion? What are your thoughts on it?" This task required Kakashi to take the lead. Liu Yang reminded himself, his heart racing. Fortunately, Kakashi agreed to his proposal and even suggested heading towards the 14 o'clock direction. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang leaped with excitement, gesturing in a chosen direction with a beaming smile. "Very well, I shall head this way, while you 2 choose the remaining paths." Obito and Guy, bemused by Liu Yang's sudden exuberance, complied and selected their respective directions to proceed. Liu Yang was the first to set off. However, after walking a mere 100 meters, he abruptly reversed his course. There's no way a water source lies this way. The mission takes precedence. Meanwhile, Kakashi walked alone ahead, lost in deep contemplation. He was uncertain why he had acquiesced to the proposal, yet a persistent voice within urged him to choose this path. Kakashi continued onward for a good 20 minutes, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps, he mused, the recent strain had caused him to experience auditory hallucinations. He shook his head and patted his face. A faint, low cry for help echoed in his ears. "Is there anyone who can save me?" Kakashi halted, his brows furrowing in concentration. He strained to discern the source of the voice, but it eluded him. Beside him, Liu Yang, who had transformed into a butterfly and was following Kakashi, stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered, his anxiety palpable like ants on a hot stove. Resolutely, Liu Yang braced himself and awkwardly formed hand seals with his slender legs. "Kakashi, for your sake, I'm risking everything. You mustn't let me down." The youth felt tears welling without the ability to cry. Who would have thought that turning into a butterfly would entangle him in the fate of advancing Kakashi's mission? Mind-body technique. Liu Yang struggled to penetrate Kakashi's consciousness, disguising his voice as feminine to relay the message. "Help me, is anyone nearby? Please, save me." This technique had cost him 500 gold coins back in the village, acquired through a clever ruse from a clan in the mountains. Liu Yang was still inexperienced with it. After uttering those words, he withdrew helplessly, gasping for breath. Good heavens! Someone was truly in need of rescue. Kakashi, finally realizing the urgency, dashed forward without a second thought. Ahead lay a crystal-clear lake, in the center of which swirled a vast vortex. Within it a pale finger barely visible. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving the water tranquil once more. Recognizing the peril, Kakashi leapt into the lake and swiftly rescued the submerged individual, a girl of about 10, drenched and with her waist-length hair matted against her face, obscuring her features. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit, Kakashi thought, disregarding everything else as he hastened to part the hair from her face and clear the debris from her mouth and nose. Then, he positioned her body correctly and pressed firmly on her abdomen. A splash erupted, dousing Kakashi in water. As he raised his head, he was captivated by the beauty of her amber-like eyes, a tear mole beneath her right eye enchanting him momentarily. "Thank you for saving me," the girl said weakly from the ground. She attempted to rise, but wobbled, about to fall backward when Kakashi caught her just in time. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, still in butterfly form, watched the exquisite scene unfold before him, unable to suppress a smile. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to rescue Hualing. Successfully unlocking the hand seal technique, I seal. Not bad at all. This ninjutsu is perfectly suited for intelligence gathering. Liu Yang nodded, feeling quite pleased with the reward. He had assumed the task was concluded, but the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind again. Beep. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a hidden mission to alter the fate of NPC Hualing and secure her a future filled with happiness, which will yield substantial rewards. Incredible. This meant Hualing would not have to follow the original storyline and ultimately leap off a cliff to her demise. Liu Yang's excitement grew with each passing thought. He was eager to regain his human form and seek out Kakashi. However, at that moment, a hand unexpectedly struck him. Warning. Host detected imminent severe injury. Please move to evade. The word severe injury echoed in Liu Yang's ears like a thunderclap. He hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantaneously transported himself in the direction of Obito. By the lakeside, Kakashi watched as the flower butterfly suddenly vanished before him. A large question mark appearing above his head. Rubbing his eyes, he pondered whether it was merely an illusion. Dismissing this strange occurrence, he unfastened his water jug and walked to the lakeside to draw water. A girl squatted beside him, offering a sweet smile. Hello, I am Hualing. May I ask your name? She was inherently shy, and inquiring about her savior's name caused her cheeks to flush. Kakashi, having filled the jug and secured the cap, replied expressionlessly, Kakashi. Hualing understood. He was a man of few words. She followed him as he stood up, surveying the endless green around them. Unable to discern the way back, standing there in a daze, Kakashi hung the water jug back at his waist and turned to see Hualing's bewildered expression, brow furrowed. Then, as if compelled by an unseen force, he approached her and slowly crouched down. Hualing was taken aback, her eyes widening. Seeing that she remained still, Kakashi urged her, get on. The sun shone brightly, casting shimmering reflections on the lake's surface, radiating a brilliant blue light. Hualing, feeling embarrassed to trouble her benefactor further, quickly declined. No, I can walk by myself, she insisted. Kakashi sighed deeply, glancing toward her before decisively lifting her onto his back. Where do you live? I will look for my companions first, and then I will take you home. His voice was low. He himself did not understand why he acted this way, and by the time he realized it, he had already carried her away. Hualing said nothing, simply nodding obediently. Aside from the elderly man who brought her meals daily, she had not interacted with anyone else. Holding onto the young man's neck, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Soon, they returned to the point where they had parted from their companions. The time was just right, precisely half an hour. Liu Yang, Obito, and Guy had been waiting there for some time. Seeing a lovely young girl behind their leader, the three of them rushed forward, eager for gossip. Truly, my eternal rival from Konoha, even on a quest for water, has managed to rescue someone in distress. It seems you have indeed found a water source, Might Guy exclaimed. Hands on his hips, brimming with joy. Liu Yang, however, was different. He immediately snatched the water jug from Kakashi's waist and gulped it down eagerly. This is fantastic. If you had returned any later, I would have perished of thirst right here. The wild water outside is mostly unclean. In a moment of urgency, everyone put aside their concerns. Grasping the water bottle tossed by Liu Yang, they gulped it down eagerly. During this time, Kakashi gently set Hualing down. So, what exactly is the situation? Are we to return this little sister to her home? Asked Obito with a warm smile, a man who had often done good deeds. Hualing shyly hid behind Kakashi, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Observing this pair, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile with a sense of relief. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Yang interjected, Little sister, how did you end up in such a desolate place? Where is your hometown? We shall escort you back. Liu Yang gazed at the key figure in their current mission with genuine concern. He intentionally phrased it this way, for he understood that at this moment, Hualing had no idea where her hometown was, having been trapped in a small cabin for years. Her memories consisted only of a single tree, a small house, and the elderly village chief who brought her meals daily. Beyond that, she knew nothing. As expected, Hualing shook her head. I do not know where my hometown is. I have never seen it since the day I was born. I only know that there is a small cabin nearby, and I live there. She omitted the mention of the village chief taking her out for fresh air, choosing to downplay the situation. Oh my, it is astonishing that someone has never seen their own hometown, Obito exclaimed, unable to fathom such a reality. In his mind, he involuntarily placed the girl in the same category as Liu Yang, a war orphan. His gaze toward Hualing was filled with compassion. How tragic. But do you at least know the direction to your home? Hualing timidly lifted her head to glance at the silver-haired boy beside her and shook her head once more. However, such a minor setback did not deter Obito. He confidently thumped his chest, promising that the four of them would certainly help her find her way home. Do not worry, little sister, we will take care of everything, said Might Guy, joining the conversation. For them, it was inconceivable to leave a young girl wandering alone in such an uninhabited area. Liu Yang expressed his agreement with their proposal. Let us act without delay. Kakashi hoisted Hualing onto his back again, silently moving forward under Obito's guidance. Lu Yong followed quietly behind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. They journeyed for an undetermined time until they finally found the wooden cabin where the girl usually resided. Upon hearing that Hualing had a grandfather, they volunteered to stay behind and wait with her. However, they waited an entire day and night without the elder's arrival. Hualing's expression grew increasingly despondent. By then, it was midday, the sun shining brightly overhead. Typically, the village chief would arrive on time to deliver food to Hualing. Yet today, he was conspicuously absent. The group had refrained from eating in anticipation of the grandfather's arrival, and they had long since succumbed to hunger, their stomachs growling incessantly. Kai could no longer endure the situation. He placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, speaking weakly. Continuing like this is not a solution. Obito, come with me to find something to eat, and perhaps we can also search for that person. All right, Lu Yong nodded in agreement. An hour later, the two returned, each holding several skewers of grilled fish. Come quickly and grab some food. It's all perfectly cooked, thanks to Obito's fire techniques. So convenient, Kai exclaimed, taking a bite of one skewer. Obito shot Kai a disapproving glance before turning to Hualing with regret, saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't find your grandfather. Lu Yong was not surprised by this outcome. No one knew that the previous day, while they were searching for water, he had dispatched a clone to silently deal with the old man. After all, the old man had used Hualing to guide her toward a future filled with happiness. This villain was a task for Lu Yong to handle. Upon hearing this news, Hualing was rendered speechless. To her, her grandfather had been one of the few sources of light during her years in the darkroom. She could hardly fathom the reality of being abandoned like this. Kakashi turned to the quietly grieving girl beside him, feeling a pang of sorrow. Hualing, are you all right? Perhaps you could travel with us. We would never mistreat you. Strangely compelled, Kakashi spoke these words. He had experienced the pain of losing loved ones and understood that even if one did not express it outwardly, they must be suffering deeply. Noticing Hualing's silence, he continued, you should eat something. No matter how long you wait, we will be here with you. Kakashi offered his comfort. It was one thing for her to remain silent, but once she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably from Hualing's eyes. After all, she was still just a young child, trying to be strong. It's all right, let it out, Obito whispered gently, tenderly wiping away her tears and leaning close to her ear. We too have no family left. From now on, you will be our sister. Trust your brother, we will take good care of you. Obito placed his hand on his forehead protector, making a solemn promise. Might Guy joined in, wrapping an arm around Obito's neck, his expression animated as he revealed his bright, white teeth. That's right, come along with us. The atmosphere lightened. Hualing sniffed, visibly moved. I will wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up by dinner, then I will go with you. No one could sever the ties of many years so easily. She still hoped for a miracle to occur. The three youngsters expressed no objections to her decision. Kakashi, concerned she might go hungry, personally tore off pieces of fish to feed her. Lu Yong, sitting idly on a nearby tree branch with a skewer of grilled fish in each hand, observed everything from a distance. Obito's grilling skills could use some improvement, Lu Yong remarked. From the boundless void, a bottle of seasoning was retrieved and evenly sprinkled upon the dish. After completing this task, Lu Yong took another bite, his expression visibly softening. It was indeed the seasoning that made all the difference. As Lu Yong drifted into a reverie, two slender figures materialized upon the same branch, one of whom rested a hand on his shoulder. What are you two up to? He inquired. What else could it be? Naturally. We are here to ask if you would mind having another sister, Dato chuckled mischievously. That's fine by me. You may decide, Lu Yong replied nonchalantly, for he already had a younger brother, Itachi, and did not mind another addition. His response aligned perfectly with their intentions, prompting the pair to clap their hands in excitement, their smiles bright as sunflowers. Soon, the sun began its descent, and as night enveloped the land, the silvery moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. The four of them kept her company until the deep of night, until the stars filled the heavens, and until the dawn's first light quietly pierced the darkness, revealing a hint of its presence. At this moment, Hualing's heart was utterly resigned. She wiped away the dried tears from the corners of her eyes, striving to conjure a radiant smile. Let us go. I will accompany you. Though she smiled, they all understood that her heart was weeping. Lu Yong leapt from the tree, producing a tricolor dumpling from his pocket as if conjuring magic, and offered it to the girl who appeared so pitiful. This is for you. A bit of sweetness will surely lift your spirits. Liu Yang, you are truly amazing. How did you do that? Dato exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sudden appearance of the dumpling. Liu Yang, with a knowing smile, retrieved another dumpling from his pocket and handed it to the drooling boy. This is a secret. It's enough that you get to eat. He made a shushing gesture, cloaked in mystery. What could be the reason? Of course, it's the fruit of the crystal release, preserved in a vacuum. One must admit, the ability of crystal release was incredibly formidable, an essential skill for home, travel, and combat, embodying versatility. Indeed, Liu Yang was correct. Having dessert while out and about was a delightful treat. Dato, disregarding any concerns about spoilage, took a hearty bite. The sweetness enveloped him, a blissful sensation that resonated deeply within. Liu Yang, you are my savior, Dato exclaimed, embracing Liu Yang with such fervor that tears of joy nearly filled his eyes. Hualing watched this exaggerated spectacle, hesitating for a moment before taking a timid bite. The four little ones paused in their activities, turning to her in unison with eager expressions. How is it? Is it delicious? Hualing nodded. Her thoughts distilled into a single phrase. It's very sweet and delightful. This was a taste she had never experienced before. As dawn broke, Kakashi's team each consumed a soldier's food pill and set off towards their next destination. Hualing, being quite young, struggled to keep pace. Thus, the group decided to take turns carrying her, with the first volunteer naturally falling to their leader, Kakashi. Without hesitation, he securely placed her upon his back. Hualing, timidly burying her head against the young man's back, reflected on the events of the past 2 days, still feeling as if she were in a dream. The greatest beneficiary in this situation is undoubtedly Liu Yang. Each event is interlinked, ultimately leading him to successfully persuade Hualing to join Kakashi's team. The loss of both parents has now added another member to the group. His covert actions to deal with that old man were not in vain. Beep. You have altered the fate of NPC Hualing, achieving a hidden mission to secure a blissful future. Progress has reached 50%. The host is encouraged to continue striving for early completion of the mission. Kind reminder, NPC Hualing has yet to fully let go of her grievances. Please expedite the process of gaining her trust. This outcome was well within Liu Yang's expectations. He had initially prepared for a prolonged endeavor. The so-called bright future still lay far ahead. Perhaps upon returning to Konoha, he could devise a way for her to become a ninja as well, by enhancing her abilities. He aimed to fulfill his mission and strive to create a beautiful life for himself. Only by possessing the means to sustain oneself in this chaotic world can one truly be said to have touched the threshold of happiness, Liu Yang mused. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. Upon turning, he found Obito staring at him with an odd expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The youth replied coldly. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask how you managed to get along so well with Rin. I want to learn, Obito confessed, momentarily startled by Liu Yang's gaze. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Liu Yang quickly reined in his emotions, restoring his usual nonchalant demeanor. He reached out, playfully tugging at Obito's neck, and chuckled softly. Not at all. Rin is so kind and treats everyone equally. She values her companions above all. Why not try a little trick to evoke her sympathy? Maybe she'll take care of you. Liu Yang said this deliberately, knowing how much Obito cherished Rin, as she could be considered his faith. If a companion were in distress, Rin would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Sure enough, Obito seemed intrigued by Liu Yang's suggestion. Really? But wouldn't that be a bit underhanded? To feign misfortune for sympathy seems quite low. Of course, it's a joke. I'm just teasing you, Liu Yang replied, releasing him and playfully flicking his forehead. Despite the jest, he genuinely did not recommend such a deceitful approach. It was better to interact naturally, allowing things to unfold without pretense. This would benefit everyone involved. In simpler terms, it was about avoiding the role of a sycophant, which would adversely affect both oneself and others. Obito nodded, somewhat confused yet contemplative, seeing his friend's discontent. Liu Yang retrieved a trio of dumplings from his endless void and offered them to him. Indulging in sweet treats during times of melancholy could stimulate dopamine production, thereby uplifting one's spirits. This was a conclusion Liu Yang had drawn. Thus, a new question began to form in Obito's mind. He delightedly savored the tricolored dumplings and curiously inquired, Liu Yang, how come I've never noticed your fondness for sweets? You even brought so many on this mission. These are for Itachi. He has a sweet tooth, Liu Yang replied, half-truthfully. Without a brother of his own, Obito felt an inexplicable envy at the close bond between Liu Yang and Itachi. Liu Yang, Your relationship with your brother is truly admirable. Thank you, Liang responded sincerely, a smile gracing his lips. This was not the first time he had received such praise, and if given the chance, he wished to protect his brother for a lifetime. As they journeyed to their next destination, Liang subtly guided everyone towards the land of water. Before that, the long journey was naturally accompanied by physical contests with Guy. Over time, Hualing's injuries from drowning had completely healed, and during their travels, her stamina had significantly improved. She no longer required assistance and could keep pace with the group using her own strength. However, to prevent her from falling behind, they took turns looking out for her while others advanced ahead to wait for the destination. At that moment, the responsibility of watching over Hualing fell upon Liang. Kakashi, Obito, let us use that cliff over there as our finish line. The first to reach the summit wins, declared the enthusiastic Might Guy, pointing excitedly at the towering cliff nearby. Conversely, the loser would be tasked with performing 800 weighted push-ups while carrying Hualing. Oh no, that's too much. I can't do it. Obito's face fell at the terms of the wager. The cliff, while appearing close, was at least 2 or 3 kilometers away given the terrain, and climbing it without gear posed a significant risk of falling into the abyss. Regardless of the outcome, this was a monumental challenge for him. Guy, uninterested in Obito's complaints, flashed his signature grin and encouraged him. A man cannot say he can't. This is the prime moment to embrace youth. We set out for training, so let's push forward. Indeed, Guy is right. This is part of our training, Liang added, relishing in Obito's discomfort. Frustrated, Obito shot him a glare. Of course, you don't mind. It's not you who will be climbing. Liang offered no reply, merely casting him a look that suggested he was unfazed. This only heightened Obito's annoyance. With no other choice, he turned to his captain. Kakashi, you must take my side. They are both ganging up on me. How about I carry you instead? Kakashi raised an eyebrow and cautiously responded. His words ignited Obito's fighting spirit. You two can go ahead. I'm not afraid. I will be the first to reach the summit. Just wait, you two. Obito was furious, never imagining that Kakashi would join in on the teasing. Who do you think you're looking down on? He thought to himself. The ever-silent Hualing was amused by his comical demeanor. She chuckled softly, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. All right, since neither of you has any objections, I shall begin counting to 3, Might Kai announced. Before commencing, he turned to Liu Yang and instructed, I leave Hualing in your hands. No problem, Liu Yang replied without hesitation. As the referee, Liu Yang drew a straight line ahead of the group and raised 3 fingers. 3. At the sound of the boy's clear voice, Might Kai and Kakashi simultaneously leaped forward, racing towards their distant target. Damn it, you're not playing by the rules. Obito shouted in frustration, yet his body betrayed him as he followed suit. Leaping far ahead in the blink of an eye, only Liu Yang and Hualing remained behind. Observing the diminishing figures of the 3, a faint smile graced Liu Yang's lips, his black eyes sparkling with brilliance. Life was truly simple and joyful. This hiking mission was worthwhile. Accomplishing tasks while cultivating oneself and aiding others in need was indeed a win-win situation. Hualing stared blankly at Liu Yang, who showed no signs of moving, her expression one of confusion. Liu Yang, shouldn't we hurry and catch up? Her voice was crisp and delightful. Liu Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied. No need. We shall stroll leisurely. We only need to reach the bottom of the cliff. Those 3 would likely be exhausted from their ascent and would require some time to recover. By then, they would arrive at their destination as well, only to face the punishment of weighted push-ups upon Hualing's arrival. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Let us see what fruits we can gather along the way to bring with us. Surprisingly, Obito emerged victorious in the competition. Perhaps Kakashi's words had provoked him, igniting an explosive burst of energy that propelled him to the summit of the cliff with an undeniable lead. Kakashi and Kai exerted themselves to no avail. Unable to catch up, the 3 collapsed atop the cliff, panting heavily. Kai turned to Obito, giving him a thumbs up. Obito, you're truly amazing, he exclaimed, adding, you said you weren't capable, but it seems you were merely playing possum. Exhausted, Obito could barely muster a response, his throat burning painfully, making even breathing a challenge. He could only smile at Kai's words. Unaware of his struggle, Kai assumed Obito was merely feigning nonchalance as the victor, which only increased his admiration. Youth is the wellspring of life, and this extreme fatigue and the sweat we shed are testaments to our efforts. Indeed, my friends, youth knows no bounds, Might Kai mused. Moved by the moment. Loser pays the price. Kakashi, in 10 minutes. I shall fulfill my promise of doing 800 weighted push-ups. At that moment, it was Kakashi's turn to feel utterly despondent. Kai often boasts of his genius, yet from his perspective, it is he who embodies true brilliance, a diligent genius, perpetually fervent in his pursuit of mastery, never yielding to defeat. Might Guy's aspirations are grand, yet reality proves stark. 10 minutes later, having completed his brief respite, he rose, hands placed firmly on his hips, gazing down from his elevated position at the two individuals still at the foot of the mountain, a flicker of irritation crossing his lips. Liu Yang, Hualing, could you possibly hasten your pace? He urged, a sense of urgency evident in his expression. Liu Yang, noticing that he was alone above, quickly discerned that the other two had yet to recover. Ignoring Kai's prompt, he continued to move at a sluggish pace. Kai, believing his words had gone unheard, despondently plopped back down, arms crossed, glaring at the two still resting. I am at a loss for words. How can they move so slowly? Unbeknownst to him, this very sentiment was a lifeline to Kakashi. As time languidly passed, after what felt like an eternity, Liu Yang, accompanied by Hualing, finally reached the base of the cliff. Liu Yang cleared his throat, anxious that those above might not hear him, and shouted as loudly as he could, "We have arrived. Come down." His voice echoed like thunder across the landscape. Kai sprang to his feet, exhilaration coursing through him as he leaped down. Nearing the ground, he retrieved 2 shuriken from his tool pouch, firmly embedding them into the earth below to augment his descent. Subsequently, he landed safely on the ground. Kakashi and Obito opted for a more conservative approach, channeling chakra into their feet as they sprinted down the cliff's edge. To Hualing, both methods appeared equally impressive. As she watched the 3 figures drawing ever closer, a fervent excitement ignited within her. "Wow, you all are so amazing," she exclaimed, clasping her hands to her chest in admiration. In the next moment, the trio stood before her. Might Guy, having overheard her praise, puffed out his chest with pride. "Huh. This is merely the fundamental practice of a ninja. Once you become a ninja yourself, you shall achieve these feats as well. Spare me, you have yet to win." Obito seized the opportunity to deliver a scathing retort. Kai, bewildered by Obito's fiery tone, was taken aback. "Obito, I was conversing with Hualing. What right do you have to interject?" "You lost," Obito shot back. "Do not go too far. You lost." The exchange escalated into a quarrel between Obito and Kai. Alarmingly, Obito's words left Kai utterly speechless, unable to mount a rebuttal. He reminded himself to refrain from engaging further. "Calm, calm, calm," he repeated thrice, a mantra to steady himself. Man is iron, food is steel. One meal skipped leaves one famished. Not to mention, the 3 had just engaged in such vigorous exertion. Liu Yang exchanged a glance with Hualing, and they simultaneously set down the fresh wild fruits they had gathered. Liu Yang sat on the ground and popped one into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was quite delightful. "First, replenish your energy and hydration. We can discuss penalties later," he suggested. Unfamiliar with the fruits before him, he simply took a bite, noting no peculiar reactions. The other 3, seasoned by years of missions, felt no sense of alarm and joined him in feasting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As they indulged, an awkward realization struck them. It was rather inappropriate for Hualing to be seated upon them. Kakashi was the first to voice this concern, and Might Guy nodded in agreement. Initially, the proposal had been made without any ill intent, but upon reflection, it seemed rather inappropriate. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting on it. Liang pondered briefly, gesturing towards the victor of the match across from them, and cleared his throat. "Since I share a similar build with Obito, we can take on the burden together. That should pose no issue." "No problem, but I want to team up with Kakashi." Obito chimed in, poking his fingers and chuckling. His intentions were clear, and they landed squarely on Kakashi's face. This was understandable. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had been recognized as a prodigy, beloved by all, while Obito had been at the bottom of the ranks. The disparity had plagued him with insecurity for quite some time, and now he finally saw an opportunity to assert himself. Liu Yang's smile faltered slightly as he instinctively glanced at Kakashi, expecting a refusal. To his surprise, Kakashi responded with enthusiasm. "All right, it's settled then." Following this, Kakashi moved to a nearby open space, bending down and placing his hands on the ground. Liu Yang was impressed by Kakashi's grand demeanor. Truly, he was a genius, exuding confidence in his actions. Guy, not to be outdone, bent down beside Kakashi. Liu Yang and Obito stepped forward as the designated burden bearers. The punishment continued from afternoon until deep into the night. They spent the night recuperating in place and resumed their journey the next day. Days later, they arrived at an island. Gazing at the endless expanse of the sea, Obito and Guy excitedly shed their clothes and jumped in. Wow, it's been ages since I've swum so comfortably. The water here is delightful and refreshing. Indeed, the sky is so blue and the water so clear. It feels like paradise. Those living nearby must be truly fortunate. The two frolicked in the water, splashing each other playfully. Liang stood on the shore, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, we arrived at the land of water, comprised of numerous islands. Liang stood at the edge of an expansive sea, with several islands scattered throughout. The largest was known as the Mother Island, flanked by Taro Island and Jiro Island on either side. Additionally, there was the Ghost Island. Hey Liang, what are you still doing standing there? Come on down. A voice called from his companions. Liang snapped back to reality, and in the next moment, someone grasped his ankle, sending him tumbling into the water with a splash. The culprit, having just been pulled down, hastily splashed water in his direction, striking him squarely on the cheek. Liang wiped the water from his face and, upon opening his eyes, was met with the sight of a laughing Dado, whose expression soured in response. It became clear to him that this fellow was being deliberately mischievous. However, before Liang could retaliate, a wave of water crashed down upon him from behind. Hey, why do you look so troubled since we arrived in the land of the sea? Stop overthinking and join us in the fun, Kai urged. What ill intentions could they possibly harbor? They were merely weary from their journey and sought to indulge in some revelry. Observing their jubilant spirits, Liang too smiled, splashing a considerable amount of water in their direction, joining their playful skirmish. Hualing sat at the water's edge, propping herself up with her hands, her feet playfully tapping the surface of the water. The blue sky, white clouds, and seagull companions painted a picture of sheer beauty, an experience she had never truly known, a warmth she had longed for. The four exuberant youths, having already reached a state of high spirits, would not allow her to remain an outsider. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, they pulled her into the water. Hualing, don't just stay on the shore, come join us. The boys laughed innocently. Hualing was unable to swim, and it was Kakashi who first recognized her predicament. Utilizing a transformation jutsu, he morphed his short blade into a piece of driftwood for her to cling to. Then, he patiently taught her how to swim. Kakashi's team reveled in the ocean's embrace, blissfully unaware that danger was stealthily approaching. Hey, what are those leaf ninjas doing here? Surely they aren't attempting to steal information. Several ninjas stood atop a nearby rooftop, their forehead protectors revealing their allegiance to the Mist Village. As the words left one man's lips, a companion beside him, with a menacing glare, interjected. What does it matter their purpose? Since they dared to set foot in the land of the sea, we must eliminate them for both public and private reasons. Capturing these youngsters could earn us a commendation from Lord Mizukage. The land of the sea lacked its own ninja, and thus periodically paid a substantial sum to the neighboring land of water in exchange for peace. Consequently, armed forces from the land of water occasionally traversed the land of the sea. The enmity between the Leaf and Mist villages had not waned with the cessation of war. Rather, it had intensified. Not long ago, Mist ninjas had infiltrated the Leaf village, leaving behind a trail of death without so much as recovering the bodies. One of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirichuraya, also lost his life in the Iron Country during a mission against Leaf ninjas, resulting in the disappearance of their ancestral swords. Thus, when the opportunity to capture Leaf ninjas arose, they could not afford to let it slip away. The group exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement forming among them, before they vanished like dew in the morning sun. Water style, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged at the very spot where Kakashi's team had been frolicking. Humph, so quick to act. They truly lack patience, Liang scoffed, having sensed the ominous presence surrounding them. It was unexpected that the adversary would arrive so swiftly. The surrounding waters were stirred by the infernal whirlpool, a powerful suction akin to a serpent ensnaring their bodies, relentlessly dragging them towards the vortex's center. Help! Hualing screamed, having never witnessed such a formidable spectacle. Kakashi, closest to her, instinctively grasped her hand, channeling chakra into his feet and sprinting towards safety with lightning speed. Thanks to his rapid reflexes, the two were spared from being engulfed by the whirlpool. However, the other 3 were not so fortunate, being sucked directly into its depths. Their limbs struggled against the resistance. making it difficult to form hand seals. Help! I can't meet my end here. Obito wrestled fiercely, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Kai remained notably composed, contemplating how to escape the turbulent waters. In a critical moment, Liu Yang formed hand seals and executed an earth-style technique, forcefully propelling the three upward. They narrowly escaped danger and, in an instant, filled their feet with chakra and dashed towards Kakashi. Obito, the caster, is at the whirlpool's center. Let us use fire release to expose him, Liu Yang spoke with a steely tone. Obito nodded, and they synchronized their movements, their palms leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two unleashed colossal fireballs, which merged into a larger sphere as they launched it towards the whirlpool's core, igniting for over a minute. On the ocean's surface, a thick mist of evaporating water enveloped the scene. Their battle drew the attention of the shoreline residents, who fled in panic, shouting about murder. Under the relentless scorching of the fireball, the whirlpool ceased its tumultuous activity. As anticipated, two shadowy figures emerged above it, only to dissipate into a plume of mist. Water clone, be cautious. Kakashi brandished his short blade defensively in front of Hua Lingdai. You Konoha ninjas. A deep, chilling male voice pierced the air. As the words faded, several men appeared around the three young ninjas. Simultaneously, a series of water dragons surged towards them, seemingly intent on engulfing them. Enough with the jesting. You are the ones doomed. Liu Yang smirked, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, the patterns within swirling as a long trail of blood tears fell. Amaterasu, having locked onto the enemy's position, flames erupted in the direction of his gaze. The mist ninjas, unfazed by the black flames engulfing them, mocked the overconfident youths before them. Haha, on the sea, our power is boundless. You think your meager flames can? One man attempted to counter with a water technique, only to realize he could not extinguish the cursed black fire. Before he could utter another word, he was reduced to ashes. Liu Yang smiled with delight, his grin growing ever brighter as he reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Alas, I must confess that I harbor an aversion for obstinate individuals such as yourselves. Liu Yang knelt down, scooping a handful of water to cleanse the bloodstains from the corners of his eyes. He was no Itachi. His Amaterasu could incinerate lives. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Obito had anticipated a grueling battle, yet they witnessed Liu Yang effortlessly dispatch the enemy, their hearts exclaiming in awe. As the battle concluded, Obito rushed forward, clasping Liu Yang's thigh in desperation, pleading, "Oh, Liu Yang, great deity, please take me aloft. How have you attained such strength?" "It is not my strength, but rather your sluggish reflexes," Liu Yang retorted with a glance, attempting to withdraw his leg, only to find it ensnared. Reluctantly, he dragged Obito along as he proceeded forward. The moment he attempted to shake him off, a surge of inexplicable irritation welled within him. Despite possessing identical eyes, enabling me to foresee the enemy's next move, you remain lost in thought. The Sharingan, a formidable bloodline limit, is still an enigma to you. Obito, I can only surmise you lack diligence. Our purpose in this venture is to train. It is said that enduring hardship is the pathway to greatness. Obito, it is imperative that you cease your habitual idleness. Liu Yang advised. With his words hanging in the air, it remained to be seen if Obito would grasp their significance. Obito bowed his head, humbly absorbing Liu Yang's admonition. Had this been any other occasion, he would have erupted in indignation. Their garments lay neatly folded on the shore. Liu Yang pulled on his shirt, wringing it out before donning it. Then, he unleashed chakra from his body, and in no time, the fabric was thoroughly dried. This seemingly mundane act, in the eyes of the younger trio, was as astonishing as a meteor colliding with Earth. Guy approached, wrapping his arms around the boy's neck. Liu Yang, you cannot possibly be a hybrid of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, can you? The handsome youth was momentarily speechless, astonished by such a notion. You are mistaken. I merely possess a modicum of medical ninjutsu, with a particular interest in the human body's chakra points and control, he clarified. He was not of Uchiha bloodline, but rather an ordinary individual who traversed from the Blue Planet. Liu Yang's original form had fallen, but due to the system's peculiarities, his physique had unexpectedly reverted to that of a 12-year-old. The so-called eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was merely a reward from the system, utterly unrelated to any bloodline he possessed. However, there was no room for hesitation. Countless dangers awaited us ahead, and we must depart swiftly. Liu Yang deftly shifted the topic. Innocent souls like Guy could hardly contend with Liu Yang's cunning. At this juncture, Kakashi had also tidied his attire, expressing his agreement with Liu Yang's counsel. Movement was now inevitable, yet the destination required confirmation first. Liu Yang pursed his lips, once more devising strategies for the team. While on the shore, I fortuitously overheard passing fishermen mention that Ghost Island is a natural fishing ground, though due to the abundance of nearby reefs, few dare to approach. He gestured toward the direction behind the main island. The crowd followed his gaze, and then Liu Yang continued to speak. The most perilous places are often the safest. If we go there, we should be able to evade the attacks from the mist hidden. Even if we cannot, the natural barriers provided by the surrounding reefs will be advantageous for us. Kakashi nodded in agreement, having always placed his trust in Liu Yang, and cast the first affirmative vote. Upon witnessing this, Hualing also declared, "Then I too shall follow the captain's suggestion," with 5 individuals and 3 votes. The decision was nearly made, adhering to the principle of majority rule. However, Kakashi's squad valued democracy and remained attentive to the opinions of Obito and Guy, awaiting their verdict. As anticipated, both Obito and Guy cast their votes in favor, while uncertain if they could truly evade the mist-hidden surveillance. The prospect of enjoying grilled fish once more filled Obito with joy. His gaze fell upon Liu Yang. Given how inedible Obito's grilled fish had been, it was Liu Yang who had ultimately won the favor of their appetites. Who would desire soldier rations when there were delicious treats to be had? Liu Yang found himself helpless against Obito's enthusiasm and acquiesced to his request. Obito leaped up in excitement. Moments later, the group sprinted towards Ghost World Island. Their plan unfolded methodically. As they drew nearer to their destination, Liu Yang's heart raced faster, each cell in his body clamoring with anticipation. He silently hoped that everything was still yet to commence. A flicker of hope shone in his eyes, coincidentally caught by Hualing. Before long, Kakashi's squad beheld 3 red wooden beams forming a frame at the shore of Ghost World Island. What could that be? Perhaps it was a marker of Ghost World Island, possibly left by those who had landed before them. Liu Yang dismounted onto the shore, yet the system's cold voice remained absent. Excellent. It seemed all was not lost. A smile of joy graced his face. Obito observed his demeanor, increasingly puzzled. He was certain that Liu Yang harbored some secrets from them. Liu Yang, what is going on with you today? Your mood shifts quicker than the turning of a page. Could it be that you have visited this place before? No. Liu Yang shook his head. Just as Obito was about to inquire further, a palpable aura of malice enveloped them. Kakashi promptly organized their formation, urging everyone to huddle back to back, sensing danger. Laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha ha. I never imagined anyone would dare to set foot here now. Following the sound, Liu Yang spotted several ninjas emerging from an inconspicuous corner not far away. The leader, a man with green hair, wore a lecherous grin. Upon seeing him, Liu Yang's heart sank. Tenzi, Orochimaru's accomplice, a medical ninja and the director of the private research institute on Ghost World Island. During Orochimaru's absence, it was he who conducted inhumane experiments here. His presence indicated that Orochimaru's cruel experiments had already commenced. The fishermen on the opposite shore speak in hushed tones of the terror that resides on Ghostly Isle, claiming that none return once they venture there. It appears that malevolent forces are at play. As Liu Yang spoke, he instinctively clenched his fists. He had deliberately led his companions to this place to avert a looming tragedy, yet despite his meticulous calculations, he had misjudged the timing. His comrades gazed at him in confusion, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and concern. Tianji, shedding all pretense, erupted into a maniacal laughter. It seems you are already aware. Thus, I cannot allow you to leave. I shall transform you all into mermaids. Let us hope you do not succumb like those inept fishermen and perish in the process. Liu Yang's words ignited a realization in him, and he spoke of the ninjas within the Ghostly Isle Research Institute, loyal followers who had remained since his time there, all possessing strength at the level of Chunin or higher. For them, dealing with these few adversaries would be a trivial matter. Brothers, did you hear that? These scoundrels are committing heinous acts right before us. Let our team serve justice today. Liu Yang bellowed with righteous fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and charged headlong into battle with the enemy. Though the others were unclear about the intricacies of the situation, they could glean some understanding from Liu Yang's exchange with the opponent. Driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, Dai boldly followed suit. Kakashi paused for a moment, contemplating their course of action, before tacitly approving their plan. Prior to engaging, he instructed Guy to keep a close watch over Hualing. Guy, ensure Hualing's safety. Leave these ruffians to us, Kakashi commanded. Guy responded with an affirming gesture. Hualing, still young and untrained in the ways of a ninja, was not to be involved in the fray at this moment. Hearing Kakashi's instructions, she obediently took shelter behind Guy, her brows furrowed with concern. They won't encounter any issues. Will they? Of course not. They are formidable fighters, Guy assured warmly, his faith in his comrades unwavering. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and his companions were embroiled in a fierce struggle against their adversaries, who numbered 8 or 9, all of whom possessed strength at the Chunin level or above. Yet Kakashi's team was far from ordinary. Their synergy was impeccable, forcing their opponents to retreat repeatedly. This is unbelievable. How are these little brats so strong? One enemy spat incredulously, momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi swiftly executed hand signs, channeling Raikiri as he launched himself forward. With the enhancement of his Sharingan, he could perceive every movement with clarity, even amidst the high-speed advance of his lightning technique. Seeing his companion in peril, another enemy unleashed a water release technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. However, Kakashi, undeterred, charged forward without a hint of hesitation. The enemy believed victory was within their grasp, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a plume of flames erupted, incinerating the water dragon in an instant. Fire release, storm dance. At that moment, Kakashi broke through the thick mist ahead, striking the heart of his adversary. The piercing cries of birds accompanied the sound of flesh tearing, reverberating in the eardrums of all present. Meanwhile, Obito, brimming with confidence, playfully scratched his nose and made a face at his opponent. Apologies, but your opponent is me. Our Uchiha fire techniques are more than capable of playing with your mist techniques. The 5 elements are in a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. Water can extinguish fire. Yet fire can also evaporate water. The enemy, witnessing the death of his comrade at the hands of the silver-haired youth, felt his expression darken with rage. Damn it. Enough with the chatter. If you have the ability, come at me. Obito provocatively challenged. No longer the underdog he once was. He had adjusted his mindset and discovered his own strength, possessing ample capability to protect his comrades. Kakashi forcefully withdrew his hand, joining Obito in the fray. The man he had just pierced fell to the ground like a ragged cloth, weightless and lifeless. Obito, I'm here to assist you. Let us take them on together. Kakashi's crimson eyes glinted with ferocity. He had faith that his comrades would undoubtedly come to his aid, allowing him to charge forward without hesitation, entirely trusting his allies. Obito nodded in agreement, and they fought side by side. As the mist gradually dissipated, they successfully dispatched their immediate foes. Just as they prepared to assist Liu Yang, they discovered that all the remaining enemies had already been eliminated, their bodies gruesomely mutilated, not a single part intact. Liu Yang, under the gaze of several onlookers, calmly retrieved a handkerchief from his ninja tool pouch to wipe away the blood that had inadvertently splattered on his face. Having completed this task, he leisurely squatted before the green-haired Tianji, producing a large set of keys from his pocket. With the battle concluded, the others gathered around. They were already aware of Liu Yang's unfathomable strength, so his effortless defeat of their foes came as no surprise. What truly captured Kakashi and the others' attention was the set of keys in Liu Yang's possession. Liu Yang, can you now explain what this is all about? Those keys you hold, could it be? They all intuitively understood the implications of what lay on this island, yet they still sought clarification. Liu Yang, no longer concealing the truth, tossed the keys to Kakashi while walking. While you were frolicking underwater, I happened to be on the shore and overheard a conversation among passing fishermen, coupled with that scoundrel's earlier remarks. It's likely they are conducting some unspeakable experiments on this island. In truth, Liu Yang was fabricating this narrative. There had been a passerby, but no such conversation had occurred. He couldn't very well claim to possess a godlike perspective, could he? The words mermaid, fisherman, and exploding bodies resonated clearly in Kakashi's mind. Gripping the keys tightly, Kakashi hurried to catch up with Liu Yang's pace. I understand now. We must head to the research facility and rescue everyone inside. Everyone else, stay close and don't fall behind. Kakashi reminded them earnestly. Liu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals, for there was no need for excessive explanation. Indeed, upon entering the intersection where the enemy had appeared moments ago, they uncovered a clandestine base concealed within a stone cave. Before them stood a grand wooden door. Kakashi approached, inserted the key, and turned it, causing the door to creak open. What lay before their eyes was a dimly lit chamber, illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight on the walls. In the soft glow, 3 additional doors could be discerned. Kakashi, let us split up into 3 groups, each exploring a room to uncover what lies within. If there are hostages, we shall rescue them, Liu Yang declared, not pausing for the captain's reply as he made his way toward the innermost room. The atmosphere there was thick with despair. If his instincts were correct, it likely housed the experimental subjects. The imprisoned souls, upon hearing footsteps, cried out for help. Is anyone there? Please, save us. The anguished pleas pierced Kakashi's heart, prompting him and Hualing to rush toward the tightly shut door. Meanwhile, Dato and Kai, sharing a tacit understanding, moved toward the final room. Standing before the wooden door, Liu Yang took a deep breath. He gently grasped the doorknob, hesitating for several seconds before pushing the door open. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering noises erupted behind him. Kakashi drew his short blade, breaking through the confines to liberate several survivors trapped within. Hurry, we have dispatched the enemy. You are safe now, he assured them, his voice steady despite the black mask obscuring his features, his exposed eyes emanating a cold yet compassionate intensity. Though the fishermen recognized him as their savior, fear held them in place, trembling. Hualing stepped forward to offer gentle reassurances. Meanwhile, Liu Yang entered the chamber, swiftly closing and locking the door behind him. Before him lay countless experimental test tubes, varying in size, each containing an unknown liquid, with bizarre organs floating within. At the center stood the largest aquarium, housing a long-haired green mermaid. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet Liu Yang immediately recognized her. Yuhua, a girl from the Mother Island. She lay there in serene stillness, her body irrevocably altered. Just gazing at her caused a dull ache in his heart. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. He shattered the experimental tank and rescued the mermaid, seawater cascading onto the floor, soaking his clothes. Unfazed, he scanned the surroundings in search of additional survivors, but found none. Only an array of mutated organs remained, a testament to the failed dissections conducted by Tianji. Liu Yang lowered his gaze to the mermaid in his arms, filled with sorrow. You survived, yet have become a wretched shadow of your former self. He suddenly recalled something and called out to the system with his mind. Hey system, why are you still silent? The human experiments on Ghost Island have thus been terminated, and Kakashi has managed to rescue a portion of the innocent fishermen. Is this not in accordance with the rules of the Divine Dream system? Come on, system, speak up. What must I do to restore the fishing lights to their former glory? The rules of the Divine Dream system dictate the rectification of bugs within the Naruto world and the remedying of the world's regrets. But why, at this critical juncture? Has the system not responded? Liu Yang was perplexed, unsure of where the error lay. Outside the door, Kakashi, Hanar, Obito, and Guy had each completed their respective tasks. They gazed anxiously at the closed door, worried that Liu Yang might encounter some unforeseen mishap within, and encircled his door. At this moment, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on the floor, channeling chakra throughout his body, utilizing sage techniques to input energy into the other party's body. Knock, knock. A crisp knocking echoed from outside. The concerned voices of his companions reached the young man's ears. Liu Yang, are you all right in there? Do you need us to come in and assist you? Do not enter. Just wait outside for me. But there was no but. I can handle things here shortly. Please promise me, do not come in. Liu Yang reiterated. He vividly remembered how sensitive the fishing light was about her scales. No matter what, she yearned to revert to a normal person and not be labeled a monster. She could not be seen in her current form by others. I do not know if I possess the ability to heal you, but I will give it my all. Even if I truly cannot help, I will at least wrap you in bandages to preserve your dignity. Obito turned back. Kakashi, what should we do now? Kakashi pondered for a moment. For the sake of safety, he ultimately decided it was best to send the remaining survivors back first. With that thought, Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Obito and Guy, outlining the next course of action. Obito, Guy, you two should escort these innocent villagers back. It is not safe to remain here. Be extremely cautious of any attacks from the Mist Village. Hanar and I will wait for Liu Yang here. I have faith that he can handle everything. Splitting into 2 groups was the wisest choice at that moment. Time passed, and finally, Liu Yang heard that familiar mechanical voice in his mind. Ding! Detected the brutal experimental plan of the Shattered Sky Waterland dual-use combat team, rescuing innocent villagers and the fishing light, aligning with the rules of the dream system. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a summoning beast, the sea boss. Detected the host's strong conviction. The life restoration array will be activated. As long as the host places the target, the fishing light, in the center of the array, the bodily functions of the target can be restored to their pre-transformation state. Though late, it has arrived. Regardless of how arduous the process may be, the outcome is what truly matters. Beneath Liu Yang's feet, a vast golden array materialized, similar to the peculiar event that transpired during Lin's resurrection, yet with subtle distinctions. A vibrant golden light seeped through the narrow crevice beneath the door. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hualing clasped her hands over her heart, her brow furrowed with concern. Kakashi, is Liu Yang truly unharmed? Indeed, we must place our faith in him, Kakashi reassured. Just as one crisis began to settle, another arose. During their anxious wait, a group of menacing figures from the Mist Village burst into the room. Unaware of the turmoil outside, Liu Yang cautiously placed the fishing lantern at the center, the array beneath his feet glowing with an intense golden radiance. Ding! Life restoration array activated, currently cleansing the target's marrow, reshaping bodily cells. Current progress, 1, 2, 3. Estimated time, 15 minutes. The system's cold voice resonated. Liu Yang felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. His chakra was being drawn into the array, flowing towards the lantern. He observed with clarity as the strange form, nourished by the array, gradually transformed back into human shape. The azure scales adorning her body receded in tandem with the progress, until it reached 100, restoring her true visage completely. Splendid. It was worth the depletion of my entire chakra supply, Liu Yang smiled with relief. The golden light beneath him swiftly merged into the ground, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Finally regaining his footing, Liu Yang nearly stumbled backward, for the girl remained unconscious. The vast chakra he possessed had been swiftly consumed, yet it was equally replenished within mere minutes. At that moment, the door to the room was kicked open with a resounding bang. A brutish figure stormed in. Liu Yang set the girl down, preparing to engage in battle when a sharp dagger was hurled with lightning speed, striking the enemy squarely in the back. The man collapsed without a sound. Behind him emerged another youth with white hair. Kakashi swiftly extracted the dagger, shielding the girl beside him as he entered the room. Apologies for the excess of bodies. I was unable to prevent their entry, he stated, his tone tinged with remorse. Without waiting for Liu Yang's response, he closed the door behind him, confronting the multitude of mist ninjas alone. Freed from concerns for his companions, Kakashi unleashed his full capabilities. Gripping the dagger tightly, he moved like a specter through the throng, mercilessly claiming lives. One enemy after another fell before him. Outside, the cacophony of battle intensified, contrasting sharply with the growing silence within the room. Inside, shrouded in darkness, Hualing struggled to discern the corners of the space, her vision limited to the indistinct outlines of two figures before her. Liu Yang had deliberately extinguished all the lights. This was the laboratory of the research facility, and the grotesque remains suspended in test tubes were not meant for the eyes of two young girls. In the shadows, Liu Yang formed seals with his hands, encasing the remnants that ought not to persist within the confines of red crystals. Once this task was completed, he lifted the fishing lantern and moved beside Hualing. Liu Yang retrieved a candle from the wall-mounted sconce by the door, ignited it with a fire technique, and handed it to Hualing. Hualing, this is a survivor I just rescued. However, she has succumbed to slumber and cannot be awakened for the time being. Please keep watch over her while I go to assist Kakashi, Liu Yang spoke gently. Hualing nodded obediently, comforted by the thought that if the girl awoke and saw her first, she would likely feel less frightened. After all, there would be more to discuss between girls. With this in mind, Liu Yang rose and opened the heavy door. And in that moment, he silently drew forth his spine, transforming it into a long, menacing bone whip. The battlefield before him had escalated to a fever pitch. Kakashi was encircled by a throng of adversaries, his right arm slashed open, blood pouring forth, revealing a glimpse of his stark, white bone beneath. However, the foes fared little better. The ground was littered with the lifeless forms of those who had already perished, while the living bore numerous wounds. In a flash, Liu Yang broke through the crowd and reached Kakashi's side, deftly wielding the bone whip to send the surrounding enemies sprawling a meter away. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Kakashi's expression brightened. Liu Yang, Your timing is impeccable. Together, let us vanquish these arrogant mist shinobi. The fact that they found their way here suggests that Obito and Guy may have also come under attack. The two allies fought side by side for a swift resolution. Knowing they had to support Obito without delay, Kakashi paid no mind to the bone whip in Liu Yang's hands. It was Liu Yang's first time employing the corpse bone technique. Were it not for Kakashi's presence, who had activated Sage Mode, a single dance of the ferns would have dispatched all these foes. Liu Yang cast a cold, piercing glance at the enemies, a bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips. Tell me, how did you find this place? Or perhaps the Land of Water has long conspired with your local leaders. The figure at the back of the mist ranks crossed his arms and conceded with an air of disdain, as if mocking Liu Yang's audacity. Konoha, you have slain many of our mist comrades and dared to tread upon the territory of the Land of Water. You deserve nothing less than death. Since you have come to us, it seems fortune is not on your side. The Land of Water is under the protection of the Land of Water. For both public and private reasons, eliminating these Konoha brats would yield nothing but benefits. Should Konoha use this as a pretext for conflict, we shall have grounds to claim that they invaded our territory first. If necessary, we will go to war again, perpetuating a cycle of bloodshed, and trample the Fire Nation's Konoha village beneath our feet to alleviate our grievances. The mist shinobi fantasized about a glorious future, licking his lips. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Do not presume that numbers alone will secure your victory. Liu Yang scoffed coldly, unwilling to squander time with these inept foes. With swift hands, he formed seals, multiple shadow clone technique. An uncountable number of clones filled the entire space. In their hands, each wielded the same bone whip, brandishing it menacingly. Kakashi, upon witnessing this spectacle, involuntarily swallowed hard. The word envy had been uttered to the point of exhaustion. Did your teacher not instruct you that one must remain humble? Being excessively arrogant can easily lead to trouble, you know? The trailing tone of Liu Yang's voice was drawn out for an eternity. With arms crossed, he commanded, and a veritable deluge of shadow clones surged forth to assault the mist shinobi. Unlike Kakashi, Liu Yang was a chunin. Even if the enemy managed to dispel the shadow clones, more would continually manifest beside him. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, one must always be wary of a kitchen knife, particularly when confronted by countless rigid and sharp bone whips, as well as innumerable ninjutsu techniques of lightning, fire, and water. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, red phoenix claw. Lightning release, thousand birds. Liu Yang's clones unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu, save for sage techniques and bloodline limits. The mist shinobi, beleaguered by the overwhelming assault of ninjutsu, retreated in sheer terror. Yet, Liu Yang would not permit their escape. In an instant, he appeared behind the enemy, his smile radiant. Where do you think you're running? I shall escort you to reunite with your fallen comrades. By the way, allow me to discreetly inform you that the mist shinobi who infiltrated Konoha not long ago also met their demise at my hands, reduced to mere dust. His words sent a collective shudder through the mist shinobi, their pupils dilating in shock. The greater the fear in the enemy, the more exhilarated Liu Yang became. The onslaught drew ever closer. These scoundrels would not escape. You are a monster, one of them began, but was promptly engulfed by the flames that surged toward him. His companions met the same fate. Following the inferno, a lightning strike shattered their forms, and subsequently, a torrent of water swept them out the door. Kakashi stood there, momentarily dazed, watching as the waterfall merged with the sea, cleansing the house of all its sins. Kakashi, snap out of it. This place is about to be inundated. We must hasten to evacuate Hualing and the others. Liu Yang patted Kakashi on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Kakashi raised his gaze. Where had all those shadow clones vanished to? Under Liu Yang's guidance, they pushed open the innermost door and escaped, each carrying one person away. In a corner diagonally behind the research facility, a fierce battle raged on. Obito and Guy, breathless, stood back to back at the water's edge, resolute in preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. Just moments ago, they had been devising a way to return the innocent fishermen safely. As fate would have it, they encountered a boat of pursuing mist shinobi. It turned out that the mist had long since locked onto their trail, amassing dozens of ninjas stationed in the Land of Water to ensnare them all. Obito and Guy exerted tremendous effort to seize the vessel, successfully getting the fishermen aboard. The two of them steadfastly held their ground. Guy, this relentless onslaught is overwhelming. I am nearing my limit. Obito extended his hand to grasp his weary Sharingan. Gasping for breath, the enemy was overwhelming in numbers. Even with their lives on the line to impede them, a portion of the assailants managed to breach the research facility. Their prolonged absence filled him with deep concern. He could only ponder the fate of Kakashi and Ryong if they did not emerge soon. It seemed they would meet their end here. Obito's heart brimmed with sorrow. At that moment, Guy was equally exhausted, yet unlike Obito's despair, he remained filled with hope. They must hold the fort. Surely, they would be all right. Before their comrades emerged, they had to defend this place, for the sake of the civilians behind them. 8 gates, release. He bit down hard, attempting to summon the last vestiges of chakra to open the 8 gates, but faltered, stumbling to the ground. He struggled to rise again. No matter. Even without taijutsu, I will fight to the bitter end, Guy declared fiercely, glaring at the enemies before him. The mist ninjas, hearing the youth's words, could not help but laugh heartily. Even facing death, you still boast? Since you leaf shinobi are so fond of bravado, let us see you maintain it until the end. Before long, you shall be meeting your ancestors below, said one of the mist ninjas. All his comrades raised their kunai, armed with explosive tags, ready to unleash their assault. Guy narrowed his eyes, tension coursing through him. Guy, over there. Obito patted his companion's shoulder, pointing to a distant corner with alarm. The mist ninja sensed the anomaly, but was a moment too late. Lightning release, thunder cut. Amaterasu. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, their movements perfectly synchronized. In the blink of an eye, they turned the tide of battle, sending the enemies into disarray. Those mist shinobi, now engulfed in black flames, hastily leaped into the sea to extinguish the fire, but it was futile. Ryong stood with arms crossed, looking down upon them. Do not waste your efforts. This flame will not be extinguished until it has reduced you all to ashes, the youth stated coldly. An invisible pressure emanated from him, making it difficult for them to breathe. Realization dawned too late, as they tore off their burning garments and cast them away. Alas, the black flames had already consumed their flesh, and in an instant, these living beings were reduced to mere ashes. Turning around, Ryong beheld the water from the research facility surging forth uncontrollably. There was no time to ponder. The facility had been submerged, the waters gushing forth. We must leave this place immediately, Kakashi urged. He hoisted the unconscious Hanliang onto his back, casting one last glance at his 2 weakened comrades. Obito, Guy, can you still hold on? We should be able to, Obito replied, the words escaping him with great difficulty. Before their frantic escape, he longed to understand the source of the immense water flooding from that wretched facility. That would be my water release. I intended to annihilate this vile place entirely, Ryong confessed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. At that time, Ryong had not realized how exhausted the 2 had become. Above Obito and Guy, a flock of crows flew by. What a spectacle this is, not merely a water escape, but rather an extravagant display of oceanic prowess. Reality grants them no respite. As Obito and Guy gaze at the tumultuous waves crashing toward them, their hearts racing with trepidation. It is said that despair can awaken latent potential. And within Guy surged an unexpected chakra. Biting his fingertip, he formed the seal for a summoning jutsu. If death is to come, then so be it. Summoning jutsu. In the nick of time, a colossal sea turtle materialized beneath them as the rushing waters propelled them forward. Help! Help! Obito cried out in sheer panic, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, Guy managed to catch him just in time, preventing a potential disaster. Meanwhile, on another front, Liu Yang, carrying the girl named Fishing Fire, moved swiftly, chakra enveloping his feet as he pursued the figure ahead. As he ran, he urged, "You too, hurry up. This is a splendid opportunity for training. Charge forth. Victory is within our grasp." Obito and Guy squinted their eyes, united in their indignation toward the 2 retreating figures. "You 2 rascals, wait for us. We shall have our revenge." Alas, those 2 had already ventured far beyond earshot, oblivious to their curses. Obito felt a deepening sense of despair. The ground quaked beneath them. And suddenly, both he and Guy, along with their summoned beast, were engulfed by a translucent monstrosity, sinking into the depths of the sea, heading toward an unknown fate. Terrified, the 2 clung to each other. "Obito, surely we cannot be so unfortunate as to be consumed by a giant jellyfish. I have so many unfulfilled dreams. I do not wish to meet my end so soon. Please, don't frighten me," they lamented. "Oh heavens, why must it always be us who suffer?" Meanwhile, Liu Yang had covered considerable ground. The girl he carried, who had been unconscious, suddenly stirred. She opened her eyes slightly, her voice barely a whisper. Who are you? Her tone was hoarse. Liu Yang smiled gently, attempting to soothe her. I am Liu Yang, a leaf ninja passing through. I found you on Ghost Island, and am now taking you back. The experiment had altered not only her appearance and physical components, but perhaps even her age and cellular vitality. On television, she had appeared thus. Yet the timeline was a decade or more prior, unchanged from her on-screen portrayal. It seems I have been trapped in an extraordinarily long dream. Yet I cannot recall its contents, she murmured, confusion etched on her face. All she remembered was being a resident of Mother Island, venturing into the so-called natural fishing grounds of Ghost Island for survival. And then, everything faded into nothingness. Since it is a dream, let it be forgotten. The future is what is real, Liu Yang reassured her with a soft smile. Ahead loomed a grand vessel, making its way toward them. At that moment, Liu Yang and Kakashi had only traversed half the distance. Upon spotting them, those aboard the ship hurriedly signaled the helmsman to steer closer. Simultaneously, they frantically waved their hands and shouted, "Benefactors, over here, quickly board the ship." These were the innocent fishermen rescued by Kakashi's team on Ghost Island. After escaping danger, they hurried to seek assistance from the official guard, requesting that they come to escort their saviors back. The authorities had already heard the fishermen's accounts and were struck by the truth of the supernatural events on Ghost Island. They were also profoundly grateful to Kakashi's team for delivering the islanders from peril. Upon stepping aboard, Kakashi's immediate concern was to retrieve his two unfortunate companions. All right, let us proceed at once, the captain of the guard readily agreed. Upon uttering this, he turned to instruct his subordinate to inform the boatmen to hasten their journey. Observing Kakashi's anxious demeanor, he patiently explained, "We must hurry, otherwise it will grow late, and fog and wind will make navigation treacherous." "No need," interjected Liu Yang, who had remained silent until now, blocking the messenger. The group turned to him, puzzled. Liu Yang wore a mischievous grin. "Those two are already racing toward the shore. If we do not quicken our pace, we shall not catch up with them. What on earth is happening?" they questioned. "You will find out when you return." Liu Yang feigned mystery, leaving everyone more bewildered as they exchanged glances. Kakashi pondered momentarily, ultimately placing his trust in Liu Yang's words. To err on the side of caution, he made dual preparations. Kakashi turned to the captain of the guard and earnestly said, "We shall return first. And we kindly request that you continue to Ghost Island to search for any signs of our companions along the way." As his words echoed, the silver-haired youth bowed deeply. The captain, taken aback by such a gesture, quickly assisted him to rise. "Very well, I shall have my men continue the search. As for the four of you, please accompany me back to report and tend to your injuries." His gaze fell upon Kakashi's shoulder, where blood still flowed from his wound. "Thank you, but my injuries are of little concern," Kakashi replied. "Oh, no need for gratitude. You have saved the people of our sea nation. It is our duty to assist." The captain insisted. He exchanged glances with his subordinate, who promptly understood the signal and called upon two other companions to lower a small boat into the sea, heading toward Ghost Island. Meanwhile, the larger vessel turned around to return. It was at this moment that Liu Yang realized he had overlooked an important matter. Without a second thought, he stepped beside Kakashi, summoning a sphere of green chakra in his palm and covering it over the wound. "My apologies, Kakashi. I accidentally forgot about you." Liu Yang's expression bore a hint of embarrassment. As the sole ninja in their team capable of employing medical ninjutsu, he felt it was his responsibility to be vigilant about his companion's well-being. Kakashi shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. A ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot. "I have endured far worse injuries in the past. There is no need for concern. It was because I was not present before." Liu Yang cast a sidelong glance at him. Ever mindful of his purpose for being here, to bring happiness and joy to everyone, which included alleviating their suffering from ailments. During their conversation, Kakashi's deep, bone-exposed scar had already healed. The fishing light had just awakened, still ensnared in a state of confusion. She recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd and finally mustered the courage to speak. "Excuse me, have I seen you on Ghost Island? Do you know what has happened to me?" Her sudden inquiry caused everyone to momentarily freeze. Images of their experiences on the island flashed through their minds like a revolving lantern, and beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their expressions shifted from initial calmness, having survived a calamity, to sheer terror, and then to bewilderment. One person stepped forward, softly confirming, "Yuhua, do you truly not remember?" "Well, it seems I have forgotten something very important," the girl nodded. Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned grave. He turned back to exchange a glance with the survivors behind him, then took a deep breath and revealed a kind smile. "Actually, it's nothing much. That day, we all had a bountiful harvest and held a bonfire on Ghost Island. Yes, you even ate a few sea urchins, saying you had never seen such fine specimens." Another person chimed in. "Is that really true?" Yuhua lowered her head, gazing at her unblemished hands, feeling an emptiness within her. Beside her, Hualing noticed her turmoil and suddenly dashed in front of her, making a comical face. Yuhua was startled by her antics, but Hualing seemed oblivious, continuing to change her expressions. Eventually, Yuhua was amused by her ridiculous demeanor, and Hualing laughed as well. "Sister, you are so beautiful. You should smile more often," the little girl asserted. She was indeed correct. It should be that way. The others joined in the laughter. If a lie could bring joy to this innocent girl, then they. The elders who had shared in the same mysterious experience were willing to do so. On that day, they unanimously decided to swallow everything they had witnessed and never speak of it again. Yuhua looked at them, feeling their joyful emotions wash over her. The inexplicable void in her heart healed in that moment. Indeed, a girl's sentiments are best understood by another girl, Lu Yang murmured softly. The waves crashed against the shore, stirring up great turbulence and scattering countless stones around. The boat was nearing the dock. Kakashi stood at the bow and indeed spotted. Not far away, the two unfortunate companions hunched over, retching violently. Unable to suppress himself, he waved and shouted, "Hey, Obito, guy, we're over here." The two little ones heard the call. They wanted to respond, but the remnants of food surged forth, choking their words. Ugh, both of them retched even more fervently. The boat finally docked at the pier. Lu Yang promptly leapt off the boat, skipping towards the two individuals, clutching his stomach in laughter. "Ha! You two are utterly ridiculous. Lu Yang, you heartless scoundrel. We were just nearly devoured by a jellyfish, and here you are laughing." The anger of Obito was palpable. If it weren't for these two traitorous rascals, they wouldn't have suffered so gravely. Kakashi and the members of the guard exchanged a few words before escorting the fishing lights and other survivors away. Only the 5 of them remained. A jellyfish? The ever-shrewd Kakashi instantly grasped the implication. His gaze narrowed upon Lu Yang, inquiring with a squint, "The jellyfish that brought them back is your summoning beast, isn't it? No wonder you mentioned that their return might be swifter than ours." Obito and Guy were astounded, ignoring the turmoil in his stomach. Obito splashed seawater on his face to cleanse it, and then surged to his feet, launching a punch at the still-laughing Lu Yang. "Oh, so it was you who toyed with us." The younger duo was on the verge of madness. It turned out their misfortune was all Lu Yang's doing. Lu Yang, in his escape, feigned innocence, his eyebrows wiggling. "I did it all for your benefit. Look, you've surpassed your physical limits and unlocked your potential. You should be thanking me. And by the way, it wasn't a jellyfish. It was a sea master. Repeat after me, sea master." The two were disinclined to entertain his nonsense. In their anger, they managed to suppress the nauseating feeling that threatened to overwhelm them. Obito initiated with a technique, and Lu Yang watched helplessly as a distorted vortex emerged nearby. Suddenly, several shurikens shot forth from within. He nimbly dodged them, catching a glimpse of the yellow objects tied to them. "Damn it, explosive tags. You wouldn't dare to kill me, would you?" Lu Yang cursed vehemently. Obito ignored his outburst, forming hand seals to detonate the explosive tags. Hualing, witnessing the fierce confrontation, instinctively swallowed hard. "Kakashi, should we intervene?" "No, let them resolve their own issues," Kakashi replied. Arms crossed, his expression impassive. "These guys are simply too playful. It's good for them to temper each other's arrogance. Besides, they can't truly harm one another." Kakashi mused. Hualing, with a hand on her forehead, wore a deeply troubled expression, seriously questioning the sanity of the individuals before her. Suddenly, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. At a critical moment, Lu Yang executed a water release technique, dousing the explosive tags before they could ignite. Kakashi, quick-witted, seized Hualing and briskly moved to a safe distance, successfully evading the impact of the water release. The water dragon dissipated swiftly. Clutching his bone whip, Lu Yang remained vigilant, scanning the empty surroundings. Abruptly, a gust of air surged behind him. With a swift whip, he struck, only to see Guy emerge from the space of the technique, deftly evading the attack. Then, with a flying leap, he pounced forward, pinning Lu Yang to the ground. Obito, unwilling to lag behind, emerged from the void on the other side, joining Might Guy in firmly seizing the dark-haired youth. Gripping Lu Yang's collar, Obito seethed, "Lu Yang, I have finally caught you. Apologize to us both." "No, it should be you who thanks me," Lu Yang replied, shaking his head. His words, rather than diffusing the tension, only darkened their expressions further. This fellow, truly deserving of a beating. Resolute in this belief, Obito and Guy raised their fists high. "Lu Yang, you chose this path yourself, so do not blame us for being unmerciful." Their fists descended, aimed at Lu Yang's head, imbued with fury and formidable strength, generating a fierce gust of wind. Yet, just as Guy and Obito believed they were on the verge of delivering a fatal blow to this scoundrel, the youth before them suddenly vanished. The two were momentarily stunned. Attempting to retract their hands, it was already too late. Bang! Their fists crashed violently against the ground, causing tremors that rippled across a 10-meter radius. Obito withdrew his bloodied fist, letting out a pained howl. To his dismay, at that moment of utter disarray, a powerful figure materialized behind him, warmth radiating from its fingers against his neck. Obito realized it was Lu Yang's touch. The outcome of this battle had already been determined. Lu Yang and his clone had effectively immobilized both Obito and Guy. "What do you intend to do to me now, Lu Yang?" Obito gritted his teeth. Lu Yang, with a radiant smile, dismissed his words. "You have completely misunderstood me. I have no intention of playing tricks on you. I merely wish to help you both surpass your physical limits. If I trust you again, I would be a fool," Obito retorted. "Then it seems I must let my actions speak." Ignoring their protests, the youth delivered a swift chop, rendering them unconscious. Having completed this, Lu Yang sat cross-legged, arranging their bodies properly and beginning to channel chakra into them continuously. The potential of the human body is boundless. Under extreme circumstances, one can transcend their limits and elevate their strength. Lu Yang merely seized the opportunity to assist his unfortunate companions, opting for the simplest and most direct method. Kakashi, discerning his intentions, settled beside the youth with Hanabi, providing protection. "Lu Yang, you can proceed without worry. I shall ensure no one disturbs you. Should any enemies from the mist approach, they will meet with no mercy." Furthermore, Kakashi produced paper and pen, meticulously detailing everything encountered in the land of water. As the captain, he was ever strategizing for the village and his comrades. Before leaving the village, he had resolutely accepted a secret mission arranged by the third Hokage. Throughout their journey, he consistently relayed his observations back to Konoha. At that time, the third Hokage sat in his office, two confidential documents in hand, exhaling thick smoke rings. One document was sent back by Pakin, reporting a failed hostage exchange and a dire pursuit by the Cloud Ninja. The other originated from the Land of Lightning. In a confidential letter, Raikage criticized Konoha, accusing Kakashi's team of having slain the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and absconded with their tailed beast. Should Konoha fail to return the beast, war would ensue. This matter was not disclosed by Hiruzen Sarutobi to anyone else, except for the moment when the door creaked open. Minato Namikaze entered from outside and approached the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, did you summon me?" "Yes. First take a look at these two letters." Sarutobi handed the missives to the golden-haired youth. He then rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the village's serene landscape, releasing a long sigh. "In a while, the ceremony for the fourth Hokage's succession will take place, and other Kages will be present. I am quite worried." The final note of his statement lingered in the air. The ambitions of the Cloud Village were undeniably growing. If they were to instigate trouble at that juncture, the repercussions would be dire. Obito and Guy had slumbered for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, they found themselves in a carriage. Perhaps due to their prolonged slumber, Obito was still in a dazed state. He sensed a surge of chakra coursing through his body and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What is happening? I feel as if an endless stream of power is emanating from within me." "I feel the same, as if I have unblocked my chakra pathways," Guy concurred. Huang, observing their bewildered expressions, stifled a laugh. She pointed towards the door, kindly revealing the truth to them. "This is all thanks to Lord Lu Yang, who, after you fell unconscious, spent an entire night cultivating and healing you, unblocking your meridians. Your physical condition and abilities should now be elevated to a new level." In their previous extreme exhaustion, the muscles and veins of the two had suffered significant damage, and their spirits had been on the brink of collapse. Lu Yang had devoted great effort to restore and reconstruct them, rejuvenating their essence. Upon hearing this, Obito and Guy lowered their heads in shame, realizing they had wrongfully judged Lu Yang. Lu Yang is currently outside, driving the carriage, Huo Ling reminded cautiously. With matters having come to this point, it was now up to their choices. What else could they do? Having erred, they could only sheepishly lift the curtain and sincerely apologize. Lu Yang, sensing their presence, interrupted them. There is no need for gratitude. After all, we are comrades. Lu Yang reiterated. This journey across the 5 great nations is not only to fulfill Guy's wish, but also for my own cultivation. My taijutsu is lacking, and sparring with you both would be beneficial. Besides, as companions on this journey, your growth will correspondingly diminish the risks we face. Who knows? In the event of encountering enemies, I might even reap the rewards. Most importantly, the system had rewarded him with an indestructible soft armor. Lu Yang, you are my savior. Obito exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes as he lunged forward. This sudden motion startled the horse before them, as Lu Yang momentarily lost his grip on the reins. The carriage veered dangerously from east to west, nearly tossing Kakashi, who was perched atop the carriage frame, into the air. Fortunately, Lu Yang reacted swiftly, leaping onto the horse's back and using sheer strength to tighten his hold around the horse's neck, bringing the chaotic ride to a halt. At that moment, Obito felt an intense chill creeping up his spine. He turned tremulously to find himself face to face with the frost-bitten gaze of the silver-haired youth. "Call me Captain," Kakashi barked, his tone icy. No sooner had he spoken than he seized Obito by the ear and unceremoniously tossed him onto the carriage frame. He then unsheathed a short blade from behind him, striking the horse's rear with the scabbard. The horse, stung by the blow, bolted forward, sending Obito tumbling off the carriage without a moment's notice. In a desperate attempt to cling to the protruding edge, he found himself suspended in midair, with the uneven terrain rushing away beneath him at an alarming speed. Fear gripped Obito as he shut his eyes, swallowing hard and pleading for mercy. "Kakashi, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Kakashi, I can't hold on much longer. Spare me, please." Yet, Kakashi, undeterred, urged the carriage on at an ever-increasing pace. "Why are you still dawdling? Just as you would control your chakra beneath your feet, concentrate and bind yourself tightly to avoid being thrown off." In this critical moment, Kakashi's thoughts turned to the training he had received from Lu Yang. Surprisingly, he found himself appreciating it. Obito felt wronged. Why had even Kakashi turned against him, mercilessly bullying the innocent? The resistance was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for him to focus on channeling his chakra. As a fellow comrade in arms, Mangekyō decided to lend a hand. With a deft leap, he landed securely on the frame beside Obito. Guy crouched down, grinning at him. Upon seeing Guy, Obito felt as if he had found a lifeline. "Guy, pull me up quickly. I can't hold on any longer." But instead, Mangekyō shook his head and jumped down, mirroring Obito's position. The only difference was that while Obito gripped the edge with both hands, Guy managed to do so with just one. "All right, Obito. I'm here to keep you company. Let us train together and see who can ascend first," Mangekyō declared, brimming with enthusiasm. He turned to Obito, flashing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. Obito felt overwhelmed, as if struck by lightning. He could no longer bring himself to trust these peculiar individuals. None of them seemed normal. Yet, this very realization ignited a spark of determination within him. "Fine then. I'll compete with you, and this time, I shall win, beautifully," Obito declared, filled with resolve, as he bravely released one hand. The carriage continued to race forward, while Obito and Guy practiced their techniques on the frame. And Hanabi sat cross-legged inside the carriage, channeling her chakra to maintain stability. In simple terms, all three are entangled in a fierce competition. Lu Yang, with a dogtail grass clutched in his mouth, reclined lazily, his eyes fixed on the youth before him. "Kakashi, I never imagined you possessed such a side," he mused. No longer the frigid figure, he now mingled effortlessly with his companions. It appeared that he had indeed transformed Kakashi. Struck by an unspoken sentiment, Kakashi remained silent. Observing his awkward demeanor, Lu Yang burst into laughter. "If you wish to evade the mist ninjas, then simply do so, yet you speak of it with such refreshing nonchalance." Soon enough, they would realize that they could not escape unscathed. Indeed, the mist ninjas had caught up with them. Their party, having enjoyed several peaceful days under the hospitality of the Land of Water's daimyo, was now faced with the inevitable farewell. After confirming that the survivors rescued from the Ghost Realm Island bore no lingering physical ailments, Kakashi's team waved their goodbyes. As anticipated, Just after departing the borders of the Land of Water and entering the territory of the Land of Water, the Mist Ninjas could no longer restrain themselves. Discussions of past events would have to wait. First, they needed to devise a strategy to shake off the approaching Mist Ninjas. The situation appeared far from simple. Before Liu Yang could finish his thought, an unknown ninja suddenly emerged from the thicket, obstructing Kakashi's team's path. Water release, water barrier. The ninja unleashed a colossal jet of water, akin to a laser, aimed directly at the oncoming carriage. The scale of the water technique was immense. Should they be struck, the carriage would surely overturn. Liu Yang's expression sharpened, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In the face of such overwhelming power, the elemental affinities became inconsequential. The flames blazed fiercely, incinerating everything in their path, and instantly evaporating the water barrier, restoring calm. The ninja, overwhelmed by the Inferno's assault, was reduced to mere water, vanishing without a trace. However, this was merely an appetizer prepared by the mist. In the next moment, countless shurikens erupted from the adjacent underbrush. Several struck the horse's body, causing it to whinny in distress and race forward. Hualing, this horse has gone mad. We must flee. Kakashi defended against the flying shurikens with his short blade, while simultaneously pushing aside the curtain to rescue the girl within. The two tumbled to the ground, eventually stabilizing their position. Their hapless teammates also managed to exit the carriage at the opportune moment. Yet the relentless shurikens, as if possessed, altered their trajectory and continued to assail Kakashi's team. Is this some sort of joke? I was so close to victory, and you meddlesome fools have come to ruin it. Obito glared at the unshakable shurikens, his frustration boiling over. He had been mere moments from stepping atop the carriage's frame. It was all the fault of this unruly bunch that he had ended up in a stalemate. Enraged, Obito seized every shuriken from his pouch and hurled them forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. The art of the shuriken is a specialty of the Uchiha clan. Those shurikens scattered across the sky, under the enhancement of ninjutsu, multiplied exponentially. Adorned with fierce flames, they cascaded down like a torrential rain. The shurikens pursuing Kakashi's team were entirely sent flying by this onslaught. Furthermore, several ninjas struck by the Scarlet Blossom's claws found their ninja attire torn, igniting sporadic flames. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. Obito marveled at the power he wielded, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, this exhilarating sensation of strength is truly delightful. Indeed, all efforts yield rewards. Naturally, this is largely thanks to Liu Yang. At that moment, Liu Yang was concealed in the nearby foliage, observing his fiercely battling comrades. His fingertips calculating something. 1, 2, 3. With each enemy that fell, he marked a tally. After a laborious count, he finally reached 5. A wicked grin spread across Liu Yang's face. Almost there. I have yet to experiment with this ninjutsu, so I shall try it here. Why fight when one can enjoy the spoils of others? He formed hand seals, and his dark eyes faintly glimmered with a hint of crimson light. Secret technique, Dance of the Dead Souls. As Liu Yang's voice echoed, a massive black formation materialized beneath his feet, enveloping the entire battlefield. He estimated its expanse to be over 100 meters. Within the formation, a dense aura of death emanated. Liu Yang witnessed several dark red phantoms darting into the lifeless bodies of fallen mist ninjas. In the next moment, the corpses staggered to their feet, lunging at their bewildered allies. What is going on? Wake up. We are your comrades, not your foes. The mist ninja, taken aback by the assault from their own, stumbled back in confusion. Liu Yang observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, producing a tricolor pill and popping it into his mouth, a smile gracing his features. Wow. It seems to be quite effective. He believed this ninjutsu had reached its limit, but his understanding was soon to be challenged. The formation beneath his feet continued to pulsate with black and red light. Countless corpses emerged from the ground, one after another, densely packed, at least 100 of them. All the eyes of these corpses gleamed with the same red-black glow. Liu Yang was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. He felt an unknown power surging through his limbs, invigorating and chilling him simultaneously. Then, Liu Yang coldly regarded the horde of decaying phantoms, mechanically lunging towards the distant foes. A mist ninja was knocked to the ground, attempting to flee, but the corpses offered no chance of escape, tearing him to shreds. Other mist ninjas, witnessing the relentless surge of the undead, staggered back in horror. Oh, what are these ghastly creatures? Why can't they be killed no matter how hard we try? Goodness. This seems never-ending. What forbidden techniques have these leaf ninjas mastered? It was terrifying. He needed to hasten back to the village with the news. The man cried out in fear. His companion attempted to cover his escape to deliver the message, but he was too late. A piercing blue lightning bolt struck through his heart. "You are the White Fang of Konoha," the man uttered in disbelief. Kakashi offered him no opportunity to finish, coldly withdrawing his hand. "Indeed, the White Fang of Konoha is my father," he declared with pride, forcefully kicking the corpse aside. As anticipated, mere moments later, the recently slain individual, like the others before him, arose once more. "Help! What on earth are these creatures? It's utterly revolting," Obito exclaimed, kicking one away in disgust. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Kakashi beside him, asking, "What about Ryong?" He was swept away by that out-of-control card. He should have returned by now. "I hope he isn't in danger. I believe it best we focus on ourselves. That guy is exceptionally formidable," Kakashi replied, bearing Hualing on his back while brandishing his short blade with an imposing presence. Obito considered this and decided to heed his advice, redirecting his attention to the chaotic battle. Kicking another corpse aside, the scene had devolved into a tumultuous battlefield. Kakashi's team and the Mist Ninjas had no time to spare on each other, solely preoccupied with dealing with these bizarre entities. The 8 gates open. A surge of transparent energy erupted from Guy's feet, lifting his dark hair. First gate open. Second gate, rest. Third gate, life, open. With a fierce shout, a vibrant green glow enveloped him, accompanied by intertwining blue lights swirling around his form. Holding his breath, Guy performed a preliminary stance. Kakashi and Obito, witnessing this, instinctively retreated, ceding the stage entirely to their comrade. At that moment, Might Guy transformed into a rapidly spinning top. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. In an instant, he indiscriminately kicked away everything in the vicinity. Li Lianhua was the highest level taijutsu that a Konoha shinobi could unleash. In the realm of ninjutsu, nothing is invulnerable, only speed remains unbroken. With Guy's execution of Li Lianhua, the entire area was engulfed. The Mist Ninjas who could not escape, along with the relentless corpses, were all felled to the ground. Even the surviving enemies lay gravely injured and unable to move. Kakashi promptly advanced to deliver the finishing blow. Blood splattered, and silence fell over the Mist Shinobi. Ryong quietly dispelled the secret technique. The corpses that were struck exhaled a plume of crimson-black mist from their mouths, falling still thereafter. Ryong yawned and reclined on the ground for a brief respite. Before that, he had smeared a bit of the blood from the corpses, which he had acquired while activating the formation, onto his lips. Aside from a slight metallic odor, it was hardly problematic. Guy stood stunned, his breath slightly labored. At that moment, he had closed the 8 gates and felt immensely satisfied with the profound transformation he had undergone. It is truly remarkable. Now that I have reached the 3rd gate, the excruciating pain that once plagued me has vanished. Might Guy is in high spirits. At this moment, he recalls a certain unfortunate companion. "Kakashi, we must hasten to find Liu Yang. I am genuinely concerned that he may have encountered some misfortune. Indeed, we have dispatched numerous Mist Shinobi along our path. For the sake of our safety, we cannot afford to linger too long in the land of water." Kakashi, stroking his chin, proposes, "Once we locate him, we shall employ transformation jutsu to assume different identities, making our endeavors both more convenient and secure." "Certainly. Let us set forth at once." Obito volunteers to lead the way. Kakashi sighs and shakes his head. He grips the youth's shoulder and runs off in the opposite direction. "Obito, how many times must I remind you? If you cannot discern the right direction, do not take the lead indiscriminately." Uchiha Obito remains silent, sheepishly touching his nose before turning away. As per tradition, Liu Yang is roused by his companions. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by an enlarged visage before him. Had Obito not dodged swiftly, he would have been knocked to the ground. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Liu Yang shrugs and remarks, "Obito, this cannot be blamed on me. It was you who insisted on startling me in broad daylight. Who could withstand such a surprise?" Reflecting on his breakthrough in strength, Obito clenches his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Raising his gaze once more, he resumes his cheerful demeanor. "Liu Yang, I certainly shall not hold it against you. For reasons unknown." A chilling sensation rises from the ground beneath Liu Yang's feet, sending a shiver through him. There is a saying, no unsolicited kindness is without ulterior motives. Speak. What is it that you intend to do? Obito rolls his eyes at him. Hey, can we not have a bit of trust between people? Is it so ingrained in your mind that I am this kind of person? Cannot it be that I genuinely do not mind? The dark-haired youth appears quite aggrieved, having completely forgotten his earlier bravado about wanting to eliminate Liu Yang. Kakashi, arms crossed, gazes down at the two of them, suddenly orchestrating their next course of action. Liu Yang, how is your injury? If there are no other issues, we shall proceed to conceal our identities. As he speaks, he performs the hand signs for the transformation jutsu, completely altering his appearance. As the thick smoke dissipates, the spirited white-haired youth has transformed into a tall young man of imposing stature. Goodness, growing up in an instant, is it? Allow me to join in. Liu Yang chuckles. In the next moment, he also transforms into a tall, elegant figure adorned with a hat, exuding an air of sophistication. The other two youngsters follow suit, and soon, the four of them have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Except for Hualing. Hualing, you may stay concealed behind me. After all, my cloak can obscure your features. Liu Yang extends an invitation to Hualing, who is the only one present still unable to utilize the transformation jutsu. For adult men, embarking on a journey, accompanied by a girl no more than 10 years old, seemed rather peculiar at first glance. However, if Hualing were to conceal herself, the situation would transform entirely. Hualing remained silent, tilting her head to cast a glance at Kakashi beside her. Liu Yang, noticing the exchange of glances, playfully remarked, Kakashi, it seems Hualing is quite dependent on you. After all, you are her savior. How about I drape my cloak over you, allowing her to follow your lead? Without waiting for a reply, Liu Yang swiftly unfastened the cloak and wrapped it around Kakashi. Just as Kakashi attempted to refuse, he realized he could not utter a single sound, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Thus, it was decided, Hualing, you shall accompany Kakashi. The boy clapped his hands in satisfaction and promptly lifted Hualing by her arms, placing her behind him. This series of actions left the two young boys in awe. But that was not the end of it. The cloak billowed in the wind, enveloping Hualing. Indeed, it appeared quite convincing. Liu Yang had learned this trick from Hashirama, and it proved unexpectedly effective. Without further ado, let us embark. The land of water, here I come, Liu Yang exclaimed, skipping ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Kakashi finally broke free from the invisible restraint, his gaze icy. The subtle tension between Liu Yang, the team leader, and the influential figure left Kai and Obito caught in an awkward position. Observing that they had not moved, Liu Yang turned back with a radiant smile, urging them to hurry. I'm famished. He pointed to his rumbling stomach, hoping to reach a shop before nightfall to enjoy a hearty meal. Otherwise, they would have to settle for another round of grilled fish. Liu Yang expressed this with a hint of grievance, having consumed countless grilled fish during the journey. The land of water was abundant with maritime resources, and he was determined to find something other than seafood. In contrast, Kakashi favored the grilled mackerel above all else. Upon hearing Liu Yang mention the possibility of missing out on a meal due to darkness, he was unperturbed by the prospect of pursuing foes and strolled leisurely. Had I known, I wouldn't have uttered that phrase. What a misfortune, Liu Yang lamented, on the verge of tears. Little did he know, since Kakashi's team had entered the territory of the land of water, they had been under meticulous surveillance. The fourth Mizukage, Kairitsu Yachiiro, gazed into the water mirror, his expression inscrutable. Lord Mizukage, these youngsters have slain many of our men. Shall I take action? Inquired a figure from the shadows. Kairitsu Yachiiro waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us first proceed to Konoha and enjoy the unfolding drama. The land of water is isolated from the mainland, surrounded by seas on all sides. Kakashi's team continued their journey by water for several more days before truly entering the heart of the land of water. The entire nation was enveloped in dense fog, damp and chilly. The frail Hualing was unable to withstand the so-called temperature fluctuations of day and night and fell ill. Liu Yang diagnosed her condition as merely a result of cold air invading her system, prescribing ample rest for her recovery. With no alternative, they had no choice but to leave Hualing at the inn while they indulged in merriment. The land of water, a unique island nation, is blessed with vast oceans that isolate it, preserving its distinct culture. Countless culinary delights beckon the appetites of the four companions, most enticing among them being the tempura shrimp, which never failed to astonish regardless of how many times it was savored. Their journey to the land of water proved to be rewarding. not only for its dreamlike ocean vistas, but also for the bountiful seafood, which he enthusiastically praised. Mike Guy, however, was the only one who suffered from severe seasickness. Merely a couple of days prior, he could hardly stand after disembarking, and it was only thanks to Lan Yang and Obito that he was carried into the inn. After a night's rest, he finally regained his composure. Lan Yang savored a piece of mackerel, chuckling at the memory of Guy's earlier predicament. You should eat more while you can. Once we return to Konoha, it won't be so easy to find such affordable seafood. The unattainable always stirs desire. The geographical advantages of the land of water dictated that it primarily relied on the sea for sustenance, while mountainous terrains also punctuated the landscape. They paled in comparison to the seemingly endless coastline. Obito fervently nodded in agreement with Lan Yang's observations. Yes, once back in Konoha, we'll only have river fish to eat. The coastline of the Land of Fire is rather short, and Konoha is situated in the heart of it, far removed from the sea. Even if we could procure seafood, it would be exorbitantly priced. The members of Kakashi's team, being orphans without the means of their parents, could hardly afford to dine on such lavish seafood daily. After satisfying their hunger, they decided to take home a portion. Boss, just like yesterday, please pack the most expensive one for us to take away. With a flourish, Lan Yang placed 2 gold coins on the table. The proprietor, beaming with delight, quickly set about fulfilling the order. Observing Lan Yang's extravagant display of wealth, Obito smirked, dismissing his previous thoughts. It was clear that it was they who were impoverished, with Lan Yang being the exception. The word envy had been uttered so often that it had lost its meaning. Noticing the envy in Obito's eyes, Lan Yang playfully tapped his forehead. Haha, don't let your imagination run wild. These coins were borrowed from Lady Tsunade. After all, one cannot travel without some funds. Money may not be everything, but lacking it is certainly a significant hindrance. With unwavering composure, Lan Yang continued to weave his tale. Of course, there will be interest to repay. I plan to give her this necklace as collateral. He gestured to the necklace adorning his neck, a gift from Tsunade, well known to Kakashi and the others. The necklace, a relic from the first Hokage, held considerable value. In the blink of an eye, the innkeeper delivered the carefully packaged high-end sushi into the young man's hands. Thank you. And do come again, he said, bowing deeply. No need for such formalities, the young man replied, halting the proprietor's deep bow with a gesture. Thus, the group continued on their way. He quietly departed from the shop. Upon returning to the inn, Hualing was already awake. She sat weakly on the bed, leaning against the wooden bedpost, turning the pages of the books sent by the shopkeeper. The volumes illustrated the local customs and legends. With a creak, Lu Yang pushed the door open and entered. As usual, he opened the food container in his hands, arranged the utensils, and moved the entire table beside the bed. Hualing, you must be hungry. Hurry and eat something. You need to nourish your body, Lu Yang said gently. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy followed closely behind him, serving her tea, water, and taking away the books. They treated Hualing with the affection one would show a beloved sister. Sitting up straight, Hualing gazed at the exquisite meal before her, feeling warmth in her heart. However, considering the cost, she chose to voice her thoughts. You don't have to buy such lavish food for me. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Simple fare would suffice. Hualing, what are you saying? These dishes are merely ordinary seafood, quite inexpensive, Lu Yang replied, placing chopsticks into her hands. He had a premonition that the shopkeeper had perhaps spoken to her, leading her to discover something amiss. Lu Yang cast a knowing glance at Kakashi, who immediately stepped forward to explain, we are in the land of water, where seafood is naturally affordable. So don't overthink it. Your health is what matters most. After Hualing fell ill, Lu Yang concluded that she might be unaccustomed to the local climate, which had caused her severe symptoms shortly after their arrival. Noticing their reluctance to admit this, Hualing refrained from further protest and obediently finished every morsel. Night soon descended. Kakashi's team practiced diligently while those bettered and rested, and some admired the scenery from the rooftop. Lu Yang, however, secluded himself in his room, doors and windows tightly shut. Crystal release, emerald crystal mirror. Crystal release, emerald crystal clone. Lu Yang formed hand seals, whispering softly. A figure identical to him emerged from the mirror. Today, while using the sealing technique in the streets, I acquired vital intelligence. In half a month, Teacher Minato is to assume the position of the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, Watergate Koji has already departed with his confidants a couple of days ago. Each of the 5 great nations requires their respective hidden villages to invite others to celebrate the appointment of a new leader. Even the recently inaugurated Reikage was represented by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at his inauguration ceremony. This explains why Kakashi's team, having eliminated so many from the Mist Village, has not faced pursuit upon entering the Land of Water. The various hidden villages are currently observing Konoha's next moves and are likely preoccupied for the time being, leaving us unbothered. However, it remains to be seen what the Reikage intends to do. Liu Yang crossed his arms, analyzing the situation with his clone in a detailed manner. His purpose was clear. Summoning the clone was meant to ensure the safety of the 4 young ones and facilitate the smooth execution of the system's tasks. The main body of Liu Yang aimed to fulfill the flag he had previously set. Clone, you are me, and I am you. During my absence, I entrust their care to you. Rest assured, I shall return soon. The youth reached out and gently patted the other's shoulder. However, he swiftly formed hand seals and in an instant vanished from sight. In the Land of Fire, within the village of Konoha, the night had deepened. After a rigorous training session, Nohara Rin made her way home, the path still illuminated with vibrant lights. Recently, in anticipation of the upcoming inauguration ceremony for the 4th Hokage, the village had undergone a splendid transformation, adorned in celebratory splendor. As Rin traversed a narrow alley, she suddenly halted. She seated herself upon a swing, gently swaying back and forth. Orochimaru-sensei, please cease your following. There is nothing I can do about the matters you seek to uncover. It had been half a month, an entire fortnight, since Nohara Rin began her training under Tsunade, and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had fixated his attention upon her. He monitored her day and night, seizing every opportunity to incessantly attempt to manipulate her mind. Not far away, a slender figure emerged against the wall. Orochimaru, arms crossed, regarded her from an elevated position. Rin, it appears your training has yielded commendable results. I managed to conceal my presence, yet you still sensed me. I have reiterated countless times, do not follow me. Nohara Rin replied once more, fully aware of Orochimaru's intentions. Even Tsunade had cautioned her to maintain a safe distance from this perilous man. Orochimaru, unfazed by her cold demeanor, chuckled softly, his voice raspy. Are you not interested in becoming my disciple? Nohara Rin was rendered speechless. Did the man before her truly lack comprehension? I apologize, but I already have a master. She is your former comrade, Tsunade. Yet, what did that matter to him? Orochimaru seemed dissatisfied with her response. You could easily transfer your allegiance to me. I can offer you far more than Tsunade ever could. This, he was certain of. Steadying herself on the ground, Rin halted the swing. She lifted her gaze to the figure shrouded in darkness before her, illuminated only by the light behind him, her eyes sharp with determination. I am sorry, but I have no inclination to betray my master. Rin's response was unequivocal. She rejected Orochimaru's proposition. He was not surprised by her reaction. I had not wished to resort to this, but your disobedience leaves me no choice but to capture you and reconsider my plans. He licked his lips, then opened his mouth to extract a second Kusanagi sword from within his mouth. Though the original had been taken by Ryong, who was Orochimaru, he had long been prepared, having replicated several swords using his expertise, each nearly identical in hardness to the original. His philosophy was rooted in the scientific alteration of the world. Unbeknownst to Nohara Rin, the genuine Kusanagi sword had long since been removed by Ryong. Faced with one of the legendary Sannin, Rin's heart raced with trepidation. Yet, she swiftly drew the cursed blade, Muramasa, which was secured at her waist. Come forth, Orochimaru-sensei. Although I am merely a medical ninja, capturing me is no easy feat. One strike to kill, the cursed blade. Muramasa. Nohara Rin had always kept in mind the words spoken by Liu Yang. Orochimaru grasped the long sword in his hand, a deeper smile gracing his lips. That blade you wield is quite impressive, not an ordinary weapon by any means. Allow me to see if it possesses the same hardness as my Kusanagi. As his words fell, Orochimaru swiftly descended along the wall, igniting the battle. Nohara Rin focused her entirety, wielding her sword to fend off his assault. In such close proximity, Orochimaru could clearly discern the intricate details of the blade. This exquisite sword, adorned with elaborate patterns, was undoubtedly crafted by a master. Yet, I have never heard of such a treasured blade. It must have been bestowed upon you by that young man, Liu Yang. I knew my instincts were correct. If initially he harbored doubts, Now he was unequivocally certain that the bond between the girl before him and that individual was extraordinary. Should Nohara Rin become his disciple, everything would change. Contemplating this, Orochimaru extended his long neck, akin to a serpent, lunging toward Rin's throat with lightning speed. I have already stated, I am not so easily subdued. A fierce shout resonated in Orochimaru's ears. The girl before him, having seemingly broken through his offense, swiftly darted forward, swinging her blade toward his neck. Ah, I concede that your perceptive abilities are indeed exceptional, and your combat prowess surpasses that of many medical ninjas. However, that is where your advantages end, Orochimaru remarked, his expression unchanged. With a leap, he evaded the blade's edge, spinning to deliver a kick toward the girl. Nohara Rin nimbly dodged the attack, raising her left hand to carve a sharp arc through the air. A powerful gust stirred the man's disheveled hair. In the next moment, a faint scar appeared on Orochimaru's cheek. Apologies for missing your throat. However, my next strike will surely find its mark, Nohara Rin said, blowing away non-existent dust from her fingertips, a hint of regret in her tone. Orochimaru, observing the chakra emanating from her hand, instantly comprehended. A chakra scalpel, intriguing indeed. Though the scar on his face appeared minimal, the underlying muscles had been entirely severed, rendering him incapable of expressing vivid emotions. Nohara Rin, uninterested in further banter, launched a series of relentless attacks. Following Tsunade's teachings, she had adopted a similarly aggressive combat style. As fellow close-quarters ninjas, their strikes were ruthless, each aimed to be lethal. Faced with the fierce onslaught from his junior, Orochimaru suddenly found himself intrigued. He toyed with Nohara Rin like one might play with a chick, always evading her blade at the last moment. Beneath the shroud of night, their battle raged fiercely. Nohara Rin, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, realized she was outmatched by Orochimaru and sought ways to escape. Yet, every time she identified a potential opening, he would forcibly counter her. The legendary Sannin indeed lived up to their formidable reputation, Nohara Rin mused inwardly. Their strength was unfathomable, incomparable to that of any single medical ninja. Orochimaru waited patiently. The more fiercely Nohara Rin countered, the more exhilarated his expression became. Gradually, Rin's stamina waned, her attacks growing increasingly sluggish. It was nearly time to ensnare her. Orochimaru chuckled softly, blue chakra enveloping the Kusanagi sword, a wave of blade energy sending Nohara Rin sprawling. Her back crashed heavily against the adjacent wall, causing a small section to collapse. Orochimaru strode confidently towards the girl, admiring her delicate neck, licking his lips with the intention of marking her with a cursed seal. At that moment, a dark figure descended from the heavens, forcefully pinning Orochimaru to the ground. Orochimaru, I distinctly recall informing you that this child belongs to me. You shall not lay a finger on her. Tsunade's blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on the bloodied Orochimaru lying on the ground. Yours? Orochimaru's neck snapped, his head and connecting neck slithering away like a serpent. Soon, a brand new form emerged from the discarded head, shedding its skin entirely like a snake. Tsunade, once I acquire that child, she will be my disciple, the man proclaimed with confidence, his gaze directed at the individual behind Tsunade, resembling a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Resolute in his intent, Nohara Rin shuddered at the sight before her. This is utterly repulsive. Is this still a human? She thought bitterly. Tsunade, equally astonished by Orochimaru's transformation, gazed at the drenched man not far away, her heart a tumult of emotions. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Are you completely forsaking the human form to pursue your bizarre experiments? Tsunade's statement was not a question, but a certainty. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been companions since their days in ninja school. Tsunade had once placed her utmost trust in Orochimaru, even entrusting her beloved younger brother to his tutelage. She had always harbored an inkling of Orochimaru's ambitions, yet never anticipated that matters would escalate so swiftly. Orochimaru formed hand seals, utilizing a wind shield to dry the mucus from his body. Tsunade, witnessing the deaths of comrades and loved ones has made me acutely aware of the fragility of human life. Only by completely abandoning this fragile shell and allowing the spirit to endure can one achieve immortality. In that time, I shall be capable of accomplishing far more. Orochimaru revealed his thoughts to Tsunade without reservation. Although he was forbidden from implanting cursed seals into the living, he was free to experiment on himself. Years of experimental knowledge, coupled with modifications to his flesh, the enhancement of his chakra through cursed seals, and the assistance of Hashirama's cells, had not only granted Orochimaru the body of a sage, but had also brought him tantalizingly close to unlocking the threshold of immortality. Yet I digress. These matters bear no relation to the jutsu he had just employed. My body has undergone a unique transformation, distinguishing me from the common populace. Yet I have not completely severed my ties to humanity, Orochimaru patiently elucidated. The soft body modification and the Orochimaru-style substitution technique appear exceedingly bizarre, yet their principles are strikingly simple. Tsunade, unwilling to entertain Orochimaru's specious arguments, hoped that he would not descend into utter depravity, given their shared history as comrades. Gathering her chakra anew, she concentrated it within her right hand and, with resolute determination, struck at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, cease your peculiar research at once. Life ought to align with the natural order. It should unfold as it is meant to. Otherwise, should the higher-ups become aware of your endeavors, there will be no turning back. Orochimaru defended against her assault. Both were legendary Sannin, their powers evenly matched, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Nohara Rin, wielding the cursed blade, sought an opportune moment to act. Orochimaru narrowed his golden eyes, his voice hoarse and laced with temptation. Tsunade, do you not miss Shosuke and Dan? Hand over this child to me, and once my research bears fruit, I shall return them to you, considering our bond as comrades. Absolutely not. Tsunade retorted without hesitation. In the past, I longed for their return. But now I understand that the living hold far greater significance. Let the past remain in the past, within the confines of Rukyo's ocular technique. Tsunade witnessed the demise of those two repeatedly. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, a profound sense of helplessness engulfing her, as if every cell screamed to rend her apart. It was Shosuke and Dan who bestowed upon her the strength to break through the darkness. Even if there indeed exists a ninjutsu capable of reviving them, would they truly be the same? Tsunade spoke with clarity. When Rin was first resurrected, a flicker of hope ignited within her as she observed Rukyo cradling her. However, she soon came to a realization. Rin's revival might have stemmed from the brevity of her death, or perhaps she had never truly perished, merely silenced by some arcane technique. Those two had been gone for far too long, and their return was impossible. Orochimaru fell silent. He gazed at the sorrowful woman before him, unable to suppress his pity. Tsunade, you are indeed quite like the third Hokage, so innocent and unblemished. Meanwhile, Reikage traversed the forest with a cadre of loyal followers. The lightning attribute heightened their speed, and amidst the crackling of thunder, they vanished from sight. We shall arrive at Konoha in just a few days, he proclaimed. Approximately 3 days until we reach our destination. Oh yeah, Killer Bee responded with his habitual rap. 3 days felt excessively long for the impatient Reikage. Having lost the two tails, he yearned to rush to Konoha and seize their 9 tails. Increase our pace. I wish to arrive at Konoha within a day and demand an explanation from their upper echelons. Reikage bellowed, and as his words echoed, he surged with chakra, accelerating swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he left his companions far behind. Ah, Lord Reikage, please wait for us. Do not run so swiftly. The loyal subordinates trailed behind, nearly in tears. Suddenly, a fierce conflagration surged forth, obstructing their path. Humph, mere trifles. Daring to flaunt their skills before me, Reikage scoffed. With electrified hands charged with lightning, he forcefully cleaved forward, splitting the massive fireball in two, causing it to explode. Fire may counter lightning, yet before Reikage's unparalleled lightning release, its advantage was hardly apparent. The Cloud Village, ever combative, immediately assumed a battle stance upon facing the enemy's assault. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fire release, Storm Dance. Fire release, Peony Technique. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire release, Fireball Descends. A torrent of flames rained down from the heavens, surging towards Reikage. He smirked disdainfully. You Uchiha brats, having failed to extinguish you before, have now come seeking my presence. How fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. Once I capture you cowardly turtles, I shall eviscerate you and undoubtedly reclaim the 2 tails. As he spoke, bolts of lightning erupted from his body, intertwining with the ferocious fire techniques. A resounding roar echoed, accompanied by sparks flying in every direction. Luyon, wielding a scythe in his left hand and the ancestral Uchiha fan in his right, waved his hand to redirect the lightning back. Uchiha reflection. This technique proves rather useful. Not a waste of the effort I exerted to acquire it, Liu Yang mused. After rescuing Obito, one day Liu Yang suddenly recalled an essential piece of equipment he had yet to retrieve. Thus, a month later, he returned to thoroughly scour Uchiha Madara's lair. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked a new task. Ding. Please prevent Reikage from annihilating Konoha and seizing the Nine Tails, ensuring the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, succession ceremony proceeds as planned. Goodness gracious, I must also seize the Nine Tails. That Jinchuriki is doomed. Liu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated that the Cloud Village would cause chaos during Minato's succession ceremony, yet he had underestimated their ambitions. Nevertheless, I have come here today to eliminate you, Liu Yang declared resolutely. Reikage's formidable lightning release electrified his subordinates, leaving them howling in distress. Reikage AI cursed furiously, "You worthless lot," dismissing these inept comrades. He called upon his steadfast ally, Killer Bee, and charged forward. "Want to kill me? Just based on you?" Reikage sneered. The duo, one being the Reikage and the other the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, formed a formidable partnership. Liu Yang concealed his usual playful demeanor, unleashing the full force of his chakra. Sage Mode. Susanoo, and the summoning of the Three Tails, he stacked all possible buffs in one breath. The Three Tails, it is indeed Isabu. The Cloud Ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of the tailed beast before them. AI's resolve solidified within, and he launched an attack with the Raijin's hot blade. "I knew it was you scoundrels who had stolen the Two Tails. Those rogues from the Hidden Leaf must be eradicated without mercy. I shall slay you, brat," reclaimed the Two Tails, and seized the Three Tails as well. Upon hearing the man's words, Liu Yang couldn't suppress his laughter. The absurdity of Yun Hidden's twisted reasoning had opened his eyes. "I detest your hypocritical facade, your double standards. We are all thieves. Who among us is more noble? Let us not forget, it was you who sent people to infiltrate the Uchiha to seize the Sharingan. Outside of Yun Hidden Village, it was you who first attempted to assassinate us." Liu Yang, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends, does not consider himself a virtuous man. But what authority does Yun Hidden have to judge him? Standing atop the golden giant's forehead, Liu Yang gazed down upon the two diminutive figures before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Apologies, but your Raijin's hot blade merely tickles me." As he spoke, the golden giant raised a hand and sent them flying. Simultaneously, a bow appeared in the giant's grasp, and as it pulled back, arrows cloaked in black flames materialized in the air. "Fire!" At Liu Yang's command, the arrows swiftly pierced the fleeing Yun Hidden ninjas, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The battlefield was left with only Liu Yang and the Reikage brothers. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions in heading to the Hidden Leaf. Allow me to disabuse you of such hopes." The patterns in Liu Yang's eyes shifted as he formed hand seals. "I have stated my purpose. I am here to kill you. I keep my promises. This place shall be your grave." Sage Art, Golden Rain Barrier. Tailed Beast Bomb. To unleash a tailed beast right off the bat is a remarkable spectacle in the realm of ninjas. Karabi had no choice but to undergo tailed beast transformation at this moment, as the red and white chakras coalesced in the mouth of the Eight Tails, forming a massive sphere. Liu Yang smiled, executing another series of intricate hand seals. The golden giant mirrored his movements and raised its hand. Countless enormous fireballs appeared in the giant's sky, their scorching heat radiating forth, warping the surrounding space. Even with the Reikage's formidable lightning armor shielding him, he was still assailed by this searing wave. His skin burning with pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Uchiha brat, I care not from whence your power derives. But today, I shall not allow you to leave this place." The Reikage AI bellowed. The ability to control tailed beasts with the Mangekyō Sharingan harbors immense potential. Such individuals hail from the land of fire, the Hidden Leaf Village. He must be slain while still young, or else this terrifying figure will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. The five great nations cannot afford to witness another Uchiha Madara rise. Clenching his fists, the Reikage's veins bulged, a surge of blue chakra shooting skyward. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. He intended to disperse that man's fireballs with a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, the chakra of the Three Tails and Eight Tails has been fully assembled. Liu Yang remains oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the Reikage's mind. Had he been aware, he would surely mock the Reikage's overconfidence. A golden barrier stretches across the sky, cleaving the world into two starkly contrasting realms. Outside the barrier, the sky is adorned with blue hues and white clouds, lush with greenery. Within the confines of the barrier, chaos reigns as explosions ravage the land, leaving not a single blade of grass to flourish. Historically, the left side of the wave has faced defeat, and Killer Bee, you can only blame your unfortunate positioning. Liu Yang stands before Killer Bee, jesting as he observes him ensnared within Liu Yang's thunder prison, bloodied and on the brink of death. Of course, this predicament is not merely a matter of positioning. In the final moments, Liu Yang summoned the Two Tails as well, with the two-tailed beast orbs flanking him. It would be a miracle to emerge unscathed. Speaking of which, you do possess a sense of loyalty, still trying to protect your so-called brother until the very end. Liu Yang smirks, and with a swift motion of his scythe, he cleaves through the rakish skull. In a duel among masters, every move is lethal. No matter how robust the rakich's physique, he remains, after all, merely flesh and blood. Two-tailed beasts and 10 identical golden giants unleash countless sage techniques upon Killer Bee, whose last breath is sustained only by the remnants of the Eight Tails chakra. Hang in there, Bee, you cannot succumb to slumber. The Eight Tails calls out with all its might. Alas, Killer Bee's spirit crumbles in the wake of his brother's demise. You two brothers are formidable. It is a pity you encountered me. From the moment I arrived in this world, you have been the only ones to witness my full power. It is a fitting end for you. Rest assured, I shall soon send you to join the Raikage. Liu Yang places the Raikage's lifeless body into the infinite void. His palm glimmers with golden light, penetrating the thunder prison and resting upon the man's abdomen. Sealing technique, infinite void. A series of black patterns emerges on Killer Bee's abdomen as a surge of potent chakra flows from Liu Yang's palm into his being. Beep. Detection of Raikage's death. Mission concluded ahead of schedule. A mechanical voice resonates in Liu Yang's mind. To say the least, Liu Yang has mastered the essence of executing tasks. Just like now. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, earning 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for activating the lightning release armor. Congratulations to the host for a 100% increase in physical strength and speed. Beep. Due to the enhancement of the host's bodily functions, the Flying Thunder God technique has advanced from beginner to intermediate, with a 200% increase in technique speed. Goodness. Is this a simultaneous enhancement of speed and physical defense? The Flying Thunder God can upgrade. How impressive. Liu Yang feels a surge of joy within. Time gradually passes, transitioning from day to night. Dragging his weary body, Liu Yang finally rises. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Eight Tails Pictorial Guide. Gained mastery of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee's mirror body technique, the harsh sickle slash. Acquired SSS-ranked ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. A sudden realization washes over Liu Yang. He feels as though he has struck an extraordinary bargain. He lowered his gaze, staring at the deepening golden totem in his hand, unable to contain his expletives directed at the system. What on earth, system? The last 2 activations of the Tailed Beast catalog rewarded me with genuine SSS-level ninjutsu. And now, I receive this Earthbound Resurrection? What does that even mean? If I recall correctly, Earthbound Resurrection is merely an S-ranked forbidden technique. This time, I captured the Eight Tails. The reward for subduing the Eight Tails is even less than that of the Two Tails or Three Tails. Who can endure this? Liu Yang felt that the system was becoming increasingly frugal. Discontentedly, he retracted the barrier and casually tossed Killer Bee's corpse into the boundless void. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing once more. Truly absurd. My mother could open the door to absurdity, and absurdity has arrived home. Beep. Host cursing of the system detected, deducting 50,000 gold coins. For 1 month. The host will be unable to actively or passively activate new tasks. A small punishment for a stern warning, hoping the host will behave. Above Liu Yang's head, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped by. Damn it, he shouted in frustration. Is this broken system playing tricks on me? Beep. Host's cursing of the system detected, deducting 1,000 gold coins. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Liu Yang was infuriated, his fists brimming with chakra. He slammed them down onto the floor. The entire forest trembled thrice. In the land of water, Liu Yang employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back, already late into the night. His companions were all asleep. Only his shadow clone lay on the rooftop, chewing on a dogtail grass, gazing at the myriad stars above. Sensing the presence of the original, it chuckled mischievously. Hey, what is up? You look rather glum. Weren't you supposed to be showcasing your skills and collecting heads? Liu Yang's original form lay down beside his clone, silent. The clone continued to chatter. What's wrong? You didn't get beaten up, did you? Liu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. As if, even if the Sage of the Six Paths came, I wouldn't be afraid. However, in truth, only his fans could hear him speak. Clone, come help me analyze this. Thus, Liu Yang conversed with his shadow clone from the darkness of night until the break of dawn. The next day, Mangekyō rose early, engaging in advanced inverted training on the rooftop, and noticed his damp companion lying there. With curiosity, he approached and shook him awake. Liu Yang groggily opened his eyes. Remembering what had transpired before he collapsed, the corners of his mouth twitched. Mangekyō observed his peculiar expression, puzzled, and inquired, Liu Yang, what on earth did you do last night? Why does your face? He did not finish his sentence. Liu Yang, confused, touched his face, only to find paint on his fingers and cursed his shadow clone 1,000 times in his heart. You rascal, I will not let you off lightly. The boy's voice resonated throughout the entire inn. Those awakened by his outburst opened their windows one after another, poking their heads out to scold him. What on earth is wrong with you? It's early morning, and you're causing a ruckus, letting no one sleep. Kai was taken aback by the situation. He quickly covered Liu Yang's mouth, offering an apologetic smile to the group. I apologize, everyone. My brother is a bit unhinged. Please do not take offense. After uttering these words, Kai hurriedly dragged Liu Yang away from this troublesome place. As they ran, Liu Yang suddenly realized that he might be experiencing a streak of bad luck. Everything seemed to be going awry, particularly with Kai and the doppelganger. They must be exacting personal revenge. After a quarter of an hour, Liu Yang finally managed to wash the paint off his face. The previous night, the system had deducted 51,000 gold coins from him, not only wiping out his reward, but also clearing his pearls. Most egregiously, the system panel indicated that Liu Yang owed the system 30,000 gold coins. Oh heavens, just in my misery. Liu Yang lamented in anguish. Money may not be everything, but lacking it is simply unbearable. Liu Yang, what on earth is wrong with you? Hua Ling inquired cautiously, her face etched with concern. Liu Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. Don't even ask. I was robbed by a masked expert last night, and now I'm left with nothing. He could not fathom why this had happened. Could it be that he had logged off too quickly and faced repercussions? Upon hearing this, Kakashi instructed Obito to retrieve his travel bag from Kim Yui and toss it before the crowd. Here, I still have some money. It should suffice for a while. Thanks to Liu Yang, Kakashi now received a monthly stipend for the families of fallen heroes from the village. The debts he had accrued were also compensated. Before leaving the village, he had taken all his money with him. Liu Yang looked up, utterly bewildered. Obito, quicker than he, opened the bag and his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, I never realized, Kakashi, you were so wealthy. He had never seen such a sum of gold coins in his life. How much is there to make you react like this? Mangekyō, skeptical, leaned in for a closer look, his eyes shimmering like stars. Liu Yang's curiosity intensified. What kind of fortune could provoke such a reaction from a child? As he pondered, he opened the bag. The golden radiance that greeted him nearly blinded him. The bag was filled to the brim with glittering gold coins. Liu Yang had stored his previous coins in the system's warehouse and had no concrete concept of such a massive fortune. Witnessing this spectacle left him utterly astounded. Goodness, Kakashi, you've been hiding quite a treasure. Why didn't you reveal this sooner? Liu Yang exclaimed. Suddenly, he became deeply intrigued by the mission ranks of the late White Fang. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, Minato and Kushina prepared a sumptuous feast, inviting Tsunade and her 2 apprentices to their home. Minato, perceptive as ever, knew Tsunade enjoyed drinking, so he had Kushina prepare an abundant supply of sake to indulge her. As soon as Tsunade took her seat and spotted a box brimming with sake beside her, she couldn't help but smile broadly. Minato, it seems that when it comes to selecting the next Hokage, casting my vote for you was entirely justified. You really know how to impress. Tsunade squinted, offering a teasing remark. Among the younger generation of Konoha, the abilities and contributions of Minato Namikaze are widely recognized. Although it was termed a selection, everyone understood that the 4th Hokage unmistakably referred to Minato. Additionally, it is noteworthy that his wife is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. What do you mean by that? Lord Tsunade. Yet, Minato felt compelled to express his gratitude for her past support and her care for his students. He rose to pour her a drink, referring to his students, Obito, Ryu, and Rin. When Kakashi inadvertently injured Ryu, It was thanks to Tsunade's intervention that he was saved. Subsequently, she went at great lengths to protect Obito and even took Rin as her apprentice. For all these acts, Minato felt immense gratitude. As the elders engaged in conversation, the younger members, Rin and Shizune, could only quietly enjoy their meal, occasionally responding politely when addressed. Rin, Shizune, it's getting late. You two should head back, Tsunade remarked, signaling to them as they finished their food. They understood and obediently departed. At that moment, Kushina also stood up to personally escort them home. The devoted husband, Minato, set down his chopsticks and hurried to fetch a coat for Kushina as she changed her shoes. Kushina, be careful on your way back, he tenderly advised. Kushina nodded and waved goodbye as the door closed behind them, leaving only the two of them in the room. Tsunade seized a full bottle of sake and drank from it in one gulp. Minato, you sought me out today regarding the confidential message from the Cloud Village. Did you not? Speak. I wish to hear your plans as the fourth Hokage. Indeed, nothing could be concealed from her. Minato turned and returned to the dining table. Enveloped in the alluring night, the sky was adorned with a radiant moon, casting a brilliant silver light. The moonlight filtered through the lush leaves, dappling the hair of Rin, who was passing by, creating a mosaic of shadows. Having just seen Shizune home, only the two of them remained. In the luminous alley, Kushina halted, momentarily silent. Clenching her fists, she finally voiced a long-repressed question. Rin, it's you, isn't it? You are the real Nohara Rin, aren't you? Rin paused, uncertain why such a question arose so suddenly. Nevertheless, she turned around, displaying her signature smile. Of course, I am me, Kushina-sensei. A palpable relief washed over Kushina. She had watched over Minato's students as they grew, frequently inviting them for meals at her home. She understood their every trait and habit. The Rin standing before her was undeniably real. Yet, every time she drew near, the dormant power of the Nine Tails within her stirred restlessly. Kushina was perplexed by the reason behind this phenomenon. At that moment, Rin sensed something was amiss with Kushina. She approached her, scrutinizing her condition with a worried expression etched on her face. Teacher Kushina, what has happened to you? Your complexion appears so pale. Are you feeling unwell? As Nohara Rin spoke, she gathered chakra in her hand, intending to touch Kushina's body to discern the source of her ailment. She was a medical ninja, a fact Kushina had always been aware of. Understanding that the other harbored no ill intent, Kushina instinctively stepped back a few paces, her body betraying her. Damn it. The power is stirring again, Kushina muttered impatiently. This matter was one she had never disclosed to anyone, including Minato. She gazed at the familiar face before her, noting how even the slightest sign of surprise mirrored the memories she held. Kushina mobilized her chakra, finally managing to stabilize the tumultuous essence of the Nine Tails within her. Biting her lip, she made a resolution. Rin, please do not speak of what just transpired to anyone else. All right, Rin replied. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Kushina grasped Rin's arm. The swift shift in emotions left Rin momentarily astonished, yet seeing the affectionate visage of her mentor eased her defenses. The two traversed through alleyways, ultimately halting before a modest house nestled in a corner. Rin, do visit my home more often for meals. When Kakashi and the others return, bring them along. Just like before. The word before struck Rin's heart like a dagger. Though little time had passed, it felt like a century to her. She had nearly crossed the threshold between life and death. Lost in reminiscence, Rin struggled to find her way back. She wiped the mist from her eyes and nodded resolutely. Yes, Teacher Kushina, I will. In the land of water, a strand of chakra, used to maintain the divine servant, pulsed faintly with warmth. Liu Yang felt an ominous premonition. Something must have befallen that person. Yet, just as he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, the restless chakra within him settled once more. He halted his movements, lifting his gaze to the moonlight above, murmuring softly, Rin, with Tsunade by your side, you should be safe, right? After a prolonged hesitation, he chose to believe that she would remain unharmed. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Liu Yang propelled himself upward, landing gracefully on the rooftop. He formed hand seals, summoning his crystal clone. Hey, why do you still look so glum? A day has passed, yet you still lack answers? The crystal clone perched beside him, its tone teasing. Reclining on the rooftop with his hands behind his head, Liu Yang sighed. Indeed, I cannot fathom what is happening. Do you think the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki are simply fated to survive? He had thought himself adequately versed in this dream fulfillment system. Yet it had become evident that he had overlooked some invisible rules. The crystal clone waved its hand, suggesting, since you have no leads, why not take a look at that reward? The SSS class reanimation jutsu might just be the clue you seek. The observer sees clearly, while the participant remains in the dark. Although merely a projection, it resonated with the innermost thoughts of Liu Yang's true self. Upon hearing its words, a sudden spark of insight illuminated Liu Yang's mind. Indeed, what you have said is correct. This could very well be the clue. With resolute determination, Liu Yang promptly accessed the details of the forbidden jutsu known as Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation, a summoning technique from another realm that allows the souls of the deceased to be called back to the earthly plane, manifesting in corporeal form. The caster retains complete control over the actions of the revived, compelling them to act according to the caster's will. Additionally, the caster has the option to preserve the revived individual's consciousness. Note: conventional Impure World Reincarnation merely summons the soul back to reality, not achieving a complete resurrection of soul and body. Conventional? Upon reading this, Liu Yang sensed that momentous events were about to unfold. Indeed, further down the description, a few lines in red text awaited him. SSS-level Impure World Reincarnation transcends mere soul summoning. Under specific conditions, it can achieve a simultaneous resurrection of both soul and body. Liu Yang was utterly astounded at this revelation. This meant that the SSS-level Impure World Reincarnation could rival the reincarnation technique, which was traditionally accessible only through the cycle of rebirth. The age-old adage of fate dictating life and death, and fortune being divinely ordained, echoed in his mind. Such a technique, capable of fully resurrecting the corporeal form, was indeed a forbidden art of the highest order, explaining its SSS classification. It seemed he had misjudged the system. This Impure World Reincarnation was genuinely an SSS-level technique. Contemplating deeply, Liu Yang stroked his chin. At that moment, the crystal avatar spoke again. Quickly, ascertain what the specific conditions are. Following the system's tendency, this technique must surely have its purpose. All right. Liu Yang nodded, commencing his search for any overlooked information. Thanks to the crystal avatar's insights, he felt a newfound clarity regarding this skill, coupled with the system's stringent measures against him. Liu Yang began to understand the course of action he needed to undertake next. Beep. A strong intention detected from the host. A remedial mission is about to commence. The system's cold voice penetrated his consciousness. Liu Yang's heart raced, and his breath momentarily stilled. No signs of detection. The crystal avatar beside him vanished in an instant. 4th generation Reikage A and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B are currently not at the end of their lifespans, due to the host's intervention resulting in their deaths. The already unstable Hidden Cloud village has been thrust back into the maelstrom of war, resulting in heavy casualties. Beep. The host is requested to utilize the SSS-level Impure World Reincarnation technique to revive these 2 crucial NPCs, thereby reversing this tragic outcome. I knew it. The bug arose because I caused them to log out prematurely, Liu Yang muttered in frustration. Who could have anticipated that a master of dream fulfillment would inadvertently create a multitude of bugs while endeavoring to mend them? It appeared that not everyone could be dispatched at will. At the very least, those high-profile characters, pivotal to the unfolding narrative, were shrouded in a protective aura. He had thought himself sufficiently knowledgeable about the system's rules, only to find himself outwitted. Beep. Please make your choice within 60 seconds, or this remedial task will automatically fail. Initiating the self-destruct sequence. Here it comes again. The wretched system is once more threatening him. Given the circumstances, what choice does he have? He can only resign himself to the situation. Very well, I am willing to resurrect them. But I have a question first. Liu Yang sat up, the gentle breeze tousling his disheveled hair. Despite being merely a boy of 12 or 13, he possessed a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What are the specific conditions for this so-called supreme reincarnation? This detail is of utmost importance. Liu Yang had grown wise. He would not act hastily without a definitive answer from the system. The roof was hauntingly silent. The emotionless voice of the system sent a shiver down his spine. Ding. Skill details are loading. SSS-level Impure World Reincarnation requires synchronization of the reincarnator's body and soul with the following specific conditions. 1. The reincarnator's complete cellular structure and vessel. 2. Hashirama cells. 3. The caster's entire chakra. 4. A trace of the caster's life force. Liu Yang understood. This is tailor-made for him. It was clear that this insufferable system was doing this on purpose. Nevertheless, having come this far, Liu Yang could only muster the courage to press onward. With this thought, the boy formed hand seals and vanished from his location. A shadow darted among the treetops, swiftly making its way into the depths of the forest. This figure was indeed Liu Yang. His speed was remarkable, and he quickly entered the woods, weaving through the dense foliage. As he advanced, he meticulously observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, retrieving the two corpses from the endless void and placing them side by side on the ground, which had long been reduced to rubble. Had I known you two were VIP-level NPCs, I wouldn't have killed you directly, Liu Yang sighed in resignation. In this day and age, even NPCs had their connections. It was as if one could not survive. Ranting aside, Liu Yang obediently began to form the seals he had memorized. The divine impure world reincarnation technique was activated. As Liu Yang's voice fell, two golden magic circles appeared beneath the corpses. Unlike the ordinary impure world reincarnation technique, as soon as this golden magic circle emerged, dust materialized out of thin air, covering the wounds on the corpses. In the blink of an eye, those injuries vanished without a trace. Moments later, two beams of intense light surged from afar, entering the heads of the two individuals and merging with their bodies. A sudden, excruciating pain struck. It felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his body, and Liu Yang gritted his teeth in agony. Damn, this extraction of life force is rather ruthless. Liu Yang could distinctly feel the life energy within him draining at an alarming rate. He attempted to channel his chakra to resist it, but to no avail. Ding! The progress of impure world reincarnation has reached 75%. Please use 2 vials of Hashirama cells next. Liu Yang's expression contorted. However, it was still a struggle to utter that phrase. System, utilize the interstitial cells. Ding! Interstitial cells usage complete. The SSS level Edo Tensei progress has reached 100%. The 4th Reikage A and the NPC Killer B have been successfully reincarnated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the remedial task. The system's punitive measures have been lifted, and the current task is being reset. Task reset is complete. You have a new task. Ding! Please prevent the Reikage from destroying Konoha, seize the 9 tails, and ensure that the 4th Hokage Minato Namake's succession ceremony proceeds as planned. Finally, success. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leaped into the air. Yet, the profound sense of weakness that enveloped him rendered him powerless. Darkness began to close in around him. In the final moment before he succumbed, he formed hand seals. And intricate patterns danced in his eyes as he cast an illusion on the two individuals. Liu Yang drifted in the infinite void for several days. Faintly, he recalled that before losing consciousness, he had cast an illusion on Reikage A and Killer B, erasing their memories of their battle with him. The Cloud Ninja who had fought alongside Liu Yang had been utterly annihilated. Liu Yang pondered whether erasing the memories of these two would lead to any complications. Emerging from the boundless void, Liu Yang casually seized a few tricolored dumplings encased in pink crystal, dispelling the crystal release and consuming them. No matter. He would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Liu Yang mused. He stirred his chakra, unleashing his formidable sensory abilities to envelop the entire mountain. Yet, he could not sense even a single living presence. It seemed he had indeed slept for quite some time. As for those two, he could not ascertain whether they had returned to Cloud Village to gather reinforcements or made their way directly to Konoha. Liu Yang was uncertain of their movements. Very well then. He resolved to return to the Land of Water and regroup with his companions. Upon his return, however, he was taken aback. The accommodations that Team Kakashi had rented had been vacated the very day after Liu Yang's disappearance. With arms crossed, Liu Yang gazed at the clerk, who wore a forlorn expression. Are you certain they said they were searching for me? Absolutely. The clerk replied with unwavering conviction. Those brothers did indeed say so before they left. Moreover, the customer is always right. I have no reason to deceive you. Unbelievable, those guys. Liu Yang was left speechless. He merely wished to know where those four could possibly be searching for him. To make matters worse, he learned from the clerk that he had been missing for 3 days. 3 days. Given the speed of the two brothers, they could very well have arrived in Konoha by now. If they were not careful, they could wreak havoc in Konoha. That would spell disaster for his mission. Regardless, those few individuals were exceptionally capable. With various enhancements at their disposal, it was unlikely that many could defeat them. Liu Yang thought to himself. With this in mind, he hurriedly addressed the clerk before him. If my companions return, please inform them that I have some personal matters to attend to. Tell them to proceed directly and wait for me in Rain Shadow Village. Liu Yang extracted a substantial handful of gold coins from the boundless void and placed them before the shop attendant. He then rushed out of the establishment, seeking a secluded corner where he formed a hand seal, abruptly vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a piercing gaze from a nearby rooftop was fixated upon him. The ceremony for the succession of the fourth Hokage was imminent, and the sudden appearance of this golden flash added an intriguing layer to the unfolding events. "My lord, how can you still dare to speak of others?" remarked the young man behind him, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi had been searching the vicinity for quite some time, yet they found no trace of Liu Yang. After much hesitation, Obito finally voiced his lingering doubts. "Captain Kakashi, are you certain you saw him running this way that night?" To understand their urgency in vacating their lodgings, one must recall the sudden note Kakashi received in the dead of night. At that time, Kakashi was meditating within his room when, all of a sudden, an arrow shattered through the window, embedding itself in the edge of the bed. Kakashi immediately pursued the intruder, but, after only a few exchanges, was repelled and could no longer follow. Upon returning to his room and retrieving the arrow, he discovered a message indicating that a comrade had been taken hostage. Kakashi's heart sank. He quickly gathered his companions, only to find one member missing. Indeed, the note specified that to rescue the captive, they must proceed eastward. Kakashi pulled the note from his ninja tool pouch. Obito scrutinized its contents, unsure of how to respond. Beside them, Hualing spoke up at the opportune moment. "It has been 3 days, yet we have received no news of the kidnappers or Lord Liu Yang. Something feels amiss." Might Guy concurred, adding, "Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Typically, when enemies kidnap Liu Yang, they leave clues as a means to coerce us into action. It is inconceivable that 3 days have passed without a single lead. Moreover, we have been using transformation techniques to disguise ourselves during this time. The enemy must be aware of our identities. This suggests they had been monitoring us even before we entered the land of water. I propose we split into 2 groups. Obito and I will return to the inn to assess the situation, while Kakashi and Hualing continue the search for the assailants," Might Guy suggested. "Liu Yang's strength is unfathomable. It is entirely possible he has already freed himself from his captors and returned to the inn to find us." This notion was not without merit, as Liu Yang had consistently proven to be the most reliable among them, always following through on his commitments. "I agree with Guy's plan. Let us proceed as he proposed," Kakashi affirmed. Obito quickly positioned himself beside Guy, nudging Hualing closer to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you are the eldest. The responsibility of looking after Hualing falls to you. With you around, I feel much more at ease." Regardless of whether or not they found anything, they resolved to reconvene at this very spot by the same time tomorrow. The 2 brothers-in-arms, Obito and Guy, shared a decisive nod before turning away and hastening back toward the inn. While running, one does not forget to set a flag. "Obito, what a splendid opportunity we have for a competition. The last person to reach the destination must perform 1,000 push-ups. Let us proceed. Who is afraid of whom? This is a perfect chance to continue our unfinished contest." Obito was eager to participate. Kakashi looked at his 2 zealous companions, feeling a sense of exasperation. These 2 truly are something else. In contrast to Kakashi, Hualing's eyes were filled with envy. "Their bond is remarkable. I sincerely hope that one day I can keep pace with everyone as well." Kakashi was taken aback. He turned his head to gaze into those beautiful eyes. The girl before him was adorned in a vibrant crimson outfit, hands clasped behind her back, her amber eyes shimmering with a flickering light. Suddenly, Hualing turned her head and winked at Kakashi. He felt a loud ringing in his mind. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Let us continue our search for the enemy." Hualing nodded obediently. If possible, she truly wished to become a ninja swiftly, so she could fight alongside them without needing protection. Not far away, on the branches of a tree, several burly ninjas were unexpectedly fixated on a man and a woman ahead. They had finally split up. Konoha's White Fang, "We must settle this score properly." A bloodthirsty smile crept upon the lips of one of the men. Liu Yang stealthily returned to Konoha before departing from the village. He had marked several hidden locations with the Flying Thunder God technique. After the previous mission reset, the rewards he received for defeating the Raikage were also erased by the system. The Flying Thunder God technique reverted from intermediate to beginner level. Liu Yang made a brief comparison. At the beginner level, His speed was merely slightly faster than the Reikage. He should have surpassed Minato. However, upon reaching the intermediate level, his speed had seen a qualitative enhancement. Do not underestimate that slight increase. In the realm of speed, even the smallest discrepancy can lead to loss of life. What a pity, otherwise my speed would now be unmatched in the ninja world. Liu Yang sat atop Hokage Rock, unable to suppress a sigh of lamentation. Why bother training in taijutsu when speed is already overwhelming? That said, shortly after Liu Yang and his companions left the village, the Hokage Rock of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, transformed from a mere outline to nearly complete. Anyone who witnessed it would exclaim, Konoha's speed. The fourth Hokage is truly exceptional. Everything is swift, unlike the seventh Hokage, Naruto, who took ages to complete his Hokage Rock. Furthermore, the Hokage cloak almost didn't make it in time for the ceremony. Liu Yang chuckled at the thought of the future. By altering the storyline, the rebellion of Obito had been eliminated, and thus, the so-called Nine-Tails chaos would likely never occur. When Naruto is born, his parents will be alive, granting him a complete and joyous childhood. How wonderful that would be. He tirelessly worked to mend the regrets of the Hokage world, and in doing so, he was also fulfilling his own dreams. At that moment, the village was serene, bustling with lively market activity. Everywhere was adorned with lanterns and an array of vibrant flowers, all in anticipation of the forthcoming inauguration ceremony of the Hokage. Here, one could find a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice reached Liu Yang's ears. A gentle breeze swept by, and a tall figure materialized beside him. The man seated himself with ease. Liu Yang withdrew his gaze and glanced at him sideways, teasingly remarking, "You might as well put on a disguise. Otherwise, if someone from the Umbu were to discover you, it could spell trouble. Disguises are futile. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass." Uchiha Fugaku replied, his tone unyielding. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the village's wariness. To fabricate charges is easy. Whether one acts or refrains, the outcome is ultimately at the discretion of those in power. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I have faith in Teacher Minato. He would never allow the Uchiha clan to descend into ruin, Liu Yang asserted, his voice brimming with conviction. Following the dissolution of the organization, the majority of its members had returned to the direct command of the Hokage, while a smaller fraction had returned to their respective homes. Consequently, the number of Umbu operatives available to Konoha surged dramatically. With the imminent transition of the fourth Hokage, the village's defenses had unknowingly strengthened considerably. Worried about being caught by the Umbu, Liu Yang formed a series of hand seals to create a barrier, enveloping the two of them within its confines. Uchiha Fugaku cast a sidelong glance at him and let out a couple of disdainful huffs. "Speak. Why did you sneak back instead of traveling abroad?" "Of course, I returned to attend Teacher Minato's succession ceremony. Such a pivotal moment in the change of Hokage. How could I possibly miss it?" Liu Yang said, scratching the back of his head with a smile in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was skeptical of his sincerity. "If that were all, you wouldn't need to disguise your appearance. Nor would you have to secretly send me a message. There's no need for this barrier either." He candidly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Indeed, seasoned individuals are often the most perceptive. The rapid exposure of his ruse left Liu Yang feeling rather disheartened. He pulled out a skewer of dango and, as he savored its sweetness, relayed to Fugaku the truth regarding the impending attack on Konoha by the AB brothers. He then illuminated the path for the Uchiha clan, emphasizing that they had always served as the village's guardians, ensuring its stability. This was an unparalleled opportunity to achieve merit. It was a significant moment for the Uchiha to reclaim their political prominence, and it must not be squandered. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for an extended period, pondering Liu Yang's words. He had received no whispers of the events mentioned. Indeed, how could he? The pursuit of Kakashi's team by the Cloud Village, the disappearance of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, and the impending retribution from the Cloud Village towards Konoha were matters of such magnitude that they were unlikely to reach his ears. Noticing the look of frustration on Fugaku's face, Liu Yang felt a flicker of sympathy arise within him. Just as he was about to speak again, Uchiha Fugaku interjected. "Liu Yang, how can you be so certain that the Cloud Village will instigate chaos during the fourth Hokage ceremony? How can I trust your word?" Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his tone grave and serious. On the day of the ceremony, gathering such a formidable armed force in the center of the venue was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for the high-ranking officials, who had always harbored apprehensions towards the Uchiha clan. Setting aside the possibility of being obstructed, Should the mission fail, the Uchiha clan would find themselves completely ensnared, facing orders for extermination. At that juncture, it would inevitably spark a fierce conflict between the two factions, resulting in countless casualties. As the clan leader, he had no choice but to tread cautiously. Liu Yang understood the gravity of the situation, yet for the sake of the village, the Uchiha, and her own mission, it was imperative that he instilled confidence in Uchiha Fugaku. With such resolve, Liu Yang tore away the forehead protector from his head. The eye that had previously been obscured came into view before the man. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by this revelation. Liu Yang, brushing aside his tousled hair, allowed the man a clearer glimpse. Indeed, this was the mark left behind after utilizing Izanagi. His certainty stemmed from first-hand experience. Izanagi was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku was certainly aware of its implications. However, he had not anticipated that the youth before him possessed such a profound connection to it. The subtle shift in the man's expression did not escape Liu Yang's keen observation. Maintaining his composure, Liu Yang let his hair fall back into place and replaced his forehead protector. Izanagi was a technique that altered fate. Due to their unearthing of an insidious plot from the Cloud Village, they had faced relentless persecution from the Cloud Shadows. Ultimately, it was this ocular technique that turned the tides of fate, allowing them to escape death. Yet, it had cost him the sight in his left eye. He spoke vividly of his ordeal, and as he recounted the loss of his vision, a solitary tear welled up from his right eye. Uchiha Fugaku regarded him for a long while, hesitating momentarily before ultimately choosing to believe his words. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I hope I have not misjudged your character. Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder, his gaze resolute. After the man departed, Liu Yang's demeanor transformed from one of vulnerability to a cryptic smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. Brother from the Umbu, have you been lurking in that corner for long enough? Liu Yang remarked unexpectedly. As his words fell, a slender figure gradually emerged from behind him. Liu Yang, it is indeed you, spoke the man, donning an animal mask, his eyes devoid of warmth. The long sword in his hand suddenly pressed against the youth's neck. What is your true identity? Why do you maliciously conspire against the land of lightning and incite the Uchiha clan? Liu Yang chuckled softly, rising leisurely to face the moonlit visage of Yueguang Yuxian. Why do you persist in asking that question? I have already stated that I am merely a war orphan. Currently, I am a genin of Konoha, personally assigned by the third Hokage. He placed particular emphasis on the last two words. Finishing the last of his dango, he discarded the skewer from his hand. I am merely speaking the truth. There is no malicious intent. Besides, your inquiry is utterly pointless. If I had any inclination to deceive you, I certainly would not disclose the truth. Yueguang Yuxian fell silent, caught in a moment of contemplation. He sensed that Liu Yang had a point, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in the air. Liu Yang was not surprised by his reaction. The dark side had its merits, yet its reasoning seemed rather lacking. Nevertheless, he was immensely curious. Just when did the dark brother set his sights on him? Liu Yang realized that the Moonlight Feather String destiny was indeed his nemesis. Whatever he attempted, he was invariably caught in the act by the Moonlight Feather String with precise accuracy. He believed he had disguised himself admirably. The ability to evade was something Liu Yang yearned for. Alas, it was unfortunate that such a skill could not be effortlessly replicated with a mere glance. Spare me the trivialities. If I find you, it will be your misfortune. Moonlight Feather String did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he tightened his grip on the long sword and threatened, be compliant. I am taking you to Lord Hokage. Whatever you have to say, do so in his presence. This was already his utmost tolerance. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been eliminated without hesitation. Liu Yang wore a helpless expression and sighed. I'm afraid I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. With a sharp gaze, Liu Yang acted swiftly. Before his opponent could respond, intricate patterns flickered in his eyes. Moonlight Feather String sensed the change, but was still a moment too late. A metallic clatter echoed as something fell nearby. The eyes beneath the mask rapidly lost their focus, becoming hollow and vacant. In the next instant, Moonlight Feather String's entire body toppled backward. Liu Yang reacted with agility, catching him and laying him gently atop the head of the third Hokage. He retrieved the long sword, returning it to its sheath and placing it in the man's palm. Moonlight Feather String, do not blame me. If I do not act, you will have no explanation upon your return. As for me, I have matters of utmost importance to address. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for your careless eavesdropping. Liu Yang summoned 2 lightning blades, forming hand seals. A series of formidable bolts of lightning struck the man. Moonlight feather string convulsed uncontrollably, his flesh torn by the electricity. A vivid crimson oozing from the corner of his mouth. Liu Yang retracted his chakra, gazing down sorrowfully at the disfigured figure before him. I do not wish to kill you. I promised you and Granny Tsunade that I would not betray my word. In the fabricated dream I have woven for you, you will feel nothing. Upon awakening, you will remember nothing, the young man declared. After completing this grim task, he sheathed the lightning blades and dispelled the surrounding barrier. In a flash, Liu Yang vanished from the Shadow Rock. Nearby, wandering the streets, Nohara Rin felt the golden mark on her forehead begin to warm subtly. In her mind, a faint cry for help echoed. What is happening? Why do I feel as though someone is pleading for assistance? Nohara Rin paused in confusion, scanning her surroundings for any signs of distress. Uncertain of the source of the voice, she found it peculiar that her legs, seemingly of their own accord, began to run toward the direction of the Hokage Rock. Help! Am I possessed? Nohara Rin's heart raced, an ominous premonition surging within her. As anticipated, she beheld the unconscious Umbu atop the Hokage Rock. Nohara Rin was taken aback. Could it be that someone has invaded Konoha? I will staunch your bleeding immediately. Please. Hold on. Rin swiftly summoned her chakra, concentrating it in the palm of her hand. A verdant glow emerged, and she pressed it against the man's body. Medical ninjutsu. You must endure. I hope it is not too late. Not far away, a boy concealed in the shadows breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. In the land of water, within the secret shadow forest, Kakashi drew his short blade, shielding Hanar behind him, casting a cold gaze upon the sudden appearance of numerous adversaries. You are the ones who abducted Riku, aren't you? Speak. What is your objective? Where is my companion now? At what point did you begin to follow us? Kakashi transformed into a torrent of inquiries, hurling numerous questions at the group of villains before him. The leader, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a hood that obscured half her face, appeared to be a woman based on her silhouette. I shall not divulge what you wish to know. As the descendant of Konoha's White Fang, it is time to settle our enmity. Her voice was low and raspy, suggesting she was a woman of considerable age. War breeds hatred, and to extinguish such hatred, one must personally slay their enemy. Regrettably, her true foe had already perished, slain by his own blade. This overwhelming hatred, born from the ruin of her family, could only be repaid by his descendants. From her terse words, Kakashi discerned that these individuals were foes his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had made during his lifetime. Kakashi's throat tightened as he attempted to speak, but they preemptively launched their assault. Silencing him, countless shuriken flew from all directions. Kakashi swiftly brandished his short blade, blocking the incoming weapons. Suddenly, the very person he had shielded behind him drew a kunai, plunging it into his back. Kakashi winced in pain, staggering to the side. Yet, Hanar did not relent. Clutching the blood-stained kunai, she lunged at him once more. At that moment, he noticed the blue chakra threads emanating from her body. Puppetry technique. You are indeed ninjas from the land of wind. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The puppetry technique is a secret art unique to the land of wind. Kakashi had seen an introduction to this technique during his time at the Ninja Academy. It was said to have been created by the second Kazekage, capable of manipulating puppets, corpses, and even the living in combat. The land of wind lies adjacent to the land of fire, far removed from the land of water. The likelihood of encountering a shinobi from Mangekyō here is exceedingly low. The adversary remained silent, merely gesturing with her fingers, continuously maneuvering Hanar to engage him in battle. Moreover, the other sand ninjas also summoned their personal puppets. Joining the fray, Kakashi, while fending off Hualing, was fearful of causing him harm and could only evade continuously. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against attacks from all directions. The puppets were laden with intricate mechanisms, and each step took Kakashi by surprise. The intermittent release of poisonous gas further exacerbated his frustration. I cannot remain ensnared like this. I must devise a plan, Kakashi mused internally. Hualing, unable to harm Kakashi, yet helplessly controlled by his own body, was filled with anxiety. Kakashi, you must leave. I do not wish to hurt you. No, I cannot abandon you here. If we are to flee, we shall do so together, Kakashi replied. He was unaware of their true identities, but he knew the adversaries were targeting him. It was because of him that Hualing had been drawn into this conflict. How could he possibly leave her behind in this moment of peril? Kakashi, behind you. Hualing exclaimed in a critical moment. Kakashi turned, but he was a moment too late. The sound of flesh tearing echoed ominously. Damn it, these incessant sneak attacks. Kakashi winced in pain, wielding Raikiri to pierce through one of the puppets. Not only that, he severed the chakra thread binding Hualing from behind. Due to the force of inertia, Hualing stumbled backward, but fortunately, Kakashi caught her with his back just in time. Hualing, as long as you are unharmed, hold on to me tightly. We must make our escape, Kakashi urged, forming hand seals. In the next instant, several shadow clones materialized beside him. Kakashi's blue was his weakness. After summoning the clones, he could unleash at most 2 more Raikiri. Nevertheless, he relied on his exquisite swordsmanship, striving to break through the encirclement. Father, I hope you can bless us, he silently prayed. He had never believed in such superstitions. But now he felt he had no choice but to gamble everything. Humph, do not think that just because you are a mere youth, even your father were present. He would meet his end here today. Chiyo's fury intensified as she observed the boy's techniques. No longer holding back, she produced a scroll and summoned her army of puppets. Wow, this is Chiyo-sama's secret technique, the white secret technique of the 10 people of Kinmatsu. It's absolutely magnificent. A young onlooker was awestruck by the display, his eyes sparkling like stars. An older, more seasoned colleague seized the opportunity to educate the younger generation about Chiyo's illustrious achievements. Indeed, Chiyo-sama is a master puppeteer who once captured an entire city using this very puppet technique. Wow, I want to be as powerful a puppeteer as Chiyo-sama someday. Then you must work diligently. Kakashi, overhearing the sand ninja's chatter, became increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Guy and Obito had finally returned to the inn. This contest concluded with Guy's victory. Haha. Obito, at last, I have won once. Guy chuckled, patting the man's shoulder. Toby, with a sardonic smile, remarked, Ah, indeed. Congratulations to our Azure Beast for finally securing a victory. His tone dripped with sarcasm as he and his companion entered the inn amidst a flurry of sparks. The innkeeper, having received considerable favors from Liu Yang, spotted the duo from a distance and promptly set aside his tasks to approach them. Gentlemen, you have finally returned. Your companion arrived here not long ago. Before the innkeeper could finish, Toby interjected. What? Liu Yang is back. Where is he now? Please, do not be so agitated. Your companion mentioned that he has matters to attend to and instructed you to head to the rain-hidden village to await his arrival. The innkeeper relayed Liu Yang's message verbatim. The 2 young ones exchanged glances, their eyes darting as they simultaneously seized the innkeeper by his collar. Are you certain he is truly our companion? If you dare to deceive us, we shall deal with you accordingly. Toby made a snapping gesture. The innkeeper, taken aback and flustered, quickly replied, How could I possibly lie to you? Your companion even gave me a gold coin. Moreover, he wore a light green necklace around his neck. The first-generation necklace. They exclaimed in unison. In order to conceal their identities, they had altered their appearances. And Liu Yang had tucked the necklace away, never revealing it. The innkeeper's accurate description was a testament to his encounter with Liu Yang. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Should we discover that you have deceived us, we will return to exact vengeance. Mike Guy issued his warning and, without looking back, dragged Toby away. This was a matter of great importance. Guy did not press Toby to immediately fulfill his punishment of push-ups. Their priority was to regroup with Kakashi. Toby concurred with this decision, for they were acutely aware of the potential danger Kakashi faced from Toby's ambush. Without hesitation, the 2 young ones turned on their heels and dashed back the way they came. Liu Yang certainly knows how to keep us on our toes. His penchant for pranks is one thing, but to vanish at a critical moment is quite another, Toby lamented. Indeed, why can't he just travel with us peacefully? Guy echoed his sentiment. Despite their complaints, they quickened their pace. We must find Kakashi swiftly, otherwise, if something were to happen, it would be troublesome. In the shadow of the mist forest, the white-haired youth, fleeing with Hualing, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! The formidable Chiyo's 10 were overwhelming, and Kakashi, striving to break through their encirclement, exhausted every tactic at his disposal. Ultimately, he managed to escape with his life by utilizing a series of explosive tags. However, the aftermath of the explosions left him battered. That sneeze jolted his insides, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kakashi, you are injured, Hualing exclaimed, leaning against his back and reaching to wipe the blood from his lips. But when she withdrew her hand and saw the darkened liquid, her heart sank. This is poison. Liu Yang wandered around the village for a while, but found no trace of the cloud-hidden ninja. Leaning against a corner, he fell into deep contemplation. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Indeed, Reikage had returned to seek reinforcements. The system forbade him from directly eliminating the AB brothers. And given the temperament of Konoha's upper echelon, it was utterly impossible to reignite conflict at this juncture. He fervently hoped that the Uchiha clan would intervene to maintain this fragile peace and achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Liu Yang wished that the Uchiha could reclaim their position at the political forefront, which might avert a potential massacre of their clan. Meanwhile, Lin returned home from Konoha Hospital late at night. The golden emblem beneath her forehead protector had inexplicably grown warm since the afternoon. Pressing her temples, she sighed softly. I wonder how Lord Liu Yang and the others are faring. Will they make it back in time for Teacher Minato's succession ceremony? Both Teacher Minato and Kushina are eager to see them. Given the current circumstances, however, it seemed unlikely. At that moment, Liu Yang stood silently in the shadows of a dark alley, arms crossed, listening to Lin's words with a smile in his eyes. Before long, Lin raised her head and stepped through the doorway of her home. Observing this, Liu Yang quietly scaled the roof of her house. Lying on the tiles, he propped his head on his hands and gazed at the stars above, murmuring to himself, Tonight, I shall linger here for a while, hoping to discern the source of that peculiar contract from earlier. Why is it that she no longer bears that strange aura? The night was still young. In the land of water, within the forest of secret shadows, Hualing discovered that Kakashi had been poisoned, and her heart ached for him. Kakashi, you've been poisoned. It happened when you were struck by the puppet. It's all my fault that you fell into this peril. I'm so sorry, Kakashi. It's entirely my mistake. The blade on the puppet's mechanism had been laced with a specially crafted toxin. Kakashi was not surprised by this. He had long known from intelligence reports that the puppeteer's creations were often imbued with various traps and toxins. Puppeteers were all masters of poison. It was expected that Kakashi would succumb to the poison after taking such a blow. Seeing Kakashi's face pale as paper and his lips turn purple, Hualing's tears flowed freely. Her heart was filled with remorse that words could scarcely convey. I'm sorry, Kakashi, it's all because of me. No, it is not your fault, Kakashi interrupted her. They were after me. If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be me for endangering you. After the death of his father, Kakashi had closed himself off, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of duty and rules. It was his comrades who had pulled him from the mire and taught him the significance of companionship. Hualing was one of those comrades. Even if he were injured while saving her, it was a choice he had made willingly. Hualing choked back her words, unable to articulate her feelings. Kakashi, enduring the pain coursing through him, continued to console her. It's all right. These are merely common neurotoxins, not lethal poisons. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Once we reunite with Obito and successfully escape, we can devise a plan. Kakashi wore a mask, obscuring his facial expressions from Hualing's view. Yet, the gentle curve of his brows and the warmth in his eyes unmistakably hinted at his smile. Hualing bit her lip and nodded softly. I understand, she murmured. Raising her head, she willed her tears to retreat back into her eyes. Then, she pushed aside the hand of the man, leaped down from his back, and hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Kakashi, let me accompany you like this, she declared, determined not to be a hindrance any longer. The sand ninja pursued the two from day into night, yet they could not catch a glimpse of the pair. Among them, impatience began to brew. Lady Chiyo, is it truly wise for us to linger here? After all, the events in Konoha are about to commence, a young ninja cautioned from behind. Presently, the third Kazekage was missing, and no suitable candidate had been chosen for the fourth. Respected and venerable, Lady Chiyo was entrusted with the village's affairs during this period of instability, which included attending the ceremony for the transition of the fourth Hokage in Konoha. Accompanied by a delegation from the Sand Village, led by Chiyo, they were invited to Konoha. However, due to various strategic considerations, they had set off early to gather intelligence near the Land of Fire. It was during this time that they encountered Kakashi and his team, who were traveling abroad. The blood feud for my son must be avenged, Chiyo insisted, resolute in her pursuit of the man responsible. Dismissing her subordinates' concerns, she was undeterred. Killing two young ones from Konoha will not take long. I was not careless. Those two brats are already dead. He is gravely poisoned and cannot escape far. Follow my command. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. They were closing in. Chiyo could faintly hear the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Ah, at last. I have caught up, she thought. This time, I shall not let you escape. Drawing a scroll, She summoned 10 of her puppets once more. Kakashi sensed the pursuers closing in behind him. "Take this short sword," he said, handing it to Hualing. "When I distract them, you must seize the opportunity to flee." Hualing grasped the sword, her brow furrowed. "But," she began. "No buts. You must find those too. It is the only way for us all to survive," Kakashi interrupted. Without waiting for her response, he thrust her away with force and summoned a lightning blade, resolutely turning to confront the approaching sand ninja. "Hualing, run!" The deafening cries of birds echoed through the night sky. Hualing's vision blurred as she caught sight of the white-haired youth, his figure shrouded in lightning. Just before, his mask had slipped away, revealing a gentle smile, yet the determination in his eyes was terrifying. Gritting her teeth, she turned and sprinted away. "Kakashi, you must hold on. I will return to save you soon," she silently vowed, tears streaming down her face. "As I thought of the young warrior behind me, valiantly fighting amidst the bloodshed, tears welled in my eyes as I dashed forward without daring to pause for even a moment." With a thunderous roar, the piercing strike of Raijin swiftly dispatched 2 of the puppets. Wind release, pressure damage. A fierce, high-density gust of wind struck Kakashi squarely in the back. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, a torrent of blood spilling forth. "You lot, pursue him. Do not let that girl summon reinforcements," Chiyo commanded, pointing to 2 young men who immediately took off in pursuit. Kakashi stumbled to his feet, casting 2 shuriken embedded with explosive tags to block the path of his pursuers. "What are you chasing for? Your opponent is me. I am Kakashi Hitaki, son of the legendary White Fang of Konoha." The young man enunciated each word with an icy glare. From the moment he encountered the sand ninja's ambush, he had already dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true self. His mask had slipped during the battle, and he swiftly removed the forehead protector, exposing his crimson right eye. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. Do not vent your anger on the innocent. Your adversary is me," Kakashi reiterated. Chiyo's gaze was fixed on him, brimming with resentment. The resemblance was uncanny. The boy before her bore an uncanny likeness to the renowned White Fang of Konoha. The long-suppressed hatred within Chiyo erupted at that moment. "Very well. Since you possess such spirit, I shall grant your wish." Chiyo sneered. "All of you, step back. There is no need to pursue the others from Konoha. I will personally see to your demise." Her attention returned to Kakashi. As her words fell, she unleashed a surge of chakra, commanding the 10 puppets in her control to launch a ferocious assault on the young man before her. The sand ninja understood the enmity between Chiyo and the Hitaki clan. With Chiyo's direct command, the younger ninjas obediently retreated, leaving the battlefield entirely to the 2 central figures. Chiyo's legendary secret techniques are not so easily witnessed. I have served her for many years, and in this time, I have only seen them thrice. A middle-aged man in the group continued to enlighten the younger generation. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn how to become a top-tier puppeteer. Understand?" The juniors responded in unison. In the present moment, Kakashi and Chiyo were locked in a fierce struggle. Although the young man possessed the all-seeing Sharingan, he found himself at a disadvantage against the seasoned expert that Chiyo was. Chiyo's attacks were relentless and brutal. Kakashi was besieged by numerous puppets, sustaining several injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo deftly manipulated 3 puppets into a triangular formation, unleashing a violent tornado. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorbing. The tornado's immense suction drew Kakashi's entire body toward it. In a moment of peril, Kakashi formed hand seals with both hands, conjuring a water dragon vortex to defend against the oncoming gale. Once free, he quickly formed seals again. Earth release, earth flow wall. Chiyo gazed upon the towering earthen wall before her, a sardonic smile escaping her lips. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Do not presume I am unaware. Poisoned as you are already at your limits." As she spoke, the 3 puppets advanced swiftly, accompanied by several swirling tornadoes that surged forward. These tornadoes possessed immense power, swiftly engulfing the earthen wall, shattering it into a fine powder that scattered with the wind. Chiyo's gaze hardened as she watched the boy flee in terror. "It was your father who caused my family's ruin. Now that you are in my grasp, it is fate." Her hatred for Konoha's White Fang had morphed into a deep-seated loathing directed at Kakashi. "I shall not allow you to die swiftly. I wish to witness your slow torment, ravaged by the poison until you are unrecognizable. Only then will I carve you into 1,000 pieces, offering tribute to the spirits of my son and daughter-in-law." Only in this way can I alleviate the pain in my heart. Kakashi, upon hearing her words, did not yield to her wrath, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Since time immemorial, the victors have feasted upon the vanquished. Your family fell to my father because they lack strength. Even should you take my life today, this truth remains unchanged. The Third Great Ninja War was fundamentally ignited by the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage of the Wind Country. The militaristic Land of Lightning seized the opportunity to plunder the Wind Country, which, in a bid to divert the impending threat, ultimately instigated war. As the foremost power, Konoha suffered immense casualties in this conflict. In essence, Konoha's entanglement in war was a consequence of the Wind Country's tribulations. When enemies meet, tempers flare. Chiyo, incensed by Kakashi's words, intensified her assault. Meanwhile, Hanar had finally located her two companions. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, they interjected. Hanar, we're glad to see you, but there's no need to be so overwhelmed as to weep. By the way, we just received news about Ryong. That rascal is up to something. We need to head to the Rain Village first. But tell us, where is Kakashi? Kakashi, he has. The word danger hung unspoken in the air before being interrupted by Might Guy. What could possibly be wrong? I know, he must be hiding, plotting mischief like Ryong, Guy asserted confidently, casting glances behind her in search of their leader Kakashi. Hearing this, Hanar felt tears welling in her eyes, unable to interject. In a critical moment, Obito noticed Hanari's distress. He brushed aside the strands of hair by her ear, revealing a faint trace of blood. Hanar, did you encounter kidnappers? How did you acquire that wound? Obito inquired cautiously. Guy, upon seeing the bloodstain and thinking of Kakashi, felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be that Kakashi is truly in peril? His statement was not a question, it was a certainty. According to his understanding of Kakashi, he would never allow Hualing to be harmed. It is noteworthy that throughout their lengthy journey, Kakashi has always personally cared for her. Finally, Hualing seized the opportunity to speak, fervently nodding her head. There was no time for explanations. They needed to hurry and follow her. If they delayed any longer, Kakashi might. Hualing could not articulate the rest. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her. She must return to rescue him with utmost speed. In Konoha village, Liu Yang tossed and turned on the rooftop, unable to find solace in sleep. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. Ding! You have a new mission. Detected that Kakashi's team is in peril, the host is required to immediately proceed to the Land of Water to rescue them. Failure to do so will result in Might Guy's demise, and the mission to traverse the Land of Martial Arts will be deemed a failure. Should the mission fail, the host will be classified as defective by the system, which will automatically initiate a self-destruction protocol, erasing the host entirely. No way. No way. I just stepped away for a moment, and you all couldn't hold out. Liu Yang sprang up, utterly speechless. He was genuinely curious about the formidable entity capable of slaying those individuals. Grumbling aside, Liu Yang formed hand seals and summoned a crystal clone. A crystal clone emerged from the mirror, disdainfully removing the paper obstructing its vision, a flock of crows swirling above its head. Do you have a penchant for suffering? How long do you intend to keep that in your eyes? Without such measures, how could he deceive them? Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. After all, this was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, who had never revealed his true strength. One misstep could lead to a grueling battle with him. Liu Yang also reached up to remove the decorative contact from his right eye, casually discarding it on the ground. Now this is much more convenient. Times have changed. My friend. The crystal clone shot a glance of exasperation at its original. Subsequently, it found a suitable spot and sat cross-legged. Enough chatter here. We must swiftly rescue those individuals. Delay any longer, and we may have to retrieve their remains. Leave this to me. Remember to call if anything arises. We are one and the same. Liu Yang offered a bow before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The crystal clone sighed as the original finally departed. Oh, to be burdened with such an unreliable counterpart is truly unfortunate. Unbeknownst to Liu Yang, while traversing through space, he sneezed. He could never have imagined that his clone held a significant grievance against him. Liu Yang stealthily placed the Flying Thunder God technique on the napes of each member of Kakashi's team. In an instant, he materialized behind Might Guy. At that moment, the battle between Kakashi's team and Chiyo had reached its climax. Chiyo's puppet brigade had suffered significant losses, scattered limbs and fragments of puppets littering the ground, while the young members of the team gasped for breath. Before them lay the fiercely battered Kakashi's squad. When Liu Yang arrived at the scene, Might Guy, Obito, and Hualing lay gravely injured on the ground, unconscious. Kakashi knelt before them, his body marred by wounds, with torn flesh exposing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. His head had been pierced by an unknown weapon, and blood flowed incessantly, obscuring his entire face. Kakashi was utterly devoid of strength, yet instinctively, he tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand, taking slow steps toward the individual before him. "Chio, I have not yet lost. Let us continue." Kakashi's injuries were too severe, and after uttering only a few words, he began to cough up blood repeatedly. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. The brutal scene before him was far worse than he had anticipated. Unable to bear the sight, he instantly appeared behind the man, his palm enveloped in a green luminescence. Resting against the man's back, "Kakashi, hold on. Who are you?" Kakashi weakly inquired. At that moment, he was devoid of all senses. The potent poison had eroded his organs, leaving him with just a flicker of life, rendering him incapable of discerning the identity of the person behind him. Liu Yang's heart tightened, and he refrained from speaking further, channeling more chakra into his hand. The Sand Shinobi gazed at the suddenly appeared dark-haired youth, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, so you are Liu Yang. Since you have shown yourself, it is fortuitous. I shall eliminate all of you, ensuring that no one learns of today's events." The middle-aged man behind Chio wore a cold expression. With Kakashi's team in utter disarray, only this unexpected young boy remained. It was indeed a prime opportunity for him to achieve great merit. Soon, with just a few words of commendation from Lady Chio, he could ascend to the position of Umbu captain. With this thought, the man formed hand seals and unleashed a wind release technique. "Stop this at once," Chio admonished sharply. "I have already stated that none of you are permitted to act." With a slight movement of her fingertip, she manipulated the remaining puppets to disrupt the wind release. She was swift, but Liu Yang was even swifter. The boy's eyes widened, the patterns within them swirling as he observed the space beside the man gradually distort, tearing him apart. Kimui. Flesh and debris splattered across the ground. With the caster's demise, the wind release technique dissipated. Chio was awestruck by Liu Yang's Kimui, exclaiming in terror, "The Mangekyō, you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan." Earlier, upon slaying the descendant of Konoha's White Fang, that young boy who had appeared later possessed the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. After expending tremendous effort to subdue it, she had never imagined another would emerge. "Mangekyō Sharingan. What is that?" the young Sand Shinobi inquired, bewildered. "The Sharingan." Chio took a deep breath, hastily explaining to the younger generation, "is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Kaleidoscope, a state that transcends the ordinary Sharingan." Liu Yang's act of slaying the middle-aged man did little to quell his ire. At this moment, the incessant chatter around him felt like a cacophony. His right hand continued to heal the silver-haired youth before him, chakra surging, while his left hand swiftly formed intricate seals with remarkable speed. "Dance of Early Fern," Liu Yang silently intoned. In that instant, the ground within several kilometers began to tremble violently, and countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the earth in the blink of an eye. Chio, channeling her chakra, summoned the last remnants of her puppets to deploy the shield of mechanized light in a desperate attempt to save her junior, yet she was still a moment too late. The sound of flesh tearing echoed relentlessly in her ears. The density of the bone spikes was overwhelming. The young Sand Shinobi barely had time to evade. Becoming impaled on the elongated protrusions, their bodies suspended high above. Chio lowered her gaze, staring at the hollow in her chest, her pupils constricting in shock. She never imagined she would be defeated by this person, let alone be vanquished in a single blow. Impossible, how could this be? There is nothing impossible. There are always those beyond our ken, Liu Yang replied coolly. At that moment, several clones manifested behind him. These clones, in unison, moved to stand behind Obito, Guy, and Hanar, employing healing techniques to mend their injuries, Chio included. Chio raised her eyes to the young man tending to her wounds, filled with confusion. "Do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish for you to perish so swiftly. Your continued existence holds value for me," Liu Yang remarked, his demeanor as frigid as ice. His healing of Chio was not without reservation. He had previously established a barrier around her to ensure her escape was impossible. With just a sliver of chakra, he sustained her fleeting breath. Having accomplished this, Liu Yang expended all his chakra on the barely conscious group before him.